In a luxurious hall in Shengdabao City, the very same dating spot where the protagonist had once watched his girlfriend be snatched away by a rich kid, the text message on his phone was identical to the one from back then, and his girlfriend's voice and smile remained vivid in Lin Fan's memory. He walked through a gold-plated and lavishly decorated corridor. This place was indeed the perfect spot for picking up rich, beautiful women. The message Lin Fan had sent his girlfriend read, "I know you love me. You only cheated on me because you were afraid I'd become cold to you." Lin Shishi had replied with a single word, "Scram." A whirlwind of emotions churned within Lin Fan. The world before him was the very same city from all those years ago. He could hardly believe his eyes. This is, a glint shone in Lin Fan's eyes, and he was so thrilled he almost shouted. "I'm back. After 100,000 years I've finally returned from the other world. It was that day. It was that very day, I'm sure of it. Back then my girlfriend Lin Shishi got together with the young master Zhang Kuang and then dumped me." In a flirtatious tone Lin Shishi had said, "Brother Kuang, you're so much better than that pauper." But what none of them knew was that Lin Shishi was already pregnant with my child. When Zhang Kuang found out, he sent men to kill me. Lin Fan recalled the tragic past. "After I died I went to the other world. I was fortunate enough to obtain the 9 heavens divine stone and my cultivation sword, breaking through to the peak of the divine sovereign realm. I then dominated the other world for 1,000 years, but my cultivation could advance no further. In the end, during my tribulation, I suffered a backlash from my inner demons. The tribulation failed and my body and soul were annihilated. But my destiny was not yet sealed. A sliver of my soul defied fate, reversing time and space to return to Earth. Not only did I return to my starting point, but more importantly, I brought the 9 heavens divine stone back with me." Lin Fan knew that his future would be reshaped by this very object. "With my thousands of years of experience and the 9 heavens divine stone in hand, returning to this day means I can start all over again. Now let's see." Crap. Out of toilet paper. Outside, Lin Shishi was snuggled up in Zhang Kuang's arms, her light alluring pants filling the air. "Brother Kuang, give me a kiss." It was only natural that Lin Fan looked down on this gold digger. Lin Fan pushed the door open, frowning at the nauseating scene. "HMPH, how pathetic. To think I actually fell for such vulgar trash in my past life." Lin Fan walked in and saw a stack of cash already on the table. The two were still embracing, looking at Lin Fan with contempt. Lin Shishi sneered. "Give it up, Lin Fan. How could someone like you ever be worthy of me? This 30,000 yuan is from my husband from now on. Get lost and stay out of my sight. You're an eyesore." Zhang Kuang crudely caressed Lin Shishi's neck and she cooed. "Oh, Brother Kuang, be gentle." Zhang Kuang spoke. "Baby, your waist is so soft and your voice is even softer. No wonder that kid can't get you out of his head." Hearing this, Lin Shishi was filled with even more desire. "Ah, thank you for the compliment, darling." The two of them acted out their parts as if no one else was there. Lin Fan was about to puke. In his memory, this woman had always been cold as ice to him. Lin Shishi seized the opportunity to show off her wedding ring, saying, "See this? It's a diamond ring Brother Zhang bought for me. Over 10,000 yuan. Thinking back on all those years with you, it was such a waste." Lin Fan responded with a cold laugh. "If I could love you then, I can let you go now. Why be so aggressive and humiliate each other?" Lin Fan was perfectly calm. "Reborn for a new life, I couldn't be bothered to argue with him. From this moment on, they are nothing but ants in my eyes." Zhang Kuang's foul temper was triggered by Lin Fan's brazen attitude. He slammed his palm on the table and roared, "So what if I'm pressuring you? What are you going to do about it? How dare a piece of trash like you talk to Shishi like that?" "Apologize to me." A black bodyguard, one of the lackeys, slowly approached. He was well fed by Zhang Kuang with 5 lavish meals a day, attended to by beautiful women and luxury cars, making him beefy and strong. Unfortunately, just like Zhang Kuang, he was a pig-brained idiot who couldn't even manage to grow hair. He lowered his voice and threatened Lin Fan. "Kid, did you hear me? The boss told you to apologize." Lin Fan maintained his dismissive attitude and replied, "I'm afraid you can't handle my apology. Take this money back. Keep the 30,000 to buy medicine. Your steps are unsteady. I'm afraid those bones of yours won't last much longer." He waved his hand, bidding them farewell. Lin Fan turned to leave. "I wish you a long life together, and may you never rest in peace." But Zhang Kuang certainly wasn't going to let Lin Fan off so easily. He gestured to his bodyguard with a lift of his chin. The huge African man nodded and stepped forward to block Lin Fan's path. His massive frame completely filled the doorway. Lin Fan couldn't have squeezed past even if he were half his size. Zhang Kuang laughed heartily. "Kid, you think you can just walk away after insulting me? Who gave you permission? Get on your knees and apologize right now. And then lick my shoes clean. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you go." Lin Shishi taunted Lin Fan mercilessly. Well, look at you acting all high and mighty. Everyone knows you're just a loser, so stop pretending. Now get on your knees for Brother Kuang. Hurry up." Lin Fan remained silent for a moment before answering, "I had no intention of stooping to your level. Why must you be so aggressive?" Zhang Kuang scratched an itch, a smug smile on his face. After a moment, he actually rubbed off a ball of grime that looked like a chocolate chip and said, "This is the essence of my body. I'm giving you a chance to eat it now," Lin Shishi said admiringly. "Wow, honey, you're so amazing." Faced with such humiliation, Lin Fan was naturally furious. But he reconsidered, perhaps not wanting to reveal his hand so soon. He relaxed his clenched fists and replied calmly, "By rights I should teach you to a lesson, but I've changed my mind because you're not worthy of me making a move. A few of the lackeys started heckling the black bodyguard. Big bro, take care of him. Fangs bulged on the huge African's forehead as he roared. Kid, you're really getting a kick out of this act, aren't you? He grabbed Lin Fan's shoulder, threatening, are you looking to die? At that moment an eerie killing intent began to emanate from Lin Fan. Suddenly, Lin Fan glared at the black bodyguard with eyes as blood-red as a demon's and responded in an otherworldly voice, are you looking to die? A terrifying aura erupted, blanketing the entire space and sending the black bodyguard staggering back, a chill running down his spine. Zhang Kuang and Lin Shishi had no idea what had just happened. That kid, his eyes, but Lin Shishi refused to back down. She ground her teeth and cursed, how could I be scared by a loser like him? Young Master Zhang, look at him. The bitch tried to egg him on again. That arrogant look on his face, are you really going to tolerate it? Feeling empowered, Zhang Kuang pointed at Lin Fan's face and said, you stop right there. He shot to his feet, pulling the same old trick of slamming his hand on the table. Kid, I'll make sure you meet your end here today. He looked menacing, but his bravado lasted only a few seconds before his foot slipped, and he fell flat on his face. Somehow his hand managed to fling the ball of grime he had just rolled. Worried about her husband, Lin Shishi rushed over. Brother Kuang, are you okay? Because her mouth was open as she spoke. At that very moment the ball of grime flew in with a asterisk swoosh. Ah, what was that? But it was too late. Lin Shishi swallowed it with a gulp and an indescribable wave of nausea surged up from the depths of her throat. The bitch's legs were trembling like a leaf. Oh my god, that's disgusting, Blech. Ah, just moments ago she had been singing its praises. This was truly instant karma. She moaned in agony. I'm so mad. By this time Lin Fan had already left the hotel and was out on the street. The angry shouts of Zhang Kuang and Lin Shishi followed him. Lin Fan, I'm not through with you. As he walked, Lin Fan thought to himself, Lin Shishi and I did have a past together, so let's just leave it at that. As for that Zhang Kuang, I don't have time to deal with him right now. Lin Fan sighed. After all, in my current state, I am without a shred of cultivation. The most urgent task is to start cultivating as soon as possible. The right path is to earn money and honor my parents. In this world, only with great power can one do as they please. It's been thousands of years. I truly wonder if I'll cry when I see my family again. A look of determination settled on Lin Fan's face. For me, Lin Fan, to be reborn, it must be the will of heaven. That being the case, I, Lin Fan, will live a life of style and freedom. In this life I will surely surpass my previous cultivation and stand at the pinnacle of this vast universe. As night fell, Lin Fan walked toward his familiar home. His younger sister suffered from a lung disease and was often sick. His greatest regret from his past life was helplessly watching his sister die from her illness. Lin Fan decided to stop by a pharmacy to buy something. The shopkeeper asked, welcome. What can I get for you? Lin Fan replied, I'd like one stock of your best he shou wu. Lin Fan fumbled in his pockets thinking, this is pathetic. This is all the money I have left. Good thing it's just enough for the medicine, the shopkeeper replied cheerfully. Please wait a moment, sir. Lin Fan pondered his sister's condition. For the me of today, minor human ailments like this are a piece of cake. Lin Fan took the medicine and turned to leave. The shopkeeper said, please come again. Lin Fan thought, with the 9 heavens divine stone and the top-tier cultivation techniques in my mind, this is just a trivial matter. I can use my true qi to help her blood circulation, which will completely cure my sister's chronic illness of many years. Lin Fan pushed open the door and called out, I'm home. He couldn't wait to see his sister. But what's going on at home? A few bleached blonde punks who had come from who knows where were spouting vulgarities. Hey little lady, open the door. Your big brothers are here to see you. A murderous glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He had a good idea of what was happening. He approached from behind and asked, what are you doing here? Hearing her brother's voice from inside, Xiao Dai shot up and responded, brother. She rushed to open the door, dashing out with a asterisk whoosh asterisk, tears of fear still welling in her eyes. This ordeal must have cast a long shadow over her life. She ran, shouting, brother. The sister sobbed, burying her head in her brother's chest. Lin Fan's heart ached. Xiao Dai, don't be afraid, big brother is here. The little girl whimpered, brother, I was so scared. One of the blondes stepped forward and threatened Lin Fan. Well, if it isn't this loser. A bloody, violent aura began to radiate from Lin Fan, growing stronger by the second. Lin Fan asked coldly, did you lay a hand on my sister? A terrifying, murderous light shot from Lin Fan's eyes. A ghostly phantom materialized behind him, and a demonic voice drilled into the punk's ears, no one touches my sister. The thugs were scared out of their wits, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Only the one who seemed to be the leader managed to maintain a shred of composure. He said, you dare to scare me? He looked hesitant, taking a few steps back in fear. Lin Fan walked towards him, the energy around him crackling. This level of power was something that simply didn't exist for people on Earth. The leader thought, this kid must be playing some kind of trick on us. He gritted his teeth and cursed, you think you can scare your old man just by putting on a fierce face? I warned you before, you have 1 week to move out or don't blame me for getting rough. It seems you don't take me seriously. Hearing the words move out, Lin Fan's heart sank. He remembered now. This house was his parents' marital home, and now Zhang Kuang's family's real estate company wanted to develop this area. At this thought, anger surged through Lin Fan again. So they hired these hooligans to come here and cause trouble regularly, trying to force a demolition with a pittance for compensation. What a bunch of animals. But Lin Fan first stepped forward, his energy already becoming a bit unstable. I asked you, did you lay a hand on my sister? Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Dai tugged at his shirt from behind. His sister was worried about him. Facing these local thugs, an ordinary person like him would never come out on top. Brother, let it go. We can't win against them. Lin Fan understood his sister's feelings. He smiled painfully and stroked his innocent sister's head. Xiao Dai, don't be afraid. How did those blonde punks bully you? Lin Fan asked. Xiao Dai blushed, a little embarrassed. She was silent for a moment before she dared to answer her brother. He tried to take off my clothes, he didn't succeed, but he touched me several times. Hearing these few words, Lin Fan could no longer remain calm. Take off her clothes and touched her several times, he glared at the damn bastards. It seemed his hands were about to be stained with blood on this earth starting today. A ferocious bloody aura erupted in the space. Lin Fan shot towards the leader with a ***, his hand already poised for a fatal blow, the visage of a demon seeming to manifest upon him. Now the blonde punk finally felt true terror, his steps faltering. What the hell is that? He looked at Lin Fan as if he were an alien. His eyes were wide, his face pale, and his lips trembled as he begged, "No, don't." The bloody aura enveloped him, the red in his eyes now uncontrollable. Lin Fan's palm clamped down on his face, and with a sudden push and slam, the thug's large body was smashed to the ground with a loud thud. Lin Fan roared, "Go on, touch her, I dare you." He glanced at the man's uninjured and fleshy arm, then sneered as he stomped on it. "What's the point of keeping this filthy hand?" With a hard stomp and a sickening crack ***, the arm snapped. The goon's scream was like an old woman bitten by a dog in the middle of the night. The thugs who had come to threaten them were now being threatened by Lin Fan. Lin Fan grabbed him by the neck and said, "This mouth of yours doesn't seem to know its place either. Let me help you knock out your teeth." As he spoke, Lin Fan hoisted him up. The goon's face turned purple as he begged, No, I haven't even had my first kiss." Lin Fan let out a cold smirk and asked, "But your eyes saw, didn't they?" The thug immediately agreed, yes. His earlier courage had vanished into thin air. He bowed and begged, big brother, I was wrong, please spare me." The other lackeys had witnessed everything from start to finish, not daring to make a peep. Lin Fan glared at the useless thugs with utter contempt. "Killing scum like you would be as easy as lifting a finger." He roared, "Get out!" The lackeys scurried away like dogs with their tails between their legs, saying as they fled, "We're so sorry, we've caused you trouble, big brother." Only then did Lin Fan turn and go inside to check on his sister, Xiao Dai. The room was just as he remembered. Lin Fan finally had a moment to ask after his sister. "Sister, you haven't been to school for a few days, have you?" Xiao Dai's lung disease had flared up again and she was coughing so hard she could barely breathe. She replied, "It's been a week, it's gotten worse these past few days." Lin Fan's heart churned. In his past life his sister was gravely ill, yet he couldn't escape the shadow of his heartbreak, neglecting his sister and pestering Lin Shishi every day. Thinking back, I was such an asshole. Now I must atone for the mistakes of my past. Lin Fan heaved a long sigh and took out the medicinal herbs he had just bought from the street. He smiled enthusiastically at Xiao Dai and said, "Brother went to get you some medicine. Look at this he shou wu." Xiao Dai asked innocently, "What's that for?" She had never heard of this medicine being used to treat her illness. Lin Fan smiled mysteriously and replied, "You'll see in a minute, turn around." Xiao Dai obediently went to the bed and turned around, both confused and curious. Is this okay, brother?" Lin Fan opened the package of he shou wu. He gathered the true qi he had cultivated in the other world and infused it into the herb. Xiao Dai waited quietly for her brother to prepare the medicine. Lin Fan began to channel the medicinal power into her body, starting from the nape of her neck, using his self-made remedy to open her meridians and draw out the poisoned blood. Xiao Dai docilely let him perform the treatment. After a while the power seemed to be taking effect. Xiao Dai frowned, likely feeling a twinge of pain. Lin Fan was a little surprised, but this was a good sign. He immediately applied more force, striking right at the core of the affliction. Xiao Dai felt as if something was being expelled from her body. She let out a soft moan and a long relieved sigh. Xiao Dai's body swayed, her face growing pale as she fainted. No longer able to support herself, she fell backward. Lin Fan caught his sister. Xiao Dai was now fast asleep. Lin Fan looked at his sister with eyes full of affection. It seemed the medicine had worked, now he just needed to wait. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, at least nothing went wrong. He laid his sister on the bed. Once she woke up and recuperated for a while, her illness would be completely cured. Lin Fan didn't forget to prick his finger and use his blood to quickly draw a protective talisman for his sister. With this talisman here, ordinary people could not approach, and it could ward off any life-threatening danger. Xiao Dai was now sleeping peacefully. Lin Fan prepared to leave. He looked back at his sister for a moment. She would be safe at home from now on. A short while later, Lin Fan was walking down the street. The moon was high in the sky and the pedestrians had thinned out. He fumbled in his pocket for a long time, rustling out a single 100 yuan bill. "This is all I have to my name, just 100 yuan, Lin Fan thought. "Sigh, I need to figure out a way to make some money quickly, or my sister and I will starve." After a quick calculation, Lin Fan decided there was only one way to turn this 100 yuan into a fortune. He looked towards the city's largest casino district and said, "That's it, gambling. I'll turn a single penny into 1,000 taels of gold." As he walked, the young man thought with excitement, "Cultivators have the ability of a perspective eye. This is going to be a huge advantage, but I don't need to be too dramatic about it. I'll just play it cool." Pairs of wealthy patrons walked into the magnificent castle-like casino complex. The doorman was busy greeting the new arrivals. He watched Lin Fan walk in looking like a country bumpkin in his shabby clothes and thought, a poor slob like this dares to come here. It's true what they say, the poorer they are, the more they love to gamble, and the more they gamble, the poorer they become. But if a customer wants to play, I can't stop him. As expected of a gorgeous top-tier entertainment venue, every famous gambling game was available. Sexy women in bunny girl outfits served drinks to the wealthy patrons who were there for a good time. It was the height of luxury. Two hostesses greeted Lin Fan warmly. Although he looked like a nobody, they were just doing their jobs. Lin Fan's eyes were fixed on the mountain of chips at the cashier's counter. In his past life he never would have dreamed of having so much money. This is the fastest way to get rich. I will become wealthy in the shortest amount of time and give my sister the life of a princess. Heh heh. After wandering around the casino, Lin Fan decided to pick a table that seemed to have the most aggressive players. He sat down nonchalantly, remarking to his opponents at the table, "This table is really lively. It'll be worth my while only if I can win big here." The female dealer had never seen such a scene and looked a bit troubled. Where did this kid Lin Fan come from, with no sense of etiquette, she thought. A big brother sitting next to him had been chewing on a cigar for some time. He finally spoke up. "Kid, in Magic City there are fewer than 10 people who dare to sit at this table. Seeing as you're young and ignorant, I'll let it slide today." Lin Fan ignored him, thinking this one-eyed dragon is so arrogant. He thought this but continued to act nonchalantly. He pulled out a double happiness cigarette, lit it and took a drag. Lin Fan leaned back, stretched his body, and only then did he ask the one-eyed man, "And why is that?" Several of the man's lackeys strode forward menacingly. This country bumpkin really doesn't know his place. The three gentlemen sitting here are all influential figures in Magic City. Lin Fan looked at the lackeys and started to find this interesting. A burly man with thick eyebrows spoke in a deep voice. "Why?" He slammed his palm on the table and roared, "Because you're not qualified." Once again, Lin Fan was amused by this group of rich men. Their disdainful tone got his blood pumping. He crushed the cigarette pack in his hand and looked straight at the fat man, asking, "Qualified?" Lin Fan thought for a moment and regained some of his composure. Only he knew one thing. Before me, the divine sovereign of destruction, no one is qualified to speak of qualifications. An old gentleman at the same table now sensed a wave of internal energy from Lin Fan. He looked at the kid, thinking, the fluctuations of internal energy from this kid are even stronger than mine. This is the first time I've ever seen such a powerful young man. In his astonishment, the old gentleman quickly thought, this kid's future accomplishments will be limitless. It would be perfect if I could recruit him to work for me. Lin Fan stubbed out his cigarette and said, "So what do I need to be qualified to play a round with you gentlemen?" The one-eyed man gestured, suggesting he put up $1 million for a game of stud poker. Seeing the kid's arrogant demeanor had annoyed him, so he came up with this idea just to get rid of Lin Fan. The young man immediately answered, "I don't have $1 million. It seems I can't make money here, fair and square, can I, Lin Fan?" Those guys burst out laughing at the young man. "Ha ha, isn't this guy an idiot? Daring to provoke these bosses, he won't even know what hit him." Lin Fan was furious, these bastards. The female dealer also sighed, "This guy is a real fool causing trouble in a situation like this. Someone who just daydreams all day without knowing the meaning of hard work really shouldn't have been let in." At this, the one-eyed man slammed the table in anger, shot to his feet and roared, "Someone who let this guy in, he's completely ruined the mood for us important people." A man who looked like the manager scurried in. He didn't dare to offend these men. "Oh no," he said, terrified of offending them, and walked respectfully to the one-eyed man's side. "Boss Wei, please calm down, I'm the manager here." Seeing the tense expression on the one-eyed man's face, he knew immediately what to do. He pulled out his walkie-talkie and signaled the security guards, "Security, get in here and handle this. Some guy is causing a disturbance, hurry up." But just then the old gentleman, the renowned Boss Wei, spoke up. "Hold on, this young friend is my guest." As he spoke, he took out a check and presented it to the crowd. $3 million, is that enough for one round?" Everyone was stunned, murmuring amongst themselves. That annoying-looking young man actually has Boss Wei's backing? The way these guys looked at Lin Fan changed instantly. Not daring to offend Boss Wei, their attitudes shifted immediately. "Oh, so you're a friend of Boss Wei. In that case, please, by all means. Yes, since you're one of us, let's all play together." Lin Fan was just as surprised but tried to remain calm. He silently accepted the check and thanked Boss Wei. But feeling that wasn't enough, Lin Fan arrogantly provoked the others. "It's just a mere $3 million. I'll win it back for the old gentleman in one round." The one-eyed man's heart ached, but in front of Boss Wei he had to act polite and started dealing the cards. He thought, "You arrogant kid, I'll make you lose every last cent." The female dealer was also growing more and more annoyed with Lin Fan's attitude. "This guy, I'll teach you how cruel society can be." Lin Fan, meanwhile, was busy sniffing the scent of money. The cards were dealt evenly to everyone, the female dealer's pale hands moving with practiced skill. The fat man looked confident, thinking, "I'll pull a little trick, make Boss Wei's hand the best and yours the second best." The one-eyed man also got a very satisfying hand, putting him on par with Boss Wei. Only Boss Wei remained impassive, his eyes always slightly closed, inspiring a sense of awe in those around him. Lin Fan, on the other hand, leaned back in his chair without a hint of caution, playing the part of a country bumpkin to perfection. Lin Fan used his perspective eye to see through all of the female dealer's tricks. The woman was still thinking, "Finally I can make you lose everything you have." Lin Fan smiled faintly. HMPH, you dare to play tricks on me, miss. I have X-ray vision. I saw through your petty tricks long ago. On Boss Wei's side it seemed he had also seen his cards. The old man suddenly opened his eyes as if pondering something. After a moment of silence, Boss Wei spoke. I fold. Consider yourselves lucky. This statement left the 3 or 4 faces at the table stunned. The female dealer's heart tightened. Boss Wei had the best hand at the table, a straight flush, but he actually folded? Doesn't that mean the country bumpkin's hand is the best now? What am I going to do? The one-eyed man spoke confidently. My hand is beautiful, no reason not to play. The question is whether you dare to call. The crowd of onlookers let out a gasp. The stakes are too high, but Lin Fan looked indifferent, not even bothering to look at his cards. He replied, I call, he thought. My hand is the best now. No matter what you play, I dare to match it. The one-eyed man gestured smugly. I raise, he thought. This pauper doesn't have that much money. Let's see how I squeeze him. The fat man followed suit and raised the bet. All right, I'm in too, he thought. HMPH, this one-eyed dragon wants to mess with the kid. I might as well join the fun. As usual, Lin Fan took out another cigarette, lit it, and took a drag to satisfy his craving. He looked at the 2 pitiful fools and said, I'd love to raise the bet, but I don't have that much money right now. If I lose, I'll be at your disposal. The one-eyed man was delighted to hear this. He slammed his palm on the table and said, all right, you've got guts, kid. He was already planning all sorts of ways to torture this country bumpkin. The crowd gasped in astonishment, never expecting Lin Fan to be so reckless. But how could he possibly win against these bosses? He was truly courting death. The fat man also hated Lin Fan with a passion and wished he could swallow the kid whole. All right, kid, just you wait for your beating. Show your cards. I want to see your hand. The female dealer looked hesitantly at everyone's cards, but what was to come would come. She did as the bosses wished. The result was already obvious. The female dealer looked at the bosses, her face pale, and said, sorry, bosses, you've lost. This news was like a bolt from the blue. The fat man couldn't believe his eyes. He shot to his feet and roared, what? He clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together. Able to catch his breath, he yanked at his tie and said to Lin Fan, fine kid, you're good. I never thought I'd lose to a wet behind-the-ears brat today. The fat man couldn't accept defeat just like that. He yelled, fine, I'll bet again, I want to see your hand. With I** slap asterisk, he flipped over a pair of aces. It was truly unexpected. The one-eyed man was so angry he couldn't speak for a long time. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are up to heaven. I can't believe I'm losing to this nobody today. His gambling career had been brilliant. But today, against Lin Fan, he could no longer withstand this destructive power. Lin Fan personally revealed his 5 cards, all of which were aces of hearts. With a hand like this, not even a resurrected ghost or god could beat Lin Fan. He spoke up. You want to beat me with a pair of aces? You're just a fool who only knows how to bluff. The manager was sweating profusely until the very last moment. After calculating, he respectfully reported, 208 million yuan. Mr. Lin Fan has won it all. This stunning news sent the crowd of onlookers into a flurry of discussion. Like an omnipotent god, Lin Fan stood proudly in the center of the casino. Lin Fan waved his hand, turned, and with chips in hand, bowed slightly to take his leave. Sorry, all the money is mine now. The one-eyed man was furious. He still couldn't accept the outcome. He roared, get back here. You may have the luck to win, but you might not have the luck to spend it. I guarantee you'll die on the streets tonight, Boss Wei spoke up, admonishing him. If you dare to bet, you must dare to lose. It's not a pretty sight for you to be making a scene here with everyone watching. The one-eyed man immediately lowered his voice and asked, Boss Wei, why do you keep helping that kid? Boss Wei remained silent in response, which made it even harder for the one-eyed man to swallow his pride. He could only sit there, seething with resentment, watching as Lin Fan cheerfully went to cash in his winnings, even whistling a tune, la la la. Lin Fan placed 3 million in front of Boss Wei, bowed his head and said gratefully, Senior, here's the 3 million I borrowed, I'm returning it to you now. Boss Wei had already made his calculations. Handing over a business card, he said, very good, young man, I admire you. This is my card. Let's be friends. As expected, this Boss Wei was no simple man. Those who could establish themselves in the Tiandu region were all retired high-level government officials. Lin Fan seemed to have guessed Boss Wei's intentions as well, which was not surprising given his otherworldly abilities. He responded to the man's goodwill with a smile. Lin Fan said, thank you. Today I, Lin Fan, owe you a favor. If I have the chance, I will definitely repay you. Boss Wei nodded in satisfaction and then ordered his most trusted subordinate, Xiao Ning, see Mr. Lin home. Xiao Ning replied, yes, boss. I'll see him home safely. Back at Shengdabao Hotel, the despicable pair, Zhang Kuang and Lin Shishi, were still there. Zhang Kuang's hatred for Lin Fan remained intense. He gritted his teeth and said, I can't let this go. I'll call brother Ning right now to take care of that kid. Lin Shishi hugged him, cooing sweet nothings. You're so amazing, honey. You have to stand up for your Shishi. Zhang Kuang's arm wrapped around her waist, holding her tight. The vile pair started getting intimate again. And Zhang Kuang said, of course. There's no way I'm letting that kid off the hook. Xiao Ning had the honor of escorting Boss Wei's new friend Lin Fan home today. Lin Fan did not refuse the senior's kind gesture. Sitting in the car, he relaxed his body and took out a cigarette for a puff. He contemplated the series of events that had transpired since earlier. Xiao Ning struck up a conversation with the young man. Boss said that Mr. Lin is a master and that we should learn from you. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. You're too kind, you're too kind. Boss Wei flatters me. Don't take it to heart. I'm just an ordinary man. Xiao Ning's phone rang with an unknown number. He answered the call. "Brother Ning, my guys got beaten up. You have to get justice for us," came the voice of a subordinate. A vein popped on Xiao Ning's forehead. He asked softly, "Who had the nerve to lay a hand on you? Give me the guy's address." "I'm escorting a guest home right now. I'll find you later." Zhang Kuang's voice was like a child whining. "Brother Ning, hurry up and come. I've got people blocking this kid's house, but we don't dare to go in." Xiao Ning frowned and said, "How embarrassing, you've got him cornered at his door and still don't dare to go in. Boss Wei arranged for me to escort someone who happens to be over there. I'll be there soon." Lin Fan was either unaware or perhaps he simply didn't care about these worldly affairs. He sat in the back seat enjoying the ride as the car finally arrived at his doorstep. As Lin Fan got out of the car, he saw a group of thugs who had come from who knows where, blocking the entire alley. "This day is cursed. It's not even the ghost festival, so why have there been waves of hungry ghosts hanging around my door from dusk till now?" Zhang Kuang turned his head and finally saw the returning Lin Fan. He spoke smugly. "I've called Brother Ning today. I'll definitely beat you to a pulp, he." Lin Fan sighed helplessly. "I say, are you annoying or what? If you can't be a human, just be a leech." Lin Fan glanced at Lin Shishi beside him. He mocked the promiscuous woman. "Yo, who is this woman who looks like a ghost? She's scary as hell." Hearing this, Lin Shishi felt incredibly uncomfortable. She replied shyly, "What are you looking at me for? Lin Fan, you'd be better off dead. You're not worthy of me at all." Just then, Xiao Ning stepped forward and asked, "What's going on?" Zhang Kuang's eyes lit up as he looked at his big brother. "Brother Ning." The foolish little brother rushed forward, pointing at Lin Fan and said, "Brother Ning, that's the kid. Quick, help me beat him to a pulp." Xiao Ning was very surprised. He asked the foolish underling, "Is the person you want to beat up Lin Fan?" Then he immediately interrupted, "Don't be hasty, let him finish." Zhang Kuang, still oblivious to the truth, gloated, relying on his big brother's support, and cursed at Lin Fan. "I'll make you remember this day. Aren't you so capable? Why aren't you being arrogant now? Got put in your place, huh?" Lin Fan smiled without saying a word. When Lin Shishi saw the big brother arrive, she immediately sidled up to him and said with sweet words to Xiao Ning, "You must be Brother Ning, right, so handsome and dashing." After speaking, she turned and cursed Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, look at yourself. Standing next to Brother Ning, you look like nothing more than a buffoon." The despicable pair sang in chorus, "That's right, Brother Ning is Boss Wei's bodyguard. In Magic City, we are the law. Even if we kill you today, no one would dare to seek justice for you." Lin Shishi pursed her lips. "Look at you, a poor bastard. I'd rather be young Master Zhang's dog than be with someone like you." Lin Fan felt an itch in his ear, scratched it hard, and said, "Are you done yet? You're so noisy and disgusting." Lin Shishi sneered, "Not done. I'm going to say more." Lin Fan gave Xiao Ning a look. "Brother Ning, it's time for you to make a move." Lin Fan's suggestive words carried a power comparable to an order from Boss Wei to his subordinates. Zhang Kuang was about to pay the price for his actions. At this moment, Brother Ning also rolled up his sleeves and said, "It is indeed time for me to act. I can't stand it any longer." Seeing this, Zhang Kuang smiled triumphantly. "Brother Ning is about to unleash his power. Hit him, beat this stinking brat to death." The words had barely left his mouth when Brother Ning raised his hand and slapped Zhang Kuang hard across the face. He fell to the ground with a asterisk thud. Zhang Kuang covered his face in astonishment and questioned, "Brother Ning, I told you to hit him. Why did you hit me?" Brother Ning's face darkened as he cursed, "Are you blind? You dare to offend even Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin is Boss Wei's esteemed guest. What do you think you are? I think you're tired of living." After hearing this, Zhang Kuang was stunned. How did this kid Lin Fan manage to get in with a big shot of Boss Wei's caliber? Brother Ning shouted his order, "Get on your knees and confess your crime to Mr. Lin now." This roar made Zhang Kuang tremble all over, and even Lin Shishi was so scared she collapsed onto the ground, her face pale. It was only then that Lin Fan spoke, "Forget it. I'm not in the mood to bicker with a mad dog." As he spoke, he walked past Brother Ning and instructed, "Just make him scram." Hearing his order, Brother Ning immediately put on a stern face and threatened, "Scram already. Are you waiting for me to treat you to a midnight snack?" Zhang Kuang was sweating profusely from fear and obediently replied, "Yes, I'll scram. I'll scram right away." After dealing with the guy, Brother Ning still felt a little uneasy, thinking about how he had been disrespectful to Mr. Lin on the phone earlier. Would he hold a grudge? Thinking this, he decided to clarify, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin. I didn't know it was you before." Lin Fan turned and cut him off, saying, "It's fine, you can go back first. It's a small matter, don't worry about it." Seeing his magnanimity, Brother Ning couldn't help but feel grateful, thinking that a great man should be magnanimous. This level of tolerance was truly admirable. Lin Fan opened the door and went inside. Xiao Dai was sitting at her desk doing homework. Hearing the door open, she turned her head. Seeing who had entered, the little girl quickly put down her pen and then ran out happily to greet him. "Brother?" Lin Fan gently stroked Xiao Dai's head and replied, "Yes, I'm back." He thought to himself, "I can win 200 million in a single game, so naturally I'll make plenty of enemies. But so what if the whole world is against me? I just want to protect my sister's smile." The next day, Lin Fan took his sister to the Tianjing mid-levels villa area on Shuilong Mountain. This was what he bought with the money he had won. Xiao Dai ran happily towards the villa complex. She didn't forget to look back and confirm, "Brother, is this the house we're going to live in from now on?" Lin Fan smiled and replied, "Of course." He thought again, the place we rented before was full of shady characters. It's not suitable for Xiao Dai to live in. After being happy for a moment, Xiao Dai suddenly stopped. Her face fell as she said, "Brother, this villa must be very expensive. We shouldn't be so extravagant. The place I lived in before was already very nice. Hearing her words, Lin Fan felt a lump in his throat. He let out a small laugh to comfort his sister. It's okay. Brother has money now. A villa is nothing. Despite this, he still felt a bit of heartache. While other children are still innocent and carefree, Xiao Dai is already worried about the family's livelihood. Her maturity pains my heart. Xiao Dai heard her brother's words but still asked again. Really? Lin Fan stroked her head and said with a smile, when has brother ever lied to you? Now go to sleep. Your illness has just recovered, you need more rest. Xiao Dai listened and obediently replied, okay, brother is the best. With that she ran into the villa. Lin Fan gently touched his own head and said to himself, in this life I have the power to protect those I cherish. I hope not to leave any regrets this time around. The next morning, in the newly bought villa, after making a fruit salad and placing it on the table, Lin Fan looked at the breakfast table with satisfaction and said, this is sister's favorite breakfast. She should be very happy after eating it. Then he tossed the apron aside. I'll go to the university first. Lin Fan walked while tapping on his phone thinking, I'm still a student at Magic City Medical University. Although I don't necessarily need to continue studying the shallow knowledge of this earth, there are some things in this university that can enhance my cultivation, which I'm quite interested in. Arriving at his destination, Lin Fan stopped in front of Magic City Medical University. Just then, a man waved at Lin Fan saying, you come over here and help me carry some things to the counselor's office. Lin Fan squinted his eyes and replied coldly, no time. Hearing this, the man angrily cursed, I'm a teacher in your medical department. Asking you to help me carry things is a favor to you. Don't make trouble for yourself. Lin Fan was unmoved. He waved his hand and continued walking saying, teacher, you can move it yourself. The teacher gritted his teeth. You stop right there. The teacher failed to stop Lin Fan. He couldn't help but get angry, pushing his glasses up slightly and thinking, even the principal is usually deferential to me. I can't believe a student dares to treat me like this. With that thought, he walked up and put his hand on Lin Fan's shoulder. The teacher threatened, I'm telling you, today you'll carry it whether you want to or not. Otherwise you can wait to be expelled. Lin Fan was blocked and his face darkened. He said coldly, let go. Not only did the teacher not let go, but he also raised his fist, preparing to hit Lin Fan, but he seemed to have anticipated the move and dodged it. The teacher gritted his teeth and roared, you dare to dodge? Lin Fan's whole body emanated a powerful pressure. He instantly grabbed the teacher's wrist and violently threw him to the ground. The teacher fell while he coldly walked away. Before leaving, Lin Fan said with a stern face, for a cultivator, one step is a minefield. To cross it is death. The fact that I didn't kill you is my greatest mercy. The teacher lay on the ground crying from the pain yet still shouting, you just wait. Lin Fan walked to the dean's office and raised his hand to knock. Before opening the door, Lin Fan took a deep breath and thought, in my past life I only took a leave of absence to deal with my girlfriend Lin Shishi's issues. Thinking about it now, it's truly ridiculous. To give up my studies for such a money-grubbing woman. Reborn, I will of course re-enroll. With that thought, he reached out and pushed the door open. Inside, a teacher was sitting and taking notes. Seeing someone enter, the teacher looked up and asked, what is it? Lin Fan held up his application form, indicating, Director, I'm here to handle my re-enrollment. Hearing this, the head teacher was a bit puzzled. You're Lin Fan, right? You just applied for a leave of absence. It's only been a few days, why the change of heart? Lin Fan scratched his head and replied with a smile, well, it's like this. Just then, a clamor came from outside the door. The medical department professor, who had just been beaten by Lin Fan, now bandaged up, walked in angrily and said, Director Chen, the students these days are just too outrageous. Being interrupted, Director Chen frowned in displeasure but still stood up and asked with concern, Professor Liang, what happened to you? Are you seriously injured? Professor Liang stomped his foot and complained angrily, the students these days are practically hooligans. They even dare to hit teachers. This kind of student must be expelled and all other schools must be notified never to admit them. Seeing the difficult situation, Director Chen turned to Lin Fan and said, Student Lin Fan, I have something to attend to right now. Your re-enrollment application is approved. You can go to class first. Hearing this, Lin Fan nodded lightly. Then he turned to leave, and it was only then that Professor Liang noticed him. He stumbled back until his back hit the door, pointing with a trembling finger and stammering, You? Lin Fan feigned confusion, pointing to himself and asking, Is there something you need, teacher? Professor Liang's anger flared up again. He gritted his teeth and said, I can't believe you dare to show your face. If I don't get you expelled this time, my surname isn't Liang, Director Chen asked with some surprise. Professor Liang, what's wrong? Professor Liang began to gesticulate wildly, babbling on about what had happened. After a moment he suddenly turned and accused Lin Fan, a violent person like you, I suggest expulsion, being blacklisted and sent to a juvenile detention center. After hearing this, Director Chen waved his hand to mediate. Professor Liang, I think student Lin Fan was just acting on impulse. As teachers, we should give students who make mistakes a chance. Young people are bound to be impulsive sometimes. Let him apologize to you and we'll just let this matter go, okay? Lin Fan held his head high and said confidently, He's not worthy of my apology. Hearing this, Professor Liang became even more furious. He shouted, You, Director Chen, just look. Director Chen said awkwardly, Professor Liang, don't be anxious. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Professor Liang was driven mad with anger. He slammed his hand on the desk and roared, Director Chen, stop putting on airs. I want him out of this school right now. At this, Director Chen sighed and turned to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, for hitting a teacher, since this is your first offense, you are suspended for 1 year. Professor Liang heard this and couldn't stop laughing smugly. Director Chen organized the documents and handed them to Lin Fan. Now take your application form and go back. Just then, Lin Fan slammed his hand on the desk, startling him so much that he dropped the documents. Under the pressure he emanated, the documents scattered everywhere. Professor Liang was startled and the desk cracked right open. Lin Fan's gaze was sharp as he announced, Director Chen, I haven't agreed to your decision yet. Director Chen trembled all over but still managed to point at him and say, Lin Fan, are you rebelling? How dare you speak to the school leadership like that? Forget you, even the principal wouldn't dare to show me an ounce of disrespect. Professor Liang angrily added fuel to the fire. This is the first time I've ever seen someone so arrogant. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth as he said, You call this arrogant? I'm sorry, but you'll soon find out what true arrogance is. Now hurry up and process my re-enrollment. Director Chen was no longer gentle at this point. He cursed. You still want to re-enroll? Let me tell you, you won't last a single day in this school. Hearing this, Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets, leisurely turned, and left saying, Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. The office door slammed shut with a *bang*, leaving the two teachers inside gnashing their teeth in anger. This damn kid. Lin Fan walked out of the school gate, took his phone out of his pocket and said to himself, I didn't expect to have to use this favor so soon. Lin Fan picked up his phone to dial. As soon as the call connected, Lin Fan made his request directly. Brother Ning, something's come up. I need to trouble you. In the principal's office, the highest leader of this school was currently laughing and gasping for breath, his legs shaking with excitement. The principal was in a daze as if he had taken drugs, laughing non-stop. Just then, the phone on his desk rang, pulling him back to reality. The principal was startled and blurted out a curse. Damn it! The principal clutched his phone, listening angrily while saying fiercely, Who is this? You ruined my good mood. You'd better. But when the voice on the other end came through, the principal's face instantly turned pale with fear. He stammered, Old Way. In the hallway of the academic building, Lin Fan walked with his hands still in his pockets. When he reached the door of a classroom, he looked up and saw it was Class A. Lin Fan reached out, opened the door and walked into the classroom. At this moment, sunlight streamed onto a desk by the window. In a corner of the classroom, a beautiful girl sat by the window, stroking her long black hair with her hand, her eyes focused on the book on her desk, looking at her. Lin Fan called out in a low voice, Xiao Zhu. He suddenly remembered and said seriously, Xiao Zhu was my true first love. It's a pity that in my past life I was bewitched and let down such a wonderful girl. After reminiscing, Lin Fan decided to call her again, Zhu Zi. Hearing the call, the girl turned her head. Lin Fan smiled happily and waved at her. I'm back. Seeing him, Xiao Zhu blushed in surprise. Immediately after, she ran over and hugged him tightly, calling out happily, Lin Fan. Just then, a tall young man in a purple camouflage uniform walked in from the doorway. Seeing Lin Fan hugging Xiao Zhu, he asked angrily, What are you two doing? Lin Fan didn't seem to care. He continued to hug Xiao Zhu, stroking her head and saying, I'm back. At this moment, Lin Fan's eyes were filled with deep affection. He thought, in my last life I was incredibly foolish, harming others and myself. In this life I must compensate for it doubly. The young man who had just been ignored stomped his foot and roared, What are you two doing? The students of Class A saw him and started whispering, Vice President Zhou, I can't believe he's come to school. Who didn't know that Vice President Zhou liked Ji Xiaoju? Lin Fan daring to compete with him for the goddess was sure to be unlucky. He was dead meat this time. There was going to be a good show. Vice President Zhou continued to walk towards Lin Fan. Banking on his height advantage, he looked down at Lin Fan, his eyes almost shooting fire. Suddenly, Vice President Zhou's gaze shifted to the side as he called out, Ji Xiaoju. In a flash, his attitude changed completely. His face was all smiles, looking well behaved as he made a heart sign and suggested, Come out for a moment, I have something to tell you. Xiao Zhu hid behind Lin Fan in fear, clutching his sleeve tightly and replied, Oh, if you have something to say, just say it here. Seeing this, Vice President Zhou was furious. He reached out to grab her, shouting, No, you must come with me. But just as his hand got close, Lin Fan raised his and slapped it away hard. Vice President Zhou was knocked back a step, somewhat stunned. HMPH, Lin Fan's face darkened. He said in a low, furious voice, Get lost, she is not a woman you can touch. Hearing this, a cold smile appeared on Vice President Zhou's lips. He clenched his fists and said, You have no right to speak here. Then Vice President Zhou turned to Ji Xiaoju and threatened, Ji Xiaoju, Don't push your luck. The fact that I like you is a compliment. If you piss me off, you can wait to be thrown into the vilest of places. Hearing this, Ji Xiaoju trembled even more with fear. Lin Fan gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'm here. Vice President Zhou stubbornly picked a fight, saying loudly, What bad luck. I thought she was pure, but it turns out she's also a. He hadn't finished his sentence when he froze at the sight of Lin Fan's eyes. At this moment, veins bulged on Lin Fan's face, his eyes filled with rage as he stared at Vice President Zhou. Then he let out a mocking smile. Oh ho kid, you're not convinced, are you? But what can you do even if you catch me? Trash, useless, hit me. Seeing no reaction from Lin Fan, he continued to provoke. Trash, useless, what can you do even if you catch me? Come on, hit me if you have the guts. The words had just left his mouth when Vice President Zhou received a solid kick from Lin Fan. Subsequently, he flew back a distance due to the powerful kick, not stopping until he hit a wall. But this impact didn't seem light. Lin Fan then lowered his leg and looked at him with a face full of contempt. How about now, do you still think there's nothing you can do even if you catch me? Vice President Joe hit the wall, and only then did he reach up to cover his face and cry out in pain. His face was severely scraped by Lin Fan's kick. He cried, covering his face and thinking, I didn't expect this guy to be a martial artist too. A moment of carelessness and he almost crippled my hand, but next you can just wait to die. Vice President Joe was about to put on a tough act, but by now Lin Fan had walked up to him and asked coldly, Still want to fight? Seeing his imposing manner, Vice President Joe was suppressed to the point of trembling all over, his face turning pale as he quickly begged for mercy. I was wrong, spare me. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed and he raised an eyebrow. That won't do. Vice President Joe's expression changed. He suddenly stood up, threw a punch and shouted smugly, Good chance, go to hell, starburst fist, but before he could even touch Lin Fan, a punch sent his face twisting to the side. It wasn't over. Lin Fan then grabbed his head and kneed Vice President Joe hard in the abdomen. He suffered internal injuries and spat out a mouthful of liquid. Lin Fan continued by kicking his knees, forcing him to kneel. Lin Fan stepped on Vice President Joe's right foot, deliberately pressing down hard, making him scream in pain. Lin Fan clasped his hands together, raised them over his head and prepared to strike with his knee. Vice President Joe's mouth fell open in terror and he hurriedly stammered out a plea for mercy. Wait a minute, I give up, but it was too late. Lin Fan used all his strength, delivering a fierce blow that slammed his head hard onto the classroom floor. Only then did he stop. As the dust settled, a piece of debris fell, landing right on Vice President Joe's head. Lin Fan looked on with cold contempt. What a fool who overestimates his own strength. Seeing this, Ji Xiaoju fearfully walked over to Lin Fan, looked at Vice President Joe and said tremblingly, Brother Lin Fan, you scared me. Are you okay? Hearing this, Lin Fan turned to Ji Xiaoju and comforted her. It's nothing, don't worry about me. Just then, the class president Nakai Ken walked over from behind and said, Student Lin Fan, weren't you a bit too heavy-handed? Don't you know who Student Joe's parents are? Your actions could affect all the students in our class. After he spoke, Lin Fan asked with a nonchalant expression, Who are this idiot's parents? Hearing this, Nakai Ken pushed up the glasses on his face and replied helplessly, His parents are high-ranking officials, not people you can afford to offend, but as class president, I can't just ignore this. Pushing up his glasses, Nakai Ken continued, How about this? Even though Student Joe is unconscious, you should still apologize to him, and we'll let this matter go. Hearing this, Lin Fan angrily replied, Apologize? Who do you think you are to tell me to apologize? Insulted by Lin Fan, Nakai Ken roared in anger and humiliation, You? How dare you curse at me? After speaking, Lin Fan sat down in a chair, put his arm around Ji Xiaoju's shoulder and pulled her into his embrace. He replied, So what if I cursed at you? Get lost. Hearing this, Nakai Ken was furious and continued to shout, Fine, you've got guts, completely disrespecting me, the class president. Lin Fan, you're finished. With that, Nakai Ken turned and went back to his seat. Seeing this, Lin Fan looked at his back with a disdainful expression and cursed, Lunatic. Suddenly, the sound of a click came from the door opening. It was their homeroom teacher Qin Jing who had walked in. She asked with a bewildered expression, What happened? Seeing this, Nakai Ken immediately stood up and pointed at Lin Fan, who was sitting at the back of the classroom. He angrily reported, Teacher, Lin Fan hit someone and knocked Student Joe unconscious. Hearing this, the homeroom teacher Qin Jing walked up to the podium, looked at Lin Fan with a serious expression and asked, Lin Fan, what's going on? Hearing this, Lin Fan leisurely rocked his chair and replied with a nonchalant attitude, I don't know. He wouldn't admit defeat. Nakai Ken pointed at Vice President Joe and continued, Teacher, Lin Fan has a terrible personality. He's cruel and violent. Just look at what he did to our classmate. If you don't believe me, ask everyone. Hearing this, Qin Jing slammed her hand on the desk and then asked in a loud, serious voice, What exactly happened? Hearing this, all the students in the class were immediately scared into silence, not daring to make a sound. Suddenly, a boy looked at Lin Fan, and he stammered. Well, before he could finish, he was met with Lin Fan's murderous glare. Seeing this, the boy was terrified. He let out a scream, then immediately turned his head away and sat motionless like a statue. Seeing this, Qin Jing sighed and lamented. Sigh, you kids. With a helpless look, Qin Jing continued, Lin Fan, come with me to the office. I need to talk to you about something. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Fan happily raised his hand and replied, Okay. Then, Lin Fan immediately followed the homeroom teacher. As he passed Nakai Ken's seat, Lin Fan looked at him and said with a smile, See you later. The class president, Nakai Ken, saw Lin Fan's triumphant look and roared in anger. You brat! Lin Fan didn't say anything more to him and immediately left the classroom, slamming the door shut with force. Seeing this, Nakai Ken seemed to be going crazy. He clenched his hands into tight fists, slammed them on the desk and shouted, This is infuriating, Lin Fan, you're dead. After speaking, Nakai Ken took out his phone. Nakai Ken picked up the phone and made a call. By Chen, Sister Chin took a pretty boy to the office. Nakai Ken called Lin Fan a pretty boy, meaning a man with delicate features, overly effeminate, a playboy, or someone who sponges off women. Hearing what Nakai Ken said, Brother Bai replied, I got it. At this moment, Nakai Ken thought to himself, Lin Fan, you're dead. Brother Bai, known as the White Emperor, is the #1 figure at Magic City Medical University. Brother Bai's list of conquests included no classmates or peers. He even looked down on the school beauty, only targeting young female teachers. He had once gotten a woman pregnant and then abandoned her. This guy's family background was extremely powerful, and even the school couldn't do anything about him. Everyone knew that Qin Jing was his next target. Lin Fan, this time you'll be lucky to escape with your life. At this moment in the office, Qin Jing took out a piece of paper, placed it on the desk and said, Lin Fan, how is your family doing now? Is Shouty okay? Lin Fan sat down opposite Qin Jing. Lin Fan replied happily, yes, thank you for your concern, Teacher Qin. Shouty is much better and can go to school now. Is there anything you wanted to see me about today, Teacher Qin? After he spoke, Qin Jing lowered her head and continued with a worried expression. Now that both you and Shouty are in school, you have to cover 2 sets of tuition fees. It must be very difficult, right? At this, Qin Jing clenched her fists and continued, the housing prices in Magic City are very high and even renting is expensive. Student Lin Fan, you haven't found a place to live yet, have you? Why don't you stay at my place for the time being? After saying this, Qin Jing's face suddenly blushed shyly. Hearing this, Lin Fan recalled the past. He thought to himself, in my previous life, Qin Jing also took me in for a while, but in this life I am already capable enough. Without much thought, Lin Fan stammered in reply, Teacher Qin. Before he could finish, the bell suddenly rang. Hearing the bell, both Qin Jing and Lin Fan were caught in an awkward situation. Qin Jing hurriedly stood up, clutching a stack of documents tightly, and said, I have to get to class. Then Qin Jing quickly stuffed a small note into Lin Fan's hand and said, after school, come find me at this address. After speaking, Qin Jing hurried away, leaving Lin Fan alone. He stared blankly at her retreating figure, then stammered out, wait. Before he could finish, Qin Jing was already far away. Seeing this, Lin Fan picked up the small note in his hand and read it. He shyly scratched his head with his hand and said, forget it. I'll talk to Qin Jing when she's free. Then Lin Fan also hurried away and returned to the classroom. As Lin Fan left, Brother Bai appeared from behind. Brother Bai chuckled sinisterly. Hee. Then Brother Bai forcefully pushed the door open. He swaggered in. Seeing no one inside, Brother Bai gritted his teeth in anger. Brother Bai looked around and said, I'm late, but even if you run I can still find you. After speaking, Brother Bai took a string of beads out of his trouser pocket. Brother Bai's expression turned fierce at this moment. On this side, the beads on the string began to connect with each other. In an instant, an image of Lin Fan appeared before Brother Bai. Brother Bai sized up Lin Fan, frowning as he said, is this the guy? Suddenly, Brother Bai's gaze sharpened, and he roared loudly, you dare to touch my woman, you're dead. Then Brother Bai angrily slammed his hand against the wall, and the wall began to crack. After he was done, Brother Bai raised his other hand and rubbed his wrist. He turned and left in a huff. Brother Bai walked over to the chair where Qin Jing had been sitting. He knelt down, picked up the chair with both hands, and then in a perverse gesture, Brother Bai brought his nose close to the chair and took a deep sniff. Then Brother Bai smiled with a look of satisfaction. He laughed loudly and said, Qin Jing's scent is so fragrant. Meanwhile, in the school library, Lin Fan was walking alone. As Lin Fan walked, he rubbed his chin and thought, in my past life, although I was dejected due to poverty, I did see an introduction in the newspaper. A professor at Magic City Medical University had researched and produced pills with special effects. According to reports, pills are a common product in traditional medicine used to prevent and treat diseases, and are soft spherical medicines with a diameter of 1 to 2 centimeters. Lin Fan pondered and said to himself, I didn't pay much attention to it back then, but now it seems that thing is similar to a cultivator's elixir. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is thin, cultivation is also very slow. If I can find the mysterious pills in the academy, it will be of great help to my cultivation. Suddenly someone called him. Lin Fan was startled and turned his head with wide eyes. It was Ji Xiaoju. She smiled warmly and said, so you're here. Did Teacher Lin want to see you about something just now? Hearing this, Lin Fan shyly scratched his head with his hand and replied with a smile, it's nothing, just talking about academics. Suddenly from behind Lin Fan, 2 tall thugs walked in. They looked around, and then the one with purple hair saw Lin Fan up ahead. He hurriedly said loudly, Brother Shen, that's the pretty boy who dared to compete with Vice President Zhou for a woman. Hearing this, that Brother Shen became angry and limbered up his hands and feet. Then they approached Lin Fan, and the one with purple hair continued with a sinister smile, Brother Shen, Chief Zhou must have been caught off guard to lose. With one move you can definitely beat him to a pulp. Hearing this, Brother Shen smiled smugly and replied, of course, he's just a nobody. I can take him out with one hand. Without further ado, the 2 thugs immediately stepped forward. Seeing this, Ji Xiaoju was terrified. She pointed at them with a trembling finger and stammered, Lin Fan. At this moment, Brother Shen had already walked up behind Lin Fan. Then with a sinister smile he reached out, wanting to grab Lin Fan's shoulder. Brother Shen said, you're Lin Fan, right? Before Brother Shen could make a move, Lin Fan quickly grabbed his hand. Seeing this, Brother Shen frowned in anger and thought to himself, with just one hand. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Fan looked at Brother Shen with a fierce gaze and said, stop, or don't blame me for being impolite. At this point, Brother Shen's hand was already trembling with pain. Seeing this, Brother Shen hurriedly shouted, fine, I'd like to see how you'll be impolite. Go to hell. Before he could finish, Lin Fan quickly twisted Brother Shen's arm back. Then Lin Fan coldly and forcefully pushed Brother Shen to the ground, giving the guy no time to react. Brother Shen was surprised by Lin Fan's strength. He stared wide-eyed and stammered, when? Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit hard in the face by Lin Fan's fist and his teeth came flying out. Brother Shen was in extreme pain and was flung several meters away by Lin Fan. The purple-haired man standing beside him saw this and hurriedly shouted, "Chief Shen." After dealing with him, Lin Fan said with a cold face, "So noisy." Then Lin Fan immediately turned to look at the purple-haired man and asked with a serious expression, "And you?" As soon as the words were out, the purple-haired man screamed in terror. The purple-haired man hurriedly ran over and helped Brother Shen up. At this time, Brother Shen was already unconscious. Then the purple-haired man quickly carried Brother Shen and hurried away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to warn, "I'll get you next time." Lin Fan watched this scene and sighed. Lin Fan raised his hand and scratched his head, lamenting, "My good mood is ruined again." On the side, Ji Xiaoju, who had witnessed the whole process, asked Lin Fan with surprise and curiosity, "How did you get so strong?" Hearing this, Lin Fan quickly made up a random excuse and replied, "I was just lucky." After he spoke, Ji Xiaoju said, "I don't believe you." Then Ji Xiaoju's expression brightened and she continued, "By the way, Lin Fan, let's go eat together later." Hearing this, Lin Fan shyly raised his hand to scratch his head and replied, "Well, I have something to do later." So at this moment, Lin Fan was thinking in his heart, "I still have to go find Qin Jing." Seeing Lin Fan reject her, Ji Xiaoju looked a little disappointed and quickly replied, "Oh." Seeing this, Lin Fan continued, "But don't worry." Lin Fan walked over to Ji Xiaoju, gently took her hand and said, "I'm free tomorrow. I wonder if I might have the honor of treating the beautiful Miss Xiaoju to a meal." Hearing this, Ji Xiaoju shyly tapped Lin Fan a few times. Ji Xiaoju said, "You're annoying." Seeing this, Lin Fan looked doting and smiled happily. In the evening, Lin Fan followed the address on the note left by Qin Jing. Lin Fan stood in front of the building, looked around and said to himself, "This should be the place." Without waiting any longer, Lin Fan immediately reached out and rang the doorbell. Hearing the bell, Qin Jing immediately came out to open the door. At this time, Qin Jing was wearing an apron and holding kitchen utensils, and she said in a friendly voice, "You're here, come on in." After speaking, Lin Fan followed Qin Jing inside. Qin Jing glanced back at Lin Fan and continued, "Just find a place to sit. Dinner will be ready soon." Hearing this, Lin Fan quickly replied, "Okay." After speaking, Qin Jing hurried back to the kitchen. She sang "La La La Ju Ju" while making dinner. Lin Fan stared at Qin Jing without blinking, thinking to himself, "In my past life you were the only one who was good to my brother and me." Lin Fan recalled the memories of his past life and continued to think in his heart, "But one day you suddenly fell from the top of the Trade and Commerce building. In the end, the police just treated it as an ordinary suicide case. In this life I will never let this happen again." Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Lin Fan. Teacher Qin saw that Lin Fan was in a daze and called out loudly again, "Lin Fan." Hearing this, Lin Fan was startled and came back to his senses. Qin Jing was holding a plate of food and placed it on the table. Then she continued, "What are you still standing there for? Come and eat." Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled and replied, "Okay, then I won't be polite." During the meal, Qin Jing asked, "Lin Fan, how have you considered my proposal?" After she finished speaking, Lin Fan ate while replying, "Teacher Qin, I recently found a job. My boss saw my pitiful situation and arranged for me to have a staff dormitory, so don't worry." Hearing this, Qin Jing smiled and continued, "Is that so? Well, if you have any difficulties, come find me. I will definitely help you." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Fan forced a smile and replied, "Okay." After dinner, the bowls and chopsticks were cleaned up. Lin Fan was about to leave and said, "Teacher Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll go first." Hearing this, Qin Jing walked closer to Lin Fan. She replied, "How about I walk you out? We can consider it a walk to aid digestion." Lin Fan thought this sounded reasonable, and he quickly replied, "That works too." In the park near Qin Jing's residence, Lin Fan and Qin Jing walked together. Suddenly a rustling sound came from the dense bushes nearby. A pair of eyes was staring intently at Qin Jing and Lin Fan, filled with resentment and unwillingness. The continuous sound made Lin Fan glance over cautiously. At this moment, Qin Jing was smiling happily and said, "That student is really interesting." At this time, Lin Fan turned his head to look back and he said with a cold face, "A sneaky thing." After speaking, Lin Fan squatted down. Seeing this, Qin Jing asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Without saying much, Lin Fan reached out and picked up a nearby stone. Then Lin Fan forcefully threw the stone towards the lurking figure not far away. Lin Fan shouted loudly, "Get out here." From the bushes not far away, Brother Bai was hit in the butt by the stone. He screamed in pain. Brother Bai lay on the ground uncomfortably, moving closer to Lin Fan's side. When Qin Jing saw Brother Bai, she couldn't help but be startled and asked fearfully, Brother Bai, what are you doing here?" Brother Bai snorted coldly, then suddenly turned his head. He licked his lips and looked at Qin Jing with a salivating, perverted expression, saying, "Of course I came to find you, Teacher Qin. I didn't expect you to find a new lover. You're really thirsty." Qin Jing was terrified, but she still managed to turn her head and shout, "Lin Fan, you quickly." Brother Bai grinned. Trying to run? In the blink of an eye he had appeared next to Lin Fan, grabbing his neck and laughing contemptuously, saying, "Do you think you can escape?" Qin Jing trembled all over and stammered, Lin Fan." Brother Bai tightened his grip on Lin Fan's neck. He glanced at Qin Jing and said, "Teacher Qin, if you stay and serve me well now, I will let this kid go. Do you understand?" At that moment, Brother Bai's vision suddenly went empty. Lin Fan took Qin Jing's hand and said, "Teacher Qin, let's go. I'll take you somewhere interesting." Brother Bai stared at his hand in astonishment, horrified. When did this kid? By the time he reacted, he was trembling with anger and let out a roar. Then Brother Bai quickly rushed behind Lin Fan, preparing to strike, and cursed, "How dare you ignore me? Go to hell." When his hand was only a few centimeters from Lin Fan, he suddenly waved his hand back to block, sending him flying several meters away. Brother Bai slammed heavily into a utility pole, which banned from the impact, and he also suffered internal injuries, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fan turned around, squinted at him, and said contemptuously, "So noisy." Brother Bai spat out a pool of fresh blood. He struggled to his feet and said, "I didn't expect you to have reached the body tempering realm. I'm afraid no one in the entire medical university is your opponent, but it's a pity you messed with me," Teacher Chin called out worriedly. Lin Fan, he immediately comforted her. "Don't worry, Teacher Chin, this Brother Bai can't hurt me." Brother Bai grinned and took out a string of prayer beads, saying sarcastically, "Oh, is that so?" The blood from his mouth dripped onto the prayer beads. Lin Fan watched with some surprise. "It's a magic tool, as expected. Magic tools usually belong to cultivators and are extremely rare. This guy, as the prayer beads were stained with fresh blood, a strange flame suddenly erupted from them." Brother Bai revealed a cruel smile. The flame roared under Brother Bai's control. "Go to hell, Lin Fan." As soon as the words were spoken, the strange flames rushed towards Lin Fan, pierced his body, and then exited from his back. Lin Fan was injured and let out a small cry of surprise. Brother Bai, thinking he had won, laughed triumphantly. "Got him," he said smugly. "Forcing me to use the 9 ghost prayer beads, you should be honored to die." After he spoke, the prayer beads returned to their dim, lackluster state. Brother Bai chuckled inwardly. "This 9 ghost prayer beads was a birthday gift from my great-grandfather. Fed with my essence blood, it can unleash the hidden ghost fire within. I've killed countless body-tempering realm experts with this trick. Kid, go to hell." Lin Fan suddenly spoke, asking, "So this is your ultimate move?" Seeing him unharmed, Brother Bai's pupils shrank and he stammered in astonishment. What?" Lin Fan summoned the divine sense within his body. The divine sense reached out and grabbed the ghost fire, instantly crushing the flame. He pursed his lips and said contemptuously, "What a disappointment, to actually dream of killing the soul of an immortal venerable. Who gave you the guts?" Veins bulged on Brother Bai's forehead as he roared in anger. This is impossible." He gathered his strength, channeling spiritual energy into his hands, and rushed forward to question, "Why aren't you dead?" Lin Fan raised his hand and made a flicking motion, replying, "Then let me open your eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, a flicking sound was heard, and immediately, ghost fire identical to the one Brother Bai had summoned appeared. They surrounded Lin Fan's entire body, under his control. This was true power. Seeing everything before him, Brother Bai was extremely shocked. This is... The flames rushed towards him at high speed. Lin Fan said, "You're about to die, you don't need to know too much." As he spoke, he pointed a finger downwards. "Goodbye." The flames shot out like arrows. Brother Bai's face turned pale, and he shouted in unwilling protest, I'm not convinced, but he was powerless. In the blink of an eye, the flames surrounded him, burning fiercely, and incinerated his entire body. Only his heart-wrenching screams echoed in the space. A moment later, the flames quickly extinguished. Lin Fan walked to where Brother Bai had been standing. He stopped. On the ground were his prayer beads, while he had long been burned to ashes. Lin Fan picked up the prayer beads. Teacher Chin ran over and asked, "Lin Fan, what are you doing?" Lin Fan was still staring at the prayer beads, thinking, on an earth where spiritual energy is depleted, it's not easy to obtain a magic tool. Although it's a bit lacking, it's better than nothing. After thinking, he turned back to the teacher, smiled, and replied, "It's just a small trick." "Teacher Chin, you don't have to see me off. I'll go first." Chin Jing still hadn't understood. She stood there dumbfounded, muttering to herself. As Lin Fan watched him walk further and further away, Chin Jing clenched her fists. She made up her mind and said loudly, "Lin Fan, thank you." Lin Fan didn't answer, just waved his hand. Chin Jing watched him with a blush on her face, thinking to herself, "Lin Fan, what kind of person are you?" Lin Fan returned to the mid-level's villa and reached out to open the door. After entering the house, he inadvertently noticed a room that was still lit. Lin Fan opened the door and went in, asking, "Shouty, aren't you asleep yet?" Hearing his voice, Shouty, who was dozing off, suddenly woke up. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and replied, "I was waiting for you to come back." Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled, stroked Shouty's head and said, "Silly girl, go to sleep now." Shouty was drowsy, nodded and left. Looking at his sister, Lin Fan found it a bit amusing. "Ah, this child is too sleepy." Shouty almost fell when she was going up the stairs. Seeing this, Lin Fan was startled and loudly reminded her with great concern, "Shouty, be careful." He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Shouty had finished climbing the stairs. Suddenly, Shouty poked her head out and said softly, "By the way, brother." Lin Fan heard her call and asked, what is it this time?" Shouty poked her 2 fingers together and stammered, "Well, there's a class party next week. Can I?" Lin Fan smiled, his face radiant, and said, "If you want to go, then go." Getting her brother's permission, Shouty jumped with joy. "All right, hooray." Lin Fan then returned to his room, sat on the bed, and carefully examined the string of prayer beads. Then he spread his hand and ordered, "Begin." The prayer beads glowed, emitting spiritual energy that enveloped Lin Fan's entire body. He also closed his eyes and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyes snapped open. He put his hands together and a golden light immediately shot out. Lin Fan spread his palm and a bluish-purple light suddenly appeared in it. The object then flew out from his palm but was trapped by the barrier he had set up. The light darted around inside. Lin Fan couldn't help but frown as he looked at it, thinking, just as I thought. This string of prayer beads contains a wisp of spiritual energy, which is why Brother Bai could use techniques even though he hadn't even started chi refining. The world of cultivators is divided into 9 major realms. Chi refining, foundation establishment, Chi condensation, void interpretation, nirvana, immortal platform, shattering, Tao integration, and creation. The 9 realms of the immortal platform are demarcated by the immortal platform realm itself. Below the immortal platform are mortals, above it are immortals. The immortal platform realm, as the name suggests, is about refining a 9-tiered immortal platform within the body. Each tier is a new heaven. Once the 9-tiered immortal platform is formed, heaven and earth celebrate together and one's lifespan becomes immortal. Therefore, the immortal platform realm is also known as the immortal realm. In his previous life, Lin Fan had already reached the Tao integration realm. His immortal name was known throughout 3,000 worlds. Relying on the great Tao divine art, he defeated his opponents and roamed the immortal world undefeated. Other immortal venerables respectfully called him the Heavenly Emperor, hailing him as the greatest emperor of all time. However, after he obtained the 9 heavens divine stone, he was ambushed and ultimately robbed by other immortal venerables working together. At the peak of the immortal world, Lin Fan could only fight 36 immortal venerables alone. That battle shook the heavenly Tao and stained myriad spirits with blood. Left with no choice, Lin Fan unexpectedly cultivated the great Tao divine art to its highest realm. At that moment, the other immortal venerables could only cry out in astonishment. What? They simply couldn't believe their eyes. A powerful force pulled them into Lin Fan's immortal kingdom. In the end, only Lin Fan was left standing among a pile of corpses, panting heavily. All 36 immortal venerables had been annihilated. After that battle, half of the immortal world turned into a desolate land. And because of this, Lin Fan suffered a heavenly punishment, becoming the Lin Fan of this life. At this moment, Lin Fan had only one thought in his mind. In this life, he must cultivate every realm to its absolute limit and fight his way back to the immortal world. Lin Fan's gaze turned sharp as he firmly declared, "And the first step of my rise again is you." After speaking, Lin Fan looked at the 2 wisps of spiritual energy flying chaotically in the air. He formed hand seals and cast his own spell. A mysterious light emanated from his entire body, and the wisps of spiritual energy seemed to be frozen, unable to move. Gradually, they were completely absorbed into Lin Fan's body. As the spiritual energy entered his body, Lin Fan felt a change and his eyes widened in surprise. Seeing his strength increase, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. After absorbing that guy, I've finally taken the first step and entered the Chi refining realm. Lin Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Back then, I was busy dealing with others and hadn't started cultivating the techniques in the 9 heavens divine stone. Let's get to it. Lin Fan took out the 9 heavens divine stone and began to cultivate frantically. In this life, I will completely master it. While Lin Fan was cultivating diligently, Xiaodi on the other side was still a carefree child, fast asleep under her blanket. An hour later, Lin Fan was out of breath, his clothes soaked with sweat. He shouted excitedly, "This technique is too powerful, this technique is too powerful." Seeing his crazed look, one might think Lin Fan had gone mad. Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the 9 heavens divine vein. "With this immortal art, I can roam this world as I please." In a certain space, an elderly man was sitting in a formation cultivating with his hands clasped together. A moment later, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and then he suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He collapsed on the ground and said in disbelief, What's going on? The aura of the prayer beads has disappeared. My boy, my son," he roared in anger. "Damn it, who dares to kill my grandson? I will kill his entire family." His hands gripped 2 skulls, holding them tightly. He touched his hands together, snorted, and absorbed the power of the skulls back into himself. His eyes were blood red, filled with an eerie light as he swore an oath. "My boy was killed and the magic tool was destroyed. If I don't avenge this, I am not human." Back at school, the weather was clear and sunny. Lin Fan walked step by step down the hallway. Although he had improved his realm through cultivation yesterday, that brother Bai was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Lin Fan opened the classroom door, pulled out a chair, and rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. "I'm afraid some trouble will come looking for me in the future." Just then, a girl walked up to Lin Fan and greeted him. "Hello, Lin Fan." Lin Fan turned his head and saw it was Ji Xiaoju. She raised her hand and said with a smile, "How have you been these past few days?" Lin Fan scratched his head and smiled shyly. "Good, very good." Seeing Ji Xiaoju and Lin Fan acting so intimately, he clenched his fists in anger. Why is he still here? Did that brother Bai fail? Is his life that tough? What about Director Chen? Why hasn't he been expelled yet? That underling was equally angry. "Damn it, don't even mention it. Yesterday more than 10 of us ganged up on him, but he hit our pressure points and we had to stand in the library all night. I just went to see Director Chen and got kicked out." Nakai Ken was surprised and asked, "He's that skilled? Does this guy have connections?" The underling gritted his teeth and said, "That bastard has clearly practiced martial arts. Before, whenever he saw me, he would either nod and bow or smile. These past few days he's been hitting on my goddess." "How dare he touch her?" the underling suggested. "With this guy around, the class president can't get close to the goddess. Why don't we find an opportunity?" He gave a lewd smile and continued. "When Ji Xiaoju is alone, you just, at that time, she'll have no choice but to be your woman." Hearing this, Nakai Ken smirked lewdly and said, "Good idea," he thought to himself. "This Lin Fan kid is a real eyesore. I'll sleep with your woman and see what you do." On the other side, Ji Xiaoju poked Lin Fan with her finger and said, "You haven't forgotten what we agreed on before, have you?" Lin Fan grinned broadly and said brightly, "Of course not. I get to have a meal with a beautiful lady today. Doesn't your family own a restaurant? Let's go to your place. Ji Xiaoju's eyes widened in surprise, and she said shyly, I'll go to your place, but she then lowered her head and agreed. Well, all right then, Lin Fan thought to himself. In the past, Ji Xiaoju's parents warned me not to get close to her again because I was too poor and not good enough for her, but things are different now. After school, Lin Fan and Ji Xiaoju arrived in front of Ji Xiaoju's family restaurant. The restaurant was filled with green plants, giving it a fresh and comfortable feel. The two walked in and Ji Xiaoju said happily, I'm back. Hearing the familiar voice, a middle-aged woman turned around and said happily, Zuzi is back, come here quickly. But when she saw Lin Fan behind her daughter, her eyes widened and her face was devoid of any smile. Lin Fan walked in and greeted politely, Hello, auntie. Xiaoju's mother frowned, pulled her daughter to her side and said unhappily, Zuzi, come here. She pulled Xiaoju to a corner of the restaurant and questioned her angrily. Didn't I tell you to stay away from him? Why did you bring him home? Xiaoju explained. Mom, Lin Fan and I are just friends. She glanced at Lin Fan standing on the other side and snorted coldly, just friends. Yes, Xiaoju affirmed again. And Lin Fan is a very nice person. Xiaoju's mother was disappointed in her daughter's lack of judgment. Xiaoju, listen to your mother. Don't associate with him anymore. It's for your own good. Xiaoju was also helpless and sighed, I know. Xiaoju's mother warned her worriedly, Let me tell you, even though our family isn't wealthy, we can't let any shady characters into our home, so don't be fooled by sweet talk. Hearing Lin Fan being spoken of like that, Xiaoju said angrily, Mom, if you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a rumble came from outside. Everyone in the restaurant turned to look and saw a group of thugs on heavy motorcycles standing at the entrance. These guys were smiling lewdly, holding clubs as they rushed in and shattered the restaurant's glass door. Xiaoju's father trembled all over and pleaded for mercy. I don't have any money right now, please give me a few more days. But before he could finish, a large hand grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. The thug sounded like he had heard a joke. He sneered, You dare to owe Wang Long money and not pay it back? You don't want to live, do you? Wang Long turned to his men and said, Brothers, this old man doesn't want to pay us back. What do you all think we should do? Xiaoju's father coughed with difficulty and stammered out a plea. Brother Long, listen to me. Even if you take my life, you won't get the money back, right? Just give me some time. Seeing their husband and father captured, Xiaoju and her mother screamed in terror. Dad, husband. Hearing this sound, Wang Long turned his head to look at the two and snorted. After getting a clear look at the two women, he laughed with great interest. My, your wife and daughter are so beautiful. It's a waste to leave them with you. Let me play with them for a few months and I'll give you a few more days. Seeing Wang Long eyeing his wife and daughter, Xiaoju's father frantically grabbed his hand and shouted at the two of them, No, you two run. Wang Long impatiently threw him behind him and said angrily, You're in the way. He looked at Xiaoju and her mother, drooling, a lecherous smile on his face. He and his men reached out and rushed towards the two. Little beauties, come here. Xiaoju and her mother were terrified, hugging each other tightly and closing their eyes in fear. But when Wang Long's hand drew near, it was blocked by another hand. He turned his head and looked angrily at the person who had stopped him. Lin Fan looked at him and said coldly, You're Wang Long, kneel down and apologize now, and I might spare your life. Seeing Lin Fan step forward, Xiaoju's mother said in a panic, Lin Fan, what are you doing? Wang Long looked at this person who had appeared out of nowhere and roared angrily. Who the hell are you to talk to me like that? Lin Fan lowered his head and said in an icy voice, You are not worthy of knowing. He acted as if he had heard a joke and threw his head back to laugh. He turned around, completely ignoring Lin Fan. Fine, act tough in front of me. He walked over to a table, picked up a wine bottle and smashed it hard on the ground. I'll make you wish you were dead. After speaking, he lunged at Lin Fan with the wine bottle. Wang Long swung the broken wine bottle at Lin Fan, shouting, Die? Lin Fan's eyes widened. With a wave of his hand, the wine bottle shattered into several pieces. Wang Long's eyes widened. What? The shards shot straight into his face. Wang Long screamed in pain. My face. His underlings were startled and shouted, Big brother. Wang Long roared in anger. Shanji, get that dog for me. Shanji acknowledged the order and swung a punch at Lin Fan, shouting, Take this. Xiaoju's mother held Xiaoju, trembling. Xiaoju's father cried out for Lin Fan in terror. With a loud bang, Shanji's punch was blocked. Lin Fan blocked his punch with just one index finger. Shanji's mouth hung open. How is this possible? Lin Fan flicked his face with his finger, shattering his glasses, and said, Get lost. Shanji was sent flying by Lin Fan's flick. Only able to groan in pain, Lin Fan sighed and said to himself, HMPH, a fool trying to strike a stone with an egg. Lin Fan threw Shanji to the ground next to Wang Long. Seeing Shanji unconscious, Wang Long shouted, Shanji. Xiaoju said happily, Lin Fan, that's amazing. Xiaoju's father also said, Good, well fought. Wang Long said angrily, Damn it, you dare to show off in front of me and beat up my men like this, I'll kill you for sure. Wang Long pulled a gun from his clothes and shouted, Go to hell. A bullet shot out, heading straight for Lin Fan. Lin Fan reacted quickly, instantly dodging to the side as the bullet flew past him. Lin Fan lunged forward, grabbing Wang Long's face before he could react. Wang Long's eyes rolled back in fear and he trembled all over. This, he said. Who are you? I've been in the game for so long and I've never heard of anyone who could dodge a bullet. Lin Fan said coldly, It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that in front of me, everything is child's play. Lin Fan squeezed Wang Long's face hard, making him scream in pain. Go easy. At Lin Fan's command, Shanji's group was startled. He glared at them and said, Kneel and apologize. Shanji's group was scared out of their wits and immediately fell to their knees, kowtowing and saying, We're sorry. Lin Fan said to Xiaoju's father, "Uncle, if you gamble again, you won't be so lucky." Xiaoju's father immediately replied, Okay, I won't gamble anymore." Lin Fan threw the bruised and swollen Wang Long to the ground. He rubbed his wrists and warned, "Get lost, don't ever come here again or else." Lin Fan glared and continued, "You won't be so lucky to keep your life." Wang Long and his group scrambled to help each other up and fled in panic. Xiaoju's mother stood behind and said, Lin Fan, you are the benefactor of our Ji family. It is truly our family's blessing that Xiaoju knows you." Lin Fan sighed after hearing this and said, "I'm leaving. Take care of yourselves." Xiaoju watched Lin Fan's retreating figure and thought, "Lin Fan, who on earth are you?" On the street, Nakai Ken was walking with his subordinate. Nakai Ken said resentfully, "How dare that little girl Ji Xiaoju take Lin Fan home?" The subordinate replied, "If we hadn't followed them, we wouldn't have known." The subordinate smiled sinisterly and said, "Boss, how about this? We rush in and take a few pictures while they're doing it, then use those pictures to blackmail her. Otherwise, we'll post the pictures online for all the brothers to see." Nakai Ken laughed sinisterly and said, "Good idea." Shanji was supporting Wang Long and said with concern, "Big brother, walk slowly." Just then, Nakai Ken ran over. He said happily, "Isn't this brother Wang?" Wang Long was also surprised and asked, "Little Zhang, what are you doing here?" Nakai Ken replied, "Brother Long, I was just thinking of introducing you to a stunning beauty. That female student is a great beauty. I guarantee she's much more obedient than the ones I introduced last time." Kai Ken frowned and said angrily, "But she was snatched away by a kid who doesn't know his place." Hearing this, Wang Long's heart skipped a beat. He broke out in a cold sweat and asked, "You don't mean the kid from the restaurant just now, do you? That white-haired kid?" Nakai Ken said excitedly, Yes, that's him." As soon as Nakai Ken finished speaking, he was punched by Wang Long and fell to the ground. Wang Long said angrily, "Damn it, I don't know you, get lost." Then Wang Long said to Shanji, "Let's go." Nakai Ken trembled with anger, holding his face and complaining, "Did he take the wrong medicine?" The subordinate was suddenly panicked. "Class president, the situation is not good." Nakai Ken turned his head angrily and roared, "What's not good?" The subordinate pointed at Lin Fan, who was walking over, and said loudly, "That guy is coming." The subordinate hurriedly pulled Nakai Ken and ran away. Lin Fan looked at them, snorted and said, "You're lucky you ran fast." Lin Fan's phone in his pocket rang. Lin Fan picked up the phone and asked hurriedly, "Brother Ning, what's wrong?" After he spoke, Xiao Ning replied, "To be honest with you, I have a friend who has a strange illness. All the experts at home and abroad have diagnosed it as a disease they have never seen before, so I hope you can help." Hearing this, Lin Fan said in surprise, "Treat an illness." Lin Fan thought to himself, "I have never revealed my medical skills. Why would he ask me for help?" To find out the truth, Lin Fan continued to ask, "Why do you think I can help you?" Hearing this, Xiao Ning replied, "It's like this. Old Wei pointed out that you have great divine powers. The doctors all say it's a difficult and complicated case and are at their wits' end." Hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. Lin Fan held the phone and thought to himself, "So it's Old Wei trying to test my depth." Then Lin Fan leisurely walked and said, "In that case I agree. Come and pick me up." Seeing Lin Fan agree, Xiao Ning was overjoyed and quickly replied, "I'll be right there." After speaking, Xiao Ning slammed on the gas and sped towards Lin Fan's location. In a short while, Xiao Ning arrived in front of Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan immediately got into the car and said calmly, "Let's go." Xiao Ning looked at Lin Fan through the front rearview mirror and asked, "Don't you need to bring any tools, huh?" Hearing this, Lin Fan crossed his arms over his chest and replied calmly, "No need, let's go." In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed and Xiao Ning had already brought Lin Fan to a tall building. There were many bodyguards guarding the front of the building. Lin Fan and Xiao Ning got out of the car and a bodyguard came over, extended his hand and said, "Please come in." Xiao Ning led Lin Fan into the building. Xiao Ning walked ahead and said, "This way." Walking through the door, what Lin Fan saw before him was a scene of doctors working hard to treat a patient. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan couldn't help but be stunned. He observed with wide eyes. The medical equipment screen showed the patient's heart rate. This patient was Xiao Ning's friend, Mr. Jin. Mr. Jin was lying unconscious in bed with heart rate monitoring lines connected all over his body. He also had to wear an oxygen mask. Xiao Ning turned to look at Lin Fan and asked, "Can you tell what illness it is?" Hearing this, Lin Fan replied, "It's just a minor illness. I'll go take a look." Seeing Lin Fan approach, the old man with glasses and a long beard said with a look of contempt, "Xiao Ning, where did you find a wet behind-the-ears kid who talks so casually?" The blonde doctor heard this and quickly chimed in, "That's right, on what grounds do you, a young brat, say it's a minor illness?" Seeing himself being insulted, Lin Fan was so angry that he glared at the two men with sharp eyes. Lin Fan did not give up and calmly walked over to Mr. Jin. Seeing this, the blonde doctor was so angry that he shouted, "Hey, stop, I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" As soon as the words were spoken, he immediately raised his hand to hit Lin Fan. Before he could make a move, Lin Fan quickly slapped the blonde doctor with a resounding slap. Lin Fan said coldly, "Get out of the way, you're in the way." At this time, the blonde doctor fell to the floor in pain. Lin Fan stood in front of Mr. Jin's hospital bed. He took a look and Lin Fan said, "If I had come a step later, it would have been harder to save him, but given the current situation, it's not a big problem." After speaking, Lin Fan immediately stretched his hands and feet. Seeing this, the old man with glasses was panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Young man, stop quickly." Lin Fan didn't listen at all. He sat directly on Mr. Jin and forcefully pressed his acupoints. After he was done, Mr. Jin's heart rate monitor began to beep nonstop. On this side, after Lin Fan was done, he let out a long sigh of relief while the old man with glasses widened his eyes, stuttering nervously, Mr. Jin has been killed." His scream alerted the bodyguards standing outside the building. When they heard it, they rushed in, taking 3 steps at a time. They fiercely pulled out their guns, pointed them directly at Lin Fan and roared, "Hands up!" At this point, Lin Fan was surrounded with no way to escape. Lin Fan was fearless, his expression calm, and he put his hands in his pockets. Seeing the tense situation, Xiao Ning was so scared he was covered in sweat and speechless. Suddenly, from the hospital bed, Mr. Jin coughed nonstop. Hearing this, the old man with glasses, the blonde doctor, and Xiao Ning all stared with their mouths wide open. Only Lin Fan had a calm expression, as if he had already expected the result. On this side, Mr. Jin clutched his chest in pain, coughing nonstop. At this time, Mr. Jin's heart rate had returned to normal. Seeing this, the blonde doctor hurriedly ran over to check the situation. He exclaimed in surprise, "How is this possible? Mr. Jin's heart rate has returned to normal." Hearing this, Lin Fan only sighed, and then Lin Fan said coldly, "It seems you don't believe me either, so let's just forget it. This person has no fate with me. I won't save him." After speaking, Lin Fan turned and left. Seeing this, young Master Jin hurriedly chased after him and grabbed Lin Fan's hand, saying, "Divine Dr. Lin, please stay." Seeing this, Lin Fan glanced over only to see young Master Jin panting heavily as he continued, "We were blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai just now. Please, you must save my father." Hearing this, Lin Fan replied coldly, "I said I wouldn't save him." Without saying more, young Master Jin immediately knelt on the ground. Young Master Jin kowtowed sincerely and said, "Please, you must save my father, Divine Doctor. It was my Jin family who was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai just now, and we were rude to the Divine Doctor. If the Divine Doctor wants to blame someone, blame me. I will accept any punishment from the Divine Doctor without a single word of complaint. I only ask the Divine Doctor to save my father." The old man with glasses and the blonde doctor were stunned to see this scene. They were dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, young Master Jin is actually kneeling to someone else. This most powerful and noble person in the capital is actually kneeling to someone else. Seeing this, Lin Fan glanced at him. He pondered for a moment, and then Lin Fan sighed helplessly and said, "Forget it. Since you're like this and seeing your filial piety, I won't hold it against you. Get up." After speaking, Lin Fan extended a finger, and with a gentle flick he made young Master Jin stand up instantly. Suddenly, Liang Guodong ran in with a medicine box, panting, "I'm sorry, I'm late." He hurriedly asked, "How is Mr. Jin?" Seeing this, the blonde doctor smiled so much his eyes narrowed and said, "Dr. Liang is finally here." Then, he immediately pointed his hand at Lin Fan and complained, "Look, there's a young brat here who doesn't know his place and almost killed someone just now." When Mr. Jin heard this, Liang Guodong looked over. Liang Guodong said in surprise, "You are?" Liang Guodong hurriedly threw the medicine box in his hand to the ground, and then he quickly ran to Lin Fan. Liang Guodong held Lin Fan's hand, looking at him with admiration in his eyes, and said, "Master Lin, I've heard so much about you. My name is Liang Guodong. It is my honor to meet Master Lin here." Seeing this, the old man with glasses and the blonde doctor were stunned. Lin Fan turned his head to look at Liang Guodong. He asked in confusion, "You are?" After speaking, Liang Guodong hurriedly continued, "My name is Liang Guodong. Old Wei once introduced you to me." Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled and said, "So it's Old Wei." After speaking, Lin Fan rolled up his sleeves. Then Lin Fan walked to Mr. Jin's bedside and said with a serious face, "All right, I'm starting to save him now. You come over and help me." Hearing this, Liang Guodong happily agreed. Suddenly, Lin Fan stopped and said, "Oh right." Then Lin Fan turned to look at the old man with glasses and the blonde doctor and said contemptuously, "Hurry up and get those 2 quacks out of here." After he spoke, the bodyguards hurriedly agreed and forcefully dragged the 2 men out. Seeing this, they were panicked and hurriedly said loudly, "Wait a minute." Without saying more, the 2 men were kicked out of the building by the bodyguards. After he was done, Lin Fan looked at young Master Jin coldly and instructed, "Have the other irrelevant people leave here as well." After he spoke, young Master Jin hurriedly agreed. "Okay." Then young Master Jin raised his hand and waved it a few times. The bodyguards understood and lowered their heads, saying understood. Then, they quickly left the building. Xiao Ning and young Master Jin nervously and silently observed the situation. Lin Fan hurriedly said, "Let's begin. Please help me press down hard on his hook and Zhangmin acupoints." Hearing this, Liang Guodong quickly replied, "Okay." After speaking, Lin Fan stretched his hands and feet, then forcefully pressed the acupoints on Mr. Jin's body. Lin Fan continued to vigorously rub Mr. Jin's chest. Suddenly, Mr. Jin coughed a few times and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Mr. Jin's body began to twitch uncontrollably. Seeing this, Liang Guodong was alarmed and hurriedly said, "Divine Dr. Lin, Mr. Jin doesn't look right. I'm about to lose my grip." Hearing this, Lin Fan frowned and shouted, "Don't get distracted, hold him tight." As soon as his voice fell, Lin Fan forcefully slapped the acupoints, while Liang Guodong desperately held Mr. Jin down. At this moment, Mr. Jin's eyes started to turn red. Seeing this, Lin Fan shouted, "Now let go." Hearing this, Liang Guodong hurriedly released Mr. Jin. A bright aura emanated from Mr. Jin's body, and his entire body began to convulse violently. The medical equipment attached to him started to fall off and shatter. Witnessing this, Liang Guodong curiously asked, "Divine Dr. Lin, what is this?" Lin Fan looked at the black aura on Mr. Jin's body and replied, "This is the evil energy that invaded Mr. Jin's body, and it's also the cause of his illness. Now that the evil energy has been expelled, Mr. Jin is fine." At that moment, Mr. Jin slowly opened his eyes. Young Master Jin saw this and joyfully exclaimed, "Dad!" Hearing the voice, Mr. Jin weakly said, "Jinner." Then Mr. Jin slowly sat up. Seeing this, young Master Jin excitedly rushed forward to hug him and cried out loud, "Dad, you're finally awake, this is wonderful." Mr. Jin gently patted his son's back and said with a smile, "Jinner, this?" Mr. Jin looked at Liang Guodong and asked with confusion, "Did this divine doctor save me?" Hearing this, Liang Guodong replied, "No, Mr. Jin, it was this Master Lin who saved you, I just provided a little help." Liang Guodong extended his hand and pointed to Lin Fan, who was now rolling up his sleeves, panting and looking very tired. Seeing this, Mr. Jin said with tears in his eyes, "Benefactor, benefactor." He quickly got out of bed and said, "My name is Jin Boyan. I thank my benefactor for saving my life. I will never forget it. If you ever need anything in the future, just ask." Hearing this, Lin Fan quickly replied, "It's all right, Mr. Jin. How are you feeling now?" As soon as his voice fell, Jin Boyan continued, "I feel much better, just a bit sore in my lower back and back." Young Master Jin quickly took out a card and handed it to Lin Fan. Young Master Jin said, "Divine Dr. Lin, there is 100 million in this card. I hope you will accept it." Hearing this, both Liang Guodong and Xiao Ning were stunned. 100 million. Seeing this, Lin Fan extended his hand and politely refused. "There's no need." Lin Fan continued, "Money is useless to me. I only accept spiritual herbs, spiritual jades, or magical artifacts. If you hear any news about these things, just let me know." Hearing this, Jin Boyan said in surprise, "Spiritual artifacts," he continued. "Master Lin, I was previously invited to a spiritual artifact auction, but I missed it because of my illness." Hearing this, Lin Fan replied, "Tell me more, what were the specific details?" As soon as his voice fell, Jin Boyan continued, "I don't know the exact details, but I heard it was organized by feng shui masters from the north and it was of a very high level. Yuan Dongwang will also be participating." Hearing this, Xiao Ning interjected, "Yuan Dongwang, it's actually him." Lin Fan turned and glanced at Xiao Ning, asking, "Who is that?" Xiao Ning continued, "I heard that this Yuan Dongwang truly has divine powers. He is highly skilled with vast abilities, a remarkable figure in this era. It is said that he once had a duel with a very famous feng shui master across the strait and single-handedly changed the fortune of the Li family on Treasure Island, bringing them back from the brink of bankruptcy." Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled smugly and exclaimed, "A bit interesting." Then Lin Fan turned to Jin Boyan and asked, "When will the auction be held?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Jin quickly replied, "I will keep an eye out for it and notify you as soon as the time is set. Master Lin, I have survived a great disaster today, which is a joyous occasion. I will host a banquet at the Dynasty restaurant tonight to celebrate and will invite some old friends. You are my lifesaver, so I sincerely hope Master Lin will honor us with his presence." Hearing this, Lin Fan refused, "No, I have other things to do today. I'll be leaving now." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan turned and waved goodbye. Seeing this, Xiao Ning hurriedly said, "Mr. Jin, we will take our leave now." Hearing this, Jin Boyan replied with a smile, "All right, take care, you two." Xiao Ning and Lin Fan left the building. Xiao Ning bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Master Lin, for your help. I will bring a grand gift to express my gratitude another day." Hearing this, Lin Fan replied coldly, "No need, you can go now." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ning quickly agreed, "Okay." At Lin Fan's house, Lin Fan slowly walked in and called out softly, "Didi, I'm back." Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyes widened in surprise. Xiaodi heard the voice and ran towards Lin Fan like a princess in a beautiful dress, saying happily, "Brother, you're back." Faced with his sister's beauty, Lin Fan stared at Xiaodi in a daze, thinking to himself, "This girl has grown up." Then Lin Fan gently stroked Xiaodi's head and said, "By the way, didn't you want to eat the food I cook? I'm back now, aren't I? I'll go make it for you right away." Hearing this, Xiaodi pouted and said, "Brother, did you forget something?" Lin Fan asked sheepishly. "What is it?" Seeing that Lin Fan didn't remember, Xiaodi continued angrily, "You stinky brother, I have a class reunion tonight. I already told you, did you forget?" Hearing this, Lin Fan scratched his head in embarrassment and replied, "Oh right, I forgot." Xiaodi thoughtfully suggested, "You should come with me. Otherwise you'll be pitiful all alone at home." Hearing this, Lin Fan replied with concern, "All right, I'll go with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaodi jumped up happily and said with delight, "Brother is the best." Outside a luxurious high-rise building, a group of people, including Chen Yilin, were cheering happily in a red sports car. They were jumping and laughing in the car while driving. Chen Weiqing was sitting in the back seat. She leaned closer to her brother and said, "Brother, when will we arrive at the Dynasty restaurant?" Hearing this, Chen Yilin replied with a smile, "Don't you have another friend, Lin Xiaodi? Let's go pick her up first." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Weiqing replied with a mean look on her face, "Brother, she's just a female student from the slums. Why does she have to participate?" Hearing this, Chen Yilin smiled and continued, "No matter what, you two are classmates. You should participate in activities together." At this moment, Chen Yilin thought to himself, "Such a beautiful girl, still a raw jade. Naturally, I must be the one to personally mine it." It didn't take long for them to arrive at Lin Fan's doorstep. Chen Yilin looked bewildered and asked, Weiqing, you're saying Lin Shaodi lives in a place like this? Chen Weiqing was so surprised she couldn't believe her eyes. She quickly replied, this is the address she gave me, but this is a villa district. Suddenly, Lin Fan walked out from inside. He looked at his sister with a doting expression and said, then let's get ready to go. Hearing this, Lin Shaodi smiled so much her eyes crinkled and replied, Chen Weiqing saw this and said with a laugh, look, that's Lin Shaodi. Next to her is her poor as a beggar brother. Hearing this, Lin Shaodi glared at Chen Weiqing with sharp angry eyes. Chen Weiqing continued scornfully, how did you end up in a place like this? This is a villa district. Hearing this, Lin Shaodi replied, this is my home. My brother and I have moved here. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Weiqing continued provocatively, don't tell me you were in the slums a few days ago and suddenly won the lottery and could afford a villa. Unable to listen anymore, Lin Shaodi cutely made a face at Chen Weiqing. She replied, I don't need to win the lottery. I have my brother. Seeing this, Chen Yilin said softly, all right, Weiqing. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yilin looked at Lin Fan with a friendly expression and said, I'm truly sorry. I'm Chen Weiqing's brother. You live here, and as far as I know, the villas here are worth tens of millions. I really envy you. By the way, we're all driving to the restaurant. Where's your car? In a place like this, you surely must have a private car, right? Hearing this, Lin Fan replied calmly, let's just say that. Can we go now? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Weiqing shouted angrily. Seeing this, Chen Yilin quickly soothed her softly, Weiqing, stop making a scene. You two get in the car. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan and Lin Shaodi got into Chen Yilin's car and the four of them went to the Dynasty restaurant for the banquet. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Dynasty restaurant. Subsequently, Chen Yilin opened the car door and got out. Chen Yilin walked ahead with Lin Fan, Lin Shaodi and Chen Weiqing following behind. Lin Fan looked around and thought, this restaurant looks pretty good. Why didn't I know about a place like this before? Suddenly, a bodyguard in a suit and sunglasses walked over. As he approached, he said solemnly, young Master Chen, you've arrived. Please come in. Then Chen Yilin signaled to the bodyguard with his eyes. The bodyguard understood and quickly stopped Lin Fan and Lin Shaodi, saying, sir, please wait a moment. This is a high-end restaurant. Please show your identification. Hearing this, Lin Fan pointed at Chen Yilin and Chen Weiqing in confusion and said, we came together. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguard sneered contemptuously and then mocked with a disdainful look, so you're an attendant who came with young Master Chen. Go on in. Hearing this, Lin Fan's face stiffened and he pondered. Lin Fan's gaze was fixed on Chen Yilin ahead, thinking to himself, this kid is making things difficult for me at every turn. If it weren't for Shaodi's sake today. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, endured the humiliation and walked into the restaurant holding his sister Shaodi's hand. As he walked, Lin Fan looked around. Suddenly, Lin Fan recognized someone and said in surprise, that's Zuzi. Lin Shaodi saw her brother Lin Fan standing there blankly and hurriedly pulled his hand, saying, brother, what are you doing? Let's go. Lin Fan reluctantly agreed, okay. At this moment his gaze was still fixed on Ji Shaoju behind him. Arriving at the door of the luxurious private room, Chen Yilin said loudly with a proud face, we're here. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yilin pushed open the door. Chen Yilin smiled with a friendly expression and continued, sorry, we're late. Seeing him, a burly man with curly hair raised his glass and said, we've been waiting for you for a long time. A young man with black hair quickly interjected, hurry up and sit down. Over here, a long-haired girl happily shouted, Shaodi, over here, over here. Hearing the voice, Lin Shaodi happily shouted, Chow Chow. Then Lin Shaodi walked over to Chow Chow and sat down beside her. Chow Chow said kindly, is this your brother? He's so handsome. Hearing this, Lin Shaodi replied shyly, please take care of me. Meanwhile, Lin Fan gently adjusted his sister's chair and smiled with satisfaction. Chen Weiqing, sitting nearby, heard this and said with a disdainful look, what's the use of being handsome? Hearing this, Chen Yilin hurriedly said, Weiqing, watch your words. Seeing this, Chen Weiqing looked aggrieved. Then Chen Yilin stood up, raised the glass in his hand and said solemnly, everyone, I'll toast you all. Thank you for taking care of my sister. Cheers. Lin Fan pat aside with a look of disgust. Then suddenly he picked up the glass in his hand and burst out laughing. Seeing this, Chen Yilin asked awkwardly, what are you laughing at? Hearing this, Lin Fan quickly replied, nothing. Please continue. Shaodi suddenly handed a glass of wine to Lin Fan and said, brother, I can't drink. Hearing this, Chen Weiqing shouted angrily, Lin Shaodi, what do you mean by this? Are you showing disrespect to everyone? As soon as her voice fell, Lin Shaodi interjected, I didn't say I wouldn't drink. Seeing the situation, Chen Yilin smiled awkwardly and tried to smooth things over. Although this is called wine, it's actually a fruit juice with almost no alcohol content. You can drink it without worry. Over here, Lin Fan extended a finger and said, it's fine, Shaodi. You can drink it like this. Lin Fan lightly touched Lin Shaodi's glass, and instantly the water in the glass changed color. It turned out Lin Fan had long known that this Chen Yilin had ill intentions to actually put a sleeping drug in the wine. It seems this class reunion is not simple, but it's just a sleeping drug. It has no effect on me. Let's see how I'll deal with you. Without saying much, Lin Fan immediately drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, Lin Shaodi also raised her glass and drank it. After seeing this, Chen Yilin immediately showed a sinister smile, looking at Lin Fan and Lin Shaodi, saying, got them. He looked smug, waiting for the opportunity to come. Outside the door, dozens of pairs of eyes were staring at the window. They were discussing amongst themselves, "Brother Chen is really our lucky star. There are 10 beautiful young girls in there, especially that one named Lin Shouty. If only she would be my girlfriend." As he spoke, he licked his lips with his tongue, his whole face showing a perverted expression. The fat man behind heard this and sneered. "Don't even think about it, that's the girl Brother Chen likes." At this time in the private room, Chen Yilin was still enthusiastically entertaining his guests. He said loudly, "Come, let's keep drinking." At this moment, the curly-haired fat man was already feeling dizzy. He said groggily, "I can't take it anymore." Seeing this, Lin Fan looked at Lin Shouty and said, "Shouty, pretend to be drunk with me later." Lin Shouty obediently and quickly agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan started to act. He raised his hand and rubbed his head, saying, "Oh, my head is so dizzy. I think I've had too much to drink." Lin Shouty followed suit and said, "Drank too much." After speaking, Lin Fan and Lin Shouty lay down on the table. Seeing this, Chen Yilin laughed happily, his eyes fixed on Lin Shouty. Chen Weiqing stood by and saw this, saying helplessly, "Brother, this is the last time I'll help you with this kind of thing." Hearing this, Chen Yilin replied, "Don't worry, Weiqing. After this is done, I'll handle your procedures to go abroad." Hearing this, Chen Weiqing clapped her hands happily and said, "Thank you, brother." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yilin clapped his hands and said loudly. Next, hearing the signal, the hooligans waiting outside pushed the door open and entered. The leader said excitedly, "Brother Chen, you've kept us waiting." Chen Yilin pointed at a girl and said, "Brothers, look, everyone is drunk. Let's begin." Chen Yilin's expression turned sinister. Chen Yilin stared at Lin Shouty, who was lying on the table, and smiled happily. Then Chen Yilin approached Lin Shouty, extended his hand and touched her, saying, "Little girl, let brother come." Chen Yilin reached out to touch Lin Shouty's head, but before he could touch her, his hand was tightly grasped by Lin Fan. This sudden turn of events startled Chen Yilin. Lin Fan said with fierce eyes, "If you want to touch my sister, shouldn't you ask for my opinion first?" Lin Fan stood up, stared at Chen Yilin and continued, "I always felt you were not simple, but I didn't expect you to be so beastly. This isn't the first time you've done this, is it?" Seeing this, Chen Yilin opened his mouth wide and asked, How are you okay? This is impossible. I saw you drink it with my own eyes." Suddenly, Lin Shouty stood up angrily, slammed the table and said, "You guys are disgusting. I treated you as friends, but I really misjudged you." Chen Weiqing was surprised and said, "You?" Without saying more, Chen Yilin immediately broke free and said angrily, "Kid, I underestimated you, but so what if you're not unconscious?" As soon as his voice fell, Chen Yilin and a group of hooligans fiercely approached Lin Fan. Chen Yilin roared, "Since you're awake, it's even better. I'll bully your sister right in front of you. I want to see what kind of expression you'll have." Hearing this, Lin Fan was fearless. He stretched his hands and feet and replied, "I don't know what my expression will be, but I know yours will be one of living death." Hearing this, Chen Yilin sneered contemptuously and continued, "Is that so? I'd like to see how you make me wish I were dead. Get him." As soon as his voice fell, the hooligans immediately rushed forward to attack. Seeing this, Lin Fan was not flustered at all. He calmly instructed, "Shouty, close your eyes." Lin Shouty quickly obeyed and replied, hum. Shouty obediently covered her eyes with her hands. At this moment, the hooligans had already rushed in front of Lin Fan, shouting, "Die!" Lin Fan didn't just stand there and take it. He stomped his foot hard, then clenched his fist and said disdainfully, "Truly overestimating your own strength." A fat man with glasses swung his fist and retorted, "You're the one overestimating your strength." But as soon as he rushed up, he was punched by Lin Fan. His glasses were knocked off, he was injured, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. With a series of punches and kicks, Lin Fan instantly sent the group of hooligans flying. Whoever rushed up was met with his fist and then sent flying back. One of them was sent flying to Chen Yilin's feet, scaring him into exclaiming in surprise. In astonishment, Chen Yilin asked, "Who on earth are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, his face changed. It turned out that Lin Fan had kicked him in the groin. Chen Yilin screamed in pain. He writhed on the ground, clutching his groin, and cried out, "You dare to kick me? You dare to kick me?" Lin Fan walked over and stepped on his head. He sneered contemptuously, "Don't you love to play with female students? Then I'll turn you into a woman so you can experience what it feels like to be a woman." As he spoke, Lin Fan moved his foot to his crotch and stomped on it hard again. Chen Yilin howled in agony, his tragic cries filling the entire room. Lin Fan then retracted his foot, leaving Chen Yilin lying on the ground clutching his groin with both hands, too pained to speak. After finishing, Lin Fan turned to look at Chen Weiqing. "As for you, what should I do with you?" When asked, she was startled and stammered, "Wait." Chen Weiqing waved her hands frantically and explained, I was forced. It was all my brother, it was all Chen Yilin who forced me. Please let me follow you. I'll be your sister. I'll do anything." A cold smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips as he said, "So young yet so vicious, your future is limitless. It's a pity. If I were from an evil sect, I would be happy to take you as my disciple." After speaking, he walked past her, then suddenly raised his hand and struck Chen Weiqing heavily on the back of her neck. After being hit, she fainted and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Lin Fan took out his phone, dialed a number, and as soon as the other end answered, he immediately suggested, "Xiao Ning, I'm at the Dynasty restaurant. Come over." Brother Ning heard this and immediately agreed. "Dynasty restaurant? Okay, I'll be right there." After arranging everything, Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets and said to his sister, "Shouty, let's go." She obediently agreed. As she walked to his side, she gently tugged on his sleeve and asked, "Brother, why are they so bad? I clearly thought of them as friends." Lin Fan reached out and held her hand, instructing, "Shouty, you must remember that human nature has both good and evil." Hearing his words, Shouty murmured to herself, "Good and evil," Lin Fan continued. "Perhaps they were born bad." After listening, Shouty smiled happily and said, "Then brother must be a born good person." Lin Fan was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. "Am I a good person?" The brother and sister walked to the restaurant entrance, and at this moment he saw Ji Xiaoju leaving in a panic again. He couldn't help but think, "Zuzi, what's wrong with Zuzi?" Xiaoti's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Brother, what's wrong?" Hearing her call, Lin Fan immediately turned his head and replied, "Nothing, let's go. I'll make you something delicious when we get home." "Okay." A moment later, Brother Ning's car also arrived at the Dynasty restaurant. Brother Ning got out of the car with a serious expression. Walking to the private room door, Brother Ning was a bit suspicious. "Is this the room?" Although he said that, he still reached out and pushed open the door. When he saw the scene inside, he was shocked. The scene was none other than the Chen siblings passed out on the floor. In addition, there were other hooligans knocked down by Lin Fan. Brother Ning looked at it and said with confusion, "He went too far. What on earth happened here?" A bodyguard came over, helped Chen Yilin up and reported, "Brother Ning, this person seems to be Chen Deming's son." Hearing this, Brother Ning asked in surprise, "Chen Deming's son, are you sure you're not mistaken?" The bodyguard nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely not mistaken, it is Chen Deming's son." Hearing this, Brother Ning couldn't help but worry. His brow furrowed and he muttered to himself, "Lin Fan, you've gotten into big trouble this time." Then he turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct the man before he left, "You guys take the people away first, I'll go find Old Wei." That bodyguard acknowledged. Walking out of the room, Brother Ning touched his earpiece to contact someone. After a few rings, Old Wei answered the phone and asked happily, "What's wrong?" Xiao Ning. Brother Ning reported the situation with a serious expression. "Old Wei, Lin Fan might be in trouble. He crippled Chen Deming's son, and from the looks of it, the injuries are very serious." Old Wei's expression also changed upon hearing this, and he said in surprise, "What did you say?" Then he decisively put down the teacup in his hand. The other two people saw Old Wei suddenly stand up and said, "Oh," in surprise. The long-haired person asked, "In front of us, old folks, is there anything that can be called trouble?" Old Wei glanced at him and said, "He crippled Chen Deming's son." Hearing this, both of them showed expressions of shock and said, "What?" Old Wei continued, "So you know why I'm so anxious now, right? That's Chen Deming." The long-haired man immediately advised, "Old Wei, what does this person have to do with you? If you're not particularly close, don't get involved in this matter." Old Wei sighed and replied, "I have my own arrangements for this matter." Although he said that, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous, thinking to himself, "Lin Fan, oh Lin Fan, I'm afraid this old man will have to clean up this mess for you. But it's also a good opportunity to see just how capable you really are." Suddenly, the phone in Old Wei's hand rang, startling him. Old Wei picked it up and saw that it was Chen Deming's call. After a while, he finally answered the phone. "Hello, Mr. Chen." On the other end of the line, Chen Deming said, "Old Wei, you should already know about my son's matter, right? I want to get that guy named Lin Fan and throw him to the bottom of the river to feed the fishes. Also, I hope Old Wei will not interfere in this matter." On Old Wei's end, he frowned and replied, "Mr. Chen, your tone is a bit too harsh, isn't it?" Chen Deming snorted coldly and emphasized, "If you interfere, don't blame me for being impolite." After speaking, he decisively hung up the phone, leaving only a dial tone. Old Wei trembled with anger, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Good, what a Chen Deming. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? You may be powerful, but this old man is no pushover. I'm seeing this through and that's final." Seeing him so angry, the old man in the brown robe hurriedly advised, "Old Wei, this matter." Old Wei cut him off directly. "Everyone, I'm seeing this through. Let's not say anything more. Just based on Chen Deming's arrogant attitude, I can't swallow this insult." Seeing him so resolute, the other two could only sigh. One person said, "In that case, we won't try to persuade you anymore. We'll take our leave first." With that, the two stood up and left the room. At this moment, Old Wei also thought in silence, "Chen Deming, I don't even know if I can deal with him. I must be getting senile in my old age to actually offend Chen Deming for a young brat. Lin Fan, oh Lin Fan, I hope I haven't misjudged you." In Chen Deming's office, he questioned two bodyguards with a dark face. "How do you do your jobs? I had you protect the young master from the shadows, and this is how you protect him?" That bodyguard trembled and explained, "The young master's body is severely injured, but his life is not in danger. It's just that his future bodily functions may have problems." Chen Deming suddenly stood up, picked up a cigar, and said while smoking, "It's fine. With the Chen family's cultivation method passed down through generations, he can recover in the future." At this point, he blew out a puff of smoke, then suddenly turned his head and ordered, "I want to see that guy named Lin Fan kneeling before me today. Can you do it?" The two bodyguards, sweating coldly, answered awkwardly, "Your subordinates will definitely accomplish it." Hearing this, Chen Deming ordered the two to leave. The door was then closed. Only Chen Deming was left in the room. He thought with a dark face, "Chen Yilin, you useless trash. If you had 1/10 of your older brother's ability, would I still need to worry so much?" Just then, a person walked in from the door and called out, "Oh!" Hearing the voice, Chen Deming turned around. "Oh, it's Kaier." Chen Kai then asked, "Did little brother get into trouble again?" Chen Deming said angrily, "He didn't get into trouble, he got himself crippled by someone." Chen Kai asked in a low voice, "Who was it?" Chen Deming immediately said, I've already arranged for people to handle it, you don't need to worry about this. I called you over to talk to you about something else." Hearing this, Chen Kai asked curiously, "What is it?" Chen Deming said with a dark face. "The matter between you and Old Wei's granddaughter has failed." Chen Kai couldn't help but be startled after hearing this. "Failed? Dad, what's going on?" Chen Deming explained. "The person who crippled your brother is named Lin Fan, and that old fellow Wei has made up his mind to protect him, even at the cost of offending our Chen family." Chen Kai expressed his disbelief. "It's impossible for Wei Yuansen to reach his position today. He is definitely not an old man who doesn't understand anything to know our Chen family's power and still oppose us. Could it be that Lin Fan has some great backer?" Hearing this, Chen Deming stood up abruptly and asked, "Are you saying that in Demon City there is a power stronger than our Chen family? However, what you said makes sense. Wei Yuansen is already in his 70s and will definitely not be as impulsive as a young man. Could it be that Lin Fan really has a great backer?" Chen Kai then put his hand on his chin and guessed, "But Lin Fan's surname is Lin. Could it be?" Chen Deming understood his son's meaning and continued, "You mean he is from the ancient martial Lin family?" Chen Kai replied, "Yes, if he really is from the ancient martial Lin family, it would make sense for Wei Yuansen to protect him even at the cost of offending our Chen family." Hearing this, Chen Deming shook his head and denied it. "But the ancient martial Lin family has not appeared for more than 10 years, Chen Kai then suggested. "It's better to be cautious in everything. Leave this matter to me. I will personally investigate it." Hearing this, Chen Deming immediately agreed. "All right, I'll listen to you. But even if he is a descendant of the ancient martial Lin family, I, Chen Deming, will not be afraid." "Kaier, what is your current cultivation level?" At this moment, Chen Kai showed a smile. He raised his hand and said confidently, "Don't worry, Dad, I have already cultivated to the peak of inner strength. Master also said that I am a once-in-a-millennium martial arts prodigy. If there are no accidents, I can reach the legendary Qi refining cultivation level within 3 years." Hearing this, Chen Deming smiled with satisfaction and affirmed, "If you can really reach the Qi refining realm, let alone Demon City, our Chen family will have a place in the whole of China." As he spoke, he put his hand on his son's shoulder and instructed with expectation, "The matter of your younger brother I'll leave it to you to handle. After investigating clearly, if that Lin Fan has no backer, bring him over immediately. I want him to die in front of your brother." After hearing this, Chen Kai lowered his head and said, "Yes, oh," Chen Deming said with satisfaction. "I'll leave it to you, go." Chen Kai then turned and left, a dangerous smile appearing on his face as he said, "I'd like to see who you really are." At night at Lin Fan's house, Xiaodi was already fast asleep. After seeing her fall asleep, Lin Fan quietly left the room and closed the door. As soon as he stepped out, the phone in his pocket rang. He took it out and saw that the caller was Old Wei. Lin Fan answered the phone and asked, "Hello, Old Wei, what's up?" Old Wei immediately said on the other end of the phone, "Lin Fan, are you free now? We need to talk." Lin Fan replied, "Oh." Old Wei continued, "Okay, then I'll have Xiao Ning come pick you up." A moment later, Xiao Ning's car arrived at Lin Fan's villa. Seeing that he was already standing at the door, Brother Ning requested, "Mr. Lin, let's go." Lin Fan nodded in agreement. In the car, Brother Ning spoke to him. "Mr. Lin, you've really gotten into big trouble this time. That Chen Deming is not to be trifled with." Lin Fan showed a smile and said, "So what if he's not to be trifled with?" He shrugged, looking indifferent. "Didn't I trifle with him anyway?" Seeing this, Brother Ning sighed, somewhat speechless. "You're really optimistic." Then, seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, Brother Ning could only sigh. The car soon arrived at Old Wei's house. Lin Fan got out of the car and Brother Ning said from the car window, "Well then, Mr. Lin, I won't accompany you inside." Lin Fan replied with a smile, Thank you for the trip." In Old Wei's room, he was still sitting quietly, his mind still struggling. "I need to discuss countermeasures with Lin Fan carefully." Just then, Lin Fan pushed the door open and called out, "Old Wei, I'm here." Seeing him arrive, Old Wei hurriedly waved for him to come in. "Lin Fan, have a seat." Lin Fan followed his words and sat down opposite him. After he sat down, Old Wei said, "Lin Fan, do you know who you've offended?" Lin Fan replied, "Seems to be someone I really shouldn't have messed with." Old Wei said while pouring tea, "Chen Deming, the biggest business tycoon in Demon City. He controls 1/5 of the entire economic industry of Demon City. It can be said that in Demon City, if Chen Deming is unhappy, he can instantly make 1/5 of the people in Demon City unemployed." Hearing this, Lin Fan just remarked faintly, "That's quite impressive." Old Wei continued nervously, "That's not even the worst of it. The most terrifying thing is the Chen family's heritage and their guest elders." At this moment, Lin Fan finally said seriously, "Old Wei, please elaborate." Old Wei narrated, "The ancestor of the Chen family once participated in that war 70 years ago." Hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "What?" Old Wei picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then stated nervously, "Although he only participated, you should know what that war signifies. Moreover, the Chen family began cultivating from that time. You should understand what I mean. When you won money at the gambling table, you must have relied on some cultivation skills, right?" Being asked, Lin Fan felt a little guilty. He forced a smile and replied, "I guess so." However, at this moment, he had some thoughts. "Cultivation? If I were to tell you I cultivate immortality, I'm afraid I'd scare you to death right here." Old Wei didn't continue this topic. He went on to talk about the Chen family. For over 70 years, the Chen family has accumulated rich cultivation experience. Chen Deming himself is already a master at the peak of inner strength, just one step away from entering the qi refining cultivation level. Moreover, there are rumors that the Chen family's guest elder is already a qi refining powerhouse. Hearing this, Lin Fan again showed a confident look and said, "Qi refining, a bit interesting." Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Old Wei advised sternly, "You are too arrogant. What do you mean by a bit interesting? Do you know what qi refining means?" He crushed the teacup in his hand, and hot water flowed onto his hand, but he continued to explain without a care. "It means that ordinary weapons have no effect on them. If they want, they can kill people invisibly at will. To them, human lives are no different from ants." On the other side, Lin Fan still replied with a nonchalant attitude, I agree." Old Wei asked in surprise. "That's it." Lin Fan nodded affirmatively. That's it." At this moment, Old Wei couldn't help but tremble with anger. "You brat." He stood up abruptly, slammed the teacup heavily on the table and roared, "Did you even understand what I meant?" At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly raised his hand and asked, "Old Wei, do you have a weapon?" Hearing him ask this, Old Wei was completely stunned. A weapon?" Lin Fan smiled and said, let me borrow it." Although he didn't understand what was going on, Old Wei still reached into his pocket to search. "I do have one." But after fumbling for a while, he took out a gun and said, "I've already said weapons are useless against them. Not to mention this toy in my hand, even if it were." Before he could finish, Old Wei's eyes suddenly widened and he was stunned. The gun he had just been holding disappeared in an instant. Lin Fan had at some point already snatched the gun and was playing with it in his hand. Looks like the real deal." Seeing that he was about to pull the trigger, Old Wei was startled and asked, "Lin Fan, what are you trying to do?" Lin Fan showed a smile and slowly raised the gun. "Don't be anxious." When he pressed the gun against his own temple, his face turned serious as he said, "Watch carefully." Seeing this, Old Wei hurriedly reached out to stop him. "What are you trying to do? Stop it." But at this moment, Lin Fan had already pulled the trigger. With a gunshot, Old Wei squeezed his eyes shut, not daring to look. It wasn't until he heard the sound that he opened his eyes. Lin Fan was completely unharmed, still holding a freshly caught bullet in his hand. Old Wei's eyes widened as he said in astonishment, This is." He looked again carefully. It was still Lin Fan holding the gun in one hand and the bullet in the other. He exclaimed in a daze, confused and incredulous. He actually blocked the bullet with his hand. Lin Fan placed the gun on the table and stated, "Old Wei, did you see clearly? You don't have to worry about me, but I do have something I need your help with." Old Wei had not yet recovered from his shock and stammered, "A matter? What matter?" At this moment his mind was a mess. Where did this kid come from? Only a qi refining realm expert can disregard firearms. Could it be? Could he be? This kid is indeed a descendant of the Lin family. Lin Fan spoke, "I have a younger sister and I hope Old Wei can protect her. After all, my cultivation is still too poor right now, and I'm afraid I can't protect her comprehensively." Hearing his words, Old Wei frowned, finding it hard to believe. He pointed at the gun and asked, "Your cultivation is still poor? You call this being poor in cultivation?" Old Wei said seriously, "I knew long ago that you were no ordinary person, but I never expected you to be a qi refining grandmaster. Don't worry, your sister, I will protect her no matter what." Hearing this, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Then thank you, Old Wei." At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open and a voice sounded, "Grandpa, I'm so mad." Lin Fan looked out in surprise. At the door, Wei Linger said angrily, "Grandpa, you have to give me an explanation." At this moment, Wei Linger finally noticed the person inside. She said guiltily, "Oh, there's a guest." Old Wei trembled with anger. He slammed the table heavily and scolded, "Nonsense, making such a fuss. What does this look like, being impolite in front of a distinguished guest?" Wei Linger held her head and stated, "Oh, how would I know there was someone else in the house?" Old Wei didn't argue with her. He forced a smile and introduced, "Lin Fan, this is my granddaughter. She's a bit rough around the edges. I hope you don't mind." Lin Fan replied with a smile, "It's fine, being rough around the edges is quite nice, isn't it?" Wei Linger thought he was talking about her in a roundabout way and couldn't help but get angry. Her whole body radiated rage as she shouted, "What did you say? What kind of attitude is this?" Old Wei immediately rushed over, hit her hard on the head and reprimanded. "Shut up, don't talk nonsense. This is a distinguished guest." Wei Linger retorted stubbornly, "What distinguished guest? He's clearly just a little brat." At this moment, Lin Fan laughed heartily and praised, "Old Wei, your granddaughter is also quite interesting." Old Wei said embarrassedly, "You're too kind. It's all my fault for spoiling her." Then he seriously reminded his granddaughter, "Linger, I have something to attend to today. Put your matter aside for now." Wei Linger refused to back down. She questioned angrily, "No, you must give me a clear answer today. Why did you arrange a blind date for me behind my back? I'm telling you, besides Chen Kai, I'm not interested in anyone else." At this point, Old Wei could no longer hold back. He shouted loudly, startling Linger, "Insolence, have you lost all your manners?" Wei Linger had nothing to say and could only pout in silence. At this moment, the ringtone of the phone in Lin Fan's pocket sounded. He took out his phone and saw an unfamiliar number on the screen. Lin Fan finally answered the phone. "Hello, who is this?" On the other end of the line, Chen Kai replied, "You're Lin Fan, right? I'm Chen Kai." Hearing this name, Lin Fan couldn't help but be startled. He glanced at Wei Linger, who was standing there fuming, and thought, Chen Kai, could it be? He wanted to press the speakerphone button but for some reason hung up instead. Hearing the dial tone, Chen Kai couldn't help but grit his teeth. This brat dares to hang up on me. In the end, Lin Fan decided to call back. He asked, what do you want from me? On the other end, Chen Kai replied, let's find a place to talk. Because the speakerphone was on, his voice carried, the matter of you injuring my brother has made me very unhappy. Wei Linger heard his voice and rushed over to confirm. Chen Kai, hearing her speak, he was also startled. Linger, how could Linger be with Chen Fan? Noticing his reaction, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. I didn't guess wrong. Then he spoke. That guy named Chen Yilin is your younger brother, right? I was lenient this time. Chen Kai reminded him with a dark face. Lin Fan, I'm afraid you don't know the full extent of my Chen family's power yet. Tonight at the Dynasty restaurant in the same private room I'll be waiting for you. After speaking he hung up. Lin Fan said to Old Wei, Old Wei, you heard that right? I'll have to trouble you with the matter we just discussed. Old Wei stammered this. Before he could finish, Wei Linger interrupted. What on earth is going on? Old Wei immediately shouted. It's not your place to ask. Then he turned to Lin Fan, stroked his beard and gestured. Lin Fan, I will accompany you tonight. Lin Fan refused. No need, I can handle it myself. Old Wei, I'll have to trouble you to protect my sister. It's best to bring her over now. Old Wei's expression was grave, but he still promised. All right, I'll handle it now. As the two talked back and forth, Wei Linger observed quietly from the side. She wondered to herself, who on earth is this Lin Fan? Why is Grandpa so polite to him? Also, why is Chen Kai involved? No, I have to investigate this clearly. After arranging everything, Lin Fan stood up. He stated, then Old Wei, I'll take my leave. Old Wei agreed and reminded him, all right, be careful. Lin Fan quickly put his hands in his pockets and left with a flourish. Wei Linger also spoke up. Then Grandpa, I'm leaving too. Old Wei looked at her and sighed. You silly girl. Suddenly a thought flashed through Old Wei's mind. Wait, this Lin Fan isn't married yet. If he could get together with Linger. At this thought, Old Wei showed a meaningful smile. If I could really have a descendant of the Lin family as my grandson-in-law, that would be a blessing for generations. No, I must play matchmaker in this matter. Old Wei was very pleased with this. As he walked and laughed in a corner, Wei Linger picked up her phone. She called someone and requested, hello, check on a person named Lin Fan for me. I want all his information. I must find out what you guys are hiding from me. In the Dynasty restaurant, Chen Kai held a cigarette, sitting like a boss and saying, why isn't he here yet? It's always been others waiting for me. This Lin Fan really doesn't know what's good for him. As soon as his voice fell, the sound of footsteps came. Chen Kai's lips curved up as he confirmed, Lin Fan. Lin Fan said nothing. He walked to the chair opposite and sat down, then fumbled for something in his pocket. Chen Kai and his subordinate were startled. That subordinate also hurriedly reached into his pocket, but Lin Fan only took out a can of soda and pulled the tab. He raised it to his lips and drank it all in one go, causing the subordinate to stumble. That was refreshing. Lin Fan let out a satisfied sigh. Then he said cheerfully, go on, what did you want to see me about? Chen Kai forced a smile and said, Lin Fan, I sought you out today to talk things over calmly. Lin Fan replied agreeably, all right, what do you want to talk about? Is it about your brother? Then he suddenly raised his voice and asked probingly, or is it about little Linger? Hearing him say this, Chen Kai was tongue-tied and couldn't speak. Lin Fan asked with a smile, what's wrong? Can't the great young Master Chen speak? He laughed smugly in his heart. Let's see how I piss you off. Although Chen Kai was angry, he tried hard to regain his composure and replied, Lin Fan, let's talk about your brother's matter first. You injured my brother. How are we going to settle this? You should know. He's my brother, my biological brother. Lin Fan shrugged and said, so I have to pay compensation? Chen Kai frowned and said disdainfully, compensation? Can you even afford it? I've looked into you. Dirt poor. A weak foundation, just a poor kid, but that's what makes me curious. Since you're a poor kid, how did you have the guts to hurt my brother? So according to my deduction, you must have accidentally obtained some cultivation methods, right? At this point, Chen Kai stood up and said in a threatening tone, do you think you can be arrogant just because you have a bit of cultivation? Let me tell you, there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. As soon as his voice fell, he waved his hand, and as if acted upon by some force, the table behind him flew up, then fell to the ground and shattered. He slammed his hand heavily on the table in front of Lin Fan and shouted, listen clearly, it's easier for me to crush you than to crush an ant. I mean what I say. Lin Fan wasn't angry. He still maintained a smile and replied, that sounds like a good option. Then let's talk about little Linger. Chen Kai questioned with a dark face, what exactly is your relationship? Well, Linger is my woman. Lin Fan feigned innocence, his eyes sparkling as he said, she's the child of her mother. Hearing his words, Chen Kai gritted his teeth in anger. You, what did you say? Lin Fan scratched his head and said sheepishly, no one can control matters of the heart. When my son is born, you're welcome to come to his 1-month celebration. Chen Kai was furious. He stomped his foot hard and the ground cracked. The hand on the table also slammed down violently and the table shattered. Then he regained his composure, took out a cigarette and said while smoking, Lin Fan, I admit you've angered me, but I won't fall for this kind of trick just to provoke me. Lin Fan smiled and remarked, you're not too stupid, much better than that brother of yours. You said you want me to join your Chen family. I don't have a problem with that, but I have a condition. Chen Kai demanded with a frown. Name it. A dangerous smile played on Lin Fan's lips as he proposed, I want your Chen family to bow down and serve me as your master. Hearing this unreasonable demand, the subordinate next to Chen Kai couldn't help but get angry. He clenched his fist and cursed, in your dreams, you brat, you're really pushing your luck. Lin Fan crossed his legs and said leisurely, consider it. Chen Kai replied, then there's nothing to talk about. Lin Fan took a sip of his soda and said, as long as your Chen family is willing to serve me as your master, we can still talk. As soon as his voice fell, Chen Kai's subordinate swung his fist at him, cursing, talk my ass. Chen Kai watched and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Old Five the Baldy is a master at the peak of inner strength. Even I would have to put in some effort to neutralize this punch. Lin Fan, let me see what you're made of. Old Five's fist was a few centimeters from Lin Fan, and then he reached out and neutralized his inner strength with just a light flick. Moreover, with just this one move, Old Five the Baldy was sent flying, crashing into the wall, which greatly shocked Chen Kai. Lin Fan blinked and said disdainfully, weak. Chen Kai stammered in shock. What did you do? Lin Fan said with a mocking smile. I thought your Chen family was some kind of cultivation family, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. Chen Kai quietly looked at Old Five, who had fallen to the ground. Suddenly he burst out laughing inexplicably and said, good, very good. As expected of a descendant of the Lin clan, to have such a cultivation level it's absolutely impossible to be from an ordinary family. Lin Fan was drinking his soda, completely bewildered by what he was saying. Chen Kai placed his hands on his chest and bowed respectfully, stating, since you are a descendant of the Lin clan, I was indeed rude just now. I will apologize to you. I hope we haven't had too many unpleasantries in the past. Lin Fan remained silent, his mind racing. This Chen Kai was indeed acting the whole time. This guy is cunning and not to be underestimated. But what is this Lin clan? Why have I never heard of it before? Could it be some reclusive major cultivation clan in China? In that case, I'll just pretend to be a descendant of the Lin clan. After thinking, Lin Fan opened his mouth and admitted, that's right, I am a descendant of the Lin clan. Hearing this, Chen Kai was secretly pleased. I was right. If I can get the help of a member of the Lin clan. Thinking this, he handed a white paper package to Lin Fan, stating, Mr. Lin, this is a small token of my appreciation. I know cultivators look down on these things, but life after all requires them. Also, this spirit jade was given to me by my master. I'll give it to Mr. Lin as well. Hearing this, Lin Fan reached out to refuse. It is indeed a bit tempting, but I can't accept a reward without merit. Chen Kai put the money and the jade down and said, you're overthinking it. This is just to apologize to you. However, there is indeed a matter that I hope Mr. Lin can help with. Lin Fan feigned surprise and said, oh, Chen Kai said seriously, I hope Mr. Lin can take action and help us kill someone. There will be a great reward after it's done. Lin Fan closed his eyes and asked coldly, kill who? Chen Kai said a name with a dangerous look on his face. Wei Yuansen. Hearing this name, Lin Fan's eyes snapped open and he repeated in surprise, Old Wei. Chen Kai explained, Mr. Lin, you and I are both cultivators. We definitely know how important spirit jade is in an era where spiritual energy is depleted. If you can help me, I can give you 30 pieces of spirit jade to aid your cultivation. In addition, if you need any cultivation resources in the future, my Chen family will help you unconditionally. After hearing this, Lin Fan asked with confusion, why don't you do it yourselves? With your Chen family's ability, what's so difficult about killing an old man like Wei? After Chen Kai said something, Lin Fan suddenly flew into a rage. He slammed his hand on the table and the table instantly shattered. The water in his hand also splashed out. Chen Kai was startled and turned to look at Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan's eyes were full of hatred and contempt as he said, I don't agree. In my eyes, your Chen family is nothing more than ants. Chen Kai was stunned. Mr. Lin, you. Lin Fan interrupted him and cursed. What do you think you are? You dare to ask me to do things for you? Chen Kai frowned and reminded him. Mr. Lin, I hope you will consider my proposal carefully. Lin Fan shook his head resolutely and refused. I've already said in my eyes your Chen family is nothing more than ants. Do you think I would cooperate with an ant? Chen Kai stomped his foot heavily, gritting his teeth and saying, Mr. Lin, even if you are a descendant of the Lin family, you are being too arrogant. Although our Chen family are secular people, my master is also a cultivator. If we really count, he is not worse than you, Lin Fan. I hope you can carefully consider my final suggestion. After hearing this, Lin Fan's face darkened and he didn't answer. Chen Kai also said with an angry expression, it seems there's nothing for us to talk about. Since you're unwilling to cooperate, let's settle the score. What about the matter of you injuring my brother? Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. That bastard, not killing him was already an act of mercy. Chen Kai rushed forward angrily, grabbed Lin Fan's collar and roared. No matter how useless he is still a member of my Chen family. It's not your place to discipline him. Lin Fan shrugged. So what can you do to me? A smile appeared on the corner of Chen Kai's mouth. That's right, we can't deal with you, but you have friends, that's for sure. This sentence successfully made Lin Fan's face darken. He continued to lean close to Lin Fan's ear and threatened, no matter how high your cultivation is, you can't be by their side to protect them all the time, right? It's the same even with Wei Yuansen. Mr. Lin, you'd better give your friends a heads up. It's best not to go out in the future, for they might lose their lives accidentally. Oh, that's right, I heard Mr. Lin also has a little girlfriend. At this moment an image of Ji Xiaoju immediately appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Chen Kai was still rambling on, laughing smugly. Mr. Lin, you'd better be careful. This time he successfully infuriated Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood up and instantly grabbed his neck. His entire body was lifted by Lin Fan, his neck tightly constricted. Chen Kai trembled and struggled. Let go of me. Lin Fan's face was grim as he emphasized, I hate it when people threaten me. Lin Fan held Chen Kai up by his neck and said contemptuously, "Your Chen family is worthless in my eyes, don't test my patience. I can kill you at any time." After speaking, he threw Chen Kai backward and shouted, "Scram!" Chen Kai then struggled to land on his feet, kneeling on one knee trying to stabilize his body. Chen Kai was injured, clutching his chest, gritting his teeth and snorting coldly. "My internal organs are all injured." "What terrifying power!" Lin Fan warned him with a dark face. "I advise you not to lay a hand on my friends, otherwise I don't mind wiping out your entire Chen family." After speaking, he turned and left. Chen Kai was alone in the room. He took out his phone and then called his father to report. "Dad, this Lin Fan is not a descendant of the Lin clan." After hearing this, Chen Deming on the other end said, "Since he's not a descendant of the Lin clan, you can handle this matter yourself. Do whatever you want, but how did you determine that he's not a descendant of the Lin family?" Chen Kai frowned and replied, "Master once told me some things about the Lin clan. The most obvious point is that the descendants of the Lin clan have a special mark on their arms, and that Lin Fan obviously doesn't. This is the first point. The second point is that I've investigated all of Lin Fan's information. He grew up in Demon City. His parents are ordinary people and the possibility of him being adopted is extremely low, so I guess Lin Fan just had some fortuitous encounter." After hearing this, Chen Deming ordered, "All right, in that case you can do whatever you want with this Lin Fan." After talking to his father, Chen Kai continued to contact others. In a dilapidated house, a voice sounded, "Hello, young master." The person on the other side asked, "How's it going?" The killer smiled confidently. "Please rest assured, young master." He reached out and stroked the girl's long black hair. The person who was captured was none other than Ji Xiaoju. Her eyes and mouth were covered, and when he touched her, her whole body trembled. The killer said, "The person has been secured." Receiving this good news, Chen Kai felt like a long-awaited rain after a drought. "Haha, well done, wait for me." He hung up the phone excitedly. He smiled sinisterly. "Lin Fan, I want you to watch your girlfriend be humiliated with your own eyes, and then die in agony." Chen Kai's eyes widened with vicious excitement. Just then, Lin Fan slowly walked up from behind him and asked, "Oh, is that so?" Chen Kai was suddenly choked up and couldn't speak. What's going on?" He turned around trembling, looking at Lin Fan as if he had seen a ghost. "Lin Fan, how could you?" Lin Fan taunted him with great interest. "Of course, I cleaned up all the subordinates you had ambushed outside." Chen Kai looked outside and saw his subordinates lying scattered on the ground. Lin Fan sneered, "Your subordinates are too weak." He pointed at Chen Kai. The guy's eyes widened, not knowing what Lin Fan wanted to do. Lin Fan gestured coldly. "Next, it's your turn." Chen Kai's chances of survival were slim, but he quickly composed himself and asked Lin Fan with a laugh, "My turn, hee." As he spoke, Chen Kai took off his coat and the aura on his body emanated as he said, "It seems I underestimated you." Chen Kai regained his handsome demeanor, walked up to Lin Fan and lifted his chin. "But Lin Fan, do you really think you can win against me?" The spiritual power on his body grew stronger and stronger. As he spoke, he flung his coat aside with a flourish. Chen Kai confessed, "My true cultivation is not what you see. Since you're back now, I'll cripple your 4 limbs first and then slowly humiliate your girlfriend." Lin Fan was a little surprised by Chen Kai's sudden burst of power. "Oh, no mistake, right? Your cultivation is indeed much stronger than before." Chen Kai's nails grew long like wolf claws. He assumed an attack stance and said to Lin Fan, "Cut the crap, I'll show you." After speaking, Chen Kai's figure shuttled through the space like the wind. Lin Fan was so surprised he couldn't keep up with his speed. Chen Kai said, "Let me show you that there are always mountains beyond mountains." Lin Fan didn't expect him to be so fast and took a hit, causing him to spit blood. Lin Fan was angry and decided not to play with this guy anymore. He replied, "All right, if we're comparing strength, ahahaha." Lin Fan's body suddenly bulged strangely, and power surged out. Lin Fan shouted, "I won't be any worse than you." After speaking, he erupted with spiritual power, sending Chen Kai, who was attacking at close range, flying. The strange spiritual energy hit Chen Kai's dantian, causing him to grunt in pain. The force seemed to want to tear space apart, letting out a roar. The things around Lin Fan couldn't withstand it, and the room was instantly in shambles. But Chen Kai was not easy to deal with. He struck with all his might, dissolving the pressure. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Fan and Chen Kai jumped to the ground panting. Lin Fan was surprised by this guy's formidable skills. Chen Kai came at him again with astonishing speed, cutting through the wind. Lin Fan was still observing his movements. Chen Kai laughed loudly. "I'm going to destroy your meridians." This guy used a vicious move without mercy. But the Lin Fan of now was not the Lin Fan of before. Even if he was fast, he was still one step behind. The two young men, like fighting bulls, slammed their heads together with a bang. Chen Kai's head split open and blood flumed freely. He groaned in pain. Lin Fan, on the other hand, taunted him smugly. "Go on, Chen Kai, haha." Chen Kai was furious. It was clearly a fight between two tigers, but only he had a concussion. He roared, "Don't underestimate me." He charged forward like a mad bull. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Fan hit him with a rising dragon kick, flipping his chin upwards. Chen Kai did a somersault in the air and Lin Fan immediately prepared for the killing blow, his fist filled with power. This punch would definitely be spectacular. Lin Fan glared at him and shouted, "Lie down for me, Chen Kai." With that, he punched Chen Kai heavily in the face. Chen Kai flew out in a zigzag like a basketball thrown by Lin Fan, flying back to where he came from. Chen Kai smashed a large hole in the wall and then fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Fan was also a little disheveled, but he had finally dealt with the major problem of Chen Kai. It took a while for Chen Kai to regain some consciousness. He groaned and called out, Lin Fan. At this moment the guy was unrecognizable, his clothes tattered, his hands clutching his stomach. Lin Fan, you actually crippled my dantian? Lin Fan walked forward and replied straightforwardly, you're not wrong, I did it. Lin Fan continued, as expected, there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people, but Chen Kai, there's one thing you still don't know. Lin Fan declared in front of him, I always cut the weeds and dig up the roots when I do things, so I'm sorry. With that, he stepped forward to finish this guy off. Chen Kai was so scared he peed his pants, waving his hands and begging for mercy. Wait, you can't kill me, he really wet himself. He then used a self-pity trick to beg Lin Fan for mercy. Otherwise your girlfriend will be dead for sure, you must know this very well, right? Hearing this, Lin Fan immediately stopped in his tracks, his face darkening. What did you say? Chen Kai felt he had a hold on Lin Fan and he sneered smugly. Haha, if you want to save her you have to listen to me. As soon as his voice fell, something suddenly attacked, making Chen Kai's face turn ashen. Ah no, I still want to have children. Lin Fan's foot was on his groin. Lin Fan glared at Chen Kai and ordered, you may not know but I hate it when people threaten me. Chen Kai collapsed on the ground, groaning and clutching his precious family jewels. HMPHU, Lin Fan's move was specifically for despicable people like him. Lin Fan said excitedly, a family, the most important thing is to be neat and tidy, right? Chen Kai seemed to still be stubborn, threatening, Lin Fan, you'd better think carefully. Your girlfriend is in my hands. Seeing this, Lin Fan leaned down and asked him, hey, have you ever heard of a move called Soul Search? Chen Kai couldn't guess what trick this kid was trying to pull now. Lin Fan explained, that's right, the move is called Soul Search. It allows the Soul Searcher to summon someone's soul and read their thoughts. As he spoke, Lin Fan grabbed Chen Kai's hair, his tone full of killing intent, as if he didn't want to waste any more words with him. So you think you can threaten me? Chen Kai's face showed fear. He trembled with fear and couldn't speak. Lin Fan tightened his grip on his hair and said, so get ready to meet the king of hell. Lin Fan's hands cracked, but Chen Kai was still an old fox. He sneered and said, Lin Fan, do you know why I am where I am today? Because I have a brain and will calculate everything clearly. He continued. So even if you can read my thoughts you won't be able to find where your girlfriend is. Lin Fan felt strange. Why? At this moment, Lin Fan let go of his hair. Chen Kai laughed mockingly, because it wasn't me who locked up your girlfriend at all, haha. He was smug, as if he had manipulated Lin Fan's mind. Haha, you think you can win against me? Dream on. Within today she will definitely be tortured to death. Then her clothes will be stripped, a video will be taken and sent to everyone to watch. Ha ha ha. Chen Kai's words cut Lin Fan's heart like a knife. Lin Fan was furious. Damn it, even if he might be lying, if it was true, Lin Fan couldn't imagine such a disgusting thing happening to his girlfriend. He chose to take a step back for now, not rushing to kill this guy. Alright Chen Kai, that's a vicious move. So what do you want now? Chen Kai laughed smugly. He thought for a while before answering, I don't want much, just a few conditions. Lin Fan asked impatiently. What conditions? Say it. This gave Chen Kai another opportunity to be smug. He clutched his stomach and said, 1. You immediately heal my injuries. 2. You have to pass on all your techniques and cultivation methods to me. 3. You must serve my Chen family for 3 years. These few conditions were hard for Lin Fan to accept. He cursed this bastard in his heart. Lin Fan considered how to deal with him. Should he continue to compromise to find a clue to save his girlfriend? Chen Kai arrogantly asked Lin Fan, how about it? I think you should agree, otherwise your girlfriend will suffer. Lin Fan was too angry to speak. He knew he had fallen into this guy's trap. Chen Kai, on the other hand, laughed smugly. Hee, you're out of options, aren't you? Lin Fan was once again unable to remain calm. He said with a murderous look on his face, but you remember this for me. I hate it when people threaten me, understood? A raging fire ignited around Lin Fan. Chen Kai replied with a punchable face, I'm threatening you, so what? What can you do to me? Lin Fan thought, damn it, I can indeed control and read people's thoughts, but my current power is probably not enough to use it proficiently. It seems I need Old Way's help for this. Lin Fan thought for a moment, making Chen Kai a little curious. What's wrong? Think about it again. You can only accept my 3 conditions. You can't win against me. Lin Fan used a feint tactic and had already read something from Chen Kai's mind earlier. He pressed a button on his phone and then spoke. All right, he knew exactly how to deal with this guy. Standing up and playing along with this guy, Lin Fan nodded in agreement. I agree to your demands, Chen Kai replied smugly. That's more like it, Lin Fan. A wise man submits to circumstances. Heal my injuries first. Lin Fan held back and didn't refute any of Chen Kai's words. He went behind Chen Kai and did as he was told. Placing his hand on Chen Kai's back, Lin Fan began to channel his power, transferring it into his body to help him recover from his injuries. A surge of abundant energy came, surprising Chen Kai greatly. The 8 extraordinary meridians of his body were rapidly recovering. He couldn't help but be curious and asked, Lin Fan, what's the origin of this technique of yours? Lin Fan was silent. The next step was just recuperation. He increased his power. Chen Kai received another powerful spiritual force to perfect the energy in his dantian. A moment later, Lin Fan withdrew his hand, indicating that he was done. Lin Fan asked, you feel better? Chen Kai stood up feeling refreshed, a pained expression on his face gone. He replied, it's truly magical. I've already recovered. Lin Fan had been acting ever since he sent the message out, but he hadn't received a reply yet. He was worried that a lot of time had passed and there was still no news. On a certain street, Old Way's men had already set up a perimeter searching for Ji Xiaoju. Listen, we must find that girl as soon as possible. Yes, in a certain abandoned factory, it was suspected to be the place where Ji Xiaoju was being held. Xiao Ning slammed his hand in anger. Damn it, he and his men were exhausted and panting. Searching for someone in a vast sea of people was like finding a needle in a haystack. How could they possibly do it in half an hour? Xiao Ning felt hopeless at the thought of not being able to rescue Ji Xiaoju in time. Damn these bastards. In the silence, Xiao Ning suddenly heard a strange moan. The sound was nearby. He had a feeling. Xiao Ning signaled his men to be quiet. It seemed this was the key to their search. After confirming the direction of the target, he ordered his men, "Let's go." The three men, holding their loaded guns, cautiously approached the suspicious room. When they reached the door, Xiao Ning paused and listened again. The professionalism of Old Wei's guard team was beyond question. Xiao Ning frowned, holding his breath, not wanting to miss any sound. Inside was the place where Ji Xiaoju was being held. The little girl was tied tightly to a chair, her mouth and eyes covered, unable to move. On the sofa, a man with a scar on his face was sleeping soundly with his legs crossed. Only then did Xiao Ning dare to be certain. He ordered his men, "There's indeed someone inside, let's break down the door." The two subordinates answered in unison, yes. Everyone was prepared for what was to come. The man with the scar was still snoring evenly in the room, completely unaware. A loud bang came from the door, startling him awake. When he looked up, he saw Xiao Ning and his men pointing their guns at him, shouting, "Hands up!" The man with the scar grabbed a large knife next to him with lightning speed. He rushed behind the girl, holding the knife to her and threatening, "Don't move or I'll kill this girl." The girl wanted to scream in fear but couldn't. Xiao Ning smiled, not worried at all. He pointed his gun at the hooligan and replied, "Do you think your knife is faster than our guns?" The man with the scar was not joking. He roared fiercely, "Shut up, don't come any closer." Xiao Ning also got angry and ignored the bastard's threat. He roared back, "Drop your weapon." The scar-faced man could no longer remain calm. He would die anyway if he released the hostage, so he made a desperate move and stabbed the knife at the girl. "You forced me to do this." Xiao Ning's gun went off with a bang. The bullet grazed the dagger and shot directly into his right palm. The guy's face turned pale with pain. He could no longer hold the knife, which fell to the ground. He collapsed on the floor, wailing loudly. "Ah, my hand." Xiao Ning glared at him coldly and replied, "If you don't know what's good for you, then wait to be tied up." He immediately ordered his men to rush forward. "Quick, tie him up." The two underlings had long been displeased with this scar-faced man. Now they rushed forward, punching and kicking this piece of fat meat, venting their anger. 3 minutes and 15 seconds later, he was tied up like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. "It's handled, Brother Ning." Xiao Ning smiled as he untied the girl's ropes and asked, "Are you all right?" The girl trembled, her eyes sparkling from crying. "I'm fine, thank you." Xiao Ning breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great." It seemed that all the hard work had finally paid off and Ji Xiaoju was successfully rescued. Back in the private room, Chen Kai was still feeling smug about his newly healed body and the feeling of being full of power. As expected of Lin Fan, I recovered so quickly. He was planning something. At the same time, Lin Fan also received a text message from outside. He anxiously picked up his phone, not knowing if Xiao Ning had rescued his sister. Xiao Ning turned around and said with an air of arrogance, "Lin Fan, next you should pass on your techniques to me." But he was only smug for 3 seconds before he immediately became serious. "Lin Fan, what is he doing?" At this moment, Lin Fan became unusually dangerous. He gave Chen Kai a cold smile. Chen Kai had a guilty conscience and turned around abruptly, asking him, What are you smiling about?" He felt that something was wrong. Lin Fan replied, "Chen Kai, I admit you are strong, but in the end, I am the one who wins." It seemed that Xiao Ning had already told Lin Fan the result. Chen Kai still didn't know what had happened and still threatened fiercely as before. "What do you want to do? Don't you want your girlfriend's life anymore?" Lin Fan didn't want to waste his breath explaining to him. He took out his phone, on which was the evidence sent back by Xiao Ning. Lin Fan said, "Look carefully." Everything in front of him made Chen Kai's jaw drop, his mouth wide open. How is this possible? Before he could close his mouth, Lin Fan's hand had already shot out like lightning and grabbed his neck. Chen Kai coughed up blood, his throat constricted, unable to even cry out. Chen Kai trembled. Lin Fan said, "Do you think you did everything flawlessly? It's just that you were a little unlucky." Lin Fan had tolerated him long enough. Now it was time for him to pay for everything he had done. "Chen Kai, on the road to the underworld, you're on your own." Chen Kai's face turned blue and he pleaded, "No, spare me." But while he was still groaning, Lin Fan had already snapped the bastard's neck. For the harm he had caused Lin Fan, dying 10,000 times would not be enough to atone for his sins. Chen Kai's body fell to the floor with a thud. The young master of the Chen family died a grievance-filled death. Lin Fan looked at him coldly for a while. After such a long chase, the person who should pay the price had finally been brought to justice. Lin Fan thought to himself that this Chen family must be completely eradicated, otherwise there would be endless trouble. Xiao Ning called Lin Fan from outside. "Hello, Lin Fan, are you alright? Don't worry." His subordinates had already taken the hostage and the criminal into the car. Lin Fan nodded gratefully. "Alright, Xiao Ning, thank you." Chen Kai's corpse suddenly made a sizzling sound. Lin Fan turned around curiously to check. "What is it now?" This is... Lin Fan was astonished. The body had already burst into flames. This was a substitution jutsu that Lin Fan had seen before. Chen Kai's trick was already obvious. Lin Fan said, "This Chen Kai is really hard to kill." Lin Fan silently watched the corpse burn to ashes. He couldn't help but think about how to deal with the Chen family's power next. Standing next to the charred corpse, Lin Fan said, "Chen Kai, you're such a coward to actually find a substitute to die for you." I was just testing you with a part of my power earlier, it really dirtied my hands. Lin Fan was silent for a moment, then said, Your Chen family, remember this. Lin Fan declared decisively, One day I will cut down your Chen family, roots and all. After speaking, Lin Fan silently turned and left the place. At this time in Chen Kai's home, it turned out that he had been hiding in this heavily guarded mansion all along. This coward was furious, crushing the cup in his hand. Things have been messed up again. HMPH, although the substitute only had the strength of the early peak of inner strength, he couldn't even take one of Lin Fan's moves. Chen Kai silently thought about countermeasures, and he finally decided, It seems I really have to ask Master to come out. As he spoke, he channeled his power to take out a secret tablet and placed it in front of him. A strange smoke rose from the tablet. Before long the smoke formed a figure which was Chen Kai's master. He sat there mysteriously. This old master had an unusual appearance. He pondered for a while before speaking, Disciple. Chen Kai excitedly greeted his master. He and this old man had a deep master-disciple relationship like that of brothers. Without Chen Kai reporting, the old master stroked his beard and said, My good disciple, you're looking for me because of that person named Lin Fan, right? Chen Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Master, how did you know? The old master said smugly. Do you think you can hide it from me? Chen Kai repeatedly praised. Master is indeed omnipotent, the old man continued. Seeing your appearance, you must have lost to that Lin Fan, but to be able to make you suffer, it seems that kid is not simple. Chen Kai had something to say. Master, I suspect that Lin Fan is a descendant of the Lin clan, but before his disciple could finish, the old man smiled and replied, Haha, disciple, you're wrong. This Lin Fan is definitely not a descendant of the Lin clan. Chen Kai was puzzled. Why was his master so certain? His master's words piqued his curiosity. The old man didn't explain directly, but instead guided his disciple. Disciple, let me introduce you to someone. A mysterious figure appeared in the distance. This person exuded a rather fierce aura, and there was a mysterious mark of the Lin family tattooed on his hand. The old man said, He is the true descendant of the Lin family. Lin Yantian, what kind of skills did this fellow possess to have earned the old man's promotion? Lin Yantian stepped forward and said confidently, That's right, I am the descendant of the Lin clan. Chen Kai was greatly shocked. He had never seen a descendant of the Lin clan with his own eyes, and with the mark on his arm he was naturally a member of the Lin clan. The old man smiled and continued, Haha, good disciple, Master and Lin Yantian are going to Demon City today. You must not act rashly during this time. The old man remained vague. Wait for Master to return before making any plans. His master's words clearly did not satisfy Chen Kai. He awkwardly lowered his head to obey. Yes, Master, take care you two. After the secret tablet was extinguished, it shattered. Chen Kai sat there worriedly for a while. Since his master couldn't help him now, he could only wait for them to return to resolve the matter in one fell swoop. He imagined the day of his revenge and smiled smugly. Lin Fan, your death is near. No matter how powerful you are, with my master and a descendant of the Lin clan personally taking action, you are just a candle in the wind, easily extinguished. Haha. At this time, back at the Wei family residence, Xiao Ning was welcoming Lin Fan's return. Mr. Lin, Miss Ji has been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Fan was very much looking forward to seeing his girlfriend. As soon as he entered, he said, Xiaoju, are you okay? Hearing his voice, Xiaoju had already rushed over, hugging him tightly and sobbing his name. Ji Xiaoju thought she would never see her beloved again. She had waited anxiously, not eating or sleeping. Holding his girlfriend for a moment was truly wonderful. Lin Fan stroked her long hair and said, I'm sorry I'm late, it's okay now. Xiaoju gently wiped away her tears and replied with a happy smile, as long as you're okay. Lin Fan was also overjoyed. He said, that's great, I'll take you home first. Before leaving, Lin Fan didn't forget to turn back and say to Xiao Ning, Brother Ning, thank you for this time. Xiao Ning was also happy for Lin Fan. You're too kind, Mr. Lin. It's what I should do. The two walked leisurely. Lin Fan took off his coat and draped it over his girlfriend. The two were inseparable. Lin Fan said his goodbyes. Then Brother Ning, I'll take Xiaoju home first. Xiao Ning smiled and bid them farewell. Lin Fan's Bentley was speeding down the road again. The two finally had some alone time after a long while. Ji Xiaoju had a question on her mind. She started, Lin Fan, there have been a few things I've wanted to say to you. Lin Fan replied with curiosity. Go ahead and say it. Xiaoju hesitated for a moment, but still said it. You're probably not a simple person, are you? She continued. Ever since you came back to school, too many unbelievable things have happened. Recalling the terrifying incidents she had experienced, Xiaoju thought to herself, whether it was Brother Bai before or the kidnapper just now. Xiaoju blushed as she thanked the young man. But even so, every time you, Lin Fan, appeared in time to help me. Thank you so much. Lin Fan knew this couldn't be hidden forever. He wasn't in a hurry to reveal the truth right away and answered his silly girlfriend. The young man smiled and dispelled her doubts. No matter what happens, I will be by your side because I am your Lin Fan. Hearing these sweet words, Xiaoju blushed crimson. What nonsense are you talking? Lin Fan soothed her in a fluster. Don't get excited, calm down. The car carrying the two sped along the highway. After all the storms, peace had returned. At this time in Lin Fan's home, the moon was already high in the night sky. Lin Fan plopped down on the bed, let out a breath of relief and lay down, saying, I'm exhausted. Just as he was drowsing off, his phone rang. Lin Fan was curious. Who would call so late? He glanced at it and showed a surprised expression. "Ha, Teacher Chin." Lin Fan answered the phone and asked, "Teacher Chin, why are you calling so late? Is something the matter?" Director Chin was at home at this time wearing a sexy bathrobe. She whispered to Lin Fan, "Lin Fan, are you free tomorrow? There's something I need your help with." Lin Fan grew more curious, sat up and replied, "Teacher Chin, please tell me." The topic seemed a bit sensitive for Director Chin. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's talk about it tomorrow." Seeing that the teacher was a bit embarrassed, Lin Fan didn't want to press further. He nodded in agreement. "Okay, see you tomorrow then." Director Chin was very happy. She replied, "Okay, then see you at noon tomorrow. Let's meet at Baixia Mall." Lin Fan remembered, "Be there or be square, haha." After speaking, the young man tossed the phone onto the bed and flopped down exhausted. "I'm so tired, time to sleep." The next morning at the famous bustling commercial district Baixia Mall, Lin Fan had arrived early and had been waiting for so long his neck was sore. "Oh, women, we agreed on noon, but it's already been half an hour and she's still not here. It's so hot." Just then that familiar pink car pulled up in front of him. Director Chin got out of the car. Today the teacher's attire was incredibly sexy. Seeing Lin Fan, the director said, "Oh, Lin Fan, I'm so sorry. There was some traffic on the way. I must have kept you waiting." Lin Fan tried to act like it was no big deal, replying, "It's fine, I just got here too." Teacher Chin smiled and said, "Really, that's great." Only then did Lin Fan have time to ask, "By the way, what did you need me for?" Director Chin's face turned red again. She fumbled for words to make it sound better to her student. Well, it's not a big deal. The thing is," Lin Fan was really curious, what on earth was it that made the teacher always hesitate? Halfway through her sentence, a Maybach sped over and stopped beside them. Lin Fan found the car's presence strange. Teacher Chin still looked bewildered. The car door opened. Who else was joining their meeting? A bald head popped out, a shiny gold Rolex on his wrist. A short, fat, rich man swaggered out, followed by two burly henchmen. He greeted them. "Oh, you must be Miss Chin, right? You're even more beautiful in person than in the photos." The short, fat, rich man eagerly stepped forward, wanting to shake Director Chin's hand. "Hello, Miss Chin, hee." Director Chin was flustered, lightly touching his hand before quickly pulling back. She turned to Lin Fan and said pretentiously, "Oh, let's go inside." The bald man warmly invited the beautiful woman. "Haha, okay. Miss Chin is so shy." Only then did he notice Lin Fan's presence. "By the way, who is this next to you?" Director Chin introduced him. "He's my student." Lin Fan waved and smiled in greeting. The bald tycoon laughed heartily. "Hello, so Miss Chin is a teacher? That's really nice." "Haha." As they spoke, they walked into the mall lobby, with the bald man leading the way. "Miss Chin, let's go inside." The only thing Lin Fan was still curious about was the situation. "Teacher Chin, what's going on?" Director Chin was embarrassed. Perhaps it was time to be clear with Lin Fan. "This is a blind date my family forced on me." Lin Fan sized up the tycoon's appearance. He clicked his tongue in admiration. "The quality of this blind date is quite high. Wearing a watch, driving a luxury car worth millions." Director Chin held Lin Fan's hand and confided in him. "Lin Fan, I called you here today because I want you to help me get rid of him." Lin Fan was a little surprised, but he probably understood. Director Chin continued, "This person was introduced by an aunt I'm very close to. I couldn't just refuse directly, otherwise my aunt would lose face." The interior of this mall was very magnificent, with all kinds of luxury goods. The bald tycoon enthusiastically sidled up to Director Chin and said, "Miss Chin, feel free to look around, you can have anything you want." As he spoke, the old guy's hand quickly grabbed Director Chin's plump buttocks. Come, this way." That hand explored every inch of her bottom, stirring up lustful thoughts. The bald man was intoxicated by it. "Oh, luckily my hands are sensitive, this feels so good." Just as he was reveling in it, Lin Fan's gruff voice sounded out, "Mr. Wong, you don't have that kind of fetish, do you?" Mr. Wong was startled. "Oh, so he was touching this young man's butt just now? Damn it, how could it be you?" "This damn brat." The short, bald Wong was very annoyed by the appearance of this young man, Lin Fan. He quickly regained his composure, put on a lecherous smile and hinted to Chin Jing. "Miss Chin, a new Hermes store just opened recently." Mr. Wong said, "Let me take you there for a look." Chin Jing just faked a smile in response to his kindness. Lin Fan wanted to laugh but didn't dare to do it out loud. "The Hermes store is right here." He pointed to the magnificent shop in the distance, which was filled with expensive items. "Yeah, let's go." Chin Jing seemed a bit embarrassed. Mr. Wong was as excited as a squid that had seen alcohol, which made her feel overwhelmed. Lin Fan smiled and encouraged the director. Go take a look." Teacher Lin shyly complied. The three of them walked into the shop. In the Hermes store, the female owner had already come out enthusiastically to greet the customers. Seeing the distinguished guests, the proprietress was very happy. "Hey, welcome, Mr. Wong." Mr. Wong laughed heartily and shook hands warmly with the owner. The proprietress said, "It's truly an honor for you to grace our shop with your presence." Lin Fan understood just by looking at the two of them. "Oh, it seems this fatty is a regular customer, which means he's bought things for many mistresses." Chin Jing didn't understand Lin Fan's underlying meaning yet. The proprietress then pulled out a few 9-layered cloud-level flatteries. "Oh my, and this young lady is." Rushing over to Chin Jing's side, she welcomed her like family, like a sister-in-law, a flower. Chin Jing was flustered and immediately replied, "No, we just met for the first time, Mr. Wong." The bald tycoon smiled smugly. "Haha, Miss Chin is being shy again." My family has nothing but money. Mr. Wong waved his hand and ordered, "All right, I'm happy today. Bring me the most expensive bag in the store." The owner was as happy as if she had found a treasure and immediately replied, "Right away." Mr. Wong with his bald head looked at Qin Jing with the eyes of a national heartthrob. "How about it, Miss Qin? Are you captivated by my generosity?" Lin Fan quickly stepped forward to shield the director. "Teacher Chen, protect your eyes. This was the most expensive Hermes bag in the store." Mr. Wong said, "How about this, Teacher Chen? I'll give you the most expensive bag first. You can browse the others and pick whichever one you like." Lin Fan nodded in praise. The boss is so generous. The young man also stepped forward to choose to see if there was anything he liked. Having picked a bag, Lin Fan winked at Mr. Wong. "I want to buy one too." Hee hee. Getting a good deal and still acting cute with a beautiful woman present, he had to squeeze every last drop. Mr. Wong waved his hand. "Sure, you're Teacher Chin's student, you should have one too. Take whatever you want." The fish had taken the bait. Lin Fan happily replied, "And I won't be polite." Lin Fan put on a wonderful tightrope walking performance in the Hermes Royal store. This one, and this one's not bad either." The bald tycoon Mr. Wong began to feel that something was wrong. Lin Fan placed the last bag on the counter, sweating from all his shopping. This should be enough." The table was filled with all the most expensive styles of bags from the store. The bald guy couldn't swallow this anger, but he couldn't go back on his word either. "This bastard is doing this on purpose. All this stuff adds up to over $1 million. Lin Fan signaled the manager, "I'm done choosing." The young man was ecstatic in his heart. Even the proprietress was a little scared, carefully asking Mr. Wong again. "Mr. Wong, this," the bald tycoon replied painfully. "Wrap them all up for me." The proprietress hurriedly wrapped up each bag, never expecting Mr. Wong to be so generous this time. But halfway through, Lin Fan played another trick on the group. He slammed his hand on the table and signaled, "Wait a minute." Mr. Wong was sweating profusely. "What is this kid trying to pull now?" he stammered. What's wrong? Is this not enough?" Lin Fan stepped forward and replied, "Mr. Wong, don't misunderstand. What I mean is..." Lin Fan leaned close to the bald tycoon's ear and said words that stabbed his heart like a knife. "Besides these few items, I want everything else in the store." A breath caught in the bald man's throat. "You brat, I, Mr. Wong, have never been so angered by a greenhorn." Unable to take it anymore, the bald man shouted, "Don't push your luck. Who do you think you are?" Lin Fan replied calmly, "Oh, isn't Mr. Wong rich? You can't even afford this little bit of stuff. If you can't afford it, don't pretend to be a rich man. It's too embarrassing." The bald man named Wong got even angrier at these words. He roared, "What nonsense are you talking me? Pretending? I earn millions a year. Look at yourself. What are you?" Unable to win the argument against the young man, he turned to the beautiful woman and shouted, "Teacher Chin, your student is too arrogant." Qin Jing immediately retorted, "Mr. Wong, Lin Fan is my student. Now is the perfect time to get rid of him," Qin Jing said angrily. "Please be more polite." Lin Fan smiled and added fuel to the fire. "Teacher Qin, it's okay. If Mr. Wong can't afford it, then forget it." That Mr. Wong was furious, but he still held back his anger and waved his hand. "For Teacher Chin's sake, I won't argue with a kid like you." With that, the bald man walked towards Director Qin. He said enthusiastically again, "Haha, Teacher Qin, let's not bother with that kid. You choose for yourself. I'll buy you whichever one you like." Qin Jing felt it was unnecessary and shook her head in refusal. "No, I can't accept your gift." The bald tycoon's expression changed at this. He frowned and said sternly, "What did you say? Playing hard to get with me? Playing hard to get with me? I've never seen a woman who doesn't like bags." Faced with this mockery, Qin Jing kept her distance from the bald man. "Mr. Wong, please be more respectful. It would have been better if she hadn't said anything." The tycoon took it for granted that no woman could be unmoved by his material possessions and shouted loudly, "Wrap this bag up for me." Although the proprietress was in a difficult position, she quickly took the item and prepared to check out. However, Qin Jing firmly objected. "No need." She made it clear to the bald tycoon, "Mr. Wong, I feel you are insulting me. Perhaps the women you've been with are all the money-grubbing type, but I, Qin Jing, am definitely not that kind of person. Please respect me." Mr. Wong raised his chin contemptuously and said, "What, playing hard to get or trying to ask for a sky-high price? Name your price. How much do you want? I'll transfer it to you." Hearing this, Qin Jing felt greatly insulted. She was too angry to speak and pulled Lin Fan's hand, signaling, "Let's go. I don't want to stay here another moment." The bald man watched the couple angrily and cursed, "Fine, get the hell out." He thought that would be the end of it, but the bald man was still stubborn. He shouted after them, "Since you're leaving, don't act all high and mighty." Hearing this insult to his director, Lin Fan flew into a rage and stopped. A murderous aura began to emanate. Lin Fan glared and asked, "What did you just say?" It seemed he wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. Lin Fan challenged the bald man, "Say that again if you have the guts." The bald man took advantage of the situation and acted smug. "I'll say it. She's the one who wanted to leave, yet she's acting all high and mighty. I see it now. This isn't her student at all, he's her boy toy." The bald man's meaning was those fair-skinned, handsome men who rely on others for a living or are kept, often used as an insult. Qin Jing scolded him, "You're talking nonsense." Lin Fan signaled to the director, "Teacher Chen, let me handle this." Lin Fan stood in front of Mr. Wong. "Boss Wong, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few stinky dollars?" Mr. Wong chuckled and replied, "So what? I just like doing whatever I want. What can you do to me?" Lin Fan nodded and smiled. "I understand, so you mean whoever has money is the boss." Mr. Wong held his head high, looking all powerful. Hee hee, is there any need to say that? Money is everything. Lin Fan thought it was simple and replied, is that so? I understand. Lin Fan's demeanor made the man named Wang very curious, wondering what this young man wanted to do. Lin Fan walked to the cashier, placed the items on the table and then called for a sales assistant. He said loudly, I want everything in this store. This declaration stunned the bald man, who couldn't believe it. Lin Fan pointed at the sales assistant and said, wrap it all up for me. Both Mr. Wang and the female sales assistant were dumbfounded, shocked by Lin Fan's words. Mr. Wang still thought Lin Fan was bluffing, so he burst out laughing. He still arrogantly mocked Lin Fan. Buying all the bags here would add up to at least tens of millions. With just you couldn't earn that much even if you sold yourself. Even the sales assistant thought Lin Fan was joking. Young people these days, they say outrageous things on impulse. If you can afford it, I'll jump off a building on a live stream. Lin Fan sneered contemptuously. You said it. Lin Fan took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to the sales assistant. Swiped the card. The female sales assistant looked at the card, speechless with shock, unable to believe her eyes. This, are you sure there's money on the card? Lin Fan said sternly. Swipe the card. I don't want to say it a third time. The female sales assistant extended her hands and took the card, trembling. Okay, then she ran inside in 3 quick steps. Sir, please wait a moment, I'll go get our owner. Even Qin Jing couldn't believe it. She pulled on Lin Fan's sleeve and said in a panic, Lin Fan, are you crazy? Where did you get this money? Lin Fan replied. Don't worry, Teacher Qin, I'm not the same person I used to be. Qin Jing was stunned. Lin Fan, Mr. Wang still hadn't recovered from the shock. He kept wiping his sweat. No way, no way. Impossible. After a while there was a sound of hurried footsteps. The owner, Zhang Chao, shouted loudly while holding the black card. Mr. Lin Fan. Lin Fan asked in surprise, You're the owner, why do you know me? Zhang Chao panted heavily. It took a few minutes for him to catch his breath. Zhang Chao then slowly said, Mr. Lin has graced us with his presence. Our humble shop failed to welcome you from afar. Our shop is one of Old Way's properties. How could we not have heard of your reputation? After hearing this, Lin Fan replied, I see. Seeing that Zhang Chao was ignoring him, Mr. Wang said angrily, Hey Zhang Chao, you don't even greet me when you see me. Have you forgotten how much business I've given you? Zhang Chao frowned. Oh, so it was you. I heard you were the one who offended Mr. Lin. From now on you are banned from all the stores here. Then Zhang Chao pointed at Mr. Wang's face and said, You can get lost. Mr. Wang was stunned. You, what did you say? Faced with Zhang Chao's attitude, he gritted his teeth in anger. Fine, very fine, you will regret this. After speaking, Mr. Wang turned and left. Hi, just you wait. Zhang Chao turned back to Lin Fan enthusiastically and said, Mr. Lin, please take back your card. As for the bags you mentioned, I'll have them all delivered to your home. I hope you have a good time today. Lin Fan said, It's fine, just give them all to this guest. Qin Jing stared at Lin Fan with wide eyes, her heart filled with doubt and worry. Lin Fan, what on earth happened to you? The scene shifts to the mall where Mr. Wang is standing in the lobby pressing his phone and calling out with a devious plan, All of you get over here. Hearing Mr. Wang's order, a group of people ran over in 3 quick steps. In no time they were all gathered in front of Mr. Wang. A subordinate asked, Big brother, what's wrong? Mr. Wang gave the task. There's a kid coming out in a bit. You follow him, find a deserted place and break his legs. Mr. Wang smiled sinisterly while smoking a cigarette. How dare you mess with me? So what if you have money? In this society the bold die from overeating while the timid starve to death. After hearing this, the subordinate replied, Don't worry, brother Wang, leave it to us. Lin Fan and Qin Jing left the handbag store. The two were chatting as they walked down the street. Qin Jing asked him, Lin Fan, what exactly happened just now? I'm well aware of your family's situation. Lin Fan glanced at Qin Jing. Teacher Qin, sometimes you can't judge a person by their appearance. The me now is not the me of before. Seeing Lin Fan's strange attitude, Qin Jing was surprised and then she gave him a lesson. This kid is trying to act cool. Lin Fan scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Even that's been figured out. Qin Jing continued, But since you don't want to say, I won't ask. After all, everyone has their own secrets, right? Lin Fan looked at Qin Jing silently for a moment. That person was right. Everyone has their own secrets. Suddenly, Qin Jing said loudly, But I can't take those bags. You absolutely cannot let them give them to me or I'll get angry. Lin Fan replied, It's fine as you wish. He thought to himself, Teacher Qin, the meticulous care you gave me in my past life cannot be repaid with a few bags. Qin Jing said seriously, What? Do you want to become a guy who only knows how to buy bags with money? Qin Jing rubbed her head and said with a wry smile, Sometimes being a country bumpkin is quite blissful. Lin Fan's face suddenly turned serious. He said to Qin Jing, Teacher Qin, I have something urgent to attend to in a bit, so I can't accompany you now. I'll wait for you at another entrance. Qin Jing didn't understand what was happening. Wait at another entrance? Why? Lin Fan didn't explain much, just know that. See you later, Teacher Qin. Qin Jing agreed. Okay, then Lin Fan walked off in one direction alone. A few people were secretly monitoring his movements from the bushes. When a few of Mr. Wang's men saw Lin Fan coming out, they said to each other, Follow that kid closely. Oh, as soon as Lin Fan walked over, he knew their intentions. He smirked. As expected, there's an ambush. Let's do this. They began to follow Lin Fan closely. Lin Fan glanced at the group of thugs. He deliberately walked into a deserted dead-end alley. Mr. Wang's men were still unaware and smiled smugly. This kid found a good place for himself. We've caught up. Lin Fan ignored them and walked on as if nothing was wrong. He led them into a dead-end alley and then stopped. Two thugs emerged from the shadows. Kid, you had a path to heaven but you didn't take it. You broke into a gateless hell. He looked at Lin Fan fiercely. You offended our boss. Our boss said he wants one of your legs, so don't blame us. Lin Fan said, there are always countless money-grubbing ants in this world. The thugs didn't want to talk anymore and charged forward with their knives. Lin Fan's eyes widened, filled with killing intent as he looked at the three men rushing towards him. They stared at Lin Fan with wide, terrified eyes. In just a moment they were sent flying by Lin Fan's punch, landing on their backs. Lin Fan sighed, looking helplessly at this group of weaklings. A majestic immortal emperor like me is fighting with these hooligans every day. It seems I must hurry up and cultivate. Lin Fan was determined to shatter the void and return to the celestial realm as soon as possible. I'll go check on Xiaoju. With that, he walked towards Ji Xiaoju's family restaurant. At the restaurant entrance, a man in a suit leaned gracefully against a car. He was the one pursuing Xiaoju. Seeing him, Lin Fan couldn't help but frown. Wasn't this guy with the people who took Xiaoju from the Dynasty Hotel that day? Zhao Sha walked into the restaurant, smiling and greeting them warmly. Hello, uncle and auntie. When Ji Xiaoju's mother saw it was Zhao Sha, she excitedly went to welcome him. Oh, please come in, come in. Seeing Zhao Sha's handsome attire and the bag of fruit in his hand, she was delighted. You're too kind, he said politely. Oh, it's just a small token of my appreciation, Zhao Sha then said. The moment I saw Xiaoju last time, I knew I had found the other half of my life. So I came today to ask for your opinion, uncle and auntie. Just then, Ji Xiaoju walked out of the room and said unhappily, Why are you here again? She crossed her arms and said, I told you last time I only met you because my parents tricked me. I'm not interested in you. Get out of here. Instead of getting angry at being treated this way, he smiled and said, Hey, you can't just reject me like this, can you? I hope you can get to know me a little better. I'm a really great guy. Seeing her daughter's lack of sense, Ji Xiaoju's mother sternly admonished her, Daughter, look at young Zhao. He's polite, humble, and handsome. It's one thing if you don't agree, but you're being so dismissive. Ji Xiaoju refused, shaking her head. I don't want to, her mother said angrily. What does this child know? Ji Xiaoju's father stepped forward to mediate. Honey, you know our daughter likes Lin Fan. Why are you doing this? Ji Xiaoju's mother ignored him and whispered to her husband. I admit that kid has helped us, but this is Zhao Sha, the general manager of a marketing company. He's rich and powerful. I want our daughter to marry someone like him to be happy. Seeing that things weren't going well with Ji Xiaoju, Zhao Sha turned to her parents and said, Oh, uncle, I actually came today to formally discuss the matter of Xiaoju's and my future together, he stated. As you all know, I'm the general manager of a marketing company, and my time is very tight, so I hope to marry Xiaoju as soon as she graduates. Zhao Sha took out an envelope and handed it to them. The bride price I mentioned is ready. Please take a look. The two of them opened the envelope in surprise. This is inside were a few large words. 1 villa in Tianlong Courtyard. 5% shares in the Zhao Group. Ji Xiaoju's father was shocked by this bride price. Mr. Zhao, this is a bit. Just then, Ji Xiaoju rushed into the room, snatched the paper from her father's hand and threw it in Zhao Sha's face. She shouted angrily, Who wants your filthy things? Zhao Sha, get the hell out of here. For the first time, Zhao Sha was so publicly humiliated he scoffed coldly. He still maintained his smile and said, Miss Ji, marriage is a serious matter. I think it's best to let the parents decide. Without a parent's blessing, it will surely not be a happy one. Don't you agree? He threatened, narrowing his eyes. He kept his smile and turned to look at Ji Xiaoju's parents. Uncle, auntie, what do you think? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. I think you're being a bit too fanciful. Hearing the voice that came from Lin Fan, everyone present looked over in surprise. Zhao Sha looked at the guy who had suddenly appeared and asked with a dark face, Who are you? Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets and said arrogantly, Are you even worthy of asking who I am? Ji Xiaoju was frantic, not knowing what Lin Fan intended to do, and cried out. Lin Fan then stood protectively in front of her. Lin Fan, don't misunderstand, let's go first, I'll explain to you later. Lin Fan shook his head and smiled. It's fine. Flowers always attract all kinds of filthy insects. This was a great humiliation. Zhao Sha shot to his feet and roared angrily, Who are you calling an insect? I'm calling you. Lin Fan released a wave of pressure, making him shrink back in fear. Zhao Sha couldn't stand steadily and knelt on the ground, trembling all over. He was panicked. What's happening? My legs won't hold me up. Lin Fan looked down on Zhao Sha with contempt. A mere shrimp daring to contend with dragons and tigers. Zhao Sha, helpless on the ground, gritted his teeth and said, You bastard, do you know who my dad is? Ji Xiaoju's parents were trembling with fear. Mr. Zhao, are you all right? Lin Fan replied coldly. Not interested. Scram. Zhao Sha struggled to his feet and said unwillingly, I didn't expect you to be a cultivator. No wonder you're so arrogant. Kid, although I'm not a cultivator, our Zhao group has the Chen family backing us. He gritted his teeth and pointed at Lin Fan's face, threatening, So what if you're a cultivator? If the Chen family makes a move, it'll only take a few minutes to crush you into dust. Lin Fan's eyes widened when he heard Chen family. Seeing Lin Fan's expression, Zhao Sha thought he was scared and began to boast smugly again. What? Scared now? He said manically. Kneel and kowtow to apologize right now and I might spare you. Otherwise, or else what? Lin Fan's whole body flared with power, his voice laced with killing intent. Zhao Sha's face turned blue, the whites of his eyes showing. Looking at Lin Fan's terrifying eyes, he stammered, what's going on? This guy's killing intent is too strong. I keep talking, I might. Before Zhao Sha could come to his senses, he was punched in the chest by Lin Fan, blood spraying from his mouth, his heart feeling as if it had shattered, a sound of death ringing in his ears. So that's how it is. The scene just now was exactly what appeared in Zhao Sha's mind. He was drenched in sweat, speechless. And no, Lin Fan walked up to him furiously, or else what? The two words I hate most right now are Chen family. Zhao Sha, you brought this on yourself. But just then Ji Xiaoju came over and stood in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan, don't, for Ji Xiaoju's sake. Lin Fan didn't kill him and said coldly, scram and don't let me see you again. Hearing the pardon, Zhao Sha fled in a panic. Before leaving he didn't forget to say, I won't let you off. The Chen family won't let you off. You just wait. He looked at Ji Xiaoju, clenching his fists angrily and vowing, and you, Ji Xiaoju, you will be my woman. After speaking, he ran off in terror as if chased by a ghost, leaving Ji Xiaoju's family restaurant. Ji Xiaoju's mother watched Zhao Sha flee, unable to believe her eyes. Lin Fan, why did that Zhao Sha kneel before you? Lin Fan played dumb innocently. Who knows, maybe he has trouble walking. He then pulled Ji Xiaoju to his side and announced domineeringly, by the way, Uncle Auntie, I'm taking Xiaoju out for a walk. Uncle Auntie, you two carry on. Ji Xiaoju's parents hadn't understood what happened and just nodded instinctively. In the park, the young Lin Fan and Ji Xiaoju sat on a bench. Lin Fan turned to look at Ji Xiaoju and asked curiously, by the way, Xiaoju, how did you get involved with that guy? Ji Xiaoju sighed and said helplessly, don't mention it. Wasn't I tricked by my mom? She said she was finding me an internship, but she secretly arranged a blind date instead. Lin Fan stroked her head and praised her. Who can blame them when our Xiaoju is so outstanding? Being praised like this by Lin Fan, Ji Xiaoju blushed shyly. That's not it. Ji Xiaoju moved closer to Lin Fan and said shyly. Then she said, Lin Fan. She looked directly into Lin Fan's eyes and asked seriously, why are you completely different from before? Ji Xiaoju clutched her skirt tightly and said with conflict, although you've become very powerful now, you're not the Lin Fan I'm familiar with anymore. Hearing this, Lin Fan closed his eyes and said in a low voice, Xiaoju, one day you will know the answer. Ji Xiaoju lowered her head and murmured, Lin Fan, I understand, she said with trust in her eyes. No matter what you become, I believe in you and I will always support you. After speaking, Ji Xiaoju hugged Lin Fan's arm tightly. Lin Fan looked at the person beside him and thought to himself, thank you, Xiaoju. A month later at school, Lin Fan sat at his desk, sighed boredly and looked out the window. Lin Fan said, it's been peaceful and quiet. There's no useful news from Old Wei's side. That Chen Kai kid hasn't made any moves either. It's a bit boring. Then he slumped over his desk completely listless. Just then a knock-knock sound came from outside the classroom. Teacher Qin Jing opened the door and walked in, introducing to everyone, class, today we have a new student transferring from another school. Hearing this news, the students in the class looked at each other in surprise. A transfer student, is it a boy or a girl? Teacher Qin called towards the door. All right, come in. A clear male voice came from outside. Yes, with a swish, Lin Yantian, dressed in a school uniform, walked in. He handsomely introduced himself to the class. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Yantian. From now on we'll be classmates. Seeing that the new student was a handsome guy, the female student's eyes lit up. Wow, so handsome. Just then, Lin Fan, who was slumped over in the back of the classroom, opened his eyes in surprise and looked up at the podium. On the podium, Lin Yantian's entire body emitted a purple spiritual power as he said, I hope we can all get along. As soon as he finished speaking, several blade-like whooshing sounds cut through the air. Lin Yantian had finally identified his target. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile as he said, classmate Lin Fan, I hope we can get along too. Lin Fan looked up with great interest. Oh, interesting. Lin Yantian walked up to Lin Fan, extended his hand and said with a friendly smile, I'm Lin Yantian of the Lin family. Please take care of me in the future. Lin Fan extended his hand, shook his and said frankly, sure. Qin Jing looked at the two familiar people and said in surprise, you know each other. Lin Yantian smiled grimly and said, you could say we've known each other by reputation for a long time. After he spoke, lightning sparked between the two of them. The crackling sound echoed in the space while their tightly clasped hands squeezed harder and harder, making a creaking sound. Lin Fan squeezed even harder and smiled. That's right, we have indeed known each other by reputation for a long time. Speaking of which, we're still family. Lin Yantian gritted his teeth in anger and snorted coldly in his heart. He withdrew his hand, stuck it in his pants pocket and said with a brilliant smile, from now on we are classmates. I hope we have a pleasant exchange. Lin Yantian walked to the desk next to Lin Fan, pulled out the chair and sat down. All right, teacher, you can start the class now. He still wore a smile on his face, but his gaze glanced towards his pants pocket. His hands looked very miserable. Lin Yantian thought, this guy's strength is too great, and the internal energy I sent into his body was completely dissolved. Not a bit of it was left. It seems this Lin Fan really has some skill. Lin Fan also noticed Lin Yantian's gaze sizing him up and a smile tugged at his lips. He was also judging him in his heart. Lin Yantian, is it? Let me see just how capable your so-called secular Lin family is. After class everyone went out. Lin Fan leaned against the window and saw Lin Yantian walking over. Hey Lin Fan, are you free? Let's talk. Lin Fan also felt he had nothing better to do, so he nodded in agreement. All right. As the two left, two girls were still hiding behind a wall, sighing, so handsome. Walking to an open space, Lin Yantian stopped and said, I heard you've been impersonating a descendant of our Lin family. Lin Fan said as if he had heard a joke. You think you're worthy of me impersonating you, Lin Yantian said dismissively. No matter how you argue, there's no one else around here now. Do you understand what I mean? After speaking, he released a large amount of spiritual power and a crackling sound filled the air. The two were enveloped in a cloud of white smoke. People outside couldn't see inside. Lin Yantian smugly introduced, in this reflective barrier, sound is completely isolated. Although our Lin family never causes trouble, you've offended someone you shouldn't have, so I can't let you live. When you get to the underworld, remember not to impersonate a descendant of the Lin family again. Lin Fan listened to his long speech and gave a big yawn. All right, I get it. You talk too much. Lin Yantian extended 2 fingers and an 8-trigram array appeared under his feet, trapping Lin Fan, he said confidently. Chink and art, you can't move in this formation. Just then a stalagmite shot out from the ground, piercing straight towards Lin Fan. This was the Earth Art Mountain Seal. Lin Fan was tightly bound by the stalagmite, unable to move. Not only that, Lin Yantian placed his hand on the ground and released Fire Art Yang Flame. Thousands of flames flew towards Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan just smiled meaningfully. With a boom, a cloud of white smoke exploded. Looking at the white smoke in front of him, Lin Yantian was panting, very tired. From the smoke, a figure walked out. This kind of spell can only fool children. This figure was none other than Lin Fan. He dusted off his clothes as if nothing had happened. On Lin Yantian's side, seeing Lin Fan completely unharmed, he said silently, as expected, "Normal Taoist arts have no effect on you at all." His eyes lit up. But that might not be the case for what comes next. He placed his hand on the ground, and with a rumble, a Mountain Grand Duke emerged from the ground. The Mountain Grand Duke's hand clenched, and with a whoosh it threw a punch at Lin Fan. Lin Fan also extended his hand and threw a punch at the Mountain Grand Duke. With a bang, the Mountain Grand Duke was shattered by Lin Fan's fist. He coldly said 2 words, shameless. Lin Fan lifted his foot. His whole body was enveloped in a green light. Green flame, this guy. Lin Yantian, not to be outdone, extended his hands to form a seal. It's not over yet. Lightning art. His whole body was enveloped in a colorful spiritual power. Lin Yantian shouted, and a startling thunderbolt appeared with a rumble, striking straight at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked up and flew elsewhere. Lin Yantian refused to stop, gritting his teeth and saying, "Lin Fan, take another one of my moves." The lightning art heavenly cycle surrounded Lin Fan in countless bolts of lightning. Lin Fan was struck by the lightning, showing no reaction. Lin Yantian raised his hand, releasing a fire art, combining it with the previous lightning art, and shot it all at Lin Fan. With a boom, the place where Lin Fan stood was filled with dust and smoke, making it impossible to see inside. Lin Yantian looked ahead and said in disbelief, "Did it work?" But to his disappointment, Lin Fan's voice rang out again. "Have you even tore my school uniform?" Lin Fan dusted off his clothes, the corner of his mouth lifting in praise. But to be able to master green flame is already considered non-existent in the secular world. Lin Yantian's eyes widened in shock. The secular world? How do you know that term? Lin Fan walked forward and said frankly, "I know, and I know a lot more." Lin Yantian refused to admit defeat. He placed his hand on the ground and said angrily, "Damn it, forest of death art." On the ground, vines grew wildly, shooting towards Lin Fan and binding him. He continued to extend his hand. Water art, water dragon pillar. A water tornado shot out, hitting Lin Fan squarely. Lin Fan was soaked to the bone and murmured, "Are you done playing yet?" After saying this, Lin Fan finally stopped standing still and threw a punch, shattering Lin Yantian's moves. Lin Fan's entire body was burning with flames as he said coldly, "Are you out of tricks? Should it be my turn now?" Lin Yantian wiped his sweat, trembling with fear. "Father once said that our Lin clan is the last descendant of the cultivation world on Earth. If one can reach the foundation establishment stage, one can shatter the void. But even Father is only at the peak of the chi refining stage right now. At this point, even if I release all my cultivation and add the family's secret arts, I am no match for him." Lin Fan rubbed his fists and said, "Are you out of tricks? Then shouldn't it be my turn now?" Suddenly, Lin Yantian dispelled the reflective barrier, startling Lin Fan. Lin Yantian beckoned and 3 girls walked over. "With someone here." Lin Fan couldn't make a move. "This guy," he said. Lin Yantian approached Lin Fan and whispered, "I've arranged a banquet at the Emperor Hotel tonight. I hope you can come." Lin Fan showed his surprise. "Oh," Lin Yantian continued, "our Lin family has never caused trouble. This time we sought you out because the Chen family did us a favor. But I am not your match and I don't think I can beat you, so I hope to turn hostility into friendship." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Impossible. Chen Kai must die." Lin Yantian smiled and replied, "That can be arranged." Lin Fan's face wrinkled. "You're a vicious fellow," Lin Yantian said grimly. "If not for that, for someone on my path of cultivation, he is just immortal. What's the difference between him and an ant?" Lin Yantian took out a spirit stone and said, "Consider this spirit stone a gift from me." Lin Fan held the spirit stone tightly, thinking that this guy had the air of someone from the celestial realm, viewing people as ants with no humanity in his heart. In the meeting hall, Chen Kai knocked over his teacup and asked in shock, "What did you say?" Lin Yantian said frankly, "Chen Kai, you can't afford to provoke Lin Fan. Stop now or even our Lin family won't be able to protect you." Chen Kai was panicked. This Chen Kai asked Chen Bufan, "Master, what do you think?" After pondering for a moment, Chen Bufan said, "Kaier, I don't think we can afford to provoke this person." Chen Kai thought, "Even Master says so." Chen Kai could only grit his teeth and reply, "I understand." Lin Yantian stood up and said, I've invited Lin Fan to our appraisal assembly tonight. At that time I will try to speak on your behalf to resolve the conflict between you two. For example, the Chen family will have to bleed a little. Do you understand? Chen Kai replied. I understand, Chen Bufan explained. Kaier, you must know that in this world there will always be some existences that we cannot contend with, and Lin Fan is one of them. Chen Kai nodded. Yes, master. Chen Bufan stood up ready to leave with Lin Yantian, and added, all right, Kaier, go and prepare. Chen Kai cursed in anger, punching the wall and thinking, Master, Lin Yantian, you too. On the roof of the room an old man was monitoring the scene of the three just now. He sneered and said to himself, Lin Fan is indeed extraordinary. Old man Zhao Bufan and the Lin family descendant can't do anything to him. But this Chen Kai can be used. The old man laughed loudly and then disappeared. Outside the Emperor Hotel, people were discussing what's going on. Why is the hotel entrance blocked off with red ropes? A person said. I heard there's a big event tonight. Lin Fan walked over from a distance, muttering to himself, the spiritual energy is so dense. This hotel must have a lot of treasures, right? It seems what Lin Yantian arranged tonight is more than just a simple banquet. Lin Fan walked to the Chen family's company. When he reached the entrance, a subordinate stepped out to stop him, his tone contemptuous. Get away, can't you see only extraordinary people are allowed in here? Still trying to barge in? Get lost. Lin Fan ignored him and walked in with his hands in his pockets. The bodyguard rushed over angrily and grabbed Lin Fan's collar. Didn't you hear what I said? At this moment a grim voice came from inside the building. Scram, the person was the master of this building, Chen Kai, he said, full of killing intent. He is a distinguished guest. The subordinate lowered his head in fear, trembling all over. I'm sorry, young Master Chen. I didn't know. Chen Kai extended his hand in a gesture of invitation and said to Lin Fan, please come in. The two walked in and Chen Kai couldn't help but ask, Lin Fan, what is your background? The two walked into the banquet hall. Chen Kai went out to greet others, leaving Lin Fan standing alone. At this moment a hand reached out to Lin Fan. Ah, so it's Lin Fan. The person who came was none other than Zhao Bufan. He said with a brilliant smile, truly a young hero with extraordinary aptitude. I believe you also know that tonight is not just a banquet. Lin Fan also extended his hand to shake Zhao Bufan's and nodded. That's right. Zhao Bufan smiled proudly. Indeed, you have great insight. Lin Fan looked around and assessed the situation. With this setup, there must be quite a few rare treasures gathered here. Zhao Bufan replied in agreement. That's right. There's an auction tonight, so there aren't too many treasures, but not too few either. As if remembering something, he added, I also prepared a few interesting items. I hope you'll take a liking to them. Mr. Zhao handed Lin Fan a box and said, inside is a high-quality spirit stone. I obtained it while traveling abroad more than 10 years ago. Today I'm giving it to you, young Master Lin. Lin Fan sighed in admiration, then opened the box. Inside was indeed a particularly high-grade spirit stone. Lin Fan thought, the spiritual energy contained in this spirit stone surpasses that of the few spiritual artifacts I previously owned. Lin Fan flicked his finger and the spirit stone disappeared. He said, in that case it would be rude to refuse. Zhao Bufan replied happily. Good, the auction is about to start. Please come with me, young Master Lin. Zhao Bufan walked ahead and said to Lin Fan, this way please. Suddenly a shout was heard, you damn brat, it's you. Lin Fan looked back in confusion. It was that Zhao Sha. Zhao Sha shouted, we meet again, remember me. Zhao Sha continued, I'm going to make you pay for the humiliation you caused me. Lin Fan asked blankly, who are you? Zhao Sha pointed at Lin Fan's shoulder and said sharply, kid, I don't know how you got in here, but since you're here, don't think you can leave easily. Zhao Sha turned and said, young Master Chen, hearing someone call him Chen Kai Freud and said, what is it? Shouting and screaming, Zhao Sha pointed at Lin Fan and replied, it's this guy. He's the one who ruined my good deed and insulted me behind my back. Lin Fan said calmly, that's right. So what if it was me? Zhao Sha threatened insidiously. So what? Still so arrogant when you're about to die. Young Master Chen, look at this guy, he doesn't even have you in his eyes right now. Hurry up. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Sha was punched in the face by Chen Kai, fell to the ground and wailed. Chen Kai said loudly, get lost. Zhao Sha held his face and asked in surprise, young Master Chen, this is Chen Kai glared at him and said, scram. Zhao Sha was so scared he immediately fled. Chen Kai said respectfully to Lin Fan, I'm sorry, it was my oversight. Lin Fan walked away coldly. Lin Fan sat in the VIP seat and said to Chen Kai and Zhao Bufan who were standing behind him, what are you two still waiting for? Zhao Bufan smiled and said to Chen Kai, then let's go sit down too. The three of them sat down at a table by the entrance. Lin Yantian slowly walked in and said with a smile, it's about to begin. Lin Yantian pulled out a chair, sat down and said, I'm so sorry to have kept you all waiting. Lin Yantian said to Lin Fan, a lot of good things will appear in this small auction. If you see anything you like, just tell me. I'll buy it for you. Lin Fan asked back in surprise. Oh, are you sure? Lin Yantian replied, of course. Lin Fan said with a dark expression, in that case I want it all. Lin Yantian was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. All right, he said, brother Lin, it seems you don't have a spiritual tool. Lin Fan replied frankly, I'm poor, can't afford one. Lin Yantian took out a ring and asked, brother Lin, what do you think of this ring? Lin Fan retorted, it's a storage ring. Lin Yantian said, although it's of a slightly low grade, it's still a decent item. I'll give it to you, brother Lin. Lin Fan accepted the ring and replied, all right, I happen to need one. Lin Fan channeled flames from his other hand into the ring, and it was quickly refined to a higher level. Seeing this, Lin Yantian thought to himself, he refined it in an instant. This is impossible. Even a foundation establishment stage cultivator would need at least 15 minutes. Could it be? Could he be? Lin Yantian looked in astonishment at the already refined ring in Lin Fan's hand. Seeing this, Lin Fan asked, "What do you think?" Lin Yantian replied, "It's nothing." On stage, the host began to speak. "Everyone, thank you for waiting and for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here. The auction is about to begin." The host raised his hand and continued, "Now let's welcome tonight's auctioneer, young Master Chen Kai." Chen Kai walked onto the stage and said, "Everyone must know that tonight is an auction. Without further ado, everyone's time is precious, so the auction will now officially begin." Chen Kai clapped his hands and a line of models walked up, each holding a box. Chen Kai introduced, "Everyone get ready. First we will announce the first item." The first box opened and Chen Kai said, "This jade pendant is a spiritual jade that the Chen family has treasured for 20 years. The starting price is 25 million. The auction begins now." The crowd began to murmur. Lin Yantian asked Lin Fan, "What do you think, brother Lin? Do you want it?" Lin Fan shook his head and said, "Nothing special, I don't really want it." Lin Yantian nodded. "All right, let's keep watching then." A guest raised a paddle with the number 4000. Chen Kai banged the gavel. "Congratulations to this gentleman for winning this jade pendant for 40 million. Chen Kai continued, "Now let's look at the second item. This pill can help chi refining martial artists solidify the true chi in their bodies. The starting price is 60 million. Lin Fan was surprised. "A pill of this level can actually fetch 60 million? Lin Yantian asked. "What, brother Lin? You also know alchemy?" Lin Fan replied. "I only know a little," Lin Yantian said. "Is that so? Then are you confident you can refine a pill of this quality, brother Lin?" Lin Fan immediately said, "It's as easy as flipping my hand." Lin Yantian was shocked. "What?" Then Lin Yantian wiped his sweat and exclaimed, "Brother Lin, you are truly capable." A mocking voice came from the entrance. "You're holding a secret auction. Why didn't you invite me?" Zhang Kashan said as he walked into the venue. Chen Kai said, "I don't recall inviting you." Zhang Kashan said with a cold face, "Chen boy, just because you didn't invite me, does that mean I can't come?" Then Zhang Kashan turned and said to everyone, "It's been a long time, everyone." Zhang Kashan looked at Lin Yantian with his arms crossed and said, "Oh, young Master Lin, I didn't expect you to be here. How has your father been recently?" Lin Yantian replied, "Thank you for your concern. My father is in good health." Zhang Kashan looked at Lin Fan and asked, "And who is this?" Lin Yantian replied, "This is my distinguished guest." Zhang Kashan said, "To be your distinguished guest, he must be a capable person. I am Zhang Kashan of the Longcheng Zhang family." Lin Fan looked at him and thought, "The Longcheng Zhang family? I remember this is one of the few families in the secular world with a foundation establishment cultivator. I heard this name in my previous life." Lin Yantian whispered to Lin Fan, "The Longcheng Zhang family. Their family's foundation is even stronger than our Lin clan's, but the Zhang family acts strangely, so no one likes them." Zhang Kashan glanced at them. "So what if you don't like me?" Zhang Kashan said loudly to the crowd. "By the way, I came today to tell everyone, forget about the auction. I'm taking all of these things." Zhang Kashan continued, "I want all the auction items." The crowd murmured, "Who is he? I don't know him." Lin Yantian crossed his arms and said, "Zhang Kashan, I'm still here. Are you really going to pretend I don't exist?" Zhang Kashan said, "Oh, young Master Lin, my apologies." He leaned in and whispered in Lin Yantian's ear, "But I am treating you like you're not here. What can you do about it?" Lin Yantian said angrily, "Don't push your luck." Lin Fan spoke up and asked, "Are you Zhang Kashan?" Zhang Kashan replied, "What if I am?" Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "It's fine if you want the items. As long as it's something I don't want, you can take it." Zhang Kashan said, "You talk big." Lin Fan said coldly, "I don't like people chattering in front of me, so please disappear from my sight immediately." Zhang Kashan mocked, "What if I don't scram? What can you do?" Lin Fan said, "I'll only say this one last time. You can take what I don't want, but for now, scram." Zhang Kashan replied, "Kid, I'd like to see on what grounds you'll make me scram." Lin Fan glared angrily at Zhang Kashan. Zhang Kashan was startled and took a few steps back in fear. Lin Yantian looked at the trembling Zhang Kashan and thought, "Zhang Kashan, you've really kicked an iron plate by provoking Lin Fan." Zhang Kashan looked at Lin Fan and thought, "This guy is very strong. I can feel it from just a glance. I'm definitely no match for him." Zhang Kashan laughed awkwardly. "So that's how it is? I really misjudged. Fine. I'll scram right now." Zhang Kashan turned and left. He patted Lin Yantian's shoulder and said, "This guy is a really tough nut to crack." Outside the door, Zhang Kashan stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "This kid's skills are unfathomable. If I could get him to work for me, it would suit me very well." Chen Kai said through the microphone, "Then let's continue the auction." Lin Fan turned to Lin Yantian and said, "I'm not interested in this pill." Lin Yantian waved his hand breezily and said, "Then we won't take it." Zhang Kashan raised his hand and said, "In that case, I'll take it for 80 million. Seeing him bid so high, the others hesitated. 80 million, the gavel sounded, and Chen Kai announced, "Since no one has made a higher bid, this item is yours." With that, he brought out the next item. Next is the third item. As soon as he saw it, Lin Fan immediately took notice. He secretly determined, "This thing actually contains a defensive shield. I can buy it for Shouty for self-defense. It will be of great use in the future." Thinking of this, Lin Fan immediately expressed, "I want it." Lin Yantian showed a surprised expression. "Oh, brother Lin finally found something he's interested in." With that, he raised his hand to bid. "Then we'll take it. We bid 100 million. Hearing the price, some of the others flinched, while others scratched their heads and exclaimed, 100 million. No one bid. Chen Kai waved his hand and announced, "Then congratulations to the two of you for winning it." The next item was brought up. Chen Kai introduced, next is the fourth item. This dagger was excavated from the ancient tomb of the Qin family. It has great collection value. The starting price is 50 million. The auction begins. Lin Yantian turned to inquire, Brother Lin. Lin Fan closed his eyes and refused, I don't want it. Seeing this, Zhang Kashan immediately raised his hand and said loudly, I want it, I want it. No one should compete with me for this, right? Chen Kai gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, Zhang Kashan, that old bastard. He forced a stiff smile and announced, then congratulations to this old gentleman. Then Chen Kai stepped down from the stage. He walked to the next item. Next will be the final item, which I will announce personally. Chen Kai opened the box, and a ray of light shot out. Down below, Zhang Kashan couldn't help but be startled. This is, Chen Kai said, everyone please look. This iron scroll records a part of an extraordinary qi refining cultivation technique. Its value goes without saying, so this item can only be traded for another item. Lin Yantian turned to look at Lin Fan again, but he had a cold expression and said, it's useless, I don't want it. Hearing this, Lin Yantian thought, even this kind of qi refining technique doesn't catch Lin Fan's eye. It seems he has countless techniques at his disposal. Zhang Kashan held up a jade tablet. Good stuff, I want it, I want it. I'm willing to trade a body refining technique from the Zhang family. In exchange for this qi refining technique, Chen Kai said, oh, then he closed the box and agreed. The Zhang family's body refining technique, I trust it. Then this item is yours. Today's auction is now over. From now on, please feel free to mingle. The others, disappointed, stood up to leave. What was that? We didn't even have a chance to participate. Let's go, let's go. Lin Fan also stood up and reminded them we should go too. Lin Yantian responded with a At this moment, Zhang Kashan came over to talk to Lin Fan. Oh wait, brother. I wonder if I could have the honor of a few words with you, Lin Fan replied with a blank expression, not interested. Zhang Kashan still pestered him, persuading, such a quick refusal. More friends mean more paths. Besides, my Longcheng Zhang family has some capabilities. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Lin Fan, he sighed. Lin Fan continued to walk forward, so he turned to Lin Yantian and said, by the way, Lin Yantian, I heard the Murong clan from the imperial capital is coming to Demon City in a few days. Hearing this news, Lin Yantian's face darkened and he retorted, what did you say? At this moment, Lin Fan, hearing this, also burned with anger. The Murong you speak of, both Lin Yantian and Zhang Kashan were a little surprised by Lin Fan's reaction. His entire body was filled with killing intent, his eyes cold as he retorted, the Murong family you speak of, is it Murong Qing? Seeing that Zhang Kashan didn't answer, Lin Fan's killing intent grew heavier and he asked sharply, is it or not? Zhang Kashan trembled all over and stammered, why yes it is. Hearing the answer, Lin Fan's lips curled into a grin and he laughed. Good, good. Lin Yantian looked at him and couldn't help but stroke his chin, thinking, Brother Lin has a grudge against the Murong family. At this moment a cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, and he thought, Murong Cheng, oh Murong Cheng, you refused the path to heaven, and broke into the gates of hell. The grudge from my past life, it's time to settle it, Zhang Kashan spoke up tentatively. Little brother, are you not on good terms with the Murong family? Lin Fan replied loudly. What's it to you? Zhang Kashan laughed, crossing his arms and said, it's fine if little brother doesn't want to say. However, my Longcheng Zhang family isn't on good terms with the Murong family either. If you need anything, just ask. Hearing this, Lin Yantian sneered. Zhang Kashan, you dare to say that? Say it to the Murong family's face if you have the guts. Zhang Kashan laughed and retorted, I can't bring myself to speak ill of people to their faces, but your Lin clan's relationship with the Murong family isn't that great either, is it? Why don't we discuss it together later? At this moment, Chen Kai's master also laughed, stroking his beard and agreeing, good. Lin Wenchen turned to look at him, somewhat surprised. Mr. Zhao, he walked up to Lin Fan and expressed, Lin Fan, the Murong family is eccentric and domineering, and they have made many enemies. Unfortunately, they are too powerful and everyone is helpless against them. If you really have a grudge against them, why don't we talk? Chen Kai also spoke up and suggested, Lin Fan, I think you can consider our suggestion. Our Chen family also has some conflicts with the Murong family. If you need it, we will fully support you. This is the Chen family's determination to reconcile. Hearing everyone say this, Lin Fan laughed and opened his hands in agreement. All right, Zhang Kashan then happily suggested. Great, I just bought a villa here. Why don't we go there? What do you all think? Mr. Zhao was the first to speak. Then it would be our honor. Lin Yantian also nodded. Let's go. Zhang Kashan turned and led the way. Everyone, let's go. The group followed behind him, leaving the auction hall together. In Zhang Kashan's villa, everyone was now sitting around the reception table. Lin Yantian began to explain. Currently, the Murong family's power is growing stronger and stronger. Even if we join forces, we might not be able to shake them in the slightest. Lin Fad pointed and asked, your Lin clan, the Longcheng Zhang family plus the Chen family and Zhao Bufan can't even shake them in the slightest? Chen Kai shook his head and replied, with our current strength we indeed cannot contend with them. Hearing this, Lin Fan fell silent, thinking, this Murong family is even more formidable than in my past life. Lin Yantian agreed. That's right, the Murong family has countless qi refining peak elites, more than all the other families combined, and with Murong Cheng as their representative, they have a total of 2 powerhouses close to the foundation establishment stage. To fight them, we need more master elites. Lin Fan frowned and calculated. It seems that to kill that Murong Cheng now, I really need to plan carefully. The most urgent task is to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. At this moment Zhang Kashan finally spoke up. Speaking of which, I have some news. I was originally planning to keep it to myself, but since everyone is gathered here, I won't hide it anymore. The Murong family is coming to Demon City this time for the 9 Treasure Snow Lotus. Hearing this, Chen Kai and Lin Yantian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What? Zhao Bufan was also a little surprised, but he quickly dismissed it. The 9 Treasure Snow Lotus appearing in Demon City? That's impossible, Lin Yantian asked doubtfully. The 9 Treasure Snow Lotus only matures once every 30 years, but it hasn't even been 10 years since the last time it matured. How could it appear again this time? Zhang Kashan smiled mysteriously and replied, You all don't know this, but this time the 9 Treasure Snow Lotus is not naturally grown but artificially cultivated. Lin Yantian still didn't believe it. He smiled faintly and said, Zhang Kashan, if you're going to lie, at least be a little more convincing. The 9 Treasure Snow Lotus is a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. It can only be formed naturally. If someone could really cultivate it. Zhao Bufan also chimed in. Indeed, not a single word from you, Zhang Kashan, can be believed. Zhang Kashan was not angered by the mockery. He insisted firmly. I know you don't believe it, but this news is absolutely true. Although the 9 Treasure Snow Lotus is born of heaven and earth, there is a person in Demon City. Since the age of 12, he began to study how to cultivate spiritual treasures of heaven and earth with human effort. Just last month, according to a secret report from Murong family spies, he has successfully cultivated the 9 Treasure Snow Lotus. Although there are some differences from the naturally grown ones, it doesn't detract from its value. And he is 92 years old this year, a full 80 years. Hearing this, Zhao Bufan couldn't help but ask with suspicion, The person you're talking about isn't that old beggar, is it? Zhang Kashan nodded in confirmation. That's right, it's that crazy old beggar. Zhao Bufan laughed and exclaimed, Amazing, truly amazing. I never thought he would actually succeed. Lin Fan spoke up and asked, Who is that old beggar? Zhao Bufan replied, That old fellow came from a martial arts family. He was exceptionally talented from a young age. It said that he reached the Qi refining realm at the age of 10 and could be said to be the most outstanding genius of an era 80 years ago. I don't know what happened, but at the age of 12 that old beggar actually gave up his martial arts cultivation and became obsessed with cultivating spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. At that time, everyone thought he was crazy, and the facts proved it. In the blink of an eye, 80 years have passed. The former genius is now a waste who has lived his life by begging. Lin Fan, however, didn't think so. He expressed, If that's the case, then he is a person of great perseverance. Zhao Bufan asked, puzzled, But the news from the Murong family. Zhang Kashan, how did you get it? Zhang Kashan smiled smugly. I have my ways, of course. Lin Yantian spoke up and suggested, In that case, why don't we just go and snatch that 9 Treasure Snow Lotus back? Zhang Kashan replied, Easier said than done. But do you know that beggar's cultivation level? Lin Yantian let out an interested, Oh? Zhang Kashan said, That old beggar has already reached the foundation establishment stage. Hearing this, the crowd exclaimed in surprise in unison. What? Lin Yantian exclaimed with a look of disbelief. I never thought that old beggar had already reached the foundation establishment stage. Zhang Kashan continued to report the news. Not only that, the Murong family's foundation establishment powerhouse is now lurking around that old beggar. How are we supposed to snatch it now? I was originally planning to seize the opportunity to take the 9 Treasure Snow Lotus when they were both injured. Now I've told everyone this news. When we get the 9 Treasure Snow Lotus, the Snow Lotus will be mine. We'll split its seeds. How about it? Zhao Bufan smiled and objected. The Snow Lotus can't be yours, but the seeds can be divided equally. Zhang Kashan took credit. I'm the one who told everyone this news. You can't be too greedy. The Snow Lotus must be mine. Zhao Bufan suggested, How about this? We split the seeds equally and we refine the Snow Lotus into pills, then we split them equally as usual. How about that? I'll provide the resources needed for refining. How about it? The crowd heard this and agreed readily. All right, that's fine. After the plan was settled, Zhang Kashan also said in unison, All right, since we've reached a consensus, then next we need to plan how to make them kill each other. We'll reap the rewards. My spies. Before he could finish, Lin Fan interrupted. I refuse. Hearing this, Zhang Kashan was startled and turned to look at him. Lin Fan stated, You each get one of its seeds. The pills that can be refined from the Snow Lotus, you each get one as usual. The rest is mine. Zhang Kashan frowned at his words, gritted his teeth and retorted, What did you say? Lin Fan showed a slight smile. You only need to help me hold off one foundation establishment cultivator. Leave the rest to me. Zhang Kashan stammered in dissatisfaction. Why you? Lin Yantian seemed to want to say something too. Brother Lin, you, Lin Fan directly interrupted him. I said there's no need for them to kill each other. Just help me hold off that foundation establishment powerhouse. Leave the rest to me, Lin Yantian asked doubtfully. Brother Lin, are you really? Lin Fan smiled and confirmed, You guessed right. With that, he released a wave of pressure that filled the entire room. Seeing this, Lin Yantian also understood his actions. He said with realization, So that's how it is? Then I have no objection. I agree. Lin Fan turned to Zhao Bufan and asked, Mr. Zhao, what do you think? He immediately replied, I agree. Chen Kai over there also agreed. Seeing this, Zhang Kashan couldn't help but be surprised. You guys, he calmed down and speculated. Could this Lin Fan also be a foundation establishment powerhouse? Impossible. Are they colluding to trick me? Lin Fan saw that he was silent for a long time and asked, "What, you don't believe me?" Startled by the question, Zhang Kashan raised his hand guiltily to wipe his face, stammering, that." Suddenly, the finger he had raised froze. Not only that, a thin layer of ice formed on the bodies of the others in the room. Lin Yantian turned to Lin Fan in confusion. "What is this?" At this moment, Lin Fan's entire body exuded a low pressure cold enough to freeze everything. Chen Kai trembled and hugged his body, saying, My body can't move." Lin Fan did not withdraw this power, and just like that he gradually froze everything. After a while he finally spoke and asked, "Do you believe me now?" Zhang Kashan trembled, both cold and scared, and replied, I believe you, I believe you." Hearing this answer, Lin Fan was satisfied. "Very good," he snapped his fingers. Immediately, everything in the room returned to normal. The pressure gradually stabilized and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fan looked at the palm of his hand and thought, "The power I just erupted is my current highest level, although it's far from a true foundation establishment. How can immortal chi be compared to the power of mortals?" After thinking, Lin Fan formally spoke, "In that case, we'll set off tomorrow to seize the 9 treasures Snow Lotus." Everyone replied in unison, "All right." The next day, it was pouring rain. In a dilapidated temple, the old beggar was curled up on the cold ground. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, followed by a loud thunderclap. This woke the old beggar up. His face showed anxiety and nervousness. On the road up the mountain, the car was still speeding through the heavy rain. Chen Kai was driving, and as he drove, he asked, "The old beggar lives in this remote mountainous area." Zhang Kashan, sitting in the passenger seat, confidently affirmed, "Hey, my information is never wrong." Lin Fan, sitting in the back seat, said nothing. Soon, the car stopped in front of the dilapidated temple. Lin Fan got out of the car. In the rain, he looked inside and thought, "What a strong aura. I can feel it from this far away. It's indeed a foundation establishment powerhouse." Not only the old beggar's aura, a figure appeared in Lin Fan's mind. The Murong family's foundation establishment powerhouse is indeed nearby, and his cultivation is a bit higher than this old beggar's. At this moment, a confident smile suddenly appeared on Lin Fan's face. "With my current cultivation, I can completely defeat both of them at once. Is this all you've got?" Zhang Kashan spoke up and asked, "When do we make our move?" Lin Fan replied. Now, as soon as his voice fell, he channeled his energy and leapt up. In the dilapidated temple, the old beggar sat cross-legged, perfectly still. And from outside, footsteps were getting closer. Hearing the footsteps, the old beggar grinned and muttered to himself, "I understood the principle that possessing a treasure courts disaster 80 years ago." Lin Fan and the others were now standing behind him, but the old beggar still didn't turn around, only saying, "The principle I understood 80 years ago." Zhang Kashan directly suggested, "Old beggar, since you understand this principle, hand over the 9 treasures Snow Lotus now to avoid trouble." The old beggar showed a mocking smile. "Just by yourselves," he deliberately said loudly. "The one from the Murong family doesn't need to hide anymore. Show yourself." As soon as his voice fell, the person from the Murong family no longer hid behind the pillar, but appeared directly. A silver-haired woman in a white dress walked out and greeted them. "So I've been discovered. Hello everyone." Seeing her, Zhao Bufan recognized her with surprise. "Murong Shu," the old beggar smiled and confirmed one by one, "the Murong family, the Lin clan, the Chen family, the Zhang family. I, this old beggar, am truly honored, but if you want the 9 treasures Snow Lotus, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Seeing the old beggar's readiness to fight, the others immediately took their stances. Zhang Kashan said, "Young Master Lin, I'll leave this Murong family expert to you. We'll take care of the old beggar." Lin Fan smiled cheerfully and said, "No problem." The old beggar glared and shouted, "Enough talk," and he, along with Zhao Bufan, Zhang Kashan, Chen Kai, and Lin Yantian, rushed out of the temple to fight. He provoked "Come on." Inside the temple, Lin Fan watched outside with interest for a moment. A few seconds later, he turned back to face Murong Shu and said, "It's just the 2 of us left. Ladies first, please." Murong Shu raised her hand and got into a stance, replying, "Then I won't be polite." Lin Fan was still casually inviting her, "Please don't hold back." Before he could finish, Murong Shu suddenly rushed forward, a precise kick striking Lin Fan's face. She said coldly, "Please don't get distracted." Lin Fan hadn't gotten serious yet. He just remarked, "Oh, so fast," as a roguish thought flashed through his mind. "White, is it?" After the kick, Murong Shu landed steadily, but she instantly pivoted on her heel and kicked at Lin Fan again, but he quickly dodged to the side. However, he forgot about the yellow ball next to Murong Shu. At that moment it flew over and slammed into his back. Lin Fan said in surprise, "Ah, there's a ball too." Seizing the opportunity, Murong Shu threw a punch at him. She reminded him, "I told you not to get distracted." But Lin Fan was very calm, calmly raising a hand to block her fist. He smiled and praised, "Not bad, good force." Murong Shu also replied calmly. After his praise, Lin Fan's expression changed slightly. At this moment a yin-yang bagua diagram appeared beneath Murong Shu and Lin Fan's feet. Murong Shu stated, "I will now use my full strength to fight you, sir. Please be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, she twisted her wrist, breaking free from Lin Fan's block. Then Murong Shu threw a punch, knocking Lin Fan back. Lin Fan crossed his arms to block the attack, but still suffered some scrapes. Murong Shu continued, flicking her fingers to cast a technique, Yang 8 trigrams. This was followed by a series of moves, 8 trigrams push hands, Yang 8 trigrams, 8 ascensions fist. Countless invisible palms appeared, striking Lin Fan all over his body. Finally, Murong Shu said with cold eyes, "It's over." She flicked her fingers, casting the technique. 8 trigram seal burst. Immediately after, a loud explosion echoed through the dilapidated temple. The old beggar, watching from outside, couldn't help but chuckle and remark, "The fight inside is quite intense." At this point, Lin Yantian was a bit tired. He struggled to catch his breath and said, "We've been fighting for so long, yet this old beggar hasn't lost any strength. He's truly a foundation establishment powerhouse." The old beggar pointed at them and mocked, "You think you can snatch the 9 treasure Snow Lotus in your dreams?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Kashan suddenly appeared behind him and provoked, "Then we'll just have to snatch it and show you." Just as Zhang Kashan's hand was about to touch the beggar instantly grabbed it, laughing contemptuously. "Is that so?" With a twist of his leg, the old beggar threw Zhang Kashan a good distance away. "Get lost." The thrown Zhang Kashan suddenly broke into a smile. "You took the bait, old beggar." A round sphere glowed in the air, about to explode, and it was very close to the old beggar. Only then did the old beggar exclaim, This is," but it seemed too late. The sphere exploded and the area was instantly filled with smoke and dust. Zhang Kashan stood on the ground, the aftershock of the explosion causing tremors. He looked into the smoke and laughed smugly. "How about that, old beggar? How's the taste of my Zhang family's secret explosive bomb?" The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the old beggar still standing, but he now seemed injured. Spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground, the old beggar clutched his chest, looking at Zhang Kashan with eyes full of hatred as he cursed, "Zhang Kashan, you bastard, you despicable villain." Seeing the old beggar in a sorry state, Zhang Kashan immediately shouted, "Now everyone attack together." As soon as he spoke, the group rushed forward. First Chen Kai made his move, followed by Lin Yantian. The spiritual energy they released shot directly at the old beggar. The old beggar crossed his arms, his eyes gleaming, and gritted his teeth to resist. Inside the temple, after a round of continuous attacks on Lin Fan, Murong Shu also stopped. She asked with a smile, "Sir, are you still alive?" Lin Fan brushed the dust off his clothes with one hand, the other in his pocket, and calmly analyzed, infusing inner strength into Baguazhang. Each palm can generate several times the explosive power. For someone who has only recently reached foundation establishment, you're very strong. Hearing his words, Murong Shu smiled and replied, "You are also very strong, sir. To think that even that couldn't harm you at all." As she spoke, a sharp glint flashed in her eyes and her expression turned grim as she asked, "When did a foundation establishment cultivator like you appear in Demon City?" Lin Fan replied with a smile, "That's not important. You've had your turn, isn't it mine now?" Murong Shu raised a hand and said, "Don't be hasty, sir." As the spiritual chi of the foundation establishment stage enveloped her, she took a stance and said, "The main event is about to begin." Lin Fan let out an interested "Oh." The two rushed at each other and began to fight. The same was happening outside. Suddenly, a strong tremor came from inside the temple, making everyone outside pause and take notice. Chen Kai asked in confusion. It came from inside. Murong Shu rushed forward, attacking relentlessly, while Lin Fan continuously retreated and dodged. After a moment, he reached out and grabbed her wrist, stopping her movement. Lin Fan took the opportunity to praise her. "Bajiquan, not bad. Your speed is also very fast." But then he suddenly tightened his grip on her arm and said regretfully, "A pity, your strength is too weak." With that, he violently flung Murong Shu's hand, startling her. Before it was over, as Murong Shu prepared to attack again, Lin Fan once more grabbed her hand directly. He leaned close to her face and asked, "Don't you know that Bajiquan excels at close quarters combat, and once you lose that advantage you'll be completely controlled by your opponent?" Hearing this, Murong Shu frowned and retorted, "Of course I know that." Then she threw a punch at Lin Fan with her other hand, saying proudly, "I don't need you to remind me, sir." Lin Fan retreated. Dodging Murong Shu's fist, he maintained a mocking smile and said, "You've clearly worked hard on your Bajiquan, but when it comes to boxing styles, I'll use Tai Chi to test your Bajiquan." Lin Fan stopped and assumed a Tai Chi yin-yang stance. Murong Shu continued to rush forward and attack, "And I look forward to your instructions, sir." She dashed in front of him and threw a fierce punch. Lin Fan used the soft and fluid movements of Tai Chi to block it. Seeing this technique, Murong Shu couldn't help but exclaim, "Tai Chi energy." Lin Fan continued to use Tai Chi, not refuting her, and admitted, "That's right, it's Tai Chi energy. Feel the power of softness overcoming hardness." After speaking, Lin Fan threw a punch that sent Murong Shu flying backward. The move was so swift that Murong Shu had no time to block and could only accept her fate of being knocked away. After the strike, Lin Fan suddenly realized his mistake and said with regret, "Oops, I used too much force." He then immediately pushed off with his legs and flew rapidly in Murong Shu's direction. In an instant he was by her side. Lin Fan wrapped one arm around Murong Shu's waist and supported her legs with the other, lifting her in a princess carry. He said, "My apologies, I didn't expect your waist to be so soft." Having been taken advantage of, Murong Shu's cheeks flushed red, but she also trembled with anger and cursed, "Bastard." On the other side, the old beggar was still single-handedly resisting the power of the other four. Even so, the old beggar showed no weakness, resisting resolutely to the end. Zhang Kashan resisted with all his might and said with difficulty, "Stop struggling, old beggar. You've been hit by my Zhang family's poison, and with our formation you have no chance of winning." Hearing this, the old beggar roared in anger, "Don't get cocky." With that, the old beggar roared. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing it to crack. Then the old beggar immediately rushed towards Zhang Kashan. The old beggar shouted loudly, "Zhang Kashan, you deserve to die." Seeing this, Chen Kai's face filled with panic. and he hurriedly shouted, "Damn it, protect Zhang Kashan, don't let him break the formation." At this moment, Zhao Bufan couldn't help but be surprised by the old beggar's power. The old beggar had already rushed in front of Zhang Kashan and said angrily, "You shameless villain, even if I die I'll drag you all down with me." Hearing this, Chen Kai and Zhao Bufan immediately replied, "In your dreams." With that, the two of them immediately moved to stop the old beggar. At this moment, the old beggar reached out and struck fiercely at Zhang Kashan, shouting, "Die!" Seeing this, Zhao Bufan immediately helped. He slammed a palm into the old beggar's body, roaring furiously, "Don't even think about it." It was too sudden. Zhang Kashan had no time to react. Zhang Kashan was struck heavily by the old beggar's palm. The blow sent him flying dozens of meters away. Zhang Kashan coughed painfully a few times. Wailing in pain in an instant, Zhang Kashan fell to the ground. He spat blood from his mouth. The old beggar was also hit by the combined force of Chen Kai and Zhao Bufan. His body unable to hold up, the old beggar sprayed a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Zhao Bufan frowned and said, "This old beggar actually has protective inner force." On the other side, Lin Fan and Murong Shu were in the middle of their fight. Murong Shu held her hand out defensively and said, "Please conduct yourself with respect, sir." Hearing this, Lin Fan embarrassedly raised a hand to scratch his head and replied with a smile, "Ah, sorry about that." Seeing this, Murong Shu frowned angrily and continued to curse, "You're shameless." Suddenly hearing a loud noise, Lin Fan turned to look. Lin Fan saw the old beggar struggling to resist Chen Kai and Zhao Bufan and thought to himself, "Looks like the old beggar is on his last legs. He probably can't protect the Snow Lotus. I need to finish off my opponent quickly." Suddenly Murong Shu spoke up, "Sir, I don't have time to get tangled up with you anymore." Hearing this, Lin Fan replied with a smile, "Oh no, let's play a little longer." As soon as she finished speaking, Murong Shu immediately used a cloning technique. In the blink of an eye, many of Murong Shu's clones appeared. Seeing this, Lin Fan's eyes widened with interest. He was astonished, his eyes filled with admiration. Murong Shu shouted, "Take this." As soon as she spoke, all of Murong Shu's clones immediately rushed at Lin Fan to attack. Lin Fan was fearless. He observed calmly, then counterattacked one by one. As he fought, he smiled and said, "Although there are many of you, the force is still." Before he could finish, Lin Fan was kicked hard in the face by Murong Shu. She said sharply, "Less talk." The kick was too sudden for Lin Fan to react, and he was sent flying several meters away. Seeing this, Lin Fan laughed with interest and said, "Thanks for the lift." Hearing this, Murong Shu said in surprise, "What?" Without another word. Lin Fan let out a sharp cry and made his move. As his voice fell, Lin Fan immediately turned back and counterattacked. Over on the other side, Zhao Bufan suddenly glanced at Chen Kai and shouted, "Lin Yantian now." Hearing this, the old beggar was startled and said, "Lin Yantian." Distracted, the old beggar was immediately and heavily injured by Chen Kai and Zhao Bufan. Lin Yantian suddenly appeared, looking at the old beggar with cold eyes. "That's right, I was waiting for this moment." Not only that, Lin Yantian immediately rushed forward and kicked the old beggar hard, sending him flying. Seeing this, Murong Shu said in a panic, "Damn it, it's a trap." Lin Fan, who had witnessed the whole thing, said with satisfaction, "The old beggar brought this on himself. I'll be taking this Snow Lotus." Hearing this, the old beggar burst out laughing. He flew towards Lin Fan, laughing as he said, "You're the one who's courting death." As soon as his voice fell, the old beggar immediately grabbed Lin Fan in a tight embrace, catching him off guard. The old beggar gripped Lin Fan's back and said, "I'm going to take you down with me and make the Snow Lotus disappear from this world." Seeing this, Zhao Bufan turned pale and shouted, "This is bad, a Snow Lotus." Hearing this, Lin Fan leaned in and whispered in the old beggar's ear, "Old sir, please listen to me. I'm not with them. Let's team up and kill them." Hearing this, the old beggar was greatly shocked, as if he couldn't believe his ears. The old beggar asked back doubtfully, "What?" Just as he finished, Lin Fan quickly explained, "I hope you'll cooperate, senior." Without another word, Lin Fan shouted loudly, "My apologies." At this moment, Lin Fan concentrated all his power into his palm. Lin Fan struck the old beggar heavily, sending him flying before he could prepare. This caused the old beggar to be severely injured, and he painfully spat out blood. The old beggar was sent flying a great distance by Lin Fan, landing right in front of Lin Yantian and Zhao Bufan. The old beggar lay motionless on the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. At this time, Lin Fan held one arm with the other, feigning injury. Lin Fan said with a pained expression, "Luckily, with everyone's help, I had a chance to counterattack him." Seeing this, Zhao Bufan laughed happily and replied, "Well done, brother Lin. The Snow Lotus is ours this time." Hearing this, Lin Fan forced a smile and said, "Yes, hurry and get the Snow Lotus." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Bufan quickly approached, stepped heavily on the old beggar's chest and said, "Old beggar, hand over the 9 treasure Snow Lotus. Your time is up. It seems he's too heavily injured. We need to keep him alive for a bit." Then Zhao Bufan turned to look at Lin Fan and continued, "Brother Lin, I'll have to trouble you to hold off Murong Shu for now." Hearing this, Lin Fan quickly replied, "Leave it to me." As soon as he finished speaking, an enraged Murong Shu immediately rushed at Lin Fan and attacked. She shouted loudly, "It won't be that easy to snatch the Snow Lotus." Seeing this, Lin Fan calmly enveloped himself in a current of air, blocking Murong Shu's attack. Then Lin Fan glanced at Murong Shu and said, "Miss, playtime is over. Please watch carefully now." Hearing this, Murong Shu frowned angrily and retorted, "They might not see it, but I can see very clearly what you're plotting." Seeing his plan was exposed, Lin Fan continued, "You're very smart. It's just a pity you're from the Murong family. I have an irreconcilable feud with Murong Qing. If you leave now I can still let you live. Hearing this, Murong Shu was surprised and spat out Murong Qing's name. She gritted her teeth angrily and said Murong Qing. Seeing Murong Shu's strange reaction, Lin Fan thought to himself, she has such immense killing intent at the mention of Murong Qing. It seems this young lady is not so simple. Over on the side, Zhao Bufan observed the situation and chuckled to himself. Looks like Murong Shu won't be causing any trouble for now. Then Zhao Bufan walked over to the old beggar and sat down, saying, I never thought you, an old beggar, would fall so low as to need me to keep you alive. Fate is truly ironic. At this moment the old beggar was unconscious. Suddenly he snapped his eyes open, giving Zhao Bufan a huge shock. He exclaimed, What? Then the old beggar quickly grabbed Zhao Bufan's neck tightly, catching him off guard. A pained and agonized expression appeared on Zhao Bufan's face. Seeing this, Lin Yantian shouted in a panic, Mr. Zhao! Without another word, the old beggar slammed a palm heavily into Lin Yantian, who had no time to react and was sent flying dozens of meters away by the blow. After finishing him off, the old beggar said smugly, Fate is truly ironic, isn't it, Zhao Bufan? The old beggar continued. Then I turned your plan against you, feigning death and waiting for you to take the bait. I really have to thank brother Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Yantian looked at Lin Fan with pleading eyes. He gasped, Lin Fan, brother Lin, you. Hearing this, Lin Fan sneered. Did you think I couldn't see through your plot? It's just a pity that when it comes to scheming you're no match for me. Hearing this, Chen Kai was in agony. He slowly stood up, glaring at Lin Fan furiously, unable to speak a word. At this moment Zhang Kashan stood up, trembling. He clutched his chest in pain and said, Wait, brother Lin, isn't there some kind of misunderstanding here? Hearing this, Lin Fan sneered and replied, A misunderstanding? Do you need me to use mind control to force the truth out of you? Seeing this, Zhang Kashan stared at Lin Fan with a stiff expression, not saying a word. Then Zhang Kashan let out a long sigh and said, In the end we still fell for it. Over here, Lin Yantian clutched his chest tightly in pain. He managed to say, Lin Fan, we underestimated you. But we will meet again. Hearing this, Lin Fan asked in surprise, What? Without another word, Lin Yantian shouted, Earth-style Earth escape. As soon as his voice fell, huge rocks piled up, surrounding Lin Yantian. From between the cracks, Lin Yantian's sharp gaze fell on Lin Fan and he said coldly, Farewell. Afterward, the rock pile along with Lin Yantian's subordinates immediately escaped into the ground. Lin Fan was helpless and could only watch them escape. Lin Fan's expression was calm as he smiled and said, The Lin clan, I'll be waiting. Then, the old beggar walked to Lin Fan's side and said seriously, Brother Lin, thank you for what you did just now. Hearing this, Lin Fan quickly replied, Senior, please rest for a moment. I still have something to discuss with that young lady. Hearing this, the old beggar agreed with Over here, Murong Shu asked angrily, Who exactly are you? Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled slightly, raised a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture and said, Shish, if I were that easy to see through then I would have lived this life for nothing. Hearing this, Murong Shu seemed to understand something. She said, Could it be that you are? Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyes turned sharp and he said coldly, No need to say more. As soon as his voice fell, Lin Fan immediately grabbed Murong Shu's neck forcefully. Lin Fan said the game is over. It was too sudden. Murong Shu gripped Lin Fan's arm tightly with both hands, an agonized expression on her face as she said, Why so fast? Hearing this, Lin Fan chuckled and replied, No, a man can't be called fast. Seeing this, Zhang Kashan frowned angrily and said, Damn it, that bastard Lin Yantian. They just left me here and ran. I need to get out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Kashan immediately started crawling on the ground to escape. Over here, Murong Shu was struggling weakly in pain. Lin Fan looked at Murong Shu with sharp eyes and pressed, Speak. What is your relationship with Murong Qing? Hearing this, Murong Shu replied, If you want to kill me then kill me, sir. I will not tell you anything about the Murong family. Hearing this, Lin Fan thought to himself, As expected, the moment Murong Qing is mentioned, killing intent unconsciously flows from her eyes. What on earth did Murong Qing do to her? After thinking, Lin Fan smiled and said, Fine, I've changed my mind. As soon as his voice fell, Lin Fan released his hand. Murong Shu slumped to the ground in pain, coughing non-stop. Lin Fan then crouched in front of her and said, I won't kill you. On the contrary, I can help you kill someone. Hearing this, Murong Shu raised a hand to touch her neck. She asked urgently, What do you mean? Suddenly, Murong Shu's eyes widened as she stared at him. Lin Fan reached out and gently lifted Murong Shu's chin, leaning his face close to hers. Seeing this, Murong Shu shouted in a panic, What are you trying to do? Lin Fan leaned into Murong Shu's ear and said, I can help you kill Murong Qing. Hearing this, Murong Shu burst out laughing. Murong Shu replied, I am a member of the Murong family, yet you say you want to help me kill Murong Qing. As soon as she finished, Lin Fan continued, That's right, although you are from the Murong family, when I mentioned Murong Qing, the killing intent in your eyes already betrayed you. No matter how well you hide it, you can't conceal your murderous aura. Hearing this, Murong Shu replied, For you to say such things, do you have any idea how strong Murong Qing is? Hearing this, Lin Fan became angry, and a powerful force emanated from his body. Lin Fan continued, I don't know how strong he is, I can only tell you that I am stronger than him. At this moment, Lin Fan raised his hand high and the light from the airflow illuminated the entire sky. The ground suddenly split open. The old beggar standing to the side and witnessing this said in astonishment, This is. The old beggar stared at Lin Fan without blinking and continued, Who on earth is this young man? I should retreat first. As soon as he finished speaking, the old beggar immediately ran off in a hurry. At this moment the ground trembled and the tremors reached Zhang Kashan not far away. The ground suddenly erupted, scaring Zhang Kashan into shouting no. As soon as he finished speaking, a world-shaking explosion occurred right where Zhang Kashan was sitting. Lin Fan's strike had terrified Murong Shu so much that she was sprawled on the ground. Over here, Zhang Kashan was heavily injured and collapsed on the ground. After taking care of that, Lin Fan stood up and said in a clear voice, "Now you see, don't you, this is the absolute gap in strength." Lin Fan continued smugly, "This is an answer you probably already had in your heart." Over here, Zhang Kashan begged fearfully, "Brother Lin Fan, I wonder if you could spare my life. I can satisfy any request you have." Hearing this, Lin Fan shouted angrily, "Shut up, it's not your turn to speak." Lin Fan stood in front of Murong Shu with his hands in his pockets. He continued coldly, "I help you kill Murong Cheng or I kill you. I'm not patient, I'll give you 3 seconds to think it over." Lin Fan held up one finger and began to count 1. At this moment Murong Shu looked hesitant. She stammered, "You." Lin Fan began to raise his hand. He said loudly 2. Murong Shu was still hesitating, seemingly unable to make a choice. By now Lin Fan had already counted loudly. 3. He declared, "Your chance is up, die." As his voice fell, Lin Fan struck fiercely at Murong Shu. Suddenly Murong Shu shouted loudly, "Wait." Hearing this, Lin Fan immediately stopped his hand. Murong Shu continued with tears in her eyes, "Can you really help me kill Murong Cheng?" Hearing this, Lin Fan replied smugly, "Of course, a promise is a promise." Seeing this, Murong Shu replied, "All right, I believe you. What do you need me to do?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Fan continued, "Very good. But before that there's one more thing." Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Kashan behind him and continued, "I need to take care of a certain someone first." Hearing this, Zhang Kashan's jaw dropped in fear. Lin Fan immediately walked towards Zhang Kashan. Lin Fan said coldly, "So how should I deal with you?" Zhang Kashan trembled and stammered, begging for mercy. "Brother Lin Fan, as long as you don't kill me, I'll give you anything." Lin Fan heard this and replied, "And if I don't agree?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Kashan hurriedly knelt down. He kowtowed and said, "Lin Fan, no, Lord Lin, this whole thing was masterminded by Zhao Bufan and Lin Yantian. It really had nothing to do with me, right? Aren't you going against the Murong family? I can help you with all my strength. I'll be at your beck and call. I'll do whatever you say." Hearing this, Lin Fan replied with a fake smile, "Oh, that sounds pretty good. It's not out of the question." Seeing this, Zhang Kashan was secretly pleased and continued, Yes, I have something here." As he spoke, he reached into his sleeve looking for something. Zhang Kashan took out a ring and continued, "I've already removed the ownership mark from this storage ring. Everything inside is yours. It's filled with countless rare treasures. They're all yours, a token of my sincerity." Hearing this, Lin Fan picked up the storage ring and mused, "Oh, is that so?" Seeing Lin Fan's apparent interest, Zhang Kashan smiled and continued, Yes, here, Lord Lin, try it on." At his words, Lin Fan slipped the ring onto his finger. He remarked, "It looks pretty good." Seeing this, Zhang Kashan's expression suddenly changed. With a sinister look in his eyes, he said, "Yes, it's very good." Suddenly the storage ring tightened violently, constricting Lin Fan's finger. Lin Fan cried out in pain. At that moment, Zhang Kashan burst into laughter. He said smugly, "Lin Fan, you didn't expect this, did you? The poison needle in this ring was exclusively refined by my Zhang family. No one can neutralize it but me. In a short while, all the meridians in your body will shatter and you'll dissolve into a pool of blood." At this moment, Lin Fan raised his hand and stared at the ring. On the roof, the old beggar was observing the situation. Seeing Zhang Kashan's actions, he cursed, "Despicable villain." The old beggar pondered, continuing, "Now Brother Lin's meridians are all sealed. Extreme pain will follow." Lin Fan calmly replied, You really think so?" Hearing this, Zhang Kashan looked surprised, frowning at Lin Fan. Lin Fan clenched his fist and continued with a nonchalant expression, "What I mean is, you don't really think this poison is effective, do you?" At that moment, the blood on Lin Fan's finger began to gather. Lin Fan used his inner force to expel the poison blood from his body. Seeing this, Zhang Kashan's jaw dropped in astonishment. What is this? He can actually force out the poison?" Over here, the poison blood in Lin Fan's body immediately dissipated. Zhang Kashan witnessed the entire process and said in amazement, "This is impossible. My Zhang family's poison is actually." Hearing this, Lin Fan sneered and replied, "You've got to be kidding. You call this poison?" Then Lin Fan easily removed the storage ring, completely unharmed. He laughed scornfully. "Truly ridiculous." Over here, the old beggar was secretly observing the situation and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The old beggar looked at Lin Fan thoughtfully and continued, "Amazing, little brother is truly amazing. The Zhang family of Dragon City specializes in poisons. Even I wouldn't be able to neutralize it in a short time. Zhang Kashan, you've met your match this time." Murong Shu couldn't help but be astonished by Lin Fan's talent. Her mouth agape, she said, "This is incredible. Even Murong Cheng couldn't neutralize the Zhang family's deadly poison so easily." Seeing this, Zhang Kashan was so frightened he went limp and collapsed to the ground. He pointed at Lin Fan and stammered, "No, impossible. My Zhang family's poison can't be impossible." At this moment, Lin Fan extended his hand towards Zhang Kashan, his expression cold and filled with killing intent as he said, "Say no more. Your poison is utter trash. Perhaps it would be of some use in the underworld. Farewell." With that, Lin Fan gently placed one hand on Zhang Kashan's head, then struck it with his inner force. In an instant, Zhang Kashan was dispatched by Lin Fan. He let out a painful scream, then fell to the ground, dead on the spot. After finishing, Lin Fan stretched his limbs, closed his eyes, and said calmly, What flows within me is celestial qi. How could a worldly poison like yours possibly have an effect on me? Suddenly, the old beggar leaped down from above. Hearing the sound, Lin Fan turned to look. He said, "Senior, how is your recovery?" Hearing this, the old beggar replied, "I'm mostly fine now. Brother Lin's medical skills are truly brilliant." Then the old beggar glanced at Murong Shu and continued, "By the way, this Murong Shu—" Before he could finish, Lin Fan smiled and interjected, "Don't worry, it's fine." Seeing this, the old beggar was somewhat surprised. He stared at Lin Fan waiting for an answer. Lin Fan continued, "By the way, senior, could you let me see that 9 treasure snow lotus you've been cultivating?" Hearing this, the old beggar's expression stiffened. He pondered for a moment. After waiting for a long time without a response, Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. Lin Fan pressed, "Senior, may I borrow the snow lotus for a look?" As his voice fell, the old beggar showed a puzzled expression and asked, "Brother Lin, what do you mean by this?" Suddenly, the old beggar placed a hand on Lin Fan's shoulder and continued cheerfully, "Of course you can see it. If it weren't for your help today, little brother, this 9 treasure snow lotus would have likely fallen into their hands. Follow me." With that, the old beggar led Lin Fan to a certain place. Seeing this, Lin Fan thought to himself, "So that's how it is. The most dangerous place is the safest place." Lin Fan calmly walked past Murong Shu and on his way helped her recover her vital energy. Then Lin Fan glanced back at Murong Shu and continued, "You should come along too." Lin Fan and Murong Shu followed the old beggar to a giant statue. The old beggar stepped forward and said, "Please wait a moment, you two." The senior channeled his power and with the strength of his hands forcefully pushed aside the stone block in front of them. With a creak, a staircase leading underground appeared before their eyes. The senior said cheerfully, "Let's go down here." Then he smiled and eagerly descended the stairs. Lin Fan watched with a blank expression and replied, "Oh." Then the two of them, Lin Fan and Murong Shu, followed the senior down into the cellar. An extremely blinding light shot out from the door ahead, directly into everyone's faces. Lin Fan shielded his face with his hand to avoid being blinded by the strong light. He squinted and said, "This light is too blinding." The senior smiled and replied, "It's all right, Brother Lin. You'll get used to it. We've arrived." Murong Shu walked with her eyes half closed because the light was too dazzling. She grimaced in discomfort and said, After walking a short distance, she suddenly widened her eyes and looked around, her face filled with astonishment. At this moment, before the three of them was an extremely poetic scene. Birds chirped and filled the sky, mountain ranges overlapped one another. The sky was azure blue and the clear sunlight merged with the morning mist, creating a particularly artistic atmosphere. The senior spread his arms and said in a proud tone, "This is the place where I cultivate the snow lotus." Lin Fan and Murong Shu blankly admired the scenery here. After looking for a while, Lin Fan exclaimed, "I never expected that in this underground world. Could transform it into such a sight. It's truly amazing." The senior revealed a proud smile, then humbly replied, "You flatter me, Brother Lin. I spent several years of hard work to figure out a way to simulate sunlight underground and then cultivate the flowers and plants here. Over 80 years of time, it's been worth it." As he spoke, he closed his eyes and laughed heartily, his face full of satisfaction. Murong Shu was captivated by the scenery. She gazed around in a daze and then also exclaimed, "It's so beautiful here." Lin Fan thought to himself, "This senior is truly amazing to be able to achieve this all by himself. If he were to enter the celestial realm, his future would be limitless. But his body is already like a candle in the wind. If he hadn't met me, he would have surely died within 3 years." Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he stared intently at the senior's body. The senior turned back to look at Lin Fan and said happily, "Brother Lin Fan, the 9 treasure snow lotus is just ahead. Please follow me." Lin Fan spread his hands and said politely, Then he glanced at Murong Shu and said, "You should hurry and follow." After walking a few hundred meters, the group arrived at the location of the 9 treasure snow lotus. A fiery aura emanated from the senior's entire body. He frowned and reached out his hand, manipulating something. The water on the platform parted to both sides, and then a stream of water accompanied by a stream of cyan qi shot towards the sky, startling both Lin Fan and Murong Shu. Lin Fan was dumbfounded and stammered, This is the 9 treasure snow lotus." At this moment before the group was the sight of the 9 treasure snow lotus, proudly shimmering and emitting a dazzling light. The senior stretched out his hand accompanied by a fiery aura and said, "That's right." The 9 treasure snow lotus lay peacefully in the senior's hand. He happily introduced it to Lin Fan and Murong Shu. "This is the 9 treasure snow lotus that I have spent over 80 years cultivating." With that, he enlarged the 9 treasure snow lotus, allowing the two to also admire its beauty. With one hand in his pocket and the other stroking his chin, Lin Fan said gently, It's almost on par with a naturally grown 9 treasure snow lotus. If the qi in your body were a bit more pure, it could even surpass a natural one." Murong Shu stared at the 9 treasure snow lotus, her face filled with admiration, and also spoke, "To think that humans can actually cultivate a 9 treasure snow lotus. This young lady has truly had her eyes opened." The old senior laughed heartily, then shrank the treasure and held it in his hand. He said politely, "Miss Murong, you flatter me." After chatting for a while, Lin Fan suddenly remembered that he still didn't know the senior's name and origin. He asked, "By the way, I still don't know your esteemed name, senior." The old senior turned his head, revealing a strange smile, and asked, "Me? It's been many years since anyone has asked that question." Then he didn't answer immediately, but turned to Murong Shu and asked, "Miss Murong, how has Murong been lately?" Murong Shu was stunned by the senior's question. She blankly asked back, You know the ancestor of our Morong family? The old senior let out a hearty laugh. He said proudly, more than just know him. Then he brushed aside the bangs on his forehead, revealing a black mark in the center that looked extremely strange. His eyes turned icy and he replied with a cold grin, my name is Morong Wu. After hearing this, Lin Fan asked in surprise, Senior, you're also from the Morong family? Morong Wu let his bangs fall back, gently recounting a not-so-beautiful past. 80 years ago I was already no longer a member of the Morong family, but the mark of the Morong family cannot be erased. It's been 80 years. Before I succeeded, that old fellow Morongda paid me no mind. But as soon as he heard I had some results, he sent people with gifts to win me over. That person was my good brother. Good brother? When Morong Wu mentioned Morongda, his face was filled with anger and his eyes turned grim. With a dark face he gritted his teeth and emphasized the three words, good brother. Lin Fan smiled and said, what a good brother indeed. Morong Wu, Morongda Wuda. I presume you are his elder brother. Morong Wu crossed his arms and replied coldly, that's right, if I hadn't left the Morong family, the ancestor of the Morong family now would be me. Hearing this, Morong Shu hurriedly knelt on the ground, bowed her head and said respectfully, Junior Morong Shu pays her respects to Senior. Her face showed immense remorse as she continued, I have offended you before, I hope Senior will forgive me. Morong Wu smiled happily and said, get up, I have no relationship with your Morong family anymore. Morong Shu replied, thank you for your forgiveness, Senior. As she spoke, she stood up thinking to herself, Senior is actually Morong Wu. I once heard people in the clan say that the ancestor had an older brother with astonishing talent, but unfortunately he died young. I never expected this. Old Morong Wu revealed a meaningful smile and asked the male protagonist, little brother, you probably have a blood feud with the Morong family, don't you? Lin Fan smiled and replied loudly, what Senior says is correct. I have an irreconcilable enmity with the Morong family. Upon hearing this, Morong Wu handed the 9 treasures Snow Lotus to Lin Fan, a smug smile on his lips, and said, very good, in that case, little brother. This 9 treasures Snow Lotus is yours, but I hope you will promise me one thing. Lin Fan smiled and replied, please speak, Senior. Old Morong Wu's eyes turned icy, filled with killing intent as he gritted his teeth and replied, I hope you will help me kill Morongda, but do not wipe out the entire Morong family. Leave a bloodline for the Morong family. Lin Fan sneered, his expression also turning cold, and he asked back, Senior thinks so highly of me, you believe I can kill Morongda? Morong Wu laughed loudly and replied, you are still young, yet your cultivation is already so high, if I haven't judged wrong. With your current cultivation, even if this young lady and I attacked together, old Morong Wu extended his index finger, confidently asserting Lin Fan's martial prowess, I'm afraid we wouldn't last for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Lin Fan did not agree immediately, but instead proposed a condition to old Morong Wu. I can promise you, but don't you want to kill Morongda with your own hands? Hearing this, old Morong Wu lowered his head and sighed, replying with a sad face, I'm afraid it's hopeless in this lifetime. I know my body is already like a candle in the wind. Lin Fan was also a little surprised to hear this. Oh, is that so? Then he made a suggestion. What if I can help you extend your life by 10 years? Morong Wu was greatly shocked. His eyes widened as he looked at Lin Fan, asking in astonishment, what did you say? Morong Shu was also extremely surprised by Lin Fan's words. She also asked, 10 years of life? After calming down, Morong Wu said, Brother Lin, you can't just say things like that. A person's lifespan is determined by heaven. Even though we are cultivators, we cannot defy heaven and change our fate. Even if you are a person of great divine power, you cannot do it. Faced with Morong Wu's disbelieving dissuasion, Lin Fan laughed loudly and said confidently, if a person of great divine power can't even defy heaven and change fate, what kind of great divine power is that? If I say I can extend your life by 10 years, I can definitely extend it by 10 years. Then he pointed to the 9 treasure Snow Lotus, the treasure that old Morong Wu cherished, and said, and I don't need anything else, just this 9 treasure Snow Lotus of yours. Hearing this, old Morong Wu was very troubled, his face showing regret for his 1,000-year cultivation achievement. This is impossible. Although the 9 treasure Snow Lotus is a rare find, it absolutely does not have the effect of extending life. Lin Fan didn't want to say more, so he pulled the 9 treasure Snow Lotus towards him and said, more words are useless. He held the 9 treasure Snow Lotus in his hand and said coldly, since you two don't believe me, then I'll open your eyes. Senior, do you have an alchemy furnace? Morong Wu hurriedly replied, yes, yes. Then he took out an alchemy furnace from his sleeve. Seeing this, Lin Fan praised Morong Wu, very good. Then as fast as a nimble rabbit, he leaped from this side of the river to the other to pick some leaves. Morong Wu was stunned, utterly surprised. He marveled at Lin Fan's speed. Such speed, what are you trying to do? Lin Fan replied coldly, gathering medicinal herbs. Where's the furnace? Bring it out. Morong Wu hurriedly replied, all right, all right. Then the old man took out a small and exquisite object from his body, about the size of a ring, emitting a dazzling golden light. Morong Wu threw it towards Lin Fan and the furnace instantly grew larger. Seeing this, Lin Fan sighed in disappointment. The quality is too poor. He walked over and looked around the furnace, then pointed at it and said, this furnace of yours is no good. Old Morong Wu scratched his head, looking very embarrassed. He stammered in reply, this, Morong Shu quickly spoke up, use mine. A large ornately carved furnace appeared on the grass. Murong Shu crossed her arms, a proud look on her face, and said, "This humble lady's furnace may not be anything to boast about, but it's still quite decent." Lin Fan had to admit, "Oh, it looks pretty good, let's use it." With that he kicked old Murong Wu's dilapidated furnace several kilometers away. As he kicked, he said, "This is useless." Seeing this, Murong Wu looked aggrieved and very regretful. "Ah, my furnace." Lin Fan rolled up his sleeves and then ordered Murong Shu and Murong Wu, "All right, you two step back." Lin Fan clenched his fist as if crushing something, then he opened his hand and sprinkled it into the furnace. Flames instantly ignited, burning fiercely around the furnace. The heat of the flames didn't make Lin Fan uncomfortable. He continued to watch with wide eyes, proceeding to the next step. The flames burned fiercely, and the viscous red and green mixture in the furnace boiled furiously. Old Murong Wu shielded his face with his hand and said hastily, "Is this azure flame?" "No, azure flame is cold in nature and purple flame is tyrannical. It's impossible for these two types of flames to merge." Lin Fan smiled and said, "That can only mean that Senior's cultivation is not yet high enough." Murong Wu's expression seemed unconvinced, and he questioned Lin Fan with a face full of doubt. "In this world, is there really someone who can fuse these two completely different flames?" "Who on earth are you?" Lin Fan waved his hand to interrupt old Murong Wu's question, saying, "Say no more, you'll disrupt my rhythm." Murong Wu obediently complied. Yes. Lin Fan continued to use his hands to blend the mixed qi in the furnace. He threw the leaves and tubers he had just picked into the furnace. At this time the medicinal liquid in the furnace was also almost mixed, and a green viscous substance was boiling and bubbling. Holding the 9 treasures snow lotus, Lin Fan said, "It's time to infuse the green velvet into the snow lotus seeds." He quickly reached for the lotus platform. The snow lotus seeds flew out under Lin Fan's control. He threw them directly into the concoction being brewed in the furnace. The appearance of a single snow lotus seed caused the medicinal liquid in the entire furnace to fuse and congeal. Lin Fan stood aside, observing the situation. The mixture turned from green to a dazzling yellow, emitting steam. Seeing this, Lin Fan's eyes grew cold as he said, "The time has come." He pushed towards the furnace with his power, and the fiery qi shot up to the sky. A powerful force erupted from the furnace, with winds howling and light radiating, forcing all three to shield their faces with their hands. Old Murong Wu grimaced and grunted and widened his eyes to look at the furnace, looking quite astonished as he stammered, This is a round object, condensed from the mixed qi and radiating various lights, was floating in the air." Murong Wu and Murong Shu looked up at the sky full of praise. Old Murong Wu said, "Truly unbelievable." Murong Shu also spoke, "No one in the entire Murong family has such ability." Lin Fan stretched out his hand and the peculiar object floating in the air flew towards him. He chuckled inwardly. Of course, how can a pill catalyzed by celestial qi be refined by mere mortals? Then Lin Fan held the celestial qi catalyzed pill in his hand and said confidently, "This pill can extend your life by 10 years. After speaking, he turned back to look at the 9 treasure snow lotus, thinking with a cold smile, "The remaining 8 snow lotus seeds can be used to refine many good things, and even this 9 treasures lotus platform can be used to refine a pill to help me break through." So he threw the newly refined celestial qi catalyzed pill towards old Murong Wu, shouting, "Catch!" Old Murong hurriedly caught the pill with his hands. He held it with both hands, carefully examining it. With a hint of doubt still on his face, he asked Lin Fan again, "Can this pill really extend my life?" Lin Fan replied with a smile, "Why don't you try it and see?" Old Murong Wu replied with great interest, "All right, I'm an old man who won't live much longer anyway. It's worth it even if I die." With that, he decisively put the pill in his mouth and swallowed it with a few gulps. Just a few seconds later, his eyes became bloodshot, and he grunted and his body tensed up and he screamed as his limbs twitched. Perhaps his body was undergoing a transformation after taking the pill Lin Fan had just concocted. He lay on the ground, his hands and feet clawing at the grass. He seemed to have become another person, roaring fiercely, as if a force within him was awakening. Murong Wu propped himself up with both hands. He had become muscular and steady on his feet. Lin Fan said with a serious expression, "This pill is called the Life Vein Pill. It can help restore destroyed meridians in the body, and at the same time it consolidates the dantian. Although it will be a bit painful, you should be able to endure it." Hearing this, Murong Shu felt very sorry for Murong Wu. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand and stammered, "It seems Senior is in great pain." Lin Fan smiled and reassured Murong Shu, "Don't worry, it will be over soon." Old Murong Wu's face became ferocious, filled with killing intent. He crushed the bricks on the ground with his hands and roared like a Veer's tiger. Then he let out a long howl to the sky. A strong wind swept up the fallen leaves, and the power he emitted shot straight into the clouds, causing a loud bang that shook the entire space. Murong Shu grimaced, her hair flying everywhere, and asked in surprise, What is this?" Lin Fan was very calm. He sneered and said, "Looks like it's over." Murong Wu walked step by step, his steady steps making a thump-thump sound on the ground. He let out a HMPH that echoed through the mountains and forests. Murong Wu felt a bit unfamiliar with this body. He looked at his transformed, muscular, 8-pack abs-bearing burly figure, then looked up at Lin Fan, asking with a shocked and stammering voice, "Is this still me?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "Move around and give it a try." Murong Wu replied, "All right." He waved his arms and legs, channeling his power. He spread his legs and kicked a rock in front of him, splitting it in half. With a boom, the heavens and earth trembled. Murong Wu continued to rush towards a more distant mountain peak at high speed, delivering a fatal palm strike. He smiled smugly and said loudly, "My body has become very light." The old man used his hands to draw in all the air from high above, then shot that stream of chi forcefully into the distance. Explosions followed one after another. Murong Wu leaped down from the mountaintop, his steps shaking the heavens and earth with a thump-thump sound. Murong Wu said happily to Lin Fan, "My meridians have all been restored." Lin Fan smiled and replied, "That's right. Not only have your meridians fully recovered, but your Dantian's chi pulse is also much more abundant than before." Murong Wu knelt on the ground, cupped his hands, bowed his head and said respectfully, "I will never forget your kindness, brother." Lin Fan smiled, his eyes crinkling, and reached out to help him up, saying politely, "It's a small matter, senior, please get up. I'll be taking this Snow Lotus platform, is that all right?" Murong Wu replied, "Of course, as long as little brother helps me take care of Murong Da." Lin Fan smiled politely and replied, "And thank you, senior." He quickly helped Murong Wu up, saying, "Get up." Murong Shu stood to the side, lost in thought. If it's him, maybe he can really kill Murong Qing. Meanwhile, in another scene, inside a huge cave, heavy, tired footsteps dragged on the ground, making a clatter sound. Lin Yantian, bruised and battered with bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, clutched his arm and said with a frown, "What a pity. This Lin Fan is so cunning, and his cultivation is so high. I almost died at his hands. The situation is urgent. I should focus on healing first." With that, he took out a pill from his body. The pill popped out of a golden ring and floated in the air. He caught the pill and put it in his mouth, swallowing it with a few gulps. Lin Yantian's eyes were icy, filled with a malevolent aura as he said, "I must report this matter about Lin Fan to the clan head." He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to channel his power. A stream of green, watery chi emanated from his body, accompanied by a whoosh of wind. After cultivating for several tens of minutes, his strength was mostly restored. The scene switches to the living room of the great elder of the Lin clan. The warm sunlight shone on everything in the room, making it appear exceptionally serene. The great elder of the Lin clan was engrossed in a book when a rustling sound came from behind, accompanied by a wisp of purple smoke rising from an online connector. He let out a startled "oh," then hurriedly adjusted the mode with his hand to take the call. On the other end, Lin Yantian was kneeling and reporting the situation. "Great elder, this disciple, Lin Yantian, has something to report," the great elder of the Lin clan said with a serious expression. "Yantian, what's so urgent?" Lin Yantian replied. "Great elder, it's about the demon Lin Fan." Hearing this, the great elder of the Lin clan frowned and asked, "Lin Fan, the young man who impersonated our Lin clan's relative?" Lin Yantian replied, "Yes, it's this Lin Fan. His strength is far greater than I imagined. Not only that, but he has already reached the foundation establishment stage." The great elder of the Lin clan was also very surprised to hear Lin Yantian say this. He put down the book he was reading and asked, "Foundation establishment? Are you sure?" Lin Yantian answered with certainty, "Absolutely sure. This time it's not a rumor. Zhang Hushan died at his hands. If I didn't have a trump card to save my life, I'm afraid I would have found it difficult to escape death." Holding the memorial in his hand, the great elder of the Lin clan said with a serious expression, "If it's foundation establishment, then this Lin Fan truly cannot be underestimated. Let's do this. You stall for time first, return to the clan and we'll discuss this further." Lin Yantian obeyed. Yes, his eyes grew even colder. Then the two ended the call, cutting the connection, and the rustling sound of electronic waves was heard. Lin Yantian abruptly stood up, stamped his foot on the ground, then turned and walked out of the cave, saying as he walked, "For now, I'll return to the clan. Lin Fan will meet again later." His face was grim, filled with killing intent. The scene switches to the Zhang family mansion in Dragon City. The entire house is surrounded by glass doors and windows with sunlight streaming in. The head of the Zhang family, Zhang Bendao, was having fun with long-legged beauties enjoying life. An alluring woman picked up a grape and fed it to Zhang Bendao, saying, "Here, open wide." Zhang Bendao also opened his mouth and accepted the grape from her hand. Some were fanning him, some were feeding him. Such a life was truly leisurely. He looked extremely happy and satisfied with his arms around two women. His chest bared, chewing with a lecherous smile as he said, "My two guests, come and play with me." Suddenly, he sat up abruptly with a HMPH, then stood up, his eyes wide as he stared. Zhang Bendao thought to himself, "Zhang Hushan's aura has vanished. He's dead." He opened his mouth and shouted, "Men?" A subordinate immediately appeared, knelt and answered, "Here." Zhang Bendao roared, "Zhang Hushan is dead. Go find out what happened." The subordinate obeyed. "Yes, family head." Then the subordinate left. Zhang Bendao watched his retreating figure, his eyes cold, thinking to himself, "Useless trash, can't even handle a small matter and got himself killed instead. Worthless." He sat down heavily in the chair, his heart filled with anger, and said, "Forget it, forget it. He was useless to begin with. It's the same with or without him. It seems I'll have to make a trip myself when the opportunity arises." The scene switches to the male protagonist's modern mansion. Lin Fan carried a cup of steaming hot coffee and invited Murong Wu and Murong Shu to taste it. He said in a friendly manner, "Please have some." Murong Shu sat on the sofa, looked around, and then asked, "Is this where you live?" Lin Fan replied with a question, "What's wrong? Is it too simple?" Murong Shu picked up the teacup, blew on the hot steam, and then replied with a smile, "Although it's simple, it's very clean." Old Murong Wu laughed loudly upon hearing this and also agreed, "That's right, simple but very nice." Then he became a little shy and hesitantly asked, stammering, It's just, can Lin Fan get me a change of clothes? This set of clothes is a bit faded." He scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Faced with this request from Marangwu, Lin Fan couldn't stop smiling and replied, I thought Senior was a free-spirited person who didn't care about these external things at all. Old Marangwu replied, oh, I was carefree before. I was down and out, but now that I have 5 more years to live, I naturally want to treat myself a little better. Lin Fan sat on the sofa with his arms crossed and also replied in agreement, very true, I'll arrange it for Senior tomorrow. Marangwu asked, don't you have a butler, sir? This question made the male protagonist blush. He stammered, unsure how to answer, and said with a worried look in his eyes, I haven't hired one yet. Seeing Lin Fan's slight predicament, Marangwu happily instructed him, sir, this young lady advises you to hire an excellent butler to help you manage your daily affairs, and then change the appearance of the house. Although it's nice here, the area is too small. I heard you also have a sister, which makes it even more inconvenient. Lin Fan scratched his head and nodded in response, you have a point. Then he thought to himself, I really do need someone to help me manage things. I can't always trouble Xiao Yu and old Shi. So Marangwu and Marangwu stood up together. Marangwu said shyly, then this young lady will go rest first. Marangwu scratched his head and said, I'm going too. I haven't had a good night's sleep in a long time. Lin Fan smiled and replied friendly, please make yourselves at home. The phone made a ding-ding sound from a text message. Lin Fan took out his phone to look, then dialed a number. Brother Yu, I need to trouble you with something. At this moment, Ning Yu was driving and had to temporarily stop at a street corner to take the call. The phone rang incessantly. Ning Yu pressed his Bluetooth headset to answer the call. What's up, Lin Fan? Lin Fan on the other end of the line said, Brother Yu, I need a butler. Could you trouble yourself to help me choose one? Ning Yu smiled, smacked his lips, and replied, a small matter. I'll arrange it for you. After settling it, the two hung up the phone. Ning Yu said with a blank expression, looks like Lin Fan is finally going to start developing his own power. After taking a shower, Lin Fan walked out of the bathroom drying his head with a towel when the phone suddenly rang. He let out a HMPH, then quickly picked up his phone to look at the message. Oh, Brother Yu has already arranged it for me. Let me see. He pressed his phone to check the files of the butler candidates. All were graduates from top international institutions, with salaries of over 2 million. This old gentleman, Li Guodong, is 70 years old and has 55 years of experience as a butler. Sounds good. Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyes widened in surprise, and he let out an Lu Xinyue, 26 years old, graduated from a special butler academy in the UK, is 1.79 meters tall, and has an excellent image and temperament. This one seems pretty good too. Lin Fan pressed his phone to call Ning Yu. Brother Yu, please arrange an interview for me with Li Guodong and Lu Xinyue. Ning Yu happily replied. Understood. Lin Fan hung up the phone and sat on the sofa leisurely scrolling through his phone. A phone message ding-ding sounded. He looked at the message and thought to himself, the information came so quickly. Ning Yu sent a text, all arranged. The two will come for an interview within an hour. Lin Fan smiled and sighed as expected of Brother Yu so fast. I guess I'll have to wait. With that he sat on the sofa and waited. A moment later a yellow taxi screeched to a halt in front of Lin Fan's house. A woman's foot stepped out. Oh, it was the girl named Lu Xinyue here to apply for the position of butler at Lin Fan's house. She smiled at the driver and said, thank you, master. Lu Xinyue walked into the courtyard of Lin Fan's house, looked around at the scenery and said, is this the place? The scenery outside is quite nice. She pressed the doorbell which made a ding-dong sound inside the house. Lin Fan smiled and said, oh, that was fast. Lin Fan walked to the smart doorbell system and pressed the open button saying, please come in. Lu Xinyue walked into Lin Fan's house. Lin Fan spoke, please sit. Lu Xinyue carefully sat down on the sofa opposite Lin Fan. She said politely, all right, thank you. Lin Fan got straight to the point, asking with a smile, you know my requirements, right? She quickly opened her notebook and put on her glasses, looking like a teacher, but she was actually here to apply for the position of butler. Lu Xinyue said confidently, I'm already clear. I heard you need an all-around butler, and my major in the UK was precisely in this field. I am also the only person to join the London Butler Association before the age of 30. Lin Fan smiled, his face full of satisfaction, and said, very good. Regarding salary, do you have any requirements? Lu Xinyue immediately held up 3 fingers and said loudly, 3 million. I require a salary of 3 million a year. Hearing the figure of 3 million, Lin Fan was stunned for 5 seconds, sitting there without a word. Seeing Lin Fan's expression, Lu Xinyue thought to herself, as expected, his financial strength probably can't afford a butler like me. Lin Fan crossed his arms and asked with a cool expression, then let me ask first, do you have experience managing a company? Lu Xinyue took her personal resume out of her bag and placed it on the table, saying, please have a look. In the UK, I managed an asset management company with a scale of 500 people. Here is my information. Lin Fan picked up Lu Xinyue's resume and couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he read it. Truly a talented high-level professional. Lin Fan placed Lu Xinyue's resume on the table and said happily, all right, you're hired. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyue didn't show much surprise. She pushed up her glasses with her hand and smiled lightly. Lin Fan hesitated and continued, but he held up a finger, making a request to Lu Xinyue. I need you to be on call 24 hours a day. Can you do that? Lu Xinyue's mouth dropped open and she asked in alarm, what? 24 hours? Lin Fan seriously asked Lu Xinyue back as a personal head butler. Isn't this the most basic thing you should do? Lu Xinyue was very troubled at this moment. With a worried face she stammered in reply, May I ask what specifically do I need to do? Can you be clear? Also, what is your company? Lin Fan stroked his chin and replied gently, well, there are no specific projects. Everything will be arranged by me. As for the company, I haven't opened one yet, but I'm preparing to. Hearing this, Lu Xinyue's mouth twitched and she thought to herself, I see, he's indeed a rich second generation with ill intentions. After considering the situation clearly, Lu Xinyue suddenly stood up and made a decision with a smile on her face. I'm so sorry, I may not be able to handle this job. At the same time, someone was standing at Lin Fan's door, ringing the doorbell. Lu Xinyue was startled and turned to look. She let out a HMPH. Lin Fan, sitting on the sofa, pressed the open button with his phone and then said loudly, Please come in. The visitor was none other than Li Guodong, the #1 butler in Magic City. A man with 55 years of professional experience. He stood with his hands behind his back, a friendly smile on his face, and spoke politely. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan also went to the door to greet Li Guodong. He greeted with a bright smile, Mr. Li, you're here. Lu Xinyue was surprised by Li Guodong's appearance. She quickly turned around and asked, Mr. Li? Li Guodong said elegantly. Oh, this young lady, do you know me? At this moment, upon seeing Li Guodong, Lu Xinyue's excitement and admiration were palpable. Her eyes shone as she replied, How could I not know you? You are known as the #1 butler in Magic City. You have been my idol since I was a child. She quickly rushed to Li Guodong with the tissue in her hand and continued, can you sign an autograph for me? At this moment, Lin Fan became invisible in his own home. Li Guodong hurriedly but politely refused. I'm sorry, miss, but I always prioritize serving clients with needs. I'll help you after I've finished my business. Lu Xinyue replied awkwardly, Okay. Lin Fan sat on the sofa, crossed his arms and sighed deeply, thinking, the power of an idol is indeed infinite. Li Guodong walked to the sofa and sat down, getting straight to the point. Well then, Mr. Lin, Mr. Ning has already told me about your situation. Do you have anything you'd like to ask? Lin Fan was stunned by Li Guodong's professionalism. He smiled and replied, No, I trust you completely. Li Guodong took a contract out of his briefcase and placed it on the table. He said, All right then, please review the contract. Lin Fan replied, Oh, let me see. He picked up the rather thick-looking contract and flipped through the terms page by page. When he saw the part about the salary, he was shocked and asked in surprise, A salary of 12 million? Li Guodong smiled and replied confidently, I am worth this salary. Lin Fan closed the contract and spun it on his fingertip. He also happily agreed to the salary deal. Good, as expected of the head butler of Magic City. I like this confidence. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Fan placed his trust in Li Guodong. Then the two shook hands to seal the deal, both beaming with joy, and said happily, Happy to be working with you. The conversation lasted only a short 10 minutes. Lu Xinyue stood in a corner of the room observing everything. She was very surprised by Lin Fan's quick and decisive manner without any hesitation and stammered, What, just like that? He agreed. Mr. Li. Li Guodong smiled and spoke, offering his opinion. It is my honor to serve Mr. Lin. Now that I am your butler, there are some opinions I must raise immediately. I suggest a comprehensive upgrade of your residence, including optimizing the community, deploying security, upgrading the smart systems, upgrading your personal vehicle, establishing a protective network, and setting up a salary system. Lin Fan waved his hand and said reassuringly, All right, I know, Mr. Li, I'll leave it all to you. Don't worry about saving money for me. Li Guodong replied, Yes, Mr. Lin. Lu Xinyue leaned on the sofa staring at Lin Fan with a face full of doubt. She thought to herself, Who on earth is this Lin Fan? This is the head butler of Magic City. You should know, even when the richest man in Magic City hired him, he only helped for 4 months. It's too unbelievable. Lin Fan suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, By the way, I wonder if Mr. Li needs an assistant? Li Guodong was stunned for a moment and asked back, An assistant? Lin Fan immediately pointed at Lu Xinyue and then asked, What about this young lady? Seeing that she was being recommended as an assistant to her long-admired idol, Lu Xinyue felt a little thrilled. She jumped up with a surprised then looked at Li Guodong, stammering, unable to speak. This, Mr. Li. Li Guodong sat on the sofa with his hands crossed, observing Lu Xinyue, and then said seeming to hesitate. Seeing this, Lu Xinyue quickly put on a cute expression, leaned forward and asked, Mr. Li, I think I can handle it. Can you give me a chance? Li Guodong lowered his head and sighed, saying, Alas, I don't think I need one. Lin Fan smiled and extended his hand to see her out, saying, Miss Lu, then there's nothing to be done, please. Lu Xinyue's expression froze, full of regret for missing the opportunity to work with her idol. She turned to look at Li Guodong with a pleading look, but to no avail, then stammered, and turned to walk out of the room, not forgetting to say goodbye before leaving. Lin Fan sat on the sofa and sighed deeply, saying, Alas, it seems she still lacks social experience. Lu Xinyue's high heels clicked with a clatter sound. As soon as she stepped out of Lin Fan's house, she took out her phone to call someone. Hey, where are you? Come out and have a drink with me. Her expression looked quite angry. On the other end of the line, Qin Jing asked about the interview. Oh, our great talent is back. How did the interview go? Lu Xinyue said angrily, Don't mention it. I met a young rich second generation, it made me so mad, we'll talk when we meet later. After speaking, she hung up the phone and quickly hailed a taxi. Qin Jing smiled and said, alright, I'll wait for you at the old place. Returning to Lin Fan and Li Guodong's conversation, the two were chatting quite happily. Li Guodong smiled and said warmly, alright then Mr. Lin Fan, how would you like me to address you in the future? Lin Fan had never thought about this question. He was stunned for a moment and asked back, address? Then he crossed his arms and replied, just call me by my name. Li Guodong replied, calling you directly by name would be a bit impolite. How about this? At home I will address you as young master, and when we are out I will address you as President Lin. What do you think? This was truly the thinking of an experienced professional. After hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel happy, as if he were ruling the world. He stroked his chin and said, President Lin, that sounds quite a bit more high class. Li Guodong laughed loudly and said, then our first step is to change your living environment and upgrade your vehicle. Regarding the living environment, I have already prepared a detailed set of materials. As he spoke, he quickly picked up the documents and handed them to Lin Fan to look at. Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim, oh, when did you prepare this? Li Guodong bowed and replied with a smile, a small matter. By the way, young master, would you like to go with me to see the Dragon Capital Heavenly Mansion in the center of Magic City? The transportation there is convenient, and the security equipment is also complete, Lin Fan said with a bright smile. Alright, since I have nothing to do anyway, let's go together. With that, he immediately grabbed the red shirt hanging on the clothes rack, threw it on and then walked out the door saying loudly, let's go. Li Guodong opened the car door for Lin Fan. The car screeched to a halt in front of the Dragon Capital Mansion, and the two got out together. Lin Fan looked at the surrounding scenery and couldn't help but sigh. Oh, this place does look quite nice. Suddenly, three men in black suits and black sunglasses stood guard at the entrance, saying sternly, gentlemen, please show your identification. Suddenly, one of the men in black took off his sunglasses, his face showing an extremely panicked expression, and said loudly, what, Mr. Li? Then the three of them immediately changed their service attitude, bowing respectfully to greet him. Mr. Li, long time no see, how have you been? Come this way, gentlemen. Li Guodong smiled and replied, you're too kind. I've come this time to look at a house for President Lin. Upon hearing this, the man in black quickly smiled and greeted Lin Fan. President Lin, hello President Lin. Li Guodong said to Lin Fan, I'm familiar with this place, we can just go straight in. Lin Fan replied, alright. The black-clothed guard bowed, extending his hand to guide Li Guodong and Lin Fan. Yes, this way, gentlemen. Before the audience now is a spacious and tidy parking lot, with parking spaces arranged in an orderly manner. Li Guodong introduced, the cars here are for picking up and dropping off the owners. We'll take this car over. Then the two got into the car together. Li Guodong sat in the driver's seat and drove. Lin Fan said, it seems you are really familiar with this place. Li Guodong smiled and replied, it's necessary. The car stopped in front of a magnificent and modern top-tier villa. Lin Fan got out of the car, looked at Li Guodong blankly as he continued to introduce, President Lin, this is the largest single-family villa in Dragon Capital Heavenly Mansion. Lin Fan just said, oh, and Li Guodong continued, the house covers about 1,600 square meters with 5 floors up and down, and the actual usable area exceeds 8,000 square meters. After hearing this, Lin Fan's face showed a very satisfied expression. He said, it is indeed nice, let's go in and take a look. The two walked up the steps one by one and entered the villa. Li Guodong walked ahead to lead the way, then bowed and said, President Lin, this way please. Walking into the house, the interior decoration was truly luxurious and extravagant, a place where only the rich could live. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh, this place is really amazing. The decoration is also nice. He walked around admiring everything in the house. Li Guodong spoke up, this is what befits your status. He admired the flower pots on the table and the tea set in the living room full of praise. Oh, he said to Li Guodong with a satisfied face, I'm very satisfied, this is it. Li Guodong bowed respectfully and replied, alright President Lin, I will handle all the subsequent matters. Lin Fan nodded and replied, alright then I'll go out for a stroll. Li Guodong instructed Lin Fan, please be careful. President Lin Fan put his hands in his pants pockets and walked around this luxurious villa he was about to buy, a happy smile on his face. Suddenly the phone rang. He took his phone out of his pocket to see who it was, then pressed the answer key. Teacher Chen, is there something you need? Qin Jing was calling Lin Fan from a coffee shop. While sipping lemonade, she said, can I call you, you kid, if there's nothing? Lin Fan replied with an embarrassed laugh. Of course you can, but you should still get to the point. Qin Jing got straight to the point. She had a good sister who had returned from abroad, a top-tier talent. Did he want to come and meet her? Lin Fan was very confused after hearing this and stammered in reply, me? Why would I meet her? Qin Jing turned her head to look at Lu Xinyue beside her, then smiled and said, she has managed financial companies abroad. Getting to know her will be beneficial for you in the future. Lin Fan temporarily sat down on a stone bench and politely declined. Next time, Teacher Qin, I have something to do right now. Qin Jing's tone was sad with a hint of blame. Alas, are you really not going to give me face? All right then, see you next time. Then the two hung up the phone. Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief. Lu Xinyue smiled meaningfully and asked Qin Jing, what's wrong, your little boyfriend? Qin Jing was flustered and quickly explained, no, it's one of my students. Qin Jing played with the ends of her hair, her face red, and said, I wanted him to meet you. You can help him out if anything comes up in the future. Lu Xinyue stared at her suspiciously and asked, "Oh, is that so? It doesn't look like it to me." Seeing this, Qin Jing picked up her water glass and shook it to change the subject. Oh, no daydreaming looking at this attitude. Lu Xinyue couldn't help but secretly confirm that something was indeed wrong. On the other side, Lin Fan had also gotten out of the car at this point. He looked around and sighed. Magic City really has a lot of rich people. Not to mention this Xiao'o. Just the luxury cars parked outside could probably form a luxury car fleet. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lin Fan glanced at the caller ID. Brother Ning." He pressed the answer key. As soon as it connected, he asked, "Brother Ning, what's wrong?" On the other end of the line was Jin Beiyan. He replied, "Oh, Master Lin Fan, it's me, Jin Beiyan." Hearing this name, Lin Fan was a bit stunned, scratching his head in confusion. "Who is Jin Beiyan?" Jin Beiyan smiled and reminded him, "The old man who offended you before and was saved by you, Jin Beiyan." Only then did Lin Fan remember, and he asked, Oh, so it's you. Have you been feeling better lately?" Jin Beiyan replied, "Good, much better. I'm calling you this time to tell you that the auction is about to begin." Lin Fan sighed after hearing this. "Oh, good." Jin Beiyan continued to provide information. "I received the spiritual energy from the north and will send the invitation over. Their auction this time is said to have a lot of spiritual energy, and it's very likely that there will be an earth-shattering treasure." Lin Fan nodded and said, "I'm very interested. Send me the time and place." Jin Beiyan quickly agreed, All right, I'll send you the time and place. Just mention my name when you get there." Lin Fan finalized, "Let's do it this way." Just after hanging up, Jin Beiyan immediately sent the auction information. After reading it, he muttered to himself, "The time is 3 days from now. The spiritual energy this time is useful to me. I must get all of it and break through in one go." Suddenly, a voice came from behind Lin Fan. "Excuse me." He was startled and turned around. It was a cute girl with her hair in 2 buns. She gave a friendly smile and asked, "Are you new here?" Lin Fan nodded and politely asked back, "And you are?" The girl smiled, waved her hand and replied, "I just moved in today too. I came out to see the scenery and you looked about the same as me, so I figured you must be like me." At this, the girl playfully winked and asked, "Do you feel a connection?" Lin Fan chuckled and replied, "Is that so? What a coincidence. I did indeed just arrive today. My name is Lin Fan." Despite his words, his eyes were cautiously sizing her up. This girl, she looks no more than 17 or 18, but her aura is stronger than an adult's. The girl across from him was also secretly sizing him up. This person, although he doesn't seem special, gives me a feeling that his strength should not be underestimated. As expected, father was right. The girl recalled her father's advice. "Lingyu, you must be careful this time in Magic City. It is a place of hidden talents. Do not underestimate it." Lingyu revealed a smile full of interest. "Interesting." She pretended to be happy, waved her hand and asked, "By the way, where do you live? Maybe we live close by." Lin Fan paused for a moment, asking with confusion, "Where do I live?" Then he pointed in a direction and answered, "Oh, the biggest one." Hearing this, Lingyu couldn't help but be surprised. "The most expensive apartment? You're really rich." Speaking of which, the land prices in Magic City are really expensive. If this place were in my hometown, it could be built into a small fortress. Lin Fan turned around and humbly replied, "It's average. The houses in Magic City are all like this." Seeing this, Lingyu sighed. As if she had an idea, she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "That's right, I've got it. I'm not very familiar with Magic City since I just arrived. How about you show me around?" Lin Fan was a bit surprised to hear this. "What?" He hesitated, stammering, this." Lingyu walked forward, took his hand and pleaded coquettishly, "Oh, come on, let's go." Lin Fan looked helpless, thinking to himself, "I don't know what this girl is up to." Lingyu blinked her eyes and said, "Then I'll go pack my things first." Lin Fan spoke up to remind her, "Let go of me first." After tidying up, Lingyu asked as she walked, "So where are we going?" Lin Fan didn't answer. She continued to ponder, "Let me think." After thinking for a few minutes, Lingyu smiled and suggested, "How about we go mountain climbing?" Hearing this request, Lin Fan was a bit surprised. Lingyu spoke as if she knew what she was talking about. "It's great. I heard that Red Mountain in Magic City is very beautiful." Hearing this, Lin Fan could only sigh and go along with her. "All right, as long as you're happy." Seeing him agree, Lingyu couldn't help but feel happy. She immediately pulled him into the car and they set off with a cheer. After a drive, the two finally arrived at the foot of Red Mountain. Looking at the high and long stone steps leading up the mountain, Lingyu exclaimed, "This mountain is so high, then let's set off." Lin Fan didn't say anything, just silently did as she suggested. The two of them walked up the steps to climb the mountain together. Lin Fan reminded her, "Let's go, you're not allowed to give up halfway." About 10 minutes later, Lingyu's legs began to feel weak. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Wait." Lin Fan stopped at her words, turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Lingyu said, panting. "I can't walk anymore." Lin Fan asked with confusion, "Weren't you the one who wanted to climb the mountain?" Lingyu tried to catch her breath and said, "You misunderstood. What I mean is, walking like this is too slow. Why don't we have a competition?" As she spoke, she raised her hand and pointed to the mountaintop, suggesting, "Let's go up the cliffs on both sides. Whoever reaches the summit first wins. How about it?" Lin Fan looked in the direction Lingyu pointed, let out uninterested, "Oh." Then he turned back to confirm, "Up the steep cliffs, right?" Lingyu winked and nodded, suggesting, "That's right. Since we're having a competition, there should be a bet, right? If you win, I'll grant you one request. You'll have to grant me one request too." How about it? Lin Fan immediately agreed. Deal. I'm just afraid you'll chicken out if you lose. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yu took the opportunity to run ahead. After running for a distance, she shouted back, "This young lady never goes back on her word." Watching her run ahead, Lin Fan just smiled lightly, then calmly took off his jacket, folded it and placed it on the ground. He smiled confidently and said, "What's the harm in giving you a head start?" With that, Lin Fan gathered his strength and leapt, covering a large distance in one jump. In an instant he caught up to Ling Yu's speed, which greatly surprised her. "What? This guy's speed is actually on par with mine. Who on earth is he?" Lin Fan also looked at her, secretly marveling. This little girl may be young, but her cultivation is truly solid. Such a genius is truly rare. The two were agile, neither willing to back down as they continued their climb up the mountain. After a while, Ling Yu suddenly grabbed a rock and stopped. Lin Fan stopped as well. He asked curiously, "Why did you stop again?" Ling Yu smiled playfully and said, "From here on we'll use our strength to decide the winner." Hearing this, Lin Fan reminded her, "You want me to use my strength? I'm afraid you won't be able to win then." At these words, Ling Yu couldn't help but frown. "You've got a big mouth." As she spoke, she relaxed her body, gathered her energy at the soles of her feet and flew up. Lin Fan watched her series of movements, surprised. "Oh, isn't this Wudang's cloud-stepping ladder?" Ling Yu hovered in the air and replied, "That's right, you're quite sharp to recognize the cloud-stepping ladder. But I'm definitely winning this competition." She then quickly flew away, her face full of confidence. "I'll be on my way then." Lin Fan watched her fly up, showing no fear at all. Lin Fan smiled and murmured to himself, "Little girl, let me open your eyes." Then he leaped from the cliff. Ling Yu was shocked by his move. "What?" Lin Fan ran as if on flat ground, each step swift and agile. In no time he reached the summit, landing even before Ling Yu. When he saw her climb to the top, he smiled and declared victory. "I win, you're too slow." Knowing she had lost, Ling Yu scratched her head and laughed sheepishly. "Oh my, I actually lost, but what kind of skill is that? How can you walk on air as if on solid ground?" Lin Fan explained. "This is called skywalking. It's basically using powerful foot strength to step on the air, creating a strong levitating force." After hearing this, Ling Yu exclaimed, "Oh, Magic City is truly full of hidden masters. I lost. Tell me, what's your request?" Lin Fan stroked his chin and thought for a few seconds, then said, "I don't have one for now, I'll tell you when I think of one." Ling Yu loudly reminded him, "But don't you dare make any strange requests." Lin Fan was a bit speechless after hearing this. He replied, "You idiot, I would never do that." Only then did Ling Yu feel slightly relieved. She put her hands on her hips and suggested, "All right, it's getting late. It was nice meeting you, let's go eat." Lin Fan also agreed, "Okay, let's go." The two went to a restaurant where plates, licked clean, were stacked one after another to the side. Ling Yu requested another bowl. After the waiter served the dish, Ling Yu happily continued eating. Seeing her eat so much, Lin Fan asked in surprise, "Are you a starving ghost reincarnated?" Ling Yu raised her chopsticks and retorted, "You don't understand. I am a cultivator, and I must absorb a large amount of energy. I'm doing this for my cultivation." Hearing this nonsensical explanation, Lin Fan could only accept it. He said helplessly, "Fine, as long as you're happy." Meanwhile, at Ling Yu's home, her father, Yuan Dongwang, was currently arranging bronze coins and then injecting his spiritual power into them for divination. He moved one coin to another, but nothing happened. He couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, wondering why he couldn't divine it. After several attempts, it was still not working. This was too strange. Just then, a woman carrying a tea tray walked over and asked, "Husband, how is the divination going?" Yuan Dongwang turned to the woman and replied, "Ah, it's Chinger. It's not working, I can't divine it at all." The woman placed the teacup on the table and inquired, "Is there such a thing?" Yuan Dongwang bit his lip, frowned, and said in confusion, "How can I not divine Ling Yu's great calamity? This fate seems to be shrouded by a force. It's hazy and I can't see anything clearly." Ling Yu's mother also came over to have a look. After seeing it, she too was surprised. "Indeed, this is very strange. Could it be that the child has encountered some great opportunity?" Yuan Dongwang sighed and shook his head in frustration, saying, "I can't see through it, I can't see through it." Seeing him like this, his wife Chinger went over and placed her hand on his shoulder. She winked playfully, reached out to caress his cheek and persuaded, "Oh, the child is grown up now. She should have her own destiny. Why are you so worried?" Seeing his wife's lack of concern, Yuan Dongwang began to doubt his life and asked, "You're so carefree. I really wonder if this child is yours. Aren't you worried at all?" Hearing this, his wife smiled with her eyes curved and clapped her hands, suggesting, "That's right. Let's the two of us work together to divine it. Using the power of yin and yang, we might be able to figure it out." Seeing that this proposal was feasible, Yuan Dongwang smiled and agreed. All right then, the couple joined forces to cast the spell. They extended their hands, injecting their spiritual energy into the divination formation. The bronze coins emitted a dazzling light but then shattered into many pieces. Yuan Dongwang and his wife couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" After the bronze coins shattered, they immediately turned to ash. Yuan Dongwang and his wife were both stunned, speechless. Over here, Lin Fan was currently enjoying a steak in the restaurant. As he was about to cut the steak with his knife, he suddenly sensed something and stopped. A trace of vigilance flashed through Lin Fan's mind. "Someone is prying into my destiny." Immediately after, Lin Fan's eyes widened, and a wave of pressure emanated from his body, filling the entire restaurant, then rushed towards Yuan Dongwang's house. The powerful pressure backfired on his power. Yuan Dongwang's face suddenly turned dark, his eyes wide and bloodshot. He then spurted out a mouthful of blood. Red drops of blood fell, staining the ashes of the bronze coins. Seeing this, his wife couldn't help but ask worriedly, Husband, what's wrong with you? Yuan Dongwang gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling as he explained, I've encountered a formidable figure this time. It seems I can't perform divination for my daughter anymore. You were right, the child has grown up and should have her own destiny. We should focus on preparing for the auction. The woman helped him sit down and urged. This auction must be handled with even more care. It is very likely to attract the covetous eyes of many factions. Yuan Donghang let out a cold laugh. He snorted and said confidently, What am I, Yuan Dongwang, afraid of? His wife's expression was grave as she reminded him. I heard that many other foreign powers will be there this time. We must not be careless. The people she was cryptically referring to were probably all prominent figures. Yuan Dongwang stopped discussing this matter. He took the toothpick out of his mouth and said, All right, I know, help me tend to my wound. On Lin Fan's side, Lin Yu, unaware of what had happened, was still focused on her meal. After wolfing it down, she finally put down her empty bowl. Ling Yu rubbed her round belly with satisfaction and said, I'm so full. Seeing Lin Fan's silence, Ling Yu asked curiously, What's wrong with you? Lin Fan revealed a cold smile and replied, It's nothing, just gave a warning to some people. Seeing him like this, Ling Yu was a little scared. She exclaimed in surprise, How terrifying. After a satisfying meal, she finally stood up. Ling Yu waved goodbye to Lin Fan. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Lin Fan nodded and he also stood up saying, I should go home too. I haven't seen Xiaodi in a long time. At night, Lin Fan brought everyone to their new home. The living room was now solemn yet magnificent, brightly lit. Xiaodi's eyes sparkled as she looked around, letting out a wow. The little girl happily ran around the room exclaiming, This room is so big, brother, you're amazing. Seeing his sister so happy, Lin Fan dotingly reminded her, Be careful, don't fall. Murong Wu observed the room and also nodded. With a butler, the efficiency is indeed impressive. Li Guodong came over, bowed and reported, Young master, the matter of the car has been handled. Recently a friend of mine's shop got a new car and I think it perfectly suits your temperament and status. Lin Fan was a little curious after hearing this and asked, Is that so? Li Guodong smiled and professionally asked, Would you like me to handle the paperwork tomorrow or would you like to go with me? After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan said, How about this, Mr. Li? Please prepare the other matters as soon as possible. Send me the specific information and I'll go myself. Li Guodong answered honestly, I already anticipated that young master would say this, so I have sent it to you in advance. Seeing how efficiently he handled things, Lin Fan did not hold back his praise. Mr. Li's efficiency is truly high. Xiaodi suddenly pulled his hand and said, Brother, brother. When Lin Fan turned his head to look, the little girl said with sleepy eyes, I'm sleepy. Seeing this, Lin Fan dotingly patted Xiaodi's head and said, All right then, brother, will take you to bed. But the little girl then said, I want to sleep with Sister Murong. Lin Fan was a little surprised to hear this. Sister Murong. Murong Shu came over at this moment and took Xiaodi into her arms. She looked at Xiaodi and asked, Then shall we go to bed? Xiaodi was happy and excited, raising her hand in agreement. Okay, I also have a few things I want to say to Sister Murong. Seeing his sister so attached to Murong Shu, Lin Fan asked with a hint of jealousy, When did you two become so close? Murong Shu and Xiaodi laughed and she explained, The bond between girls is just that mysterious. After speaking, she turned and left holding Xiaodi. The little girl even raised her hand and waved goodbye to Lin Fan. Bye-bye, brother. Lin Fan was left behind by his sister and could only helplessly and reluctantly call out, Xiaodi. Murong Wu saw his predicament and comforted him with a gloating smile. Brother Lin, pull yourself together. Lin Fan could only sigh and reply, I'll do my best. Suddenly, Murong Wu became serious and said, While they're gone, there's something I want to tell you. Lin Fan immediately focused his attention to listen. Murong Wu continued, Actually, I just sensed a large group of Murong family masters appearing near Magic City. Lin Fan asked suspiciously, How does Senior know? Murong Wu then explained, After all, I cultivate the Murong family's techniques. Once I detect a large number of similar auras, I can naturally sense it instantly. Lin Fan stroked his chin and concluded, The Murong family's techniques are truly special. Murong Wu reminded him, So you must be careful no matter what during this period. These people are coming with ill intentions. Hearing this, Lin Fan gestured and said, Don't worry, I already know. After finishing their serious talk, Murong Wu had nothing else on his mind. He said as he left, Then I'll go back to my room to rest. Lin Fan replied, Take care, Senior. At this moment, only he was left in the room. He let out a cold smile and thought, A large group of masters, let them come, it's just what I want. On a large commercial street, Lin Fan got out of the shuttle car. He looked up at the skyscrapers and secretly determined, this should be the place. Lin Fan walked in, looking around as he walked, exclaiming, Oh, the place Uncle Li recommended is indeed different. Suddenly a voice from a distance caught Lin Fan's attention. As expected of our great talent, Lu, you're actually buying a car. Lin Fan looked over and saw it was someone he knew. He muttered, Teacher Qin. Lu Xinyue answered Qin Jing's words. After all, I'm going to settle down in Magic City. How can I not have a car? Let's hurry. This shop has a new model and I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Qin Jing heard this and happily teased, It's good to be rich. Afraid she would tease her again, Lu Xinyue quickly pushed her forward, urging, Let's go, let's go. Qin Jing smiled and agreed, All right, all right. When Lin Fan saw the two of them, he realized something. It turned out the friend she said had returned from abroad was the person who came for the interview before. Thinking about what happened before, Lin Fan decided to avoid them. He turned around and muttered to himself, Forget it, forget it. I should take care of business first. A moment later a crowd gathered at the entrance of the shop, pushing and shoving around a car. Lin Fan also walked over, his hands in his pants pockets, and said, "The shop Uncle Lee mentioned in the text should be this one." Suddenly countless people rushed over, urging, "Quick, quick." Lin Fan was instantly squeezed by the crowd, unable to move. He couldn't help but be surprised. What's going on? Everyone's eyes were shining as they stared at a car, and someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing, this Koenigsegg is so cool." A blond man still looked disbelieving, but his face was already covered in excited sweat, saying, "Is this the Koenigsegg 11? No way. I have to go see it." Lin Fan awkwardly said in the crowd, "Excuse me, please make way, make way." After a while he finally squeezed to the front and saw the supercar with his own eyes, looking at it. Lin Fan was a little stunned. The supercar was as shiny as new, covered in a superb layer of silver-white paint. The voice of a sales guide from the store rang out, "Welcome, everyone. There are only 6 of these Koenigsegg 11s in the entire world. Today its owner will be announced. Everyone is welcome to come and admire it." A long-legged model posed by the car. From an overall perspective, the car looked more like a black and white race car, creating a cool style. Lin Fan looked at the car and silently evaluated. "This car is too flashy, but I like it." As he spoke, he decided, "Alright, I'll go in and take a look." Beside him, a female employee walked over, showing a professional smile and introducing, "Hello, sir. I am Li Qian, a salesperson at the VX store. May I ask if you would like to buy a car?" Lin Fan suggested nonchalantly, "Get your boss over here." "My name is Lin Fan." Hearing his name, Li Qian was a bit shocked, but still answered immediately, "Yes, yes." At this moment, a man with bright eyes turned his head to look at Lin Fan and asked, Are you President Lin?" He hurried over, bowed, and greeted, Hello, I am the owner of this shop. You can call me Xiao Wang." Lin Fan raised his hand and said, "It's better to call you Old Wang." The shop owner happily flattered. "Then Old Wang it is. President Lin is right, absolutely right." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards the supercar and said, "President Lin, this Koenigsegg 11 was specially prepared for you. I spent a lot of effort to get this car." Li Qian stood behind, looking at Lin Fan and thinking to herself, This is the big shot who bought the Koenigsegg 11. A thought flashed through her mind. Young and rich, if I could be his woman. Lin Fan turned around and asked unexpectedly, "Your shop doesn't seem to specialize in selling cars, does it?" Before Old Wang could answer, Li Qian interjected and replied, "President Lin, you may not know, our shop is not a traditional car dealership but a special high-end customization shop. When you come here, as long as you have a request or need anything, you can get it in our shop. As long as you want it, you can have anything." Lin Fan seemed to have sensed her purpose and was a bit speechless. Li Qian continued to approach, placing her hand on Lin Fan's shoulder and caressing it, saying, "President Lin, why don't we go into the car and I will give you a detailed introduction to this car." Lin Fan's face darkened. He raised his hand and flung hers away, saying, "I'm not interested in you. Stay away from me." Li Qian was shocked by the blunt rejection. What did you say?" Lin Fan's face was cold and he emphasized again, word by word, "I said I'm not interested in you. Stay away from me." Li Qian, her purpose unfulfilled and frightened by his aura, tearfully excused herself, "Yes, President Lin." After dealing with her, Lin Fan turned to Old Wang and asked, "Do you have anything else interesting in your shop?" Hearing this, Old Wang rubbed his hands and replied, "Plenty. Come, I'll take President Lin to our warehouse to have a look." He couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. Old Li was right, this is a big spender. The good stuff I've been saving for so long can finally be sold. On Qin Jing's side, she and Lu Xinyue were happily chatting when suddenly Lu Xinyue noticed the car next to them. She exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, they actually have this car here." Qin Jing also asked curiously, "Isn't this car a Koenigsegg, but it seems much cooler?" Lu Xinyue excitedly explained, "This is a Koenigsegg 11. There are only 6 in the world and it's priceless. Magic City is truly Magic City, to even have this kind of car. I wonder which tycoon will get this car." As she spoke, she took Qin Jing's hand and said in a low voice, "I'm telling you, if you and your dad weren't so stubborn, a mere Koenigsegg would be nothing more than a matter of acting cute and spoiled, right?" Hearing about her father, Qin Jing pretended to be angry again, saying with full determination, "That old fossil, I will not make up with him." Lu Xinyue sighed and asked, puzzled, "A rich second generation from a top-tier wealthy family, pretending to be a small teacher to experience life, it's really hard to understand." Seeing this, Qin Jing couldn't help but flick her forehead and pout, annoying. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, Old Wang walked and boasted, "President Lin, we have all kinds of good stuff here. Please take a look, take a look." Lin Fan looked around, his gaze stopping on a purple bag inlaid with a red gemstone. He hesitated. "This bag," Old Wang, quick-witted, walked over, picked up the bag and introduced, "Oh, you have great taste. This is a world-class handmade product." Seeing he was about to launch into a long speech, Lin Fan interrupted, "Cut the crap. How much is it? I'll take it." It turned out what caught Lin Fan's attention was the inlaid red gemstone. Lin Fan thought to himself, although the spiritual energy contained in this bloodstone is not much for me now, I can't let go of even a single bit of spiritual energy. Lin Fan looked back again and there was another item with spiritual energy. He glanced at the cigar box that was emitting green spiritual energy and directly proposed, "Boss, I'll take that cigar box too." Boss Wang's eyes were full of money, so happy he couldn't close his mouth. He agreed repeatedly, "Yes, yes, generous, the boss is generous." He picked up the 2 items and quoted the price. This bag is 750,000 and that cigar box is 160,000. Old Wong handed them to Lin Fan and asked again, do you need anything else? President Lin, we also have Lafite from 73 here. Lin Fan was not interested in these. He shook his head and said, no need, these 2 are fine, wrap them up for me. Old Wong, upon hearing this, hurriedly ran to wrap them up. After getting his things, Lin Fan walked out of the store. Old Wong saw him off, not forgetting to say enthusiastically, welcome back next time, President Lin. As soon as he stepped out, Qin Jing and Lu Xinyue noticed. They both said almost at the same time, isn't that Lin Fan? Is that him? Hearing each other, they both turned to each other curiously and asked, you know each other? Qin Jing smiled and replied, yes, he's that student of mine. Lu Xinyue, upon hearing this, was about to have a breakdown. She stammered, no way, the fake rich second generation I went to interview with before, that was him. Qin Jing cried out in surprise. What, are you sure you're not mistaken? Lu Xinyue said with certainty. I'm not blind, I never thought your student was a top-tier billionaire. At this moment, Lin Fan also noticed the 2 of them. He spoke up and asked, isn't this Teacher Qin? We meet again. At this point he also noticed the person next to Teacher Qin. He was stunned. He and Lu Xinyue both stared at each other blankly, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit quiet. Qin Jing then walked over, pinched his cheek and scolded, so it's you, I never thought the person who interviewed my best friend would be you. Lin Fan chuckled guiltily and said, yes, it's a small world. Lu Xinyue glanced at him and asked, are you here to buy a car? Lin Fan smiled and admitted, yes. He pointed at the Koenigsegg and said, that one. The 2 looked at the car, both dumbfounded with their mouths wide open. Lin Fan said proudly, for me this is just a small matter, but Teacher Qin, are you 2 here to buy a car too? Qin Jing smiled and replied, I can't afford it. It's her who wants to buy a car. Lu Xinyue said awkwardly, I can't afford this car. I'll just buy an ordinary car for transportation. Qin Jing looked at Lin Fan with a probing gaze and asked, how many secrets do you have? Lin Fan couldn't help but deny it repeatedly, feeling guilty. None at this moment. Lu Xinyue spoke up and suggested, by the way, can I borrow this car for a test drive? I'm afraid I'll never get a chance to test drive a car like this in my life. Hearing this, Lin Fan beckoned with his finger towards the car and said, this one, sure, after we finish the paperwork. Old Wong, watching from the side, was so envious he was about to cry. It's so good to be rich. He runs into 2 beautiful acquaintances right after stepping out, so envious. Lin Fan turned around and reminded him, hurry up with the paperwork. We have to go. Hearing this, Old Wong happily agreed. All right, just a moment, we'll get the paperwork done for you right away. With that, he made a call to have someone handle the paperwork. Before long, the contract was delivered. Lin Fan picked up the pen and signed. After everything was done, Old Wong said, all right, all the paperwork is complete. This car is yours. Do you need me to bring it out of the shop for you? Lin Fan simply grunted. After leaving, Lu Xinyue walked up to the car and urged, let's go, this young lady will take you for a spin. Before leaving, Lin Fan turned around and instructed, have the rest of my things delivered directly to my home. Old Wong nodded enthusiastically, promising to handle it well. After making the arrangements, Lin Fan got into the car. With Lu Xinyue at the wheel, the car sped down the road. She drove while exclaiming excitedly, this car is amazing, it's just that you can't drive fast in the city. Qin Jing held up her phone and suggested, I know a closed racetrack. I'll lead the way. Hearing this, Lu Xinyue teasingly said with great interest, what a woman worth protecting. Qin Jing sat next to Lin Fan, turning her head to stare at him from time to time. Lin Fan felt a bit unnatural. He scratched his head and asked, Teacher Qin, why do you keep staring at me? Qin Jing smiled and replied, I want to see how many secrets you have. Hearing this, Lin Fan was no longer shy. He cheekily and happily suggested, then Teacher Qin, feel free to look a little longer. Qin Jing was a bit speechless, so she decided not to look anymore, just snorting humph and calling him a smooth talker. Lu Xinyue took the opportunity to tease them again with flirtatious glances. Ooh, hearing her say that, the atmosphere between Lin Fan and Qin Jing became a little awkward. Both of them blushed and didn't dare to speak. An hour later, at the foot of a mountain, a staff member from the racetrack walked over when he saw a car stop and asked, hello, this is a closed track. May I ask if you have a reservation? Qin Jing answered through the car window, Xiao Wang, it's me. The staff member named Xiao Wang was surprised to see her. Oh, my sister Qin, why didn't you say you were coming? Please come in. With that, he waved his hand to signal for the gate to be opened. In the car, Lin Fan also exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect Teacher Qin to be a regular here. Qin Jing smiled and replied, I have many secrets too. A little while later, Lin Fan brought the 2 girls to the parking lot. Qin Jing and the red-haired girl got out of the car. After looking around, Qin Jing said, this place is huge. You can go off-roading, race, or even hike. As for us, we can only go to the track on the right. Suddenly, Zhao Lang approached from behind and said happily, Qin Jing, what are you doing here? Hearing this, Qin Jing replied with displeasure, what's it to you? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Lang raised his hand and ran his fingers through his hair. He calmly continued, of course it is. If I had known you were coming, I would have definitely come out to greet you. The red-haired girl next to her heard this and teased with a light laugh, oh, it seems he wants to pursue you. Hearing this, Qin Jing replied helplessly, he's just a spoiled rich kid. Without saying more, Qin Jing and the girl with the wig turned and got into Lin Fan's car. Seeing this, Zhao Lang turned his gaze to Lin Fan and thought to himself, who is this little brother? Hearing this, Qin Jing glanced at Zhao Lang and replied, it's none of your business, young Master Zhao. Let go, we still have to practice driving. Hearing this, Zhao Lang said in a sarcastic tone, no wonder you're indifferent to my pursuit. It turns out you like fresh young meat. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Jing shouted in anger, Zhao Lang, watch your words. Without backing down, Zhao Lang continued smugly, what, did I hit a nerve? Seeing this annoying fellow, Zhao Lang, Lin Fan said with a cold face, I'm Teacher Qin's student. Your name is Zhao Lang, right? I advise you to apologize to Teacher Qin immediately. Hearing this, Zhao Lang burst out laughing. He said provocatively, a student, a forbidden teacher-student romance? Qin Jing, oh Qin Jing, I never thought you had such a fetish. Hearing this, Lin Fan's head was splitting. He raised his hand to rub his forehead, sighed deeply, and then Lin Fan immediately got out of the car. Lin Fan stood in front of Zhao Lang and continued, I'll tell you one last time, apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lang slapped Lin Fan's shoulder heavily. Then he smiled and replied, sorry, I'm telling the truth. Why should I apologize? Then Zhao Lang walked up to Qin Jing and continued, I'm telling you, if you like fresh young meat, then you should have told me earlier. I know a lot of young guys I can introduce to you. Zhao Lang's expression turned lecherous and perverted. He continued, safe and reliable, no diseases, guaranteed to serve you well. Before he could finish, Zhao Lang was slapped hard by Lin Fan, sending him flying and falling to the ground not far away. Zhao Lang sat up in pain, covering his face with one hand and pointing at Lin Fan's face with the other. Zhao Lang said loudly, you dare to hit me. Hearing this, Lin Fan frowned in anger. He shouted, I already said apologize. Seeing Lin Fan's terrifying appearance, Zhao Lang scrambled to his feet and ran forward. He hurriedly commanded loudly, help, I've been beaten. Seeing this, the thugs in front hurried over to support Zhao Lang. They pressed, Brother Zhao, who hit you? As soon as the words were out, Zhao Lang immediately pointed at Lin Fan and replied, it was that guy. At this moment, a group of young thugs had surrounded Lin Fan. Seeing this, the red-haired girl turned back to Qin Jing in a panic and said, let's call the police. At this time, Qin Jing was calmly reapplying her makeup. Qin Jing chuckled lightly and replied, it's fine. Qin Jing thought to herself, Lin Fan is not an ordinary person, these guys are in for it. Hearing this, the red-haired girl smiled and continued to tease, how many secrets do you two have that I don't know about? Hearing this, Qin Jing could only brush it off. Over here, Zhao Lang stood outside and shouted, you brat, you dare to hit even me. You really don't know how many eyes the King of Hell has. Hearing this, Lin Fan taunted provocatively, I did hit you. Seeing this, Zhao Lang became angry out of embarrassment, pointed at Lin Fan's face and ordered, brothers, get him. Hearing the order, a group of young thugs immediately pushed forward to attack Lin Fan. They said viciously, go to hell. Kid. Seeing this, Lin Fan calmly shouted twice, kneel. Suddenly, all the thugs obediently knelt down and kowtowed before Lin Fan. After it was over, Lin Fan glanced at Zhao Lang and said, why are all your men kneeling? Seeing this, Zhao Lang was dumbfounded. He continued with a tense face, so that's how it is? You're a cultivator. No wonder you're so arrogant. Zhao Lang pointed at Lin Fan's face and shouted, I'm warning you, I'm not a stranger to cultivators. Before he could say more, Lin Fan immediately slapped Zhao Lang again hard. He said calmly, you're so noisy. Zhao Lang didn't have time to react. He cried out in pain, clutching his face, you? Seeing this, Lin Fan immediately slapped him hard again. Lin Fan said, I still have to practice driving with the beauties. Apologize now, don't waste my time. It hurt too much. Zhao Lang immediately knelt before Qin Jing and said with a look of resignation, I was wrong. Hearing this, Lin Fan raised his hand and dusted off his clothes. He said, that's more like it. After dealing with it, Lin Fan immediately returned to the car. Lin Fan got into the car and continued, it's settled, let's go. The red-haired girl saw Lin Fan's imposing manner and said, Lin Fan, you're a cultivator. I heard what Zhao Lang said. Hearing this, Lin Fan replied coldly, you know about cultivators. As soon as she finished speaking, the red-haired girl turned her head, glanced at Lin Fan and continued, although I don't know about our Chinese cultivators, I happened to come into contact with superpowered individuals when I was studying abroad. Perhaps they're similar to our cultivators. Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled and chimed in, that's right, the same, it's just that I'm not a cultivator, nor am I a superpowered individual. Hearing this, the red-haired girl crossed her arms and replied thoughtfully, stop pretending. Over here, the thugs asked curiously, boss, who on earth is that guy? At this time, Zhao Lang took out his phone to search for information about Lin Fan. Zhao Lang cried out in surprise, that Lin Fan is a cultivator. Hearing this, the thugs began to whisper among themselves, so that's how it is, no wonder our brothers all knelt down in an instant. Zhao Lang suddenly showed a sinister smile and said, don't worry, even if he is a cultivator, he's going to be carried out of here today. The American superpowered individual is also practicing here today. I've already told him about this, and now we just have to wait for him to avenge us. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lang crushed his phone with a grip. Hearing this, the leading thug was shocked and shouted, could it be Anderson? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lang laughed loudly and replied, that's right, it's him. The leader continued in astonishment, it's actually Anderson. That guy is the #1 superpowered person from Country M with unparalleled strength and speed that breaks the sound barrier. Then the leader looked at Zhao Lang and continued, with him here, that guy named Lin Fan is dead for sure. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Lang replied smugly, that's right. Zhao Lang's expression turned sinister and he smiled and continued, Anderson, hurry up and come. I can't wait to see the scene of you crazily humiliating that Lin fan. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, the red-haired girl was driving with full concentration, seemingly eager to show off her skills on the track. Seeing this, Lin fan smiled and said, "Beautiful lady, we've been delayed for so long, let's go." Hearing this, the red-haired girl slammed on the gas. She replied, "I couldn't wait any longer." As soon as she finished speaking, the car shot forward like an arrow, causing Lin fan and Qin Jing to be thrown back. The car's speed was comparable to the speed of light. After an hour of exhausting driving practice, the red-haired girl, Qin Jing, and Lin fan went to a restaurant for a meal. Walking into the restaurant, the red-haired girl collapsed into a chair. The red-haired girl leaned back in her chair tiredly and sighed, "I'm exhausted." Seeing this, Lin fan and Qin Jing both looked helpless. Lin fan said, "Your driving skills are truly magical." Qin Jing quickly added, "I'm not letting you drive again." It turned out that an hour ago, the red-haired girl had been practicing driving on the track, and her talent had amazed both Lin fan and Qin Jing. Hearing this, the red-haired girl looked embarrassed, scratched her head and replied, "I didn't expect this car to be so hard to drive at high speed." At this moment, 3 cars pulled up outside the restaurant. The person who got out was the fierce-looking Anderson with a cigar in his mouth. Anderson walked up to Zhao Lang and his group. When Zhao Lang and his group saw him, they were all ecstatic and exclaimed, "Dear Anderson, you've arrived." Hearing this, Anderson smiled with interest and replied, "Zhao Lang, don't use that strange translated tone with me. You know my language proficiency." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lang awkwardly smiled and agreed, "Yes, yes." Anderson glanced at Zhao Lang and asked, "You said you ran into some trouble." Hearing this, Zhao Lang replied, "Yes, I was beaten." Zhao Lang continued angrily, "That guy is also a cultivator." Hearing this, Anderson smiled happily and replied, "Interesting. What do you want me to help you with?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lang became enraged, his face turning dark with anger, and he replied, "I want him to wish he were dead." Seeing this, Anderson walked over and gently patted Zhao Lang's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, my specialty is making people wish they were dead." But as for the appearance fee, Anderson made a gesture to Zhao Lang. Zhao Lang understood Anderson's meaning and smiled in response. "Don't worry, not a cent of the 5 million will be missing. There are also 2 super beautiful girls with that guy. When the time comes, one will be mine and one will be yours." The 2 of us. Hearing this, Anderson smiled and replied, "All right, it's a deal." After making their arrangements, Zhao Lang led Anderson into the restaurant where Lin fan and his group were eating. Zhao Lang pointed at Lin fan and said, "That's him." Anderson looked around and replied with interest, "I like these 2 Chinese women." Zhao Lang heard this, stroked his chin with his hand and replied with a smile, "When the time comes, they'll both be ours." Then Anderson and Zhao Lang swaggered up to Lin fan and he said smugly, "Kid." Lin fan heard him, glanced at him and replied, "Wasn't the beating you got earlier enough?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lang smiled and replied, "Kid, you're dead." Then Lin fan turned his head to look at Anderson and asked, "Is this the person you hired?" Seeing himself being humiliated, Anderson roared in anger, "Kid, get up and talk to me." Then Anderson walked over and placed his hand heavily on Lin fan's shoulder. Seeing this, Lin fan glanced at him. He frowned and said with displeasure, "With just you're not qualified to make me stand up." Hearing this, Anderson was furious, his face contorted as he stared at Lin fan. Anderson replied, "You asked for this." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately made his move. Seeing this, Lin fan was calm and composed, a wave of power emanating from his body enveloping him. Therefore, Anderson was unable to inflict any harm on Lin fan. Seeing this, Anderson cried out in surprise, This is impossible." Without saying more, Lin fan looked at Anderson with half an eye and said, "Boring." Then Lin fan hit Anderson hard, sending Anderson flying dozens of meters away. Anderson lay on the ground in pain. Zhao Lang stood outside secretly observing the situation and cried out in disbelief, Anderson was sent flying." Then Lin fan looked at Zhao Lang angrily and said coldly, "Hurry up and get lost." Suddenly, Anderson rushed in from outside like a gust of wind. Anderson walked up to Lin fan and said smugly, "Kid, do you think that little trick from before was enough to hurt me?" Hearing this, Lin fan turned his head, his gaze sharp as he looked at Anderson. Then Lin fan turned to Qin Jing and the red-haired girl and instructed, "You 2 eat first. I'll be right back." Seeing this, the red-haired girl had a worried look on her face. She said, "Lin fan, be careful." But Qin Jing was very calm. She raised her hand to support her chin and continued, "Go easy on him." Then Lin fan walked past Anderson. Lin fan said, "It's not convenient here. Let's go outside and fight." Hearing this, Anderson immediately gave Lin fan a fierce glare and then walked out of the restaurant with him. Meanwhile, Zhao Lang was nervously watching the situation. Outside the restaurant, Lin fan and Anderson faced each other. Anderson taunted smugly, "It's not like I haven't killed a Chinese cultivator before. Kid, I admit your attack methods are completely different from ours." Anderson's expression turned fierce and he continued, "But supernatural abilities are the strongest." Hearing this, Lin fan replied with contempt, "There are always people who take ignorance as capital and feel glorious about it." Then Lin fan gently flicked his hand. Lin fan extended his hand towards Anderson and said, "Come on, let me see your so-called supernatural abilities." Hearing this, Anderson gritted his teeth and roared, "I will make you pay the price for your arrogance." Zhao Lang was watching the situation intently from the outside. He laughed loudly and said, "Lin fan, today is the day you die." The leading thug heard this and said with a look of confusion, "Brother Zhao, if someone sees this, will it be?" Before he could finish, the leader was slapped hard by Zhao Lang. Zhao Lang said angrily, "You've thought of it, don't you think I have too? I've cleared out the entire place. There's no one else in this racing facility." Then Zhao Lang turned his head to look at Lin Fan, gritted his teeth and continued, go to hell, over here. Anderson had already started to warm up while Lin Fan remained very calm with his hands in his pants pockets. At this moment Anderson roared, go to hell, kid. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed towards Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan just calmly showed a mocking smile. He stared at Anderson. Then Lin Fan emitted an aura that enveloped him, making it so Anderson couldn't even touch a single hair on Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan smiled contemptuously and said, are you people from M country brainless? A simple attack is useless against me. Hearing this, Anderson replied, of course I know, kid. Everyone thinks my abilities are strength and speed, but they don't know my real ability is controlling electricity. As soon as he finished speaking, Anderson launched a direct attack on Lin Fan. The red-haired girl stood outside observing, her face filled with shock. She covered her mouth with her hand and said, is this a supernatural ability? Lin Fan won't die, will he? On the contrary, Qin Jing looked indifferent. She watched the situation and said with a smile, trust him, it's fine. After Anderson finished his move, he stood outside and laughed happily. He said smugly, I smell a scent of burnt meat. In response to Anderson's words, Lin Fan smiled and said, what a coincidence, I also smell a scent of burnt meat. Lin Fan appeared in the smoke and dust completely unharmed. Seeing this, Anderson cried out in surprise, what, you? He was speechless, so Lin Fan continued, you like to play with electricity, right? Then let me show you something good. This is called the Taoist Palm Thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan immediately countered, striking Anderson directly. The red-haired girl saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, this is. Qin Jing saw it, walked over, gently placed her hand on the red-haired girl's shoulder and said with a smile, I told you, Lin Fan would be fine. Qin Jing looked at Lin Fan and continued, that brat, over here. Anderson painfully struggled to stand up, his body covered in wounds. Anderson pointed at Lin Fan and murmured, who on earth are you? Hearing this, Lin Fan replied, oh, you're still conscious, then let's do it again. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan immediately struck Anderson with another palm. Seeing this, Anderson's face was filled with fear and he hurriedly shouted, wait a minute. Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled and asked, what's wrong? As soon as he finished speaking, Anderson continued, I surrender, you're amazing. Zhao Lang, who had witnessed everything from the side, cried out in disbelief, Anderson lost. Anderson actually surrendered. Hearing this, Lin Fan replied with an indifferent face, then why don't you get lost? As soon as he finished speaking, Anderson immediately scrambled away holding his head and replied fearfully, okay, I'll leave right now. After dealing with it, Lin Fan let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Anderson suddenly turned 180 degrees, gritted his teeth and said, I was tricking you, go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, Anderson fiercely struck Lin Fan with a palm. It was too sudden. Lin Fan didn't have time to react and he was seriously injured. Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Anderson smiled smugly and continued, fool, did you really think I would surrender so easily? Let me tell you, this is a gun and bullets specially made in our America. The bullets contain a deadly poison. Kid, in less than 10 minutes your consciousness will blur and your body will rot and die. At this moment, Lin Fan turned his head and glanced at Anderson. He replied calmly, it seems you still don't know the gap between us. In an instant, the bullet behind Lin Fan immediately fell to the ground. Seeing this, Anderson was stunned, exclaiming, this is impossible. All my weapons are specially made, it's impossible for a human body to withstand them. Hearing this, Lin Fan continued to reply, I was going to let you live, but now you have no chance. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan moved with divine speed. Like an ancestor, he closed in on Anderson, and then with one hand he struck him fiercely across the face. It was too sudden. Anderson had no time to react. He was blinded in both eyes by Lin Fan's palm and he screamed in pain. At this moment, Anderson felt as if he was experiencing the worst feeling in his life. Then Anderson knelt on the ground exhausted. Instantly, Anderson collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Fan sighed softly. Lin Fan glanced at the bloodstain on his clothes, thinking that this special bullet was quite powerful. The poison inside could actually cause him some harm. What on earth is this group of M country people researching and manufacturing over here? Zhao Lang ran to Anderson's side in a panic and shouted, Anderson, you killed someone. Hearing this, Lin Fan showed no fear. He calmly replied, don't worry, he just fainted from fear. And you? Lin Fan slowly walked towards Zhao Lang. With his hands in his pockets, Zhao Lang collapsed to the ground under Lin Fan's imposing aura. He trembled and said, you can't kill me. We're in China right now. What you're doing is illegal. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan quickly replied, don't worry, I won't kill you, but you'll have to pay a price. Seeing this, Zhao Lang hurriedly begged for mercy. Stop. Lin Fan turned a deaf ear and immediately taught Zhao Lang a lesson. Only his miserable screams echoed throughout the racetrack. A few days later, in a mysterious base, 3 people in black robes were attentively watching Anderson's situation on a monitor. The leader saw this and said, everyone, Anderson was defeated by an unidentified Chinese person. Hearing this, Silver replied, that man seems to be able to block our specially made bullets. As soon as the words were spoken, the leader continued, our bullets are specially made for Chinese cultivators, and can destroy the Dantian at their foundation, but they have almost no effect on that man named Lin Fan. Then, the leader hurriedly ordered, you two go see him. After years of research, the association finally produced a poison that could destroy the foundation of Chinese cultivators. There must be no accidents with that kid. Hearing this, Gold and Silver hurriedly agreed. Yes, at this time in Lin Fan's house, Old Wei was sitting leisurely in a chair. He was carefully observing Anderson's bullet. After some research, Old Wei said, Country, they actually succeeded in their research. Hearing this, Lin Fan chimed in. Old Wei, what on earth is going on? Old Wei continued. Country's cultivation system is different from our China's. We can cultivate through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while Country uses technological means to continuously develop the human body. Old Wei continued. Country has a superpower association. This group of people is very mysterious. This mysterious association has been researching various technologies that can restrain Chinese cultivators. This bullet is one of the projects. This steel bullet is a new type of poison. This poison can cut off the connection between our Chinese bodies and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, it will react with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form a deadly poison. If they can really mass produce it, it will be a huge blow to us Chinese. After listening to Old Wei's analysis, Lin Fan said, So that's how it is, Old Wei solemnly reminded Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I'm afraid you've been targeted. Be extra careful during this time, Lin Fan replied. Okay, I know. Country's technology is really interesting. At the same time, in a certain villa, the 3 members of the Morong family were sitting outside the main hall. Suddenly, the family's door slowly opened and 2 men in black from Country walked in. Seeing this, a member of the Morong family said, Superpowered individuals from Country. Gold spoke up. Don't be nervous, we didn't mean to. A member of the Morong family said angrily, You 2 trespassed into the Morong family's home and still say it wasn't intentional. Another person chimed in. I advise you 2 to leave quickly. The other person remained silent but looked at the 2 Country people with a cold gaze. Not only did Gold not leave, he got straight to the point. Lin Fan, you're no strangers to him, are you? Hearing this name, the attitude of the 3 Morong family members changed completely. Silver chimed in. They say the Morong family is full of experts, and seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. The 2 of us came this time, actually hoping to join forces with the Morong family. A member of the Morong family said in surprise. Join forces, Silver replied. That's right, your purpose for coming here is probably also for Lin Fan, right? Coincidentally, our purpose is the same. How about we join forces? A member of the Morong family laughed contemptuously. Join forces with you Country people, are you worthy? Another person continued. The matter between us and Lin Fan is our private affair within China, it has nothing to do with you. Seeing that it was difficult to reach an agreement, Gold used provocative means to anger the 3 of them. Humph, I've long known that you Chinese martial artists are not only foolish but also stubborn. Seeing you today, it's just as I thought. Hearing this, a member of the Morong family stood up in anger. You're courting death. As he spoke, the Morong family member stood up angrily. Gold, while taking something out of his pocket, said, It seems that if I don't use some tricks, you Chinese people won't know how terrifying we Apocalypse are. The 3 Morong family members said in surprise, You are from Apocalypse? Gold, while throwing the strange object at the 3 Morong family members, replied, That's right. One of the Morong family members noticed something was wrong and shouted, Not good, Gold said smugly. Too late, immediately, the 3 Morong family members were affected by the strange object. All 3 of them were unable to move. Gold said calmly, This is the latest technological research result from our Country. It can release a special magnetic field. This special magnetic field can react with your so-called spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Silver continued. To put it simply, as long as you are in this magnetic field, you Chinese martial artists will be powerless to resist. A member of the Morong family laughed out loud. You underestimate us too much. Then he suddenly moved and sat down in a chair as if nothing had happened. The thing that the Country people called a technological research achievement immediately shattered, which greatly surprised Silver and Gold. What? It actually broke? A member of the Morong family said mockingly. I've always heard that Apocalypse is secretly researching technology to deal with China. It seems they've succeeded. It's just that you've underestimated the strength of Chinese martial artists. After speaking, he stood still, as if signaling something. The other 2 members of the Morong family rushed over like lightning, grabbing Gold and Silver by the neck, making it impossible for them to breathe. A member of the Morong family said with disgust, Go to hell, Gold said with great effort. Wait a minute, a member of the Morong family asked. Any last words? Gold replied. We really don't have any malicious intent. We have a common goal, Lin Fan. Why can't we join forces? That guy is already in the foundation establishment stage in your Chinese cultivation system. A member of the Morong family said in surprise. What did you say? Silver explained. Joining forces with us will only benefit you. You've also seen our technology. Although it can't seal you for a long time, it can still have a certain impact on you in a short period of time. Hearing this, the Morong family member pondered for a moment, then ordered, Let them go. Thus, the 2 Country people were also released. A member of the Morong family asked, What grudge do you have with Lin Fan? How do you know we are here? Gold replied. Lin Fan killed one of our Apocalypse members. The Morong family member became interested. That's Lin Fan's style. Gold continued, So we have a common goal. After a while, a member of the Morong family made a decision. I can cooperate with you, but only this once. Thus, the 2 sides formally cooperated. Gold said, Good, I have a plan. Several people gathered together to discuss the plan, which was as follows. After the plan was discussed, Silver asked, "Does anyone have any objections?" A member of the Morang family replied, "I didn't expect your plan to be so meticulous," Gold said with a smile. "It's just some schemes, then let's wish us success." After finishing their business, Gold and Silver left. The two of them walked along a mountain path, chatting as they went. Gold said, "The Chinese are really fools, they believed us so easily." Silver reminded him, "The Morang family has been able to stand for so many years. They must have their own strengths. We can't be careless." Gold laughed loudly and replied, "It's fine. We'll take this opportunity to wipe out all the Chinese martial artists who come to the auction." As they were chatting, the two of them suddenly saw something. Gold excitedly discovered a Chinese cultivator. "Silver, want to try our new technology?" Silver agreed. Okay, two Chinese people were concentrating on their cultivation. They stopped to rest, panting heavily for a moment. One of them keenly sensed something was wrong. "Who? Come out!" Gold and Silver walked up to them. The Chinese man asked loudly, "What are you trying to do?" "Skulking around," Gold replied straightforwardly. "To take your life." At this moment, the Chinese man was still unaware of the approaching danger and was still very confident. "Oh, a roadside robbery." The Chinese man rushed forward without hesitation. "Go to hell," Gold smiled sinisterly. As the Chinese man made his move, he smirked smugly. "With just this much skill, you think." Before he could finish his sentence, the Chinese man spat out a mouthful of blood and cried out in pain. Blood spurted from all over his body, and then he fell down miserably. Seeing the result before him, Silver was very satisfied. "It seems our new technology is quite good." Those strange things emitted a red light, looking very terrifying. Gold said this was the latest achievement of Apocalypse's 10 years of research. Silver said, "All right, Gold, we should go." Gold did as he was told. The two of them disappeared in an instant. At this moment, the Chinese man who had just been used as an experiment by Gold and Silver still had a sliver of strength, trembling on the ground, a large pool of blood forming around him. The scene shifts to a house where Lin Fan and Old Wei are sitting and chatting. After a while, Lin Fan stood up, supporting himself with his hands. "Old Wei, then I won't disturb you today." Old Wei smiled and said, "All right, then we'll see each other the day after tomorrow." Lin Fan replied, "No problem." A day later at the Pearl Hotel in Shanghai, the place was bustling with people. A red carpet was rolled out and many people were there. A luxury car stopped in front of the hall. The person in the car got out. Lin Fan walked majestically in front with Morang Shu and Morang Wu following behind. Lin Fan spoke, "The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is so rich." Morang Wu frowned and said, "Lin Fan, the Morang family has arrived. They're inside." Lin Fan replied, I know." Morang Shu spoke, "It's Morang Shan and the others." Hearing this, Lin Fan glanced at her acquaintances. Morang Shu said with a cold gaze, "Not really acquaintances. The ones who came are the three brothers, Morang Shan, Morang Feng, and Morang Lin. These three are already close to the foundation establishment stage, but if the three of them join forces, they can display strength exceeding the foundation establishment stage." Hearing this, Lin Fan seemed very interested. "Interesting. Let's go." There was a person already standing at the door to greet them. "Mr. Lin Fan, please come in. The chairman is on the top floor." After a while, the elevator reached the 50th floor. Lin Fan walked out, looked at the venue in front of him, and exclaimed, "Oh, it's quite big." Old Wei had already arrived first. Seeing Lin Fan arrive, he greeted him enthusiastically. "Lin Fan, you're here. I've saved a seat for you." Lin Fan replied, "Thank you, Old Wei." Seeing that there were two more people behind Lin Fan, Old Wei asked doubtfully, "Are these two from the Morang family?" Having heard of them for a long time, Morang Shu greeted politely, "Morang Shu, it's a pleasure to meet you, Old Wei." And Morang Wu said, "Old Wei, you jest. I haven't been a part of the Morang family for a long time." Old Wei warmly hosted the guests. "The three of you please sit down. Almost everyone is here. We're just waiting for Yuan Dongwang to arrive." The three of them followed Old Wei over here. Lin Fan was walking happily when suddenly there was a heavy footstep. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, glancing at the three Morang brothers who were walking over. "Excuse me, can I sit here?" Lin Fan turned his head and replied, "Of course." Just as he sat down, Morang Shan began to verbally attack Morang Shu. "Long time no see, Morang Shu." Morang Shu also replied perfunctorily. "It has indeed been a long time." Morang Shan threatened her. "I didn't expect you to betray the Morang family. Have you considered the consequences?" Morang Shu remained silent. Morang Shan continued, "In the future the Morang family will definitely..." Before he could finish, Xiao Yuan rushed over from somewhere and shouted loudly, "Lin Fan!" She inserted herself between Lin Fan and Morang Shan. Lin Fan asked Xiao Yuan, "Why are you here?" Xiao Yuan happily turned around and said, "Yeah, I saw you as soon as I walked in." Lin Fan replied, "Is that so? Then we're really fated." Xiao Yuan smiled and said, "Yeah, after the auction is over I'll treat you to a meal or take you to meet my dad." Lin Fan said in surprise, "Your dad?" Xiao Yuan replied, "My dad is Yuan Dongwang." Hearing this name, everyone present was stunned. Morang Shan lamented, "This kid actually has a connection with Yuan Dongwang's daughter. This matter is a bit tricky now." Lin Fan recalled the previous event, so that's how it was. No wonder Xiao Yuan was always smiling. Morang Shu said, "I didn't expect you to know Yuan Dongwang's daughter. You have quite a wide circle of connections." Lin Fan smiled awkwardly. "It's just a coincidence," but in reality his mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts the moment M Country's silver and gold entered. Lin Fan knew. He turned his head and glanced at them. M Country's gold said, "We've been seen through." M Country's silver also agreed. "I'm afraid so, but the two of us have never shown our true faces." M Country's gold lamented, "That Lin Fan guy's intuition is really terrifying." Lin Fan glanced at the two of them. Those two definitely had no good intentions. The main door opened and Yuan Dongwang walked in with an imposing air. When the crowd saw him, they began to discuss. Brother, Yuan Dongwang is here. It's the first time I've seen him in person. Yuan Dongwang walked down, his expression cold. When Xiao Yuan saw him, she said happily to Lin Fan, My dad is here. I'll take you to meet him. Yuan Dongwang walked towards the crowd and a bald man smiled and went forward to greet him. Master Yuan, I've long admired you. Yuan Dongwang responded with a polite smile. Suddenly someone sitting below said loudly, Everyone look, the three feng shui yuans are here too. The three feng shui yuans walked in and the crowd began to discuss. Yuan Wangdong in the north, the three feng shui yuans in the south. This auction is probably more mysterious than we imagined. As for Xiao Yuan, without waiting for Lin Fan's agreement, she pulled him and ran to see Yuan Dongwang. Dad, Yuan Dongwang dotingly stroked her head. Little one, you're here so soon? Xiao Yuan smiled. Lin Fan was dizzy from being pulled by Xiao Yuan. Lin Fan and Yuan Dongwang's gazes met and both were stunned when they saw each other. Yuan Dongwang thought to himself, this person is him, it's him all right. Lin Fan also recognized him. So it was him. No wonder it felt a bit strange that day. It was probably this guy who was spying on me, most likely for the Yuan spirit jade, so he doesn't have any malicious intent towards me. Yuan Dongwang whispered in Xiao Yuan's ear. Ling Yu, are you very familiar with that young man over there? Xiao Yuan said happily. I guess so. I competed with him, but I lost. He's very good. Come on, I'll take Dad to meet him. As she spoke, she pulled her dad along. But someone ran out from somewhere, rudely brushing past Lin Fan. He walked up to Yuan Dongwang and said with a smile, Master Yuan, I've finally met you. I'm from the Du family in the imperial capital. We've met before. I came here mainly to see Master Yuan. Xiao Yuan was angry at being cut in line and said, What are you doing? Is that so? Yuan Dongwang replied, So it's young Master Du. Young Master Du extended his hand to try and get close. Mr. Yuan, you still remember me. Mr. Yuan had long heard of him, but he received no response. Yuan Dongwang coldly ignored him. Sorry, I have something to attend to, leaving him there angry. Xiao Yuan said happily, Dad, let's go meet Lin Fan. Yuan Dongwang agreed. Okay. That young Master Du's face turned purple with anger. Damn it, Lin Fan greeted politely. Lin Fan, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Yuan. Yuan Dongwang was also very polite. You're too kind, too kind. My daughter is new to the imperial capital thanks to young Master Lin's care. I hope my daughter hasn't caused any trouble for young Master Lin. Lin Fan smiled. Mr. Yuan is too kind. Your daughter is pure and intelligent and her cultivation is also very strong. Perhaps I'm the one who caused her trouble. Xiao Yuan said smugly, That's right. Henry's Gold was very interested when he saw this situation. I didn't expect Yuan Dongwang and the three Immortals workshop to be here. Silver spoke up, a pleasant surprise just right to catch them all in one net. Gold said worriedly, but if that Lin Fan guy discovers us, I'm afraid this operation won't go too smoothly. Silver said, even if Lin Fan has reached Foundation establishment, he can't stop us. Apocalypse is invincible. Hearing this, Gold's attitude changed again. That's right. No matter how powerful Lin Fan is, he's just an ant under Apocalypse's technology. They didn't expect that their entire conversation was overheard by Lin Fan. The Murong family, Apocalypse wiping them all out in one go. What a pleasant surprise. After chatting for a while, the auction was about to begin. Yuan Dongwang said, Young friend, let's talk later. Today's main event is about to start. Lin Fan replied, I've been looking forward to it. Yuan Dongwang extended his hand as a signal, and the two gatekeepers acted on the order and closed the doors. Yuan Dongwang and the three feng shui yuans walked up the stairs, and the four of them sat in their seats. Yuan Dongwang spoke, Everyone, you've been waiting for a long time. The people below listened intently. Old Wei listened attentively while stroking his beard. Yuan Fangwang continued, I believe everyone knows that this auction is different from the past. The people I have invited are all prominent figures in Shanghai. To be honest with you all, only one item will be auctioned today. Our true purpose is more than that. Gold sat below and listened with great interest. Oh, Yuan Dongwang clapped his hands as a signal. Yuan Dongwang stood up and a person walked out holding a very precious-looking box. Yuan Dongwang introduced, This next item, do you all recognize it? The box opened, and inside lay the immortal spirit grass. The light it emitted illuminated the entire room. The Murong brothers were stunned. This is, Murong Wu said in a daze, immortal spirit grass. Old Wei was no exception. He was extremely surprised. It's actually immortal spirit grass. Yuan Dongwang held the treasure. That's right, immortal spirit grass is known as the divine medicine for Foundation establishment stage martial artists. It can cleanse the meridians and marrow of an ordinary person, allowing them to step into the gate of cultivation. And the immortal spirit grass is extremely precious. As you all know, in the past 10 years, less than 10 people in the entire Shanghai have used the immortal spirit grass. Therefore, Yuan Dongwang waved his hand and gave another order. The person inside understood. Yes, immediately, a cart covered with a white cloth was pushed out. It was unknown what was inside, but Murong Shan could feel that the spiritual energy was even richer than before. Yuan Donghong pulled off the white cloth, and on it were more than a dozen stalks of immortal spirit grass. Murong Wu was dumbfounded, his mouth wide open. What, immortal spirit grass, more than a dozen stalks? Seeing so many stalks of immortal spirit grass, Old Wei immediately jumped up. Mr. Yuan, stop beating around the bush. What is your real purpose this time? Yuan Dongwang began to recount the events. A month ago I discovered a mysterious ruin. This immortal spirit grass was found near the ruin, and I can tell you all. And this is just around that mysterious ruin, and there are already thousands of stalks of immortal spirit grass. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Fan was no exception. He was secretly delighted. According to Yuan Dongwang, that mysterious ruin would be of great benefit to me. Yuan Dongwang lowered his voice, taking off his coat as he spoke, but under the clothes was a body covered in scars. Xiao Yuan was stunned when she saw this, her eyes wide with surprise. Yuan Dongwang turned around and said, outside that mysterious ruin there are countless demonic beasts nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. My injuries were sustained at that time. Xiao Yuan hurriedly ran up and hugged Yuan Dongwang, crying, Dad, how did you get so badly injured, and you didn't tell me? Yuan Dongwang gently stroked her head and comforted her. Although I was seriously injured, I also gained a lot, don't worry. Outside this mysterious ruin there are more than a dozen mutated creatures gathered together, and the strongest one among them is already comparable to our human foundation establishment stage. My injuries were also caused by it. Yuan Dongwang signaled to the 3 feng shui yuans again. After receiving the signal, the 3 feng shui yuans took out something, already understanding. A painting of a monster was displayed. Yuan Dongwang said, this is the one that injured me, a foundation establishment stage fierce beast, and this is just outside the ruins. One can imagine how much great wealth is hidden inside these ruins. Therefore today I have invited all of you here to discuss a great undertaking, to wholeheartedly research these ruins. One of the 3 feng shui yuans spoke up. You are right, Old Wei asked. Mr. Yuan, where are these ruins? Yuan Dongwang replied, Fu Sao Ling, 300 kilometers north of Shanghai. Hearing this, everyone stood up and left. One person spoke up. Mr. Yuan, although these ruins are a great opportunity, as you said, even just outside the ruins there is a foundation establishment stage fierce beast. What about the center of the ruins? Yuan Dongwang replied. That's right, this journey is 9 parts death and 1 part life, but if we can find a glimmer of hope, we can soar to the sky. Everyone please consider whether to go or not. Murong Shan stepped forward and said, this matter is the undeniable duty of my Murong family. The person behind him said, if the Murong family goes, we will definitely go too. Gold and Silver also discussed the situation. I didn't expect to have a pleasant surprise coming here today. It seems that if it's a ruin nearby, this group of Chinese martial artists will be wiped out, Silver said. That's right, I will report this matter to the organization immediately. After speaking, the 2 of them disappeared. Yuan Dongwang walked towards Lin Fan and asked, young brother, do you want to go together? Lin Fan replied, of course. Yuan Dongwang said happily, good, and let's join forces and plan together. To my colleagues who are willing to go with me, I hope you will gather your strength and return here in 3 days to meet. Get ready to set off. Several people made a decision in unison. Please rest assured, Mr. Yuan. Yuan Dongwang made a decision. This immortal spirit grass, I will distribute it for free to those who participate in this event in a certain proportion. The rest of the people sat below and listened, saying happily, thank you, Mr. Yuan. Yuan Dongwang continued, all right everyone, let's start registering. Everyone lined up one after another. Murong Shan approached Lin Fan and said, Lin Fan, I have to let you live a few more days. Lin Fan replied, and I'll thank you for that. Murong Shan gestured with his hand, it's nothing. Yuan Dongwang walked towards Lin Fan again. Young brother, young Master Du rudely ran in front of Yuan Dongwang again. Mr. Yuan, I wonder if you have time? Yuan Dongwang was helpless. It's him again. Young Master Du said, I'd like to treat you to a drink. Yuan Dongwang cleverly refused. Next time. Then he bypassed young Master Du and spoke with Lin Fan. Young brother, do you have time later? I'll treat you to a drink. Lin Fan said happily, Mr. Yuan has come from afar, of course it's my treat. Yuan Dongwang replied, that would be too much trouble. Then he said goodbye to Murong Shu and left with Yuan Dongwang. I'll be going first. Murong Shu replied, okay. The young Master Du, who was left alone, gritted his teeth in anger. All right, Yuan Dongwang, you won't even give me face. All right, and that guy named Lin Fan, you're all dead. After a while, the 2 finally arrived at the tavern. 2 beer mugs clinked together, making a clang sound. Cheers! Yuan Dongwang and Lin Fan drank their beers heartily. Ling Yu sat on the side watching her father and Lin Fan drink beer while she held a glass of juice. Ling Yu pouted, saying dejectedly, why can't I drink? After Lin Fan finished drinking, he placed his beer mug on the table. Good wine. By the way, Mr. Yuan, you invited me for a drink. Yuan Dongwang glanced at Lin Fan, looking very surprised. Lin Fan smiled meaningfully. It's probably not just about drinking, is it? Mr. Yuan must have other things to discuss, right? After being seen through, Yuan Dongwang laughed and said, little brother, you guessed right. There is indeed one more thing. I'm afraid you're not from this world, are you? Lin Fan was very surprised by this speculation, and alarm bells went off in his mind. Just then, Yuan Dongwang continued, you must be from a legendary cultivation family, right? Lin Fan finally calmed down and breathed a sigh of relief. So that's what he meant. He pretended to have been found out and said with a wry smile, Mr. Yuan guessed correctly. Ling Yu, who was standing by, heard Lin Fan's admission and her mouth dropped open in surprise. No wonder you're so amazing. It turns out you're from a cultivation family. Since Lin Fan was acting, he had to go all the way. He pleaded, please Mr. Yuan, keep this a secret. Yuan Dongwang scratched his head and said, of course, I have also had contact with many cultivation families, so I have some understanding of their rules. Since you are from a cultivation family, little brother, I won't beat around the bush. He stated his wish. Actually, I hope you can send a message home and ask them to send a master to enter the mysterious ruin with us. Lin Fan asked curiously, is that mysterious ruin really that terrifying? To make Mr. Yuan so afraid? Yuan Dongwang replied, just the outer perimeter has beasts stronger than Foundation establishment experts. How terrifying the inside of the ruin is, I'm afraid that even a mere Foundation establishment expert wouldn't be able to come out alive. Yuan Dongwang put his hands together and pleaded with Lin Fan. So I hope you can ask your family to help me out, little brother. Seeing that Lin Fan was silent, Yuan Dongwang extended his hand. We'll split whatever we get from the ruins 50-50. What do you think? Lin Fan analyzed in his mind. Yuan Dongwang was so afraid of the ruins it seemed there were still some things he hadn't made clear, but a 50-50 split. Lin Fan said with a hesitant tone, it would be fine if it was just me, but if I have to use the power of my family, I'm afraid a 50-50 split won't do. Yuan Dongwang asked nervously, then how much do you want, little brother? Lin Fan held up 3 fingers and made a sign for 8. Yuan Dongwang's eyes widened. He couldn't believe Lin Fan would ask for that much. He stuttered, what this? Before Yuan Dongwang could react, Ling Yu pointed at Lin Fan's face and said angrily, Lin Fan, 80% is too much. Yuan Dongwang also came out to negotiate. Little brother, 80% is indeed a bit high. How about this 60%? This is my biggest concession. Lin Fan thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. All right. After reaching an agreement, Lin Fan extended his hand and said, deal. Yuan Dongwang shook hands with Lin Fan, proving the agreement was made. Yuan Dongwang laughed loudly and said, with the help of a master from a cultivation family, we'll surely have a great harvest this time. Little brother, I toast to you. As he spoke, he raised his beer mug and held it out to Lin Fan. Lin Fan also raised his beer mug and nodded, all right. The 2 beer mugs clinked together, making a crisp sound. After speaking, the 2 of them drained their beer. Yuan Dongwang was still a little worried and said, we're setting off in 3 days. Will that be enough time? Lin Fan smiled confidently and said, don't worry, it's enough time. He squinted his eyes and continued, but aren't you afraid my family will take all the wealth for themselves, Mr. Yuan? Yuan Dongwang looked up and directly at Lin Fan's face. I have traveled the world for countless years, and I still have some ability to judge people. You, little brother, have a righteous air about you that is definitely not a pretense. Hearing the words righteous air come from his mouth, the corner of Lin Fan's lips lifted slightly. He raised his beer mug and thought to himself, I never thought I, the god-slaying emperor, would one day be said to have a righteous air. Yuan Dongwang stood up again and continued, little brother, I believe I definitely haven't misjudged you. Lin Fan smiled and said, I will naturally not disappoint you, Mr. Yuan. Cheers. The 2 of them drank late into the night, not returning until they were drunk. 3 days later at the Pearl Hotel in Shanghai, many celebrities were gathered. Yuan Dongwang stood on a high platform, looked at the crowd and shouted loudly, everyone, are you ready? The cultivators stood below, their eyes shining with excitement, and said, Mr. Yuan, let's go. Lin Fan had been mingling in the crowd and he had already assessed the participants of this event in his mind. There are only 3 Foundation establishment experts here, but the cultivation of the remaining people is not low. With over 100 masters, I wonder how many will make it out of the ruins alive. After the announcement, Yuan Dongwang walked towards Lin Fan to greet him. Little brother, you're here. Where are your family members? Lin Fan had his hands in his pockets and said with full confidence, don't worry, I've already arranged it. The experts from my family will cooperate in secret. Only then did Yuan Dongwang feel relieved. Good, that's very good. After everything was arranged, Yuan Dongwang waved his hand and announced, everyone, let's go. Half a day later, the team led by Yuan Dongwang finally arrived at the ruins of Fuling Mountain. Everyone looked around, full of fighting spirit, ready to enter the ruins. As they walked forward, a cloud of purple smoke suddenly drifted from nowhere. Seeing the poisonous smoke, someone shouted in panic. Everyone saw the forest filled with poisonous gas. Seeing everyone's worry, Yuan Dongwang stepped forward to reassure them, everyone, don't panic. I have long prepared poison-repelling pills. Although with your cultivation this bit of poisonous gas is not enough to pose a threat. After speaking, he ordered his subordinates to distribute the antidote pills to everyone. But just in case, it's safer to take them. Everyone took the pills and put them in their mouths. This bit of poisonous gas was nothing to Lin Fan. He reached out and refused, I don't need it. The others, seeing Lin Fan being so conceited, could only be speechless. Yuan Dongwang was not so confident. He swallowed the pill and then didn't forget to turn around and remind his daughter, Ling Yu, you should take one too. Ling Yu looked up and obediently complied. Oh, there was another person who was also very proud and didn't take the pill, smiling contemptuously. It's just some poisonous gas. Someone seemed to remember something and walked up to Yuan Dongwang. By the way, Mr. Yuan, I came here last year. How come I didn't find this mysterious ruin? Yuan Dongwang explained. This shows that my luck is better. Everyone laughed when they heard this. Mr. Yuan is right. Realizing it was time to move on, Yuan Dongwang raised his hand to get everyone's attention. In 2 more hours we will reach the foot of a mountain. At the foot of the mountain there is a magical cave. As long as we pass through the cave, we can reach the outer perimeter of the mysterious ruins. Everyone hurry up. Hearing this news, everyone raised their hands in unison. Half an hour later, the deeper they went, the more they felt a chill down their spines. Yuan Dongwang reminded the people behind him that the poisonous gas ahead was getting thicker. Everyone be careful. A scholar standing at the back crossed his arms with an arrogant look and said, "Isn't Mr. Yuan being too cautious? It's just a little bit of poisonous gas. I'm fine even without taking the medicine." But as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened and became bloodshot. He was in pain all over his body. His veins bulged and he screamed miserably. Hearing this sound, Yuan Dongwang looked back in surprise and saw the person behind him fall. Oh no! At this moment, an old man in a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner's uniform jumped over from behind and shot a thread from his medicine bag. Many acupuncture needles were attached to it. He picked up the needles and shot them at the poisoned person. After the acupuncture, he spat out a large mouthful of black blood and then collapsed on the ground, unconscious. The herbalist wiped the stains from his hands with a handkerchief and ordered his subordinates behind him, drag him to the side and let him rest. Yuan Dongwang noticed that something was wrong. The poisonous gas around was a few degrees stronger than before. He shouted at the people behind him, "Everyone be extremely careful. The poisonous gas is getting stronger." The crowd finally knew fear and said in unison, "Yes." The arrogant attitude from before was gone. 2 hours later, the expedition team delved deep into the jungle. But ahead, poisonous smoke continued to billow, growing thicker and thicker. But at this point, they couldn't give up. Yuan Dongwang looked straight ahead. By passing through the cave in front of us, we can reach the outer perimeter of the ruins. But as soon as they entered, one person's gaze noticed a bulging pile of things in front of them. What is that? After getting closer and seeing what was in front of him, his eyes widened. There were many crow carcasses. Everyone look! A bird was flying towards the cave entrance in the sky. But when it reached the entrance, it shrieked and fell into the pile of carcasses like a free-falling object. Seeing this strange sight for the first time, the crowd backed away in panic. The gas! What's wrong with this poisonous gas? A bird flying hundreds of meters in the sky also died because of the poisonous gas. Not only that, many people in the team behind them felt it was difficult to breathe. They coughed non-stop as if they were poisoned. Yuan Dongwang sensed that the situation was not good and turned around to command, "Everyone, stay as far away from here as possible." Hearing the command, the team retreated one after another, moving away from the poisonous gas. Lin Fan stepped forward and said, "Mr. Yuan, was there this much poisonous gas at the entrance of this cave last time you came?" Yuan Dongwang recalled the situation at that time. Although there was poisonous gas, it was far less than in the outer jungle, let alone the current situation. Lin Fan learned that the poisonous gas was newly appeared and couldn't help but worry. An outbreak of poisonous gas, it seems a powerful guy is about to appear. Faced with this situation, Yuan Dongwang frowned. "My anti-poison medicine alone cannot withstand this kind of poisonous gas," the herbalist by the side stated the situation. "The unique anti-poison spirit medicine we have on us now is not enough to be distributed to so many people." The crowd was discussing among themselves at this time, all panicked and extremely afraid. Some were ready to give up, while others, out of fear, suggested, "Why don't we go back first and come back when we have enough advanced anti-poison medicine?" Seeing this, everyone's original plans were shaken. "Everyone, don't panic." Lin Fan stepped forward to reassure everyone. He didn't want to force everyone either. Those who are willing to continue forward will be given advanced anti-poison medicine. The rest can leave this place. With a way out, a group of cultivators stepped forward, cupped their hands to Yuan Dongwang and said, "Mr. Yuan Jr., we will take our leave first." Soon, those people left quickly. Yuan Dongwang declared to the remaining people at the scene, "Everyone is willing to advance and retreat with me. I am deeply grateful." He walked towards the herbalist, picked up the advanced pills and asked everyone to take one antidote pill each. After the distribution, he announced, "Let's continue on our way." The team shouted yes in unison, and then followed Yuan Dongwang into the cave. A moment later, deep in the cave, everyone looked inside in horror. The cave was covered in a viscous liquid that was still dripping down. After a while, Yuan Dongwang, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. "Everyone be careful." The poisonous gas ahead was very thick, making it difficult to see clearly. Suddenly, a purple light shot out from the front. Yuan Dongwang's eyes widened. He dodged the incoming purple light and shouted to the back, "Be careful!" The light passed through, directly hitting the person behind him in the neck, causing him to spurt blood and die on the spot. Not only that, his body was thrown to the ground as if it had been sucked dry, turning into a bag of skin and bones. Seeing this strange sight, everyone present was stunned and trembled all over. On the ground, a scorpion was crawling at an extremely fast speed, but it was immediately sent flying by a golden light. The one who acted was Lin Fan. Looking at the scorpion on the ground, they were just a hair's breadth away from meeting their maker. "Too scary," they screamed as they ran out of the cave. I don't want any grass, my life is more important. Lin Fan picked up a piece of the scorpion. Mr. Yuan, this scorpion is quite powerful. Yuan Donglong's face was pale, secretly afraid. What on earth has changed here? No, I can't give up just like this. So Yuan Donglong shouted at the people behind him. Everyone be careful, let's continue forward. The crowd regained their spirits, shouted yes, and continued to follow Yuan Donglong inside. We're almost at the end of this passage. Everyone be extremely careful. He didn't forget to remind everyone. As they walked forward, many blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness. Lin Fan glanced at them. Under the light, the red lights turned into many scorpions. They carried spiritual power and shot venom at the cultivators. The three herbalists walked to the front, raised their hands at the same time, forming a spiderweb-like barrier, blocking the attack of the scorpion swarm. Lin Fan was not to be outdone. A golden light appeared on his hand and he shouted angrily, "You little bugs are really annoying." He slammed his palm on the ground and the power erupted, wiping out the entire scorpion swarm. The people standing behind were very excited when they saw this scene. Wow, so amazing. Before they could be happy, a monster rushed out, grabbed a person and tore them apart. Yuan Donglong felt a chill down his spine. The speed was too fast. Looking back, it was a ferocious lion, its whole body burning with flames, looking extremely vicious. Only then did Yuan Donglong recognize it. This beast is the one that injured me. The people around were also very surprised and exclaimed, "What?" The beast spewed a stream of heat at the crowd, then knelt down and entered an attack posture. Yuan Donglong was afraid. Everyone, this beast is extremely fast and the flames on its body are very difficult to deal with. No matter what, don't. Before he could finish, the beast rushed over like lightning, sending the people in front of it flying, making them unable to resist. Yuan Donglong gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, he formed a hand seal and a spell formed, trapping the beast in a cage while the beast was tightly bound by dozens of chains. Taking this opportunity, the herbalist also made a move, using the heaven and earth net to tightly wrap the spider web around the beast. After the beast was tied up, the three brothers Murong Shan, Murong Feng, and Murong Lin stepped forward and said, "Leave the rest to us." The three of them joined forces and said, "Die." The three of them shot out 3 beams of light directly piercing through the beast's head. It wasn't over yet. They continued to put their palms together and shot a whirlwind of power at the beast. After a loud bang, the beast lay in the pit, covered in wounds. Murong Shan said proudly, "That's all it is." One of the people in the crowd trembled and said, "Mr. Yuan, this place is really too dangerous. I'll take my leave first." Everyone said to each other, "Run quickly." Yuan Donglong stood by the pit with the beast's corpse, puzzled. "So strange." Lin Fan walked over and asked, "Did Mr. Yuan find something?" Yuan Donglong looked at the beast's corpse and suddenly found that it was molting. Yuan Donglong continued, "This beast is still a cub." Murong Shan was surprised. A cub is this powerful?" Yuan Donglong explained. "Please look, everyone, the skin on this beast hasn't finished molting yet, and it was injured by us. From this it can be seen that this is just a beast in its infancy. If it were an adult." Hearing this, everyone around fell silent. Yuan Donglong took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, let's continue forward." After a while, the team arrived at a dilapidated ruin. Yuan Donglong pointed to the front and said, "This is the outer area of the ruin." Yuan Donglong said to everyone, "Let's cheer up and set off." Lin Fan had his hands in his pockets and glanced back suspiciously. Humph. Lin Fan looked at the cave from before and pondered for a moment. In the cave, the mother beast saw the cub's corpse and roared in anger. Half an hour later, Yuan Donglong and everyone climbed over the ruins and were amazed by the sight before them. A magnificent castle appeared, and everyone exclaimed, "What is that?" On the wall hung 2 paintings of different beasts. Yuan Donglong said doubtfully, "This is a dragon." Lin Fan rubbed his chin and thought, "How come I didn't find this place in my previous life?" Silver spoke up. "China, there really are dragons," Gold said. "China, it truly deserves to be an ancient country with 5,000 years of civilization." Yuan Donglong thought for a moment and said, "There are 2 paintings of giant beasts here, plus the one just now was still a cub." Yuan Donglong suddenly realized, could it be that? Murong Shan also reacted, which means there are 2 giant beasts waiting for us. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow of a giant beast flew across the sky. Murong Wu exclaimed, "It's that giant beast." It landed on the ground, creating a large pit and kicking up dust. Yuan Donglong blocked the front and said, "It's too strong. Is this the pressure of a dragon?" A loud noise came from behind and the fire giant beast also landed on the ground roaring. Gold said, "It seems we are surrounded." The dragon and the fire giant beast rushed towards the crowd together, and everyone split into 2 groups to fight the giant beast. Yuan Donglong said loudly, "Attack separately." Murong Shan replied, "Come on." Silver and Gold rushed up together. Gold said, "Heaven is helping us. As long as we let these 2 beasts and the Chinese martial artists injure each other, we can reap the rewards without any effort." The dragon spewed rolling flames at Yuan Donglong and Lin Fan. Yuan Donglong set up a barrier with a charm and said, "Brother Lin, be careful." The flames engulfed Yuan Donglong and Lin Fan. Murong Shan sneered when he saw this. Over here, the fire giant beast roared and lightning struck down from the sky, striking the 3 feng shui yuans. The leader of the 3 feng shui yuans raised his hand to create a shield to block the lightning and said, "Second brother, third brother, get ready to catch it." The second and third brothers obeyed and flew towards the giant beast together. The third brother shot 4 toothpicks from his mouth, which flew towards the giant beast and instantly turned into huge golden needles that pinned the beast to the stone wall. Yuan Donglong blocked the dragon's fire path, but a huge crack had already formed on the ground. Yuan Donglong asked Lin Fan, "Little brother, are you okay?" Lin Fan replied, I'm fine, but the next wave of attacks will be harder to deal with. The dragon continuously shot fireballs into the space. Lin Fan nimbly dodged the fireballs and said, Mr. Yuan, please attract its attention. Yuan Dongwang replied, no problem. At this time the dragon began to create a huge fireball and then spewed it forward. Yuan Dongwang extended his hand and shouted, 8 trigrams golden formation. Yuan Dongwang's 8 trigrams formation absorbed the fireball and then turned it back on the dragon. The dragon was hit by its own fireball and roared in pain. Yuan Dongwang hurriedly said, this move is effective. Brother Lin, press on with the victory. Lin Fan replied, okay. He jumped onto the dragon's head without hesitation and punched down, making the dragon fall headfirst to the ground. Murong Shu and Murong Lin attacked the dragon's eyes together. Lin Fan created a thunderball and flew up, saying, try this. Lin Fan used his palm thunder to strike the dragon's head. Yuan Dongwang shouted, 8 trigrams flowing waterfall. Hundreds of talismans fell from the sky and a huge explosion sounded from the dragon's body. Lin Fan and Yuan Dongwang jumped out of the smoke. Yuan Dongwang panted and said, did we succeed? From the dust the dragon's tail, sharp as a scythe, swept through the crowd. Lin Fan stepped back and said, what? Its tail was clearly... The dragon roared a few times and the fire beast understood. The dragon then burst out and broke free from its chains. The fire beast rushed towards the crowd. The leader of the 3 feng shui yuans laughed, HMPH, just in time. Second brother, third brother set up the formation. Several magic ropes shot out from the leader's hand and the second and third brothers caught them together. The 3 of them set up the ropes and tightly bound the fire beast. Murong Lin said happily, it's our turn. The 3 Murong brothers worked together to channel their energy and shot several magic arrows at the beast, causing it to roar in pain. Murong Feng said to Gold and Silver, quickly give it the final blow. Gold smiled and said, leave it to me. Murong Feng was still smiling and said, beast, today is. Before he could finish, Murong Feng was pierced through the chest from behind by Gold's palm. Murong Feng cried out and Murong Shan shouted in surprise. Second brother, the leader of the 3 feng shui yuans, was also surprised. What? The beast struggled harder and was about to break free. The second brother said worriedly, oh no. The beast broke the ropes and swept its claws at the 3 feng shui yuans. The 3 feng shui yuans couldn't dodge in time and were all seriously injured. The fire beast roared and a bolt of lightning struck down. Murong Shan was injured but still channeled his energy to strike the beast. The beast trembled for a moment and then fell. Murong Shan and Murong Lin knelt down and reached out to the deceased Murong Feng. How could this be? Second brother, Murong Shan said loudly. Gold, you guys. The leader of the 3 feng shui yuans raised his head and said, why did you do this? Gold said, they say you Chinese have 5,000 years of culture, but I didn't expect you to be so foolish. To be able to die at the hands of our apocalypse is your honor, the leader asked in return. Apocalypse? The leader turned around and said, Murong Shan, these 2 people were brought by you. The Murong family actually colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country. Murong Shan explained, no, we didn't. Murong Shan said to Gold and Silver, this is not what you told us. Gold smiled and said, you can only blame yourself for being too stupid. Murong Shan was filled with anger, flames circling his body, and said, despicable villains. Murong Shan and Murong Lin shot flaming arrows at Gold and said, go to hell. Gold said calmly, this time's toy is different from last time's. Gold threw out a metal ball. After the ball opened, it immediately absorbed all of the Murong brothers' power. Murong Shan said in surprise, what? Impossible. Countless chips were flying, accumulating electricity. To Murong Shan's surprise, another bolt of lightning struck down. Gold looked at the Chinese people with contemptuous eyes. They were almost unable to resist his attack. The several brothers with goatee glasses trembled and couldn't stand up. Silver sneered, a spent force, vulnerable to a single blow. She ordered Gold to kill all these people. As for the one named Lin Fan, we will take his body back to the organization. Gold had the same intention and agreed without hesitation. The several brothers finally understood the black and white and laughed loudly in response. Haha, I didn't expect to fall into the hands of your apocalypse in the end. Give us a quick death. Gold took out the toy he had just used to deal with his allies and announced, and I'll grant your wish. Go to hell, stupid Chinese people. As he spoke, he activated the destruction formation. The 3 national-level goatee glasses brothers of China all accepted their fate and did not resist. Gold and Silver looked at them and laughed heartily. There are always those self-righteous, arrogant fools. Lin Fan's voice came from above. The young man Gold was startled and turned around abruptly. What the hell? A blazing flame descended from the sky accompanied by a person's figure. Gold and Silver were greatly shocked. Before Gold shells could hit, the people had already been completely shattered. He cried out in pain. How could they all be destroyed? Lin Fan walked out calmly and replied, sorry to have miscalculated for you. At this time, the aura that Lin Fan showed was completely different from before. He probably didn't want to play with this group of people anymore. I can't let you take them back. Lin Fan struck a pose ready to receive a move. Come on, let me see what you 2 are capable of. Gold was greatly surprised. HMPH, after taking a hit from that beast, you can still survive? Reaching into his pocket for something, Gold pulled out a short gun and pointed it at Lin Fan. With just you alone, you're no match for us. People of China, the times have changed. This is now the age of technology. After speaking, Gold fired 2 shots at Lin Fan. The bullets from the Apocalypse organization had a peculiar color and speed. But this speed was nothing to Lin Fan. He easily caught the 2 bullets, but then came the real surprise. The 2 bullets sprayed out a mysterious smoke. Lin Fan threw away the 2 spent shells and smiled contemptuously. Is that all you've got? Gold then smiled mysteriously. Haha, he took the bait. Lin Fan suddenly staggered. What? The smoke from the 2 bullets grew thicker, giving Lin Fan a bad feeling. He quickly adopted a defensive stance to avoid inhaling this strange gas. What kind of hidden weapon did these Apocalypse guys have? Gold stood there, laughing out loud. It was as if this guy could eat Lin Fan up at any moment. This bullet is specially made to deal with you Chinese cultivators. The red one can instantly seal your spiritual power, and the blue one can completely destroy your dantian. Lin Fan smiled and replied, you use idioms quite well, but the 2 strange gases seem to have no effect on Lin Fan. He was as fast as lightning, grabbing Gold's mask and crushing it. Gold cried out in alarm. Lin Fan had finally made him feel an unbelievable sense of disbelief. How could China have such a master? Lin Fan said in a deep voice. There's a saying in China, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit, but you obviously don't know this saying. Gold's mask shattered and fell with a clatter. He groaned. No, impossible. Your spiritual energy should have been sealed. Silver finally panicked. Gold, are you okay? She also drew her gun, ready to support her companion, and fired at Lin Fan. How could this guy be captured so easily? Lin Fan saw the bitch sneak attacking him. The bullet's speed was still the same. How could it hurt him? He opened a barrier and blocked the 3 bullets. The 3 bullets lay obediently in Lin Fan's hand. Now he had Gold in his grasp. Lin Fan said, let you have a taste of your own bullets too. Gold struggled and shouted, what? This Lin Fan was crazy. While he was still struggling, Lin Fan shot all the bullets at Gold, and the force of his palm sent him flying into the air. Gold screamed miserably, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes widened. Seeing Gold so ruthlessly struck down, Silver cried out her companion's name in pain. Damn it, I'll have to pull out my gun and turn Lin Fan into a hornet's nest, you bastard. But Lin Fan was too fast. He rushed in front of her before she could pull the trigger. Silver could only look at Lin Fan in surprise as he said, it's your turn. He landed a heavy punch on this girl who dared to look down on the Chinese people. Dust filled the air. Lin Fan's movements were beyond the Apocalypse Organization's expectations. Lin Fan stood before the 2 of them and declared, your Apocalypse Organization is nothing special. Silver's mask shattered, and this time her beautiful face was no longer hidden. To be so beautiful and yet do bad things. Gold trembled under Lin Fan's heavy blow, only able to curse, you bastard. The young man sneered and took out a strange bottle of green liquid. What the hell else has this Apocalypse Organization created for war? He said, don't be happy too soon. The bottle of liquid was poured down, and with a bang a cloud of green smoke enveloped them, making it impossible for Lin Fan to see what the 2 youths were doing inside. After a while, Lin Fan looked at them, stunned. What on earth had happened? Gold walked out clean and tidy as if he had just taken a bath. The 2 of them had instantly healed all their injuries. Gold said arrogantly, the technology of our apocalypse has far surpassed your imagination. As he spoke, he took out a copper-colored bullet. I didn't intend to use this bullet. He loaded it, aimed the gun at Lin Fan, and said, let me give you a thrill. The gun went bang, and the bullet spun through the air, making a chilling sound. Lin Fan stood there, staring intently at the bullet. As the young man Gold had said, this bullet excited Lin Fan. This time it was interesting. Lin Fan stood his ground, turned his body to the side, and easily dodged the bullet. Its attack power didn't seem much stronger than the previous 2 types of bullets. Lin Fan thought he had dodged it and smiled smugly. Is that all you've got? But then the bullet suddenly split into 3 pieces. Lin Fan was shocked. He stared wide-eyed as the 3 small bullets flew towards him. He quickly set up a barrier to block them. The 3 bullets still drilled into the barrier. Lin Fan indeed had to exert a lot of effort to block them. It seemed he couldn't underestimate this group of mysterious people. The young man Gold still stood there as if watching a play, a smug smile on his face. The 3 bullets kept drilling into the barrier until it cracked. Their destructive power was truly astonishing. Lin Fan realized that the barrier was no match for these bullets. It had already penetrated. Was there enough time? There was no time. The bullets were too fast and dangerous. The bullets shot into Lin Fan's body and blood oozed freely. Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared wide-eyed, not expecting this. The 3 bullets were deeply embedded in his body. Lin Fan was definitely dead this time. Seeing this, Gold burst out laughing. Haha, people of China, this is the power of our apocalypse technology. Lin Fan used all his strength to pull the 3 bullets out of his body. Blood gushed out like a spring. How would Lin Fan deal with these people now? A sharp pain shot through his chest. Lin Fan bent over in pain, his eyes wide, his heart bulging strangely. A fiery energy was injected from within, flowing through his blood vessels and throughout his body. Lin Fan was in agony for a moment, and then a terrifying burst of energy erupted from his body, shaking the entire scene. The young man Gold thought Lin Fan was in his death throes and laughed heartily. Your meridians will soon wither. Lin Fan actually didn't know what was happening in his body yet. His face cracked and he looked up at him. Damn it, you underestimate me. The 9 heavens divine stone erupted with power at this moment, and the realm of another world was now revealed. The figure of the spirit shadow immortal emperor stood majestically, injecting furious power into Lin Fan's body, a deathly aura flashing in his eyes. Gold and Silver were both stunned. What? It was something they had never seen before, not since the day they were born. The fiery energy formed an inverted mushroom cloud, the impact astonishing. Gold barely managed to stand his ground, wondering where this power came from. Lin Fan walked forward, an aura of energy enveloping him from head to toe. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The phenomenon just now was like being resurrected from the dead. Lin Fan reiterated his point to the group of frogs in the well. The technology of Apocalypse is indeed powerful. If it weren't for the 9 Heavens Divine Stone, it would have taken at least the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to recover, looking at Lin Fan as if he were some kind of monster. Gold couldn't stand steadily, groaning from his mouth. No, impossible. Lin Fan smiled at him. Sorry, I don't think much of your technology. Gold madly raised his gun and fired all his bullets. Impossible, impossible. You're not human. Lin Fan turned into the Marvel Flash, dodging all of the guy's bullets. He swept by like a gust of wind, came before Gold and said, "You're right." Gold trembled and froze. Lin Fan whispered in his ear as if saying a final goodbye. "I'm indeed not human." Gold fell to the ground in terror, his eyes frantic. "What the hell are you?" Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile as he replied, "I am the Immortal Emperor." As he spoke, he extended his hand in front of him, channeling a terrifying amount of power. Although there was no gun, the sound of a shot echoed through the sky, and Gold's head was sucked into Lin Fan's hand. The young man screamed, his eyes rolled back, revealing the gaze of a dead man. Just like that, a guy who dared to look down on the Chinese people was finished. Silver was dumbfounded, unable to believe her eyes. Gold was actually killed by Lin Fan. Lin Fan's ears itched and he said sharply, "What are you shouting about?" He didn't want to waste any more time with these people. He turned back with a murderous look in his eyes. "You're next." Lin Fan walked forward coldly. "Now it's your turn." Silver stood there, trembling. "Am I going to die here today?" She stuttered. How can a Chinese person be so strong? She couldn't stand steady. Silver knelt on the ground. Since even Gold couldn't resist this Lin Fan, she wouldn't be able to either. Lin Fan looked at the trembling enemy and reassured her. "Don't worry, it will be over soon." His hand drew close to Silver's face just as he had done with Gold. Silver's eyes suddenly widened and she lost consciousness as if she had been hypnotized. Silver stood there blankly, no longer having any independent consciousness. Lin Fan lifted the cute girl's chin. "Be good, I'll ask a question, you answer a question." Silver replied, "Yes." "How long has Apocalypse existed? What is the conspiracy behind your secret research and creation of technology to deal with Chinese cultivators?" Silver answered without hesitation. Apocalypse was founded, but before she could finish, Lin Fan was startled by a threat. He hurriedly jumped away, not expecting it to be a bullet falling from the sky. Lin Fan dodged it, but Silver couldn't. The bullet penetrated her body. Its firepower was stronger than all the bullets Gold and Silver had used. Silver groaned in pain, blood splashing everywhere. Silver fell in Lin Fan's stunned surprise. Before she died, Silver groaned a few times. Apocalypse Gold, her body began to disintegrate. Perhaps this was the law of life and death for this Apocalypse organization. After Silver died, only a mysterious purple cipher remained. Lin Fan glared angrily, looking to see who did it. A military helicopter hovered overhead. Lin Fan suspected, is it her accomplice? A guy also wearing a strange mask laughed. "Ha ha ha." He held the sniper rifle that had just finished off Silver. The guy breathed a sigh of relief. He almost revealed the secret of Apocalypse. He immediately aimed at Lin Fan. "But you have to die too." Lin Fan banged. The bullet whistled through the air. Lin Fan stood quietly below watching. Dodging the bullet wasn't difficult, but Lin Fan had to admit its firepower was indeed powerful. After one shot, a large crater appeared. After the firepower dissipated, the surrounding air was still vibrating. This sniper wasn't giving up. He loaded another bullet, preparing to fire again. Seeing this, the captain reminded him, "Yu Han, our mission is to protect the secrets of Apocalypse from being leaked. Don't cause any extra trouble," Yu Han insisted. "Wu Wei, I still want to see what that Lin Fan is capable of," Captain Wu Wei ordered. "Anyway, there are plenty of opportunities." "Let's go," Lin Fan said to the group of rats. "Trying to leave just like that? It's not that simple." He channeled an energy ball in his hand and gestured to the group. "Want to leave? Here's a big present for you." As he spoke, Lin Fan threw the energy ball, its power roaring. The young man Yu Han's eyes widened and he screamed, "What the hell is this?" Captain Wu Wei believed in the god of death. The energy ball hit the plane and exploded in the clear sky. Just like that, the two guys he had just met were blown to smithereens. The burning plane crashed into the jungle. Lin Fan found it amusing, rolled his eyes and walked away, truly overestimating their own abilities. He walked towards where the dragon was lying and saw that it was still breathing. Lin Fan asked it if it still had any strength. The demonic lion also stepped forward in case Lin Fan made a move. Its body was also weak, and it couldn't win a fight even if it tried. Lin Fan lit a flame and said, "I won't kill you, but I hope you will keep quiet." Otherwise, seeing the fierce flame, both the demonic lion and the dragon trembled in fear. The two divine beasts obediently lay down, not daring to make a sound. Lin Fan was satisfied with this and let them go. "Very good, just stay like that. It seems I also have a talent for raising pets." Only now did he have time to think. "I have to go. Let's see how Mr. Yuan is doing." Mr. Yuan had been unconscious nearby since the beginning, as had his men. Lin Fan hurried forward to help him up. He checked his pulse and knew that fortunately he had only fainted and his injuries were not serious. Lin Fan used his own fire to transfer into Mr. Yuan's body to heal him. After checking on the two seniors, Lin Fan was relieved. The senior's side was also properly arranged. Next, Lin Fan walked towards those who had initially allied with Apocalypse and were betrayed and beaten unconscious by them. He also, out of compassion, did not take their lives. After all, they didn't do it intentionally, so he helped them heal. The three of them woke up shortly after. Everyone was weak because Lin Fan had destroyed their dantians. Lin Fan said, "I have helped you recover from your injuries, but I have also crippled your cultivation." Lin Fan issued a warning to them. "From today on, you are not allowed to set foot in China." After dealing with that group, Lin Fan walked towards the main gate. He decided, "Now let me see what's inside." He channeled energy with his hand and struck, just enough to break the protective structure. The door creaked open. Lin Fan stood there observing quietly for a moment, and finally laughed as if he had discovered something interesting. What on earth was inside? Behind the door was actually a mysterious cave. The torches were already lit as if someone had always been here. Lin Fan walked in quietly. The space was silent. Observing the things inside, Lin Fan was quite interested. This ruin was quite interesting. The strange murals on the walls depicted warriors fighting the divine beasts that guarded this place. Seeing this familiar scene, Lin Fan couldn't help but be curious and stood there blankly for a while. Just as he was about to speak, a voice came from behind him. "Destined One, you have finally come." Lin Fan glanced over. He was very surprised. "Oh, it's a soul fragment." The soul fragment also answered in surprise. You know about soul fragments too." Lin Fan didn't waste any words and grabbed it. "Cut the crap. Let me see what treasures you have here." The soul fragment's voice sounded like it had a fishbone stuck in its throat. "Wait." It guided Lin Fan deeper into the cave. Passing by a stone statue, Lin Fan curiously walked in to examine it. Lin Fan opened his mouth and asked, "Is this where you hide your treasures?" Several chests at the foot of the stone statue flickered with an alluring light, attracting Lin Fan's curiosity. Lin Fan imagined the scene from a game again, thinking to himself why people always like to play this kind of game. The soul fragment suddenly broke free from Lin Fan's hand. It quietly approached the stone statue wrapped around it, and then merged into it. This scene greatly surprised Lin Fan. After a while, the soul of the stone statue warrior separated and called out to Lin Fan, "Young man, you." Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. "As expected, you are also a cultivator." The senior's soul looked at Lin Fan's movements in surprise as if he didn't believe his words. Lin Fan just smiled silently. He responded to the curiosity with the brilliant spiritual shadow of an immortal emperor. The senior was greatly shocked at this moment and cried out, "What?" Knowing that he had met a living immortal emperor, the senior's soul knelt on the ground and asked, "Who on earth are you?" Lin Fan was surrounded by a brilliant halo and the fiery energy filled the space steaming hot. He replied, "God-slaying emperor." The senior exclaimed, "What?" His eyes widened as if they were about to fall out. Lin Fan didn't bother with him anymore. He gestured and said, "What's the point of saying all this? Let's see your treasures first." He walked to the shining chests and asked, "There's something in these chests, right?" Lin Fan waved his hand lightly, and spiritual energy surged, opening the lids of the chests. The jewels and jade inside immediately lit up the entire room. Not only that, hidden weapons shot out from two of the chests at an astonishing speed. Lin Fan easily dodged them with a slight flick. He was no stranger to this kind of trap. Two long spears were deeply embedded in the wall. If this kind of thing hit an ordinary person, they would surely be dead. Lin Fan sighed and said, "Cultivators just love to play these boring tricks." Hearing the immortal emperor's criticism, the senior was so embarrassed he didn't know how to respond. A burst of energy suddenly surged from the chest. Lin Fan waited for the treasure to appear. He reached in and effortlessly took out a cultivation manual. The book was surrounded by a mysterious power that excited him. "This is," the soul senior floated down glowing and introduced, "Haha, this is the non-futility true scripture. It is the result of my lifelong cultivation," the senior said in a proud tone. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan slapped the book on his face. Lin Fan felt very embarrassed. "This piece of junk. After all this hard work, you show me this?" When his anger subsided, Lin Fan calmly asked, "Is there anything else?" The senior could only scratch his head and reply, "No, nothing else." Lin Fan was very disappointed. The young man felt there was nothing left to linger for, so he turned to leave. "Goodbye." But the senior seemed to have something else to say and called out to Lin Fan. The young man frowned and asked impatiently, "What else is there? I really don't want to waste my time here." The senior looked very embarrassed under Lin Fan's expression and said carefully, "I am the true Lord Wu Wang at the Void Returning Realm. I was betrayed by my disciple many years ago, which led to my downfall. So I resolutely left a wisp of my soul imprint here just to wait for a destined person." Lin Fan became curious and replied, "Why does this background sound so familiar?" The senior's soul knelt down and pleaded, "Since Senior has come, it is also my opportunity. Please, Senior, help me fulfill my wish." Lin Fan found it very strange and scolded, "Solve your own problems." The senior sighed and said, "I only have a wisp of a remnant soul left. What waves can I make?" Lin Fan suddenly changed his tone. "Forget it. Since I met you, it's considered fate. I'll help you." Lin Fan placed his hand in front of the senior, and his spiritual power grew stronger and stronger until it became truly fierce, and the 9 heavens divine stone appeared. Seeing this 1,000-year-old spiritual object, the senior couldn't help but be shocked. "My God, this is the fiery energy from the 9 heavens divine stone," suddenly erupted violently. The fiery energy rushed into the senior's body, and he let out a shrill scream. The scene was too dazzling to see clearly. The senior screamed, "What is this power?" With a boom, Lin Fan sat quietly in front of the splendid scene. It seemed that everything was over. Lin Fan said nothing, just smiled silently. From the smoke and fire, a handsome young face replaced the old man's appearance. The warrior panted and looked at himself. He couldn't accept this fact. This is, after a long while the warrior managed to say, "Have I recovered my physical body?" He asked curiously. "Recovered my physical body. What kind of reward is this?" Lin Fan stood up and gestured. "I've done what I needed to do, your own revenge, you go and get it yourself." The warrior was very impressed. He knelt down to Lin Fan and said, "Senior has given me a new life. From now on Wu Wang is willing to follow Senior and obey Senior's instructions." Lin Fan was a little confused, but he said nothing. Wu Wang insisted on his request. "Senior, please give me a chance to follow you." Lin Fan probably had his own ideas. He opened his mouth and replied, "Since that's the case, I agree to let you follow." Wu Wang was very happy and replied to his benefactor, thank you, Senior." Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest where the plane had crashed, it turned out that the two brothers Yuhan and Wu Wei were still alive. They couldn't help but say to each other in surprise, "Have China's cultivators evolved to this extent?" Wu Wei quickly proposed another direction. "We must report to headquarters as soon as possible. This Lin Fan is a stumbling block on our great path." As he spoke, the two of them supported each other through the forest, finding their way back to the base. After arranging for Wu Wang, Lin Fan said, "Now I will sign a soul contract with you." As he spoke, he extended his hand in front of Wu Wang. Yes, the familiar light appeared again. Wu Wang remained silent, obeying his benefactor's every instruction. Lin Fan opened his mouth and said, "I'll ask you one last time, do you regret it?" Wu Wang replied decisively, "I have no regrets." "Then it's settled." Lin Fan nodded. "Very good." Thus from the space only a strange wisp of fiery energy was seen transferring from Lin Fan to Wu Wang. The two would be one from now on. The mark of the Nine Heavens divine stone was carved on Wu Wang's forehead, very fashionable. The warrior inherited a part of the power of the thousand-year-old treasure. Lin Fan opened his mouth and asked, "The contract is complete. Now tell me, what is your revenge?" Wu Wang reported, "Yes, master." The warrior began to tell the story of his previous life. Wu Wang's real name was Shu Wu Wang. Just as he said this, Lin Fan was surprised. "Shu Wu Wang, you are from the Shu family 300 years ago." This also surprised Wu Wang. "Master, you know about the Shu family? So that legend is true. I heard some fragmented news in my previous life. 300 years ago, the Shu family was one of the super families of that time." Lin Fan recalled that at that time a page boy from the Shu family launched a rebellion while the family head was in seclusion, successfully destroying the Shu family and establishing the Murong family. Lin Fan silently pondered the secret Wu Wang had just revealed. He gestured for Wu Wang to continue. 300 years ago the Shu family was powerful, a top-tier force. At that time, I had just broken through to the void returning realm and was about to take control of the family, but I never expected to be betrayed by my disciple. Wu Wang recounted with a bitter tone, "The human heart is treacherous. The foundation of my Shu family was overturned by a petty person. Murong Helian was originally just a page boy by my side, so that he had good talent, so I took him in as a disciple and cultivated him carefully. I never thought I was nurturing a tiger that would cause me harm." A flame of hatred flickered in Wu Wang's eyes. "I will definitely make the Murong family pay for this." Lin Fan had grasped the key information from this matter and ordered Wu Wang to leave this place. With Master Lin Fan's protection, Wu Wang didn't believe he couldn't get his revenge. Walking out the door, both Lin Fan and Wu Wang were silent. Their footsteps, especially Wu Wang's, caught the attention of the two divine beasts outside. As soon as he walked out, Wu Wang smiled brightly when he saw them. "Oh, it's you?" The two divine beasts ran over joyfully. Wu Wang happily announced, "I have good news for you. I have recovered my physical body." The two divine beasts looked at their master with tears in their eyes. They affectionately circled around Wu Wang. The reunion scene was very heartwarming. No wonder the divine beasts were fighting so desperately to protect this place at the beginning. Only then did Lin Fan understand. "Oh, so you were." Fortunately, they hadn't been killed by Lin Fan earlier. Wu Wang spoke up to explain more clearly, "These two little guys were nourished by my soul power for over 300 years to reach their current realm." He pointed at Lin Fan and ordered the divine beasts, "From now on, this person is your master." The two divine beasts obediently bowed their heads to their new master. Lin Fan looked up at them, seeming a bit hesitant. He spoke hesitantly, "You two are a bit too." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and channeled his spiritual energy. What kind of spell was he going to perform? The two divine beasts closed their eyes and awaited their master's command. In the blink of an eye, they turned into two cute little dogs. Wu Wang was stunned and ran over, saying, "Oh, Senior indeed possesses immense supernatural powers." "What a good method," Lin Fan replied. "It's just an extremely simple Taoist technique." Only then did Lin Fan bring up another matter he had forgotten about since entering the cave. He opened his eyes and slowly saw that Lin Fan was transferring his cultivation power to him. Yuan Dongwang woke up, surprised to find himself still alive. "What happened?" Lin Fan spoke up. "Mr. Yuan, you're awake. Everything has been resolved." Yuan Dongwang asked, "Brother Lin, did you save me?" Turning his head and seeing Wu Wang's appearance, Yuan Dongwang misunderstood and asked, "So this is..." A light of hope ignited in Yuan Dongwang's eyes as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. "Is this the person Brother Lin mentioned before who would help the sect?" As he spoke, Yuan Dongwang hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands in a salute. "Thank you, Senior, for your help." Yuan Dongwang's reasoning ability was too strong, leaving Wu Wang no time to explain. He could only scratch his head in embarrassment. Lin Fan laughed loudly. Haha, Mr. Yuan, this member of my clan has always been a man of few words. He cleverly changed the subject and gestured to Wu Wang. By the way, we found an ancient cultivation manual in the ruins. Wu Wang understood the hint and immediately took out the cultivation manual he had introduced to his master back in the cave. Seeing the cultivation manual that emitted a powerful aura, Yuan Dongwang said in surprise, This is a cultivation manual. This thing, Brother Lin, this is too precious, I really can't accept it. Yuan Dongwang seemed to be in a difficult position. Lin Fan understood Mr. Yuan's thoughts and replied, Who said it's a gift, you have to buy it. Yuan Dongwang laughed loudly. Haha, alright. I, Yuan Dongwang, will remember this favor. Noticing the two small dogs crouching beside them, Mr. Yuan asked curiously, By the way, these two dogs are… Yuan Dongwang seemed to have realized something. He suddenly froze and stuttered. Brother Lin Fan, could this be? Lin Fan didn't speak, just blinked gently and nodded, signaling that he had guessed correctly. It was only then that Mr. Yuan truly felt that this young man Lin Fan was a truly terrifying character, more powerful than gods and ghosts. At this time, Murong Sr. and his daughter also regained some consciousness, their injuries causing them to tremble. Opening his eyes, Murong Sr. was surprised by the surrounding scene. He stood up and staggered out from behind a rock, wondering what had happened. Suddenly, from a distance, Yuan Dongwang, Lin Fan and Wu Wang walked over. They said, Murong Sr., you're awake. Murong Sr. said in surprise, Mr. Yuan, Brother Lin Fan, you and the people from the Apocalypse Organization. Yuan Dongwang took some time to explain everything to Murong Sr. and his daughter. After a while, Yuan Dongwang said, And that's how it is. In the end, that disciple established the Murong family. Murong Sr. replied angrily, I can't believe the Murong family would betray China for personal gain. Miss Murong felt very regretful and ashamed of her surname. After saying this, Murong Sr. took his leave first, indicating that this matter required bringing people to take the Murong family seriously. Haha, Yuan Dongwang raised his hand in response. Everyone, let's collect all the spiritual herbs around here and then leave. Lin Fan nodded and said, That's right, we can't make this trip for nothing. After they finished collecting, they left the ruins without delay. Back in the capital, in the Murong family manor, the tea was scalding hot, indicating that there were guests in the manor. The head of the Murong family, Murong Cheng, took a sip of tea and said, Please go back, sir. He feigned displeasure. The Japanese man named Kushimoto Kazushiro chuckled. Murong family head, don't make a decision so quickly. Murong Cheng was a little angry at the Japanese man's arrogance. He stood up abruptly and shouted, Am I not making myself clear enough? Kushimoto Kazushiro replied with a sneer. Murong family head, I haven't stated our conditions yet. Murong Cheng repeated coldly, There's no need to say more, please leave. The Japanese man named Kushimoto was as thick-skinned as a shoe sole and said, Alas, why are you Chinese people always so foolish? His arrogant demeanor made Murong Cheng's patience run out. He stepped forward, grabbed the man by the collar and roared, Old man, don't push your luck. I don't want to always cause trouble. You'd better not push me too far. Kushimoto Kazushiro looked very pleased. Murong family head, why don't you take a look at the information Asada has brought out first? His subordinate Asada obeyed the order, reached into his robe and took out a piece of paper. He handed it to the old master. What was on the paper made Murong Cheng dizzy. He stuttered, This is… Knowing that the Murong family had taken the bait, Kushimoto asked, Will you still refuse my proposal now? Murong Cheng swallowed his anger with difficulty. He seemed unable to refuse the mysterious demands of this group of Japanese people. After some discussion, it seemed that the Japanese side had achieved its goal. Kushimoto stood up to leave. He turned back and added, Yes, I hope Murong family head can give me a satisfactory answer within a day. Murong Cheng remained silent, watching the Japanese man leave triumphantly. What on earth was written on that paper that made him swallow his pride and obey their demands even though he was furious? His subordinate Asada had already prepared the car outside waiting for his master. After driving for a while, Asada asked doubtfully, Mr. Kushimoto, will Murong Cheng agree to our proposal? Kushimoto nodded and said briefly, Don't worry, he definitely will. It seemed this guy was very good at reading the Murong family's mind. He then ordered, Asada, contact the Golden Flower ninjas immediately after we get back. Tell them to start preparing to enter China in 3 days. Asada nodded in acknowledgement, gradually understanding his master's plan. Back at Lin Fan's house, he had brought back several guests, including Murong Sr. Lin Fan shouted loudly, Shouty, I'm back. Shower ran out of the house with a smile. Brother. The little girl hadn't seen her second brother for a long time and was overjoyed. She hugged her second brother and said coquettishly, You're finally back. Lin Fan smiled happily and stroked his little sister's head. Come on, I'll take you to eat something good, he said. Shouty was very happy, but she suddenly reminded her second brother, By the way, brother, an old man came here last night and said he left a letter for you. Lin Fan was very surprised. How could someone write me a letter, he wondered. He eagerly waited for Shouty to bring out the letter. Shouty quickly ran into the house and said, I'll go get it for you. After rummaging through a pile of things, she finally found the letter. Brother, this is it. Lin Fan looked at the letter with a 5-pointed shuriken emblem on it, unable to guess what this strange thing was. At this moment, Murong Sr. exclaimed in surprise, This is the symbol of the Japanese ninjas. The symbol of the Japanese ninjas? Murong Shu had never heard of these words and asked doubtfully, Senior, what is that? Lin Fan quickly opened the letter and its contents shocked everyone. This is a challenge letter from a Japanese ninja clan. Lin Fan found this matter ridiculous. He had just dealt with Apocalypse and now it was the Japanese ninja's turn. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang again. Lin Fan picked up the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Yuan? Yuan Dongwang got straight to the point. Lin Fan, have you received a letter from Japan? Lin Fan immediately replied in surprise. So you received one too? Yuan Dongwang said something that made Lin Fan more cautious than ever. It seemed that this matter was not simple. Yuan Dongwang concluded, Brother, this matter is on a large scale. Let's meet and talk. Shouty looked at her brother, her worry making her nervous as well. Brother, did something happen again? Lin Fan smiled and stroked his sister's head. It's nothing, Shouty. I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back tonight to take you for a big meal. Shouty obediently nodded in agreement. A while later, everyone arrived at Yuan Dongwang's house. Mr. Yuan began, I presume everyone has received the challenge letter. The 3 masters of feng shui were also present, awaiting orders. It seemed this challenge had not spared any expert in China. Lin Fan sat quietly for a moment, pondering the mystery and what conspiracy lay behind it. Yuan Dongwang looked displeased. I didn't expect the Japanese ninja clans to issue a ninjutsu scroll at this time. The 3 masters of feng shui nodded in agreement. That's right, my body is still injured. They really know how to pick their moments. Yuan Dongwang continued. I heard the Murong family has already agreed to cooperate with the Japanese and host this ninja tournament. The 3 masters of feng shui were shocked. The Murong family first allied with Apocalypse and now they've agreed to ally with the Japanese. He was so angry he wanted to chop the Murong family into pieces. These bastards, they are a disgrace to us Chinese people. Lin Fan recalled hearing about the so-called ninjutsu scroll in his previous life. It was an invitation to the ninjutsu tournament held by the Japanese ninja clans. The ninjutsu tournament, ostensibly to promote martial arts exchange between the 2 sides, was actually a qualifying battle for the right to establish ninja dojos in China. The ninjutsu tournament was held every 3 years. Both sides sent 13 masters to compete. If Japan won, China would have to agree to Japan opening 10 Japanese dojos in China. I remember in the ninjutsu tournament of my previous life the Japanese were soundly defeated, and the main force that defeated them was the Murong family. Lin Fan asked himself, how could this be? Perhaps he didn't understand why the Murong family would yield to the Japanese. Seeing that Lin Fan seemed to be in deep thought, Yuan Dongwang asked curiously, Brother Lin Fan, what's wrong? Lin Fan quickly returned to normal and replied, I'm fine. He couldn't explain it to everyone anyway. Yuan Dongwang continued, by the way, when everyone arrived earlier, I already inquired about the details of this ninjutsu tournament. The official start time of the ninjutsu tournament is in half a month. Yuan Dongwang hesitated for a moment, but given my current physical condition, I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in this competition. The main participants this time will be from Dragon City, the Imperial Capital, and Magic City, with the 3 parties holding an internal selection. The 3 feng shui masters also nodded in agreement. It's the same for the 3 of us, Yuan Dongwang concluded. So the reason I've invited everyone here today is to discuss and select representatives for our Magic City. Lin Fan guessed Yuan Dongwang's intention and said, Mr. Yuan, if you have something to say, please be direct. Yuan Dongwang revealed a secret. Actually, I have inside information that the contestants Japan is sending this time are all Golden Flower level ninjas. The leader of the 3 feng shui masters was startled. What? Golden Flower level? Yuan Dongwang nodded. That's right, Golden Flower level ninjas are equivalent to our cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Lin Fan carefully noted this point. Speaking of which, this matches my memories from my past life. I also remember that Murong Cheng's younger brother personally took action that time, defeating 6 Golden Flower ninjas by himself. In the remaining matches, China only lost 1, and as a result, Japan was no match for China and had to retreat. Yuan Dongwang said to Lin Fan, Brother Lin Fan, this ninjutsu tournament is not simple either. We can't underestimate our internal opponents. Lin Fan was very interested in what Mr. Yuan had just said. Oh, Yuan Dongwang explained, the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Bendao, the head of the Murong family, Murong Cheng, and many of the masters under them. Whoever can defeat the most Golden Flower ninjas will win one of the 3 spots in the next martial arts tournament. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment and asked, so what Mr. Yuan means is, Yuan Dongwang coughed twice and answered Lin Fan with a knowing look, haha, you understand. Lin Fan knew what heavy responsibility Mr. Yuan wanted to entrust to him, and he remained silent. Yuan Dongwang scratched his head. He was actually in a bit of a predicament. Brother Lin Fan, please do me this favor. Lin Fan sighed and said helplessly, Uncle, are you really treating me like a top-tier human tool? Yuan Dongwang said embarrassedly. How could that be? Lin Fan stopped teasing the senior. This little matter, I can solve it alone. It's just a dozen or so Golden Flower ninjas. Yuan Dongwang reminded him, Brother Lin Fan, I know you are very strong, but you can't underestimate the Golden Flower ninjas. I heard that this generation of Golden Flower ninjas is the strongest in 30 years, Yuan Dongwang emphasized. Lin Fan still looked nonchalant. he stated again. It's fine, leave it to me. If it really doesn't work out, I'll use my family's power. Only after hearing this did Yuan Dongwang feel relieved. In that case, thank you very much, Brother Lin Fan. The three feng shui masters could only sit and listen. They would go along with whatever was decided, not daring to interject. Yuan Dongwang said with hope, our internal selection is set for the day after tomorrow at Magic City. He turned to Lin Fan and instructed, Brother Lin Fan, please take these 2 days to prepare. Lin Fan nodded cheerfully. At this time, in the Zhang family residence in Dragon City, the head of the Zhang family angrily threw the letter from the Japanese onto the ground. He arrogantly announced, HMPH, a boring game. Just find a few people to go. A subordinate came in to report, family head, the Murong family is also participating, and they are co-hosting. The Zhang family head was very surprised. What, the Murong family? At this point, the Zhang family head suddenly hesitated. Perhaps he knew some of the story behind this, and said, forget it, let Zizai and Kaiming go. Isn't Kaiming in Magic City recently? His subordinate immediately went to carry out the order without any hesitation. In a certain villa of the Lin clan, Lin Yantian had also received the challenge letter from the Japanese side and was equally furious. Do these Japanese people really think they're something? Lin Yantian was filled with killing intent. I will let you know that China is not a place for you insects to mess with. 2 days later, in the martial arts hall of Magic City, Yuan Dongwang, Lin Fan and many other martial arts masters had already arrived. After observing for a while, Lin Fan said, Mr. Yuan, are we a bit early? There aren't many people in the hall yet. Yuan Dongwang sighed and nodded. It seems so, Brother Lin Fan. The sound of footsteps came from a distance. The familiar color of their battle uniforms made Yuan Dongwang recognize them immediately. They're here. It's the people from the Wang family of the imperial capital. Their appearance made him a little happy. Lin Fan was also surprised. The two people participating this time were also quite capable. Wang Feng and Wang Fan, two handsome and elegant young men, highly trusted by the Wang family, came before Yuan Dongwang. They respectfully greeted the old friend of the Wang family. Wang Fan and Wang Feng of the Wang family, we pay our respects to Mr. Yuan. Yuan Dongwang was very surprised. It's been a long time. It seems your cultivation has improved greatly. Just then a hearty laugh came from the main gate. That round face, that full jar of wine, those thick legs that made his pants seem small. This person greeted Mr. Yuan. It was none other than Master Lu, famous as the great monk who eats meat and drinks wine, only a notch less handsome than the flower monk Lu Zhishan. Yuan Dongwang was surprised again, not expecting Master Lu to come as well. The master replied, of course I have to come. He handed a large piece of meat to Mr. Yuan and asked if he wanted a taste. Yuan Dongwang was in a difficult position. He replied, Master, you should keep it for yourself. Master Lu chuckled. Why be so polite? Lin Fan watched with great interest from a distance. What a great monk who eats meat and drinks wine. Several figures also entered the martial arts hall one after another. By now it was getting late and the masters had gathered. Lin Fan watched with interest the endless stream of people from different races and sects of the world. He suddenly stopped, his eyes sharpening when he saw one person. As expected, he came too. Lin Yantian and his junior sister walked into the martial arts hall representing the prestigious Lin family. Lin Yantian also quickly noticed Lin Fan's presence. Lin Fan, as I expected, you came too. Just then, a passerby also looked at Lin Yantian in surprise. Lin Yantian of the Lin family, it was none other than Zhang Kaiming and Zhang Zizai, the two subordinates sent by the Zhang family head. They were finding this martial arts tournament interesting. Yuan Dongwang spoke up. It seems everyone is here. Brother Lin Fan asked doubtfully, Mr. Yuan, it seems none of the martial artists from our Magic City have shown up, Yuan Dongwang encouraged. Don't worry, they'll be here soon. Just then a familiar cough was heard. Yuan Dongwang turned around and smiled. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. You guys would have had to come even if it meant burning incense and kowtowing. A head of shoulder-length blue hair wearing the signature clothes, one of them even missing an arm. Mr. Yuan, we have arrived late. It was the two martial artists from the Heavenly Cripple sect of Magic City, Wen Ruyu and Wen Ruti. Wen Ruyu coughed incessantly, like a consumptive patient. Cough, cough, greetings, Mr. Yuan. Wen Ruti also stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Senior Yuan. Yuan Dongwang hurriedly stepped forward to return the gesture. You two are too kind, there's no need for such formalities. Yuan Dongwang turned to Lin Fan and said, Brother Lin Fan, these two are our helpers from Magic City. He pointed to each of them and announced their names, Wen Ruyu and Wen Ruti of the Heavenly Cripple sect of Magic City. Lin Fan thought to himself, so it's them. In my previous life I heard that there was a powerful sect hidden in Magic City called the Heavenly Cripple sect, but I never had the chance to meet them. Wen Ruyu quickly stepped forward to greet Lin Fan. Cough, cough, you must be Lin Fan, you are very... Ruyu couldn't stop coughing and couldn't even finish his sentence. He looked truly pitiful. Lin Fan replied somewhat awkwardly. Ah, you too, he thought to himself. If this brother keeps coughing, his lungs might just come out. Yuan Dongwang scanned the crowd and said, it seems everyone is here. Since everyone is here, then, before he could finish, a vortex suddenly appeared. Its appearance startled everyone present. Seeing this, Lin Fan observed with a sidelong glance, while Yuan Dongwang exclaimed in surprise, what? Walking out of the vortex was Murong Cheng, who swaggered up to them and said, everyone, it's time for the selection. Murong Cheng smiled smugly. Why didn't you invite us, the Murong family? Seeing this, Lin Fan frowned and looked at him with sharp eyes, shouting, Murong Ching, over here. Yuan Dongwang hurriedly bowed, smiling kindly. Family head Murong, you've come in person. As soon as he finished speaking, Murong Ching bowed solemnly. Greetings, Mr. Yuan. Lin Yantian stood to the side, witnessing this scene. He looked at Murong Ching with a disdainful expression and said, A running dog of China. Suddenly a sound of footsteps was heard. Murong Ching turned to look, and a pair of large bare feet were walking towards him. It was Master Lu. Master Lu placed his hand on Murong Ching's shoulder and said with a smile, Family head Murong, don't be angry. Then Master Lu handed the meat skewer to Murong Ching and continued, Try this meat. Seeing this, Murong Ching replied helplessly, Master Lu, if you continue like this I will get angry. Hearing this, Master Lu immediately removed his hand from Murong Ching's body and said with a smile, I wouldn't dare. It's just that family head Murong is so obedient to outsiders yet so harsh on our Chinese martial artists. Humiliated, Murong Ching roared angrily, Enough! Then Murong Ching walked in front of the crowd and said loudly, Everyone, I think there has been a misunderstanding between us. I have come in person this time to clear up this misunderstanding and tell you all why I agreed to co-host. I also want to take this opportunity to tell everyone that my Murong family has never betrayed China. Hearing this, Lin Yantian retorted angrily, The Murong family has betrayed others before, more than 300 years ago. Hearing this, Murong Ching was furious, and he looked at Lin Yantian with murderous eyes, saying, Lin Yantian, do you want to die? Seeing this, Lin Yantian was fearless, and he clenched his fists angrily. Family head Murong, if you have the guts, kill me, he responded loudly. Hearing this, Murong Ching sighed deeply and then said calmly, I won't stoop to your level. As I said, I am here today to explain things clearly to everyone. Hearing this, everyone in front looked at each other in surprise and confusion. The atmosphere became tense and suspenseful. Seeing this, Murong Ching hurriedly shouted, Everyone, do you know about the Iga clan? As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Dongwang replied, The Iga clan used to be the strongest ninja clan in Japan, and their golden flower ninjas were not to be underestimated. Hearing this, Murong Ching continued, That's right, the Iga clan is powerful and ambitious, and they have been coveting our vast land of China for more than a decade. Murong Ching's face was grim as he continued, The Iga clan has been secretly plotting, looking for an opportunity to completely destroy our China, and their first step is to destroy our Chinese cultivators. Hearing this, Yuan Dongwang continued, Everyone knows about the Iga clan's conspiracy, but so what? With just them, how can they possibly destroy our powerful country? Lin Murong Ching pondered for a moment and replied, I think so too. But then Murong Ching took out a piece of intelligence and he continued with a powerful voice, Everyone, you might as well take a look at this information. Seeing this, Yuan Dongwang exclaimed in surprise, This is Yuan Dongwang's eyes became tense and terrified. Yuan Dongwang moved closer to Murong Ching to get a better look and he stuttered, This is impossible. The entire scene began to stir with murmurs and discussions as they wondered who this was. Master Lu didn't believe the facts and he pointed at the information in Murong Ching's hand and questioned, Family head Murong, isn't this list you forged a bit too fake? Hearing this, Murong Ching angrily hit Master Lu in the stomach with the databoard and said, Whether it's true or false, I believe you can judge for yourself. Lin Fan turned to Yuan Dongwang and asked, Mr. Yuan, what is that list? As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Dongwang quickly replied, It's a list of the major families in China. Hearing this, Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise, What? Seeing this, Yuan Dongwang continued, The list includes the elites of all the major families. These people are all pawns that the Iga clan has continuously placed among us over the decades. Hearing this, Lin Fan was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, Hundreds of people, that's too many. On this side, Murong Ching continued with a determined expression, This list was given to me by the Sato clan of Japan. This ninjutsu tournament is also hosted by the Sato clan. The Sato clan has proposed a condition, hoping that we can compete fairly. If we win, the Sato clan will step forward to deal with the Iga clan's spies. If we lose, for the next 10 years, China can only agree to the Sato clan establishing dojos in China. Of course, they will also help us deal with the Iga clan. However, if we don't agree to hold this ninjutsu tournament, then the Sato clan will join forces with the Iga clan to wage war against our martial families, and there will surely be a river of blood. Hearing this, Lin Yantian said with a skeptical look, I don't believe it. At this moment, Lin Fan thought to himself, This Murong Ching doesn't seem to be talking nonsense, but I always feel that something is a bit strange. Suddenly, Yuan Dongwang spoke up, I think family head Murong's words are reasonable. The Sato clan and the Iga clan have been fighting for a long time, and family head Murong's words also seem to make sense. Hearing this, Murong Ching bowed solemnly. Thank you, Mr. Yuan, for clearing my name. I will take my leave now and not disturb everyone's internal selection. After speaking, Murong Ching turned and left. Yuan Dongwang turned around and continued to address the martial artists. Everyone, we can believe family head Murong's words for now. Let's hurry up and proceed with the internal selection. Seeing this, the martial artists all replied in unison, All right. Then Yuan Dongwang announced loudly, The rules of the internal selection are simple. The strongest will be king. I have already prepared the lots. Yuan Dongwang pointed to the lottery box and continued, Please come forward and draw your lots. As soon as he finished speaking, the martial artists came forward one by one to draw their lots. When it was Lin Fan's turn, the person guarding the lottery box said solemnly, Young Master Lin, it's your turn. Hearing this, Lin Fan gently reached out and drew his lot. Lin Fan opened the lot, and on it was written Wen Ruyu. Seeing this, Lin Fan said with great interest. Wen Ruyu coughed a few more times and said, "It seems I am this friend's opponent." "Opponent?" Seeing Wen Ruyu coughing incessantly, Lin Fan smiled and replied, "Brother, take care of your health. Over here." Yuan Dongwang loudly announced the match schedule, saying, "Everyone has seen their opponents. Our internal selection doesn't require too much formality, so who wants to go first?" Hearing this, the martial artists looked at each other, signaling one another. Lin Yantian was carefully observing the situation when Master Lu suddenly laughed. "Why has everyone gone quiet? Then let this old monk go first." After speaking, Master Lu walked forward. Master Lu glanced at Zhang Zizai and said happily, "Benefactor Zhang, is it please?" Hearing this, Zhang Zizai calmly replied, "After you." At this point, Zhang Zizai and Master Lu had already walked onto the stage and were standing face to face. Master Lu didn't seem nervous at all. He leisurely placed his hands on his hips, smiling at Zhang Zizai. Below the stage, Yuan Dongwang asked Lin Fan, "Friend, who do you think is stronger between these two?" Hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes sharpened as he replied, "Master Lu will win." At that moment, Master Lu thought to himself, "This monk is unusually strong. Zhang Zizai is no match for him." Meanwhile, Zhang Zizai bowed solemnly, "Master, please guide me." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Zizai immediately attacked Master Lu. Zhang Zizai nipped high into the air and shouted, "Storm of pear blossoms." Over here, Master Lu was not worried at all. He calmly observed the situation. Master Lu sneered disdainfully. At that moment, tens of thousands of steel needles shot towards Master Lu, yet they caused no damage. Seeing this, Zhang Zizai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What, you took my storm of pear blossoms head on?" Master Lu raised his hand, and he gently pulled out each needle, saying, "As Benefactor Zhang trying to give me acupuncture?" He didn't let it go at that. Zhang Zizai attacked Master Lu again, threatening loudly, "Master, you should surrender. These needles are coated with the potent poison of our Zhang family." By now, Master Lu had pulled all the needles out of his body. Hearing this, Master Lu chuckled and replied, "It's just some ordinary poison. What's so great about it?" Over here, Lin Fan watched the match with great interest, his arms crossed as he said, "The chicken legs this great monk eats contain a potent poison, far more powerful than these poison needles." Hearing this, Yuan Dongwang turned to Lin Fan and replied, "I didn't expect Master Lu's poison body to have reached such a level." Without saying more, Master Lu immediately walked forward. Then Master Lu warmed up his hands and feet, saying, "Then it's my turn." Over here, Zhang Zizai continued to make his move. He shouted, "It's not over yet, downpour." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Zizai was struck heavily in the stomach by Master Lu's palm. Zhang Zizai coughed in pain a few times. Zhang Kaiming watched from the outside, silently evaluating, taking down a monk with one punch. "Good job." Master Lu walked over to Zhang Zizai and gently placed a hand on him. Master Lu said, "Benefactor Zhang, are you alright? This humble monk used too much force." Zhang Zizai's face was pale. He coughed a few times and said, "My skills are inferior." "The master wins." Seeing this, Yuan Dongwang announced loudly, "First match, the winner is Master Lu." Next was the second match. Zhang Kaiming walked onto the stage. Zhang Kaiming bowed and said solemnly, "Please guide me." After speaking, Zhang Kaiming quickly rushed towards his opponent and struck. In a flash, Zhang Kaiming heavily injured his opponent and won the victory. Not long after, the third match ended, and Lin Yantian was victorious. Fourth match, Wen Ruti won. Moving on to the fifth match, Wang Fan won. Sixth match, Wang Feng won. Then came the seventh match, Wen Ruyu versus Lin Fan. Wen Ruyu said with a haggard expression, Let's begin. I'm afraid my illness will worsen if we wait any longer. Please guide me, young Master Lin." Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled and replied, "Alright, bring it on." As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Ruyu rushed towards Lin Fan. Wen Ruyu quickly clawed at Lin Fan's face, causing a slight injury. Seeing this, Lin Fan said in surprise, "Such speed, and that's not all." Wen Ruyu immediately turned, leapt high, and pounced straight at Lin Fan. His speed was too fast for Lin Fan to react, and his right arm was injured by Wen Ruyu. After 2 rounds of attacks, Wen Ruyu stopped, standing opposite Lin Fan. Wen Ruyu was panting from exhaustion. Then Wen Ruyu used all his strength and a powerful force emanated from his surroundings. Wen Ruyu said coldly, "Brother Lin, be careful." After speaking, Wen Ruyu immediately rushed towards Lin Fan, striking him heavily in the chest with both hands. Not only that, Wen Ruyu continuously struck Lin Fan with lethal attacks. Wen Ruyu's expression turned fierce. He landed on the ground and delivered a final blow to Lin Fan. Then Wen Ruyu said triumphantly, "I've won." Seeing this, Lin Fan reached out and grabbed Wen Ruyu's arm, replying, "Not necessarily. That was too sudden." Wen Ruyu exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Before he could react, Wen Ruyu was forcefully pressed to the ground by Lin Fan. Suddenly, Wen Ruyu vanished in an instant. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but be amazed by Wen Ruyu's ability. Lin Fan directly threw Wen Ruyu's cloak up and said, "You run pretty fast too." Suddenly, Wen Ruyu appeared from up high. Wen Ruyu looked down at Lin Fan from above while Lin Fan was completely unguarded. He said, "Good speed, but it's a pity." At that moment, Wen Ruyu swooped down on Lin Fan from above. He used instant thunder flash to attack Lin Fan. Unable to react in time, Lin Fan was heavily injured by Wen Ruyu. Not only that, Wen Ruyu roared, "It's not over yet." Wen Ruyu continued to use the heart-piercing thunder fist to strike Lin Fan directly, sending him flying several meters into the air. The martial artists outside watched with rapt attention, constantly marveling at this power. Over here, Wen Ruyu shouted loudly, "It's over." Wen Ruyu continued to approach Lin Fan and struck his chest with a palm. A loud bang shook the heavens and the earth. After dealing with it, when Ruyu was panting from exhaustion, Lin Yantian stood with his arms crossed and said, "The winner has been decided." When Ruti heard this and added, "He won." Suddenly, Lin Yantian cursed with a disdainful look. "Idiot, over here." When Ruyu raised a hand to his chest, coughing painfully, before he could finish his sentence, a hand suddenly appeared from nowhere and struck at him. Lin Fan forcefully grabbed Wen Ruyu by the neck, and when Ryu's brows furrowed in pain, Lin Fan said coldly, "Your speed is fast, your attack angles are tricky, and your power is well honed, but unfortunately none of it works on me. You lose." After speaking, Lin Fan released his hand, and when Ryu knelt on the ground in pain, he said weakly, "I've lost, brother Lin. The result is already clear." Yuan Dongwang announced loudly. "Seventh match, Lin Fan wins. The rest will continue." In a flash, half an hour passed and the final match was over. The victory belonged to Zhou Mingxing. After the competition ended, Yuan Dongwang announced, "The winners of this tournament, please prepare yourselves. The ninjutsu tournament in 3 days will depend on you all." Lin Fan's expression was grim as he listened intently to Yuan Dongwang's announcement. Over here, Yuan Dongwang continued, "On that day I will also go with you all to show the Japanese ninja clans the power of our China." As soon as he finished speaking, the martial artists replied in unison, "We will do whatever it takes." Soon, a few days later, in the East China Sea, Sato and his party had already entered Chinese territory. Sato's master looked around and said, "We've finally arrived." Suddenly, from behind, Sato shouted loudly, "Master!" Sato bowed and reported, "We are about to reach China." Hearing this, Sato's master glanced back and replied, "Good, Sato, you must perform well in this ninjutsu tournament." As soon as he finished speaking, Sato replied, "I will definitely not disappoint you, master." Sato's master added, "You have practiced your family's ninjutsu to a high level, but there is a martial artist in China named Yuan Dongwang who is skilled in the arts of metaphysics. You must be careful if you encounter him." Hearing this, Sato replied, "Yes." His eyes sharpened, and Sato continued, "Mere parlor tricks, how can they compete with my Japanese ninjutsu?" Soon their ship was about to dock. The next day, on a nameless mountain peak, Yuan Dongwang's party, which included Lin Fan, had been waiting for a long time. Master Lu complained while eating meat, "Why aren't this bunch of golden flower ninjas here yet?" Hearing this, Yuan Dongwang replied, "No, they have already arrived." Seeing this, Master Lu said happily, as expected of Yuan Dongwang. Suddenly, a puddle of water appeared at Master Lu's feet, and a masked ninja emerged from the puddle. The ninja hurriedly ordered, "Come out, all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, the other ninjas immediately appeared. They emerged one after another, each ninja revealing themselves in their own unique way. Soon they had all appeared. Seeing this, Lin Fan said disdainfully, "Just for show." Hearing this, Sato smiled with great interest and replied, "Then let's begin." At this moment, the Golden Flower ninjas and the Chinese group faced off and the atmosphere became tense. Seeing this, Lin Yantian said disdainfully, "A boring game." At this time, Murong Ching walked over with his men, his face serious as he said, "It seems everyone has arrived." Seeing this, Lin Yantian glanced at Murong Ching, then gritted his teeth and provoked, "Traitor." Over here, Murong Ching stood before Lin Fan's group and instructed, "For this ninjutsu tournament, I, Murong Ching, will introduce the rules." The rules were simple. There are a total of 3 competition formats. The first is a sorcery contest where Japanese ninjutsu will face off against our Chinese Taoist arts. These 3 are the samurai representing Japanese ninjutsu. The contest will be in the form of round-robin battles. Whichever side is eliminated first loses. The second competition is combat, and these are the ninjas fighting for the Japanese side. And the third is a team battle. The remaining 5 people will engage in a team fight. Whichever side has more people remaining will be the victor. After speaking, Murong Ching turned to look at Yuan Dongwang and asked, "Mr. Yuan, what do you think?" Hearing this, Yuan Dongwang replied, "This rule set is also very interesting." At this time, Lin Fan watched the situation with great interest. He thought to himself, "Even the rules are different from my previous life. It seems my rebirth has indeed brought some changes to the world." Then Murong Ching said solemnly, "Then Mr. Yuan, you may now arrange the order of appearance." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Dongwang hurriedly bowed and replied, "All right." After speaking, Yuan Dongwang walked up to Lin Fan. Yuan Dongwang said, "Brother Lin Fan, what do you think?" Hearing this, Lin Fan replied, 3 types of contests. Winning 2 will decide the outcome. Since that's the case, I naturally want to participate in the final 5-person team battle." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Dongwang replied with a tense expression, That's what I was thinking too." Then for the first Taoist arts contest, I, Lin Yantian and Zhang Kaiming will take action. Then Yuan Dongwang pointed towards Master Lu and continued, "The second match will be led by Master Lu with the Wang Feng and Wang Fan brothers as well as Wen Ruti and Zhou Ming providing support." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan replied with a determined expression, "All right, leave the final match to us." Murong Ching stood outside observing the situation, smiling with great interest. Seeing Yuan Dongwang approach, Murong Ching smiled and asked, "Mr. Yuan, have you made the arrangements?" Hearing this, Yuan Dongwang hurriedly replied, "We are ready." Then Murong Ching walked out and stood in the middle saying loudly, "All right, since both sides have made their arrangements, this ninjutsu tournament will now officially begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the Golden Flower ninjas immediately made their move. They charged forward aggressively. Lin Yantian found it an eyesore and said, "I'll go first." After speaking, Lin Yantian walked forward with his head held high. Lin Yantian's opponent was a masked warrior. Wen Shadow Huayin said politely, "Please guide me." Seeing this, Lin Yantian replied, "Make your move. Let me see your ninjutsu." As soon as he finished speaking, the masked warrior immediately used the ninjutsu swallow barrier technique against Lin Yantian. Without another word, the masked warrior immediately rushed towards Lin Yantian. Lin Yantian glanced over calmly, observing the situation. At this moment, Lin Yantian used a fire shield, and a powerful force surrounded him. Lin Yantian said coldly, "Boring." Then Lin Yantian used the Earth Art Mountain character formula to attack the masked warrior. Seeing this, the masked warrior cursed angrily, "Damn it." Then the masked warrior used Wood Style, Wood Prison to attack Lin Yantian again. Lin Yantian was fearless, calmly observing the situation. Lin Yantian frowned and said, "Child's play." Then Lin Yantian used the fire art, Yin Flame, to burn everything. Seeing this, Wind Shadow Huayin noticed that something was amiss. He shouted, "There's an opening, Water Style, water." Before he could prepare, the masked warrior was heavily injured by Lin Yantian, his clothes torn to shreds. Seeing this, Lin Yantian said coldly, "Did you really think your water style could block my fire art?" In an instant, the masked warrior was burned to ashes. Then Lin Yantian triumphantly held out his hand and beckoned, saying, "Next." Seeing this, another masked ninja crossed his arms and said, "What a waste." Suddenly, the one-eyed dragon stepped forward and said, "Let me go next." Seeing this, Lin Yantian said arrogantly, "Forget it. Why don't all of you just come at me together?" Lin Yantian's expression provoked his opponents. Seeing this, they roared in anger. Arrogant. As soon as they finished speaking, the masked ninja immediately used Wind Style to attack Lin Yantian. The other, the one-eyed dragon, used a Wind Scroll ninja art to assist him. Seeing this, Lin Yantian calmly and carefully observed. Then Lin Yantian used a lightning art to counter their attacks. Lin Yantian shouted, "Heavenly Cycle." In an instant, lightning enveloped the two ninjas, catching them off guard and severely injuring them. Soon, the two ninjas fell to the ground. Yuan Dongwang watched the match from the sidelines, exclaiming happily, "Excellent." Zhang Kaiming added, "His strength is impressive." Over here, Lin Yantian said smugly, "Is that all you've got? Is this your Japanese ninjutsu?" The people behind witnessed the entire process. The long-haired old man thought to himself, "Why are the Chinese martial artists so strong?" The bald man also couldn't help but wonder, thinking, "But in the end, we will be the ones to win." Seeing that the first match was over, Murong Qing announced loudly, "Then let's begin the second match." As the second match began, Master Lu strode forward, saying confidently, "Then let this humble monk start things off." Hearing this, a tall and sturdy man stepped forward and said, "I'll take this one." At this moment, Master Lu and his opponent were facing off. Master Lu smiled kindly and said, "Benefactor, please make your move." As soon as he finished speaking, the man from the Golden Flower clan immediately drew his sword. He said menacingly, "Divine Blade School, Iga Musashi. Let's go." Hearing this, Master Lu thought in surprise, "The Divine Blade School, over here." Lin Fan was also curious and turned to ask Yuan Dongwang, "Mr. Yuan, this Divine Blade School is..." Hearing this, Yuan Dongwang replied, "That is a terrifying sword art from Japan. 100 years ago, the founder of the Divine Blade School mysteriously disappeared, and the school vanished along with him. I never expected it to reappear today." Over here, the Golden Flower warrior said smugly, "The Divine Blade School only strikes once. Be careful." Facing his warning, Master Lu scratched his head in embarrassment and replied, "Is that so? I don't have any weapon." After speaking, Master Lu wolfed down a chicken leg. After finishing the meat, Master Lu held up the bone and said, "I'll just use this chicken bone as a substitute." Seeing this, the Golden Flower warrior couldn't help but be stunned by Master Lu's behavior. He cursed, "Idiot." After speaking, the Divine Blade School warrior immediately used the ultimate technique of his style, slashing at Master Lu with a single strike. In an instant, Master Lu's chicken bone was snapped in two. Not only that, the Divine Blade School warrior immediately used the Divine Blade Slash, cutting directly at Master Lu, causing an injury to his chest. Seeing this, Wang Fan and Wang Feng shouted in panic, "Master!" Then the Divine Blade School warrior smugly announced, "This match is mine." Suddenly, Master Lu stomped his foot hard. Then Master Lu sighed. Hearing this, the Divine Blade School warrior couldn't help but be surprised. Master Lu touched his wound and smiled, "That stings a little." At that moment, the wound on Master Lu's body had already healed. Seeing this, the Divine Blade School warrior exclaimed in surprise, "What is this, over here?" Murong Qing secretly observed the situation. He thought to himself, "Although the Divine Blade School is strong, it's a pity it still can't break this great monk's Dharma true body." Master Lu happily continued, "And let's continue." After speaking, Master Lu immediately rushed towards his opponent. It was too sudden. The Golden Flower warrior was stunned, exclaiming, "So fast?" Master Lu struck the opponent's divine blade heavily with one hand, causing it to shatter instantly. Then, Master Lu quickly struck him with a palm, giving the opponent no time to react. He crashed to the ground and lay there. Seeing this, Master Lu smiled kindly and said, "You let me win." Next, as soon as he finished speaking, a ninja stepped forward. He said fiercely, Wind Shadow Cannon at your service." Hearing this, Master Lu replied, "Please, Wind Shadow immediately drew his blade and rushed towards Master Lu. Before he could do anything, his head was forcefully grabbed by Master Lu and slammed into the ground. In an instant, Wind Shadow Cannon was defeated. Seeing this, Master Lu confidently said in a loud voice, "Next." Seeing this, the Shenshin Ryu member signaled for the remaining two to step forward and fight. Hearing this, the two agreed, "Yes." Then the Tieshin Ryu and Shenhu Ryu members immediately stepped forward. They said in unison, "Please guide us." In a short while, Master Lu had already dealt with them all. One lay on the ground and the other's head was buried deep in the dirt. After finishing them off, Master Lu laughed heartily and said, "Japanese ninjas are nothing special after all." Suddenly, Master Lu's eyes sharpened. Master Lu stared intently at the ninjas in front of him. Feeling that something was wrong, Master Lu thought to himself, "What's going on? If they lose one more match, they lose the whole thing. Why are they so calm? Strange." Suddenly another ninja walked out from the crowd. He introduced himself. "Shenshin Ryu, at your service." After speaking, the Shenshin Ryu member immediately drew his blade and rushed towards Master Lu at the speed of light. Seeing this, Master Lu smiled and said, "Very fast but useless." In a short moment, the Shenshin Ryu member was already in front of Master Lu. He continued, "Take this." Then the Shenshin Ryu member forcefully stabbed Master Lu's abdomen with his blade. Seeing this, Master Lu smiled and said, "Didn't I say it was useless?" Suddenly, Master Lu's expression changed. The Shenshin Ryu member pulled out his blade and Master Lu's body started bleeding profusely. Master Lu spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his wound in pain. Master Lu said in surprise, "How is this possible, my body? How could it? Is it poison? But it's just a little bit of poison. How could?" Hearing this, the Shenshin Ryu member smiled and replied, "Unexpected, isn't it?" Not only that, Shenshin Ryu quickly rushed towards Master Lu and slashed his leg with the blade, causing Master Lu to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Shenshin Ryu thought to himself, "Success." Then Shenshin Ryu took the opportunity to stab straight at Master Lu with his blade. Master Lu was quick-witted and immediately turned to dodge the blow. Then Master Lu immediately stood up and said unhappily, "Damn it." Master Lu panted and continued, "What on earth is going on?" Yuan Dongwang watched the situation from the outside, saying with concern, "Master Lu doesn't look right. Could it be?" Suddenly, Yuan Dongwang clutched his chest in pain and coughed several times, seemingly understanding something. Yuan Dongwang turned to look at the Golden Flower group and said, "You used poison." Seeing that their plot was exposed, they curled their lips into a smirk, staring intently at Yuan Dongwang. At this time, the poison had already seeped into his body. Yuan Dongwang knelt on the ground in pain and said, "This is impossible." Seeing this, Lin Fan said loudly, "No, this isn't poison." At this moment, Lin Fan looked down at his own arm, which was beginning to show a red rash. Lin Fan focused his mind to assess the situation, then he hurriedly added, "This is science and technology, parlor tricks." After speaking, Lin Fan glanced at them with sharp eyes. Then Lin Fan immediately used his internal energy to neutralize everything. In a flash, the Japanese's science and technology was broken. Then Lin Fan let out a deep sigh of relief. Over here, Yuan Dongwang said painfully, "I didn't expect you to be so shameless." Hearing this, the bald man replied, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Seeing this, Yuan Dongwang said angrily, "Damn it, Master Lu can't hold on any longer over here." His legs grew weak and he collapsed to the ground. Then Master Lu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, immediately collapsed and did not move after finishing him off. The Shenshin Ryu member said smugly, "Nothing special after all." Seeing this, Murong Qing said, "It seems Master Lu is no longer able to fight. Whose turn is it next?" Seeing that Murong Qing was safe and sound, Lin Yantian curiously questioned him, "Why weren't you poisoned as expected? You've betrayed China, you beast." Hearing this, Murong Qing pretended not to hear and continued coldly, "Next person, please enter the fight." Hearing this, the Shenshin Ryu member replied, "It seems there's a problem with you Chinese martial artists. It looks like the victory of this ninjutsu tournament belongs to us." Hearing this, Zhou Ming replied angrily, "Bastard, if you have the guts, fight me fair and square over here." Yuan Dongwang had already started spitting blood. Yuan Dongwang said in a low voice, "Murong Qing, do you really want to help these Japanese people?" Hearing this, Murong Qing replied, "Mr. Yuan, I really don't know what happened." Hearing this, Yuan Dongwang laughed sarcastically. "Good, well said, but don't think you've won just like this. Even if we die, we will make you pay the price." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Dongwang immediately used all his strength, releasing a powerful airflow that left the group of Japanese people stunned. The bald old man said, "Is this the last of your strength?" Lin Fan interjected coldly, "No need, Mr. Yuan." Then Lin Fan approached Yuan Dongwang and said, "Leave the rest to me." Hearing this, Yuan Dongwang said in surprise, "Brother Lin, you weren't poisoned, but even so, I'm afraid there's nothing you can do." Lin Fan immediately snapped his fingers, then waved his hand forcefully and a surge of power emerged. Everyone present was stunned, exclaiming in surprise, "What?" A force enveloped the Chinese people. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan had cured everyone from China of the poison. Seeing this, Yuan Dongwang said in surprise, "My body has recovered. What is this power over here?" The long-haired elder and the bald elder thought in shock. "How is this possible?" Lin Fan continued coldly. "If you Japanese ninjas insist on a showdown in this so-called ninjutsu tournament, then I will play along with you. We lost the second match. For the third match, all 5 of you can come at me together." Hearing this, Yuan Dongwang looked flustered and hurriedly asked, What, brother Lin? You, Lin Fan quickly replied. It's alright, let this group of Japanese ninjas see just how powerful China really is. At this time, Lin Fan's protective true chi began to manifest. Seeing Lin Fan's arrogant tone, the bald man angrily commanded, "Get him, let him taste the power of Japanese ninjas." Hearing this, all the Japanese ninjas immediately rushed towards Lin Fan to attack. The 5 of them responded in unison, yes. Then the 5 surrounded Lin Fan. Sato Yu used the Black Dragon formation ninjutsu to attack Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan calmly observed the situation, showing no fear or nervousness at all. Sato Yu used the 4 symbols Rashomon against Lin Fan. At this point, 2 4 symbols Rashomon gates immediately shot out chains flying towards Lin Fan. They tightly bound Lin Fan's arms. Seeing this, Lin Fan calmly said, "Is that all you've got?" After dealing with it, Sato Yu immediately landed on the ground. Then Sato Yu replied, "It's not that simple. This demonic blade craves your blood." As soon as he finished speaking, Sato Yu immediately took out the huge blade. His eyes sharpened and he shouted, "Lin Fan!" Sato Yu emitted a force that enveloped his entire body. Sato Yu threatened, "Die." Then Sato Yu used the Lone Heart style slash of none and charged directly at Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan said with a disdainful expression, "A boring trick." Lin Fan caught Sato Yu's sword with just 2 fingers. Sato Yu exclaimed with surprised eyes, "What?" He tried to move his sword, but Lin Fan gave him no chance. Not only did he catch the sword with 2 fingers, but he also used his inner true power. Sato Yu stammered, "This, with just 2 fingers, soul against soul, man against man, in every aspect, Lin Fan has the upper hand." Sato Yu couldn't help but wonder, how is this possible? Lin Fan said coldly, "My turn." As soon as he finished speaking, he used his spiritual pressure to force Sato Yu's body to kneel. He tried to use a spell, Earth Shield Jutsu. Then he finally broke free from the pressure and retreated in a disheveled state. But before he could do anything, Lin Fan reached out and released a stream of chi, saying, "It's useless." Immediately after, Sato Yu was pulled back by Lin Fan, who grabbed him by the neck, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His comrades couldn't help but exclaim, "Sato!" A stream of chi burst from Lin Fan's body. Sato Yu was tightly held by the neck, unable to break free. Seeing this, his comrades charged forward to attack together. "Go to hell!" Lin Fan was dismissive. He turned his head, looked at them with cold eyes, and commanded, "Kneel." In an instant, the 4 ninjas were forced to the ground, and the ground around them sank. Their 2 leaders roared in anger, "You brat, don't be so arrogant." Then the 2 charged forward together, but an arm suddenly stretched out and stopped them to their great surprise. "Stop!" Lin Yantian instantly appeared before them. He provoked, "If you want to pass, you have to get through us first." Seeing this, the 2 Japanese leaders gritted their teeth, trembling with rage, and cursed under their breath, "Damn it." Another masked man rushed over, throwing shurikens and arrogantly ordering, "Get out of my way." But immediately after, a Bagua formation formed like a high wall, blocking all of his shurikens. The one who cast the formation was Yuan Danwang. He said with a smile, "Do you still think you're guaranteed to win now?" Cornered, the old man with a scar on his face turned back and shouted, "Murong Cheng, what are you waiting for?" Murong Cheng, who had been standing still, finally sighed and said, "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and a powerful spiritual energy emanated from his body. In an instant, Murong Cheng had teleported behind Lin Fan. He struck at Lin Fan and Lin Fan reacted quickly. He let go of Sato Yu and jumped up to dodge Murong Cheng's move. Looking down at Murong Cheng's movements from above, Lin Fan frowned slightly. "This guy?" From the ground, Murong Cheng continued to attack upwards. He threw a punch and Lin Fan retaliated with a punch of his own, their fists colliding. Their spiritual energies reacted violently. After the direct exchange, Lin Fan directly concluded, "You are not Murong Cheng." Exposed, the fake Murong Cheng finally revealed his true face, showing a strange smile. Meanwhile, the 2 Japanese leaders were also besieged. The 2 cursed in unison, "Damn it," their faces contorted with rage. They focused their power into a single combined move. "Damn Chinese dogs, let us show you the power of our Japan." The Chinese people worked together. "Let's go." On Lin Fan's side, he and the fake Murong Cheng were pushed back to opposite sides by the collision of their techniques. Lin Fan probed, "Why are you impersonating Murong Cheng?" The fake Murong Cheng smiled and retorted, "Oh, when did you find out?" Lin Fan frowned and exposed him. "Your disguise is indeed good, but if I hadn't seen you up close just now, I would have been fooled." Hearing this, the fake Murong Cheng couldn't help but cover his head and laugh. "Since I've been discovered, there's nothing I can do." When the person removed their disguise, their true face was gradually revealed. It was actually a Japanese girl named Sato Kyo. She squinted her eyes and smiled. "China, as expected, is a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons." Lin Fan also chuckled and said, "Your fate is sealed. Give up your resistance." At this time, the masked man from the Apocalypse organization known as Z also walked out with a gun, revealing a dangerous smile. Seeing him, Lin Fan couldn't help but be surprised. "This guy isn't dead yet?" The man named Z spoke. "Miss Kyo, I told you before, without the help of our Apocalypse, it wouldn't work." Sato Kyo smiled and reminded him, "Mr. Z, don't forget our agreement." The man named Z immediately reiterated, "Of course, the bodies of these martial artists belong to me. Their wealth and resources will belong to you." After speaking, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to get ready. He offered a condition. "Mr. Lin Fan, your fate is sealed. It's better for everyone if you surrender." On the other side, Lin Yantian looked at the approaching Apocalypse members surrounding them and couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse. "Damn it, we're surrounded." But taking advantage of the Chinese people's distraction, the 2 Japanese leaders broke through the encirclement and flew away. The 2 landed in front of Sato Kyo. The long-haired old man snorted and said, "It seems the tables have turned." Yuan Dongwang of China cried out, "Japanese, apocalypse?" Lin Fan asked coldly, "Let me ask you, is Murong Qing still alive?" Satokyo smiled and replied, "Of course he is." Hearing this answer, Lin Fan's entire body emitted a golden spiritual aura and he said, "Good Murong Qing can only die by my hand." As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned the power of the nine heavens divine stone and his primordial spirit seemed to be replenished, spiritual energy gushing out. The man named Z was stunned. "This is..." Lin Fan spread his palm and the spiritual energy of the nine heavens divine stone flowed out. He said, "Let me show you my true power." Streams of spiritual power coiled around Lin Fan's body. His hair suddenly grew long, his hands were wrapped in power and his whole body glowed. The man named Z watched the others trembling and angrily cursed. "Damn it, how is this possible?" He no longer stood by but waved his hand and commanded his men, "Get them." The Apocalypse members heard the command, raised their guns and fired at Lin Fan in unison. On the other hand, Satokyo also knelt. One hand touching the ground, she summoned a technique, Shadow Shield, Shadow Gathering. Immediately after, several black shadows along with the beams fired by the Apocalypse members shot towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan, now like a celestial venerable, his eyes flickered, said contemptuously, "Useless." He raised his hand, forming a barrier that blocked all the spiritual energy beams aimed at him. A huge pillar of light like a tornado surrounded his body. The man Z continued to command, "Attack, attack." Immediately after, a ray of light shot out from Lin Fan's body. It swept across, directly cutting those Apocalypse members in half. Lin Fan's face was cold as he sneered. "Mere mortals dare to contend with this venerable one." Lin Fan blocked the incoming bullets and then deflected them back. Not only that, when the bullets were deflected, Lin Fan also infused them with spiritual energy. When they shot towards the Apocalypse members, they directly pierced through their abdomens, leaving a large hole, and then he reached out and used his spiritual power to choke the trembling Z. The gun in his hand was crushed and fell to the ground. Every part of his body was wounded, blood flowed freely. He was drained of strength, knelt on the ground and stammered, Is this the power of China?" Lin Fan flew in front of Z, his face grim, and said coldly, "Apocalypse, just a group of frogs in a well, self-righteous and ignorant." After speaking, he pointed a finger at Z's forehead, then summoned his spiritual power and pierced through his head with one finger. Satokyo watched, feeling terrified. "This monster." Lin Fan immediately glanced at her and said, "Now it's your turn." In an instant he had teleported in front of her, startling her. Lin Fan gathered spiritual energy in his palm, preparing to strike, and shouted, "Die!" Just as he was about to strike, Satokyo suddenly raised her hand. Lin Fan stopped accordingly. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. She raised her hands and stammered, I surrender." Seeing this, the two old Japanese men exclaimed in surprise, "Miss Sato." The masked ninja also couldn't help but feel the same confusion, asking, "Miss Sato?" Satokyo humbly pleaded, "I surrender, don't kill me." Lin Fan then spoke, "Sorry, I don't accept." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed her neck tightly and lifted her up. At this moment, a thin needle was already hidden on the back of her hand. Lin Fan looked at it and said coldly, "So that's it, a pity, this thing can't hurt me." Satokyo's face turned red from lack of oxygen. Her voice was intermittent. You can't kill me." Lin Fan immediately frowned and said, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Satokyo trembled and said, "If I die, the family will surely invade in full force and then war will engulf the whole of China. If you spare my life, I promise not to set foot in China for 10 years. Hearing this, Lin Fan revealed a meaningful smile, said, "Oh." Then he released his hand and Satokyo fell to the ground. He said, "It seems your status in Japan is quite high. I suddenly have a good idea." Seeing him raise his hand and channel a stream of spiritual energy, Satokyo asked in terror, What are you trying to do?" Lin Fan transferred his power to Satokyo's forehead. Immediately after, a red mark appeared on her forehead, seemingly quite painful. Tears already welling up in the corners of her eyes, Lin Fan said, "I will place a master-servant contract on you. From now on you are my slave." Hearing this, Satokyo's pupils constricted. "No, impossible." She angrily struck her chest with her hand, shouting, "I would rather die than be your slave." But before her hand could hit her body, it was blocked by a force of chi. Lin Fan walked over and pinched her chin. He sneered and threatened, "Now you can't even die if you want to." After speaking, he let go of her face and turned to walk away. Lin Fan walked up to the remaining 3 Japanese and announced, "Next it's your turn." He stretched out his hand, preparing to strike. The Japanese man with a scar on his face immediately shouted, "It's best to run, let's retreat." However, before they could run, Lin Fan had already shot out 3 rays of light which flew swiftly towards the 3 men. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he sneered, "Trying to run?" Immediately after, he teleported and blocked their path, startling them. What? The 3 rays of light that had just been shot flew over and accurately pierced the 3 men. Lin Fan waved his hand and announced concisely, "Die." The 3 men were instantly knocked down. Lin Fan retracted his spiritual power and snorted coldly. Satokyo sat trembling on the ground, muttering to herself, "Grandfather was right, China is a sleeping dragon. And I actually wanted to slay a dragon." Lin Fan reverted from his celestial venerable form back to his mortal state. The Chinese people had been watching in stunned silence. No one could say a word. After a long while, Yuan Dongwang finally spoke. "Brother Lin is truly amazing." After him, everyone cupped their hands in unison and respectfully thanked him. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Lin." Lin Fan frowned and reminded them, everyone defeating this group of Japanese ninjas this time is just the beginning. The covetousness of foreign races towards our China is not something that has happened overnight. In the future, I hope everyone can unite and deal with any subsequent situations that may arise. Yuan Dongwang cupped his hands and replied, we will do whatever it takes. After giving his instructions, Lin Fa turned around. All right, now he turned around, reached out and wrapped Sato Kyo in spiritual energy, pulling her over. He threw her at his feet and commanded coldly, "Here is Murong Cheng, take me to him." Sato Kyo had no choice but to obey. Lin Fan turned and said, Mr. Yuan, I'll have to trouble you with what comes next. Yuan Dongwang nodded and replied, leave it to me. After finishing his business, Lin Fan left, pulling Sato Kyo along. Watching the direction he left in, Yuan Dongwang thought the future of China's martial artists might undergo a new change because of him. A moment later, in a certain cave, Lin Fan landed with Sato Kyo. Looking at the cave, Lin Fan asked, is Murong Cheng here? She nodded in confirmation. Yes, I imprisoned him inside. Hearing this, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and used his X-ray vision. After seeing, he just smiled faintly and said, so that's how it is. Then he turned his head, his hands in his pockets, and urged, let's go, Murong Cheng is no longer here. Hearing this, Sato Kyo was a little confused. She turned sharply and asserted, what did you say? Impossible. I've already crippled his meridians and sealed his dantian. There's no way he could have escaped. Seeing her doubt his words, Lin Fan's eyes turned cold and he said in a low voice, did you think that by capturing Murong Cheng you could control the entire plan today? Sato Kyo shook her head in denial. My only miscalculation was not expecting someone like you in China. Lin Fan laughed and said, you think of China too simply. To avoid a troublesome explanation, he waved his hand and instructed her, go see for yourself. Lin Fan felt a flicker of interest in his heart at this moment. Murong Cheng, oh Murong Cheng, your disposition is truly exceptional. Sato Kyo then followed his words, walked to the entrance of the cave and broke the seal. When the door opened, she saw the cave was empty, with only a chain wrapped around a rock, and a letter on top of it. Sato Kyo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, how is this possible? She walked inside and picked up the yellow paper. After reading it, she frowned, her body trembling with anger. This, Murong Cheng. Sato Kyo was so stricken that her internal injuries acted up. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and then collapsed to the ground. She still held the letter tightly in her hand. She cursed. Damn it. Meanwhile, at the Sato family mansion in Japan, an elderly man was struck in the chest by a palm. He was sent flying, crashing against the door wall. Murong Cheng walked over, dragging the body of a Sato family member, and said mockingly, Japanese, you truly are a bunch of hopeless fools. The old Japanese man struggled to get up, speechless with anger. Murong Cheng, you. Murong Cheng released his spiritual power, his eyes cold and cruelly announced, from today onwards, the Sato family and the Iga family will become history. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot a beam of spiritual energy at the old man. The spiritual energy pierced through the old man's abdomen. The old man continued to fly out and then fell to the ground, dust flying up and obscuring everything around. Murong Lang sheathed his sword, turned to Murong Cheng and said, Patriarch, this group of Japanese people would never have imagined that while they were fighting with Yuan Dongwang and the others, their own base was being wiped out by us. Murong Cheng's lips curled up in a sneer. How can the wisdom of China be understood by such petty people? After speaking, he reminded, hurry up and gather the supplies, prepare to return to the country. Murong Lang nodded in obedience. A few days later, in the Lin family home in Magic City, Lin Fan recounted the whole incident. After listening, Murong Shu tightly clutched her skirt. She said, it's a pity. Murong Cheng is indeed not someone who dies so easily. Murong Wu sorted and said, this Murong family reaped the benefits, wiping out both the Sato and Iga families in one fell swoop. Their strength has greatly increased. This guy is really not simple. Lin Fan also sighed. Murong Cheng retreated to advance, luring the Japanese martial artist to hold a ninjutsu tournament. This move is truly brilliant. By the way, senior, how has Shouty been recently? Hearing his question, Murong Wu smiled and replied, very good, very good. He recalled the moment Shouty happily said goodbye to him and narrated, that girl just went to Jingcheng yesterday. The school organized a trip. I have already arranged for people to protect her in secret. Hearing this, a satisfied expression appeared on Lin Fan's face and he replied, that's good. Just then the door opened and Wu Wang walked in to report, Master, I'm back. Seeing him, Lin Fan stood up and said, I was just looking for you. How did the matter I asked you to handle go? Wu Wang replied, the matter you entrusted to me has naturally been taken care of. Hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction and continue, very good, the entire China will be in turmoil next. The formation I had you refine is the trump card to protect my sister. Wu Wang sighed and recounted, the formation has already been secretly implanted into Shouty's body. You don't know, do you? To refine this formation for you, those two guys suffered quite a bit. He recalled the scene where the two spirit beasts were refining and suddenly both collapsed from exhaustion. At that time he couldn't help but ask anxiously, are you all right? Lin Fan listened, his hand supporting his chin, and thought, with the formation refined by Wu Wang, even a foundation establishment expert would find it difficult to harm Shouty. Next, it's time for me to show my strength. At this time, Murong Wu suddenly spoke. By the way, Lin Fan, there's one more thing. Lin Fan turned to face him, ready to listen to the news. Murong Wu narrated, a few days ago I received some new information related to the underground forces in China. "Do you know about the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School?" Lin Fan crossed his arms over his chest and replied with a smile, "Of course I do. The Sacred Heart Martial Arts School seems to be just an ordinary martial arts school, but it was actually secretly founded by Li Shangxin, who was the only super expert in China to become an immortal before his death." After saying this, he asked, "What's wrong with the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School?" Murong Da frowned and speculated, "The Sacred Heart Martial Arts School has recently united many hidden families seeming to be plotting something. If I'm not mistaken, they may be preparing for a full-scale attack on Apocalypse. During this time, several of my good friends have received invitations from the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School, and I'm afraid you will soon receive one too." Hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but touch his chin with interest and say, "A full-scale attack on Apocalypse? Interesting." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Lin Fan answered the phone. "Hello," on the other end of the line. Qin Jing's voice, filled with rage, shouted through the phone, "Lin Fan, how long are you going to skip class?" Lin Fan was taken aback but quickly calmed down and retorted, Teacher Qin, didn't I ask for leave? How can this be considered skipping class?" Qin Jing didn't explain, she only requested, "You must come back to school for class as soon as possible. I have something to talk to you about in person tomorrow." Hearing this, Lin Fan had no choice but to agree, perfunctorily replying, Okay, I know." After speaking, he hung up the phone. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit quiet. Seeing the three of them staring at him, Lin Fan was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Wu Wang stammered and pointed at him, asking, "Master, are you still a student?" Lin Fan sighed and admitted, "Yes, I almost forgot. I'm still a student at Magic City Medical University." After finishing their business, everyone returned to their rooms. Lin Fan sat in his chair and let out a soft sigh of relief. The next day at Magic City Medical University, Teacher Qin handed Lin Fan an invitation and said, "Lin Fan, take a look at this." Lin Fan opened the invitation and read it. He asked with interest, "This is an invitation from the top medical school in the capital?" Qin Jing smiled and replied, "That's right, the top medical school in the capital has invited me to teach there, and I have already accepted." Hearing this, Lin Fan stood up abruptly, excitedly supporting her. "That's great, the top medical school in the capital. I must first congratulate you, teacher." Seeing him so happy, Qin Jing asked in disbelief, "What, the teacher is leaving and this is your reaction?" Seeing her cheeks puff up in anger, Lin Fan stammered guiltily. Well, he then quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Teacher Qin, let's talk about the important matter." Qin Jing held her head in frustration and sighed, "This kid really has no sense of fun." As she spoke, she pushed a piece of paper in front of him and said, "Look at this." Lin Fan looked at the paper and said in surprise, "This is the exchange student list for the top medical school in the capital." Qin Jing smiled and replied, "That's right. I also applied for a student exchange spot for you, so you're coming with me." Hearing this, Lin Fan was once again taken aback. "What?" He let out a long sigh at her. "Teacher Qin, you're really something else." "When are we leaving?" Qin Jing informed him. "The exchange program is for half a year and we leave next week." Lin Fan stroked his chin, thinking this is a perfect opportunity to go to the capital and check out the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School. A man walked over and knocked on the door. It was a teacher. He walked in and asked, "Teacher Qin, are you busy?" When Qin Jing saw him, her face turned cold and she said, "Oh, it's Teacher Zhu." He smiled, holding a small bag of pastries, and said, "Teacher Qin, I bought these pastries especially for you." Lin Fan glanced at them and immediately recognized the aphrodisiac powder in the pastries. Although the amount was very small, this aphrodisiac powder could remain in the body for a long time. Once enough of it accumulated, it would take effect. This guy, the teacher Zhu, placed the bag of pastries on the table and said to Qin Jing, "Here, have some." But she was distractedly twirling a strand of hair and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Zhu, but I'm on a diet recently." At this moment, Lin Fan spoke up, "I'm actually a little hungry." As soon as he finished speaking, the bag of pastries on the table appeared in his hand. Teacher Zhu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Before he could finish, Lin Fan had already poured the entire bag of pastries into his mouth. Teacher Zhu panicked and hurriedly tried to stop him. "Wait!" But by then, Lin Fan had already finished the whole bag, even smacking his lips and praising the taste. "Not bad, thanks." He glanced at Teacher Zhu. This guy was an interesting foundation establishment expert. Teacher Zhu questioned him. "Who are you?" Qin Jing walked to Lin Fan's side and introduced him. "This is my student, and he's also an exchange student this time." Hearing this, Teacher Zhu's eyes darkened. He clenched his fist, secretly jealous. "So that's how it is?" Even so, he still feigned calmness, happily patting Lin Fan's shoulder and advising, "Lin Fan, right, this is a rare opportunity. When you get there, you must focus on your studies." But Lin Fan said in a commanding tone, "Let go." Immediately, Teacher Zhu pulled his hand back, he clutched his wrist and yelled, "How can you be so rude? Don't you have any respect for your teachers? Didn't your father even teach you that? Teacher Qin, you need to teach this student of yours properly. When he gets to the capital, he must get rid of this bad habit." Seeing him berating Lin Fan, Qin Jing couldn't help but retort angrily, "Teacher Zhu, it's not your place to lecture my student, is it?" Seeing her anger, Teacher Zhu gave a dry laugh, scratched his head awkwardly and said in a low voice, "Sorry, I was being presumptuous." After speaking, he quickly turned around. Before leaving, he waved his hand and reminded them, "Then I'll be going now. Teacher Qin will leave in a week." When Teacher Zhu turned around, his expression immediately changed. He secretly extended his hand, channeling a stream of spiritual energy as a provocation. "You brat, I'll teach you a lesson." With that thought, he unexpectedly attacked Lin Fan with that stream of spiritual energy. But as the spiritual energy approached, Lin Fan used his own pressure to form a barrier and block it. In an instant he had neutralized Teacher Zhu's spiritual energy. He wondered in confusion, what is this guy doing trying to invade me with such low-level spiritual energy? His attack having failed, Teacher Zhu gritted his teeth. This kid is quite something. Not only did he waste a tenth of my aphrodisiac powder, but he also neutralized my spiritual energy. As a thought occurred to him, he adjusted his tie while walking, thinking smugly, he's a dead man walking anyway, why bother, just you wait. At this moment Lin Fan turned and asked Qin Jing, Teacher Qin, what's this guy's background? Qin Jing sighed and said, just a useless rich second generation, a teacher at a top medical school in the capital. His reputation is terrible. Who knows how many girls he's harmed? Lin Fan then asked, who is his father? Qin Jing replied, Zhu Bingtian, the head of the largest conglomerate in the capital. Hearing this, Lin Fan revealed a sarcastic smile. So that's how it is. Qin Jing stated that both father and son of the Zhu family were no good. Lin Fan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Teacher Qin. After speaking, he stretched out his hand and channeled a stream of spiritual energy. He then sent that spiritual energy into Qin Jing's body. Before she could understand what was happening, she asked, what? Lin Fan said, I guess he won't dare to touch you now. He thought, with this spiritual energy protecting her, Teacher Qin won't be harmed again. As for him, I'll settle the score when we get to the capital. Besides, the Zhu family has a lot of money. After finishing his business, Lin Fan also took his leave. Teacher Qin, I'll be going then. By the way, I'd like to take a week off. We'll go directly to the capital in a week. Qin Jing stood with her hands on her hips and said helplessly, this brat always so mysterious. A week later, outside the capital airport, bodyguards stood by the car, occasionally raising their hands to check their watches. Soon, Qin Jing, Teacher Zhu and Lin Fan walked over. Teacher Zhu politely opened the car door for Qin Jing. Teacher Qin, please get in. Then he turned to Lin Fan and said, Lin Fan, you can sit in the front. Lin Fan didn't say a word, directly getting into the car and sitting next to Qin Jing. After settling in, he smiled and said, Teacher Zhu, you can sit in the front. At this point, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward, but he had no choice but to force a smile and reply, all right. Teacher Zhu sat in the front seat, glaring at Lin Fan with a dark expression, gritting his teeth. You brat, just you wait. Soon the car carrying the three of them started and drove off. A short while later, at the entrance of the Capital Garden Hotel, the three of them got out of the car. Teacher Zhu reminded them, Teacher Qin, for the time being, you'll be staying here. You must be tired from the journey today. Let's go to the academy tomorrow. Lin Fan looked at him, secretly laughing. This guy can't hold back anymore. The front desk clerk put down 2 room keys and said, here are your room keys, please keep them safe. Qin Jing replied, thank you. The clerk replied politely, you're welcome. After everything was arranged, Teacher Zhu turned to leave. Then I won't disturb Teacher Qin today. I'll be going now. Qin Jing hummed in acknowledgement. Then she turned to Lin Fan and said, by the way, Lin Fan, I'm staying in the presidential suite and you only have a single room. Would you like to come to my room to rest for a bit? Hearing this, Lin Fan awkwardly scratched his head and replied, Teacher Qin, please don't joke around. You should go back and rest. Being rejected, Qin Jing couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. She turned away with a huff and said sullenly, I wasn't joking. I'm not talking to you anymore. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Teacher Zhu went out to ask the bodyguard how the arrangements were going. The bodyguard put his hand in his pocket and replied, don't worry, young master, everything has been arranged. This is Qin Jing's room key. Zhu cunningly smiled, took the card and said, very good. At this moment he revealed his disgusting true colors, licking his lips and muttering with desire, Qin Jing, oh Qin Jing, tonight I will make you my woman. In Lin Fan's room he was on the phone. Hello senior, I've arrived in the capital, Murong Wu replied on the other end of the line. Good, we've also arrived at the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School. When are you coming over? Lin Fan said, I need to take care of something important first. After hanging up, he narrowed his eyes, thinking, Zhu Zhang, I'll give you a big surprise tonight. That night, Qin Jing had just finished her shower, humming a song while drying her hair. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Qin Jing squinted and looked through the peephole. Outside, Zhu Zhang stood in front of her door. He held a bottle of wine and said, Teacher Qin, it's me. Seeing him, Qin Jing frowned slightly, cursing inwardly. This guy who wants to deal with him. With that thought, she lay down on the bed, ignoring Zhu Zhang, letting him wait outside. Let him wait. Outside, the sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Qin Jing breathed a sigh of relief. He's finally gone, but what she didn't know was that he hadn't left at all. Instead, he suddenly appeared behind her, looking at her with a perverted expression. Zhu Zhang asked, Teacher Qin, why are you ignoring me? Hearing the voice, Qin Jing jumped in fright. She immediately sat up and shouted, when did you get in? Zhu Zhang held up the room key and said with a smile, of course I came in openly and honestly. Then he placed the wine bottle on the table and said, Teacher Qin, I brought a bottle of good wine. Don't let my good intentions go to waste. Qin Jing sat on the bed, pulling the blanket over her legs, her body trembling uncontrollably as she replied, Teacher Zhu, I just want to rest now. Can I treat you to a drink tomorrow? Hearing this, Zhu Zhang revealed a lecherous smile and asked loudly, oh, resting. He took off his long coat and said, then I'll rest with you. Although Qin Jing was scared, she still tried her best to put on a tough act and demanded, Mr. Zhu, if you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhu Zhang threw his coat on the ground and burst out laughing provocatively. Then let's see how impolite you can be. Zhu Zheng continued to take off his glasses, sneering. Qin Jing, you don't really think having a cultivator by your side can protect you, do you? He glanced towards the door. Lin Fan was already standing there. He said, come out, kid. Seeing that he had been discovered, Lin Fan no longer hid. He chuckled with an oh. Lin Fan came out leaning against the closed door and asked, did you want to see me that badly? Seeing him, Qin Jing cried out. Lin Fan. Zhu Zheng turned around and said contemptuously, kid, you don't really think you can play the hero and save the damsel in distress just because you've learned some clumsy martial arts, do you? Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, let's find out. Zhu Zheng frowned, crushed the glasses in his hand and tempted, I see you have some skills, why don't you join me? I guarantee you wealth and prosperity. As for this woman, I can give her to you too. What do you say, the two of us tonight? You're by her side for her body anyway, right? Qin Jing hugged herself tightly and shouted, don't talk nonsense. Lin Fan gestured with his hand, sounds good, let's talk outside. Zhu Zheng sneered, you know what's good for you. After speaking, he and Lin Fan walked out together. Lin Fan revealed a meaningful smile, a faint spiritual aura emanating from his body, and murmured. Next, at this moment, only Qin Jing was left in the room. She held her head in her hands and breathed a sigh of relief. Outside, Zhu Zheng was beaten black and blue, lying on the ground with blood flowing from his mouth. He trembled, trying to stand up. Lin Fan looked at him as if he were an ant. He asked with a sneer, want to try again? Zhu Zheng trembled as he crawled on the ground, looking at Lin Fan in fear, and lamented. I didn't expect you to be a late-stage Foundation establishment grandmaster at such a young age. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked by Lin Fan, spitting out another mouthful of blood and a tooth. Lin Fan stomped on his head and said, why so much nonsense? Then he bent down and took the phone from Zhu Zheng's pocket. He threatened with a grim face, call your old man now and have him come and bail you out. Zhu Zheng gritted his teeth and stubbornly resisted. You brat, dream on. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked in the stomach again by Lin Fan. The powerful force sent him flying backward, crashing heavily against the wall, which caved in. He coldly stated his condition, I'll only give you an hour. When the time is up, you'll know the consequences. Zhu Zheng was beaten all over, but his mouth was still arrogant. You've messed with the wrong people. Hearing this, Lin Fan showed no fear. He even said with a hint of provocation, is that so, you idiot? Meanwhile, in a building in the capital, Zhu Zheng's father, Zhu Bingtian, was on the phone. After hearing what had happened, he roared in anger. What did you say? Lin Fan demanded on the other end of the line. I'll only give you an hour. When the time is up, be prepared to collect your son's body. Zhu Bingtian gritted his teeth. The person behind him asked, Patriarch, you need me to make a trip? Zhu Bingtian said, I'll have to trouble Elder He. How dare you provoke our Zhu family? I don't care who you are, I'll make you pay the price. A moment later, in Lin Fan's room, he sat quietly on the bed. Zhu Zheng was tied up on the floor, a cloth stuffed in his mouth, only able to make muffled MMPH sounds as he struggled. Outside the window, a gust of wind blew past. Lin Fan frowned, thinking, he's finally here. Elder He suddenly appeared behind him. He raised his hand, preparing to strike. Lin Fan turned and said, if you had been 3 minutes later, I would have killed the hostage. Elder He said, you were actually able to sense me. Kid, state your name. Lin Fan stood up and said, let's get down to business first. How much do you think this guy is worth, Elder? He waved his hand and struck at Lin Fan. He gritted his teeth and shouted, worth your death. Lin Fan raised his hand and blocked his attack. Elder He continued to channel his spiritual energy to attack, but he still looked to be struggling. This kid, after a struggle, he and Lin Fan both stopped. Elder He staggered back, spat out a mouthful of blood, clutched his chest and asked intermittently, out of breath, You are at the peak of Foundation establishment? Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. So can we talk peacefully now? Elder He nodded and said, it was our Zhu family's mistake. I didn't expect to provoke a great master. Little brother, name your price. As long as my Zhu family can afford it, we will do whatever it takes. Lin Fan nodded. He held up one finger and said, I need 2 things. First, 100 million in cash. Hearing this, Elder He smiled and said, of course that's no problem. Lin Fan continued, holding up another finger. Second, I want the essence condensation jade. Hearing this, Elder He's expression immediately changed. He asked in shock, how do you know? Lin Fan smiled and thought to himself, the essence condensation treasure, this is a good thing. It can help a martial artist enter the essence condensation realm. In my previous life, this Zhu Bingtian accidentally obtained the essence condensation treasure, and relied on this thing to break through to the essence condensation realm in one go. Lin Fan held up the phone and demanded, I'm afraid you can't make the decision on this matter. Call Zhu Bingtian. At the capital tower, Zhu Bingtian sat uneasily in his chair answering the phone. He asked, oh, it's resolved so quickly? Elder He whispered on the other end. Patriarch, we've provoked a powerful figure. The other party is at the peak of Foundation establishment. Hearing this, veins bulged on Zhu Bingtian's forehead. He shot up and retorted, what did you say? What does he want? Elder He replied. The essence condensation treasure. After confirming the answer, Zhu Bingtian roared in anger, what? That's impossible. Lin Fan took the phone back and said directly to the other end, Zhu Bingtian, right? The essence condensation jade is my bottom line. If you can't hand it over, then say goodbye to your precious son. He held the phone up to Zhu Zheng, but his mouth was gagged and he couldn't speak. On the other side, Zhu Bingtian was so angry he crushed the phone. He thought angrily, how could that bastard Zhu Zheng provoke a peak Foundation establishment expert? Damn it, damn it. No, how does this person know that the Zhu family has the essence condensation jade? Could this all be a trap? Thinking of this possibility, his eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glint, and he made up his mind. I'll play along with you, he replied into the phone. The essence condensation jade is a serious matter. Little brother, why don't we set a time to meet and talk? Lin Fan replied on the other end. All right, you can decide the time and place. Seeing him agree, Zhu Bingtian set the appointment. In that case, I will host a banquet at the Zhu family residence tomorrow afternoon to welcome you. After speaking, Lin Fan hung up the phone, then brought two fingers together, channeling a stream of spiritual energy, and said next he shot that stream of spiritual energy into Zhu Zheng's body. Lin Fan threatened, I have placed a curse on you. Only I in this world can break it. If I don't get the essence condensation jade, you will turn into a pile of mud in no more than 3 days. After speaking, he waved his hand, signaling for Elder He to lead the way. Elder He held Zhu Zheng, bowed respectfully, and said, I will take my leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Zhu Zheng disappeared in an instant. After settling the matter, Lin Fan walked into Qin Jing's room to check on her. Teacher Qin, when Qin Jing saw him, she asked, Lin Fan, how did it go? Lin Fan gave a reassuring smile. You can rest assured for now, the Zhu family won't bother you anymore. I have something to do tomorrow, so you can go to Academy No. 1 first. Hearing this, Qin Jing was also relieved. She blushed and replied, all right. On the other side, in the Zhu family's secret chamber, Zhu Bingtian sat on a stone stool, clenching his fists and asking, is there no other way? Elder, he shook his head and replied, Patriarch, it can't be broken. I'm afraid only that young man can do it. Hearing this, Zhu Bingtian's eyes widened. He took out the essence condensation treasure and said unwillingly, do I really have to hand over the essence condensation jade? The secret chamber was silent. No one dared to speak. Zhu Bingtian put away the essence condensation treasure in frustration. The next day at the Zhu family residence, a red luxury car drove up and stopped at the main gate. Lin Fan confidently got out of the car and walked to the gate. A guard spoke, Mr. Lin, the patriarch has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me. Hearing this, Lin Fan walked with his hands in his pockets. Calmly, a moment later, the subordinate led Lin Fan to a room and stopped. The patriarch is ahead, please help yourself. Lin Fan pushed open the door, hands in his pockets, and swaggered in. Seeing the figure at the door, Zhu Bingtian spoke, Brother Lin Fan, please have a seat. A cup of hot tea was brought to Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan, this is my treasured spirit tea, please have a taste. Lin Fan did not refuse, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Savoring the aroma in his mouth, he nodded in praise. Not bad. Zhu Bingtian smiled fawningly and said, that unworthy son of mine, he's really too stupid. I apologize to Brother Lin here. Lin Fan didn't want to beat around the bush either. He crossed his arms and said seriously, the essence condensation jade, is it ready? Zhu Bingtian didn't want to give it and tried to negotiate. The essence condensation jade is too important to our Zhu family. Can we use something else to replace it? These are all the precious treasures I've collected. Please have a look, Brother Lin. After speaking, a subordinate of the Zhu family came out with a red box, brought it to Lin Fan and opened it. Inside were many rare and precious treasures, sparkling brightly. Faced with the treasures, Lin Fan was not moved in the slightest, insisting on his original request. I said, I only want the essence condensation jade. Seeing that Lin Fan was not appreciating his kindness, Zhu Bingtian's face darkened. Friend, do you really want to push things with my Zhu family to this point? I know you're already at the late stage of foundation establishment, but my Zhu family is not to be trifled with. Faced with the threat, Lin Fan's voice grew heavy. Are you threatening me? Zhu Bingtian slammed the table and stood up in anger. My Zhu family indeed can't do anything to you, but that doesn't mean others can't, he threatened. I have many years of friendship with the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School. This time, to deal with this matter, I have specially invited a master to help. To confirm his words, a sound of footsteps came from outside the door, and a tall man walked in. After seeing the other person's face clearly, Lin Fan and Mirang Wu both widened their eyes in surprise at the same time. Mirang Wu's expression was stiff as he pointed at Lin Fan, who was sitting in a chair. Brother Lin, why are you here? As if he understood something, Mirang Wu looked at Zhu Bingtian. He's the one who offended you. Zhu Bingtian rushed over, smiling fawningly. That's right. He pointed at Lin Fan, who was sitting, and complained. This person is despicable and shameless. He actually bullied my Zhu family. But the Zhu family and the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School have always had a good relationship. Lin Fan's face was dark with anger as he said, idiot. Zhu Bingtian thought he wasn't talking about him and chimed in with a smile. That's right, what an idiot, relying on his bit of cultivation. But before he could finish, he was pointed at by Mirang Wu and roared at, I'm calling you an idiot. As he spoke, Mirang Wu grabbed Zhu Bingtian's clothes. Hearing this, Zhu Bingtian trembled with fear. Not understanding what was happening, Mirang Wu saw his foolish appearance and sighed helplessly. Seeing as the Zhu family had asked for help, Mirang Wu had no choice but to say to Lin Fan, Brother Lin Fan, I have some connections with the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School and they asked me to help resolve the Zhu family's trouble. Learning the reason, Lin Fan was also very surprised, and finally he calmed down. So that's how it is. Zhu Bingtian stood there, still with a blank look on his face. What's going on? Mirang Wu pointed at Lin Fan and clarified for Zhu Bingtian. You can't afford to offend this person, not just you, even the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School can't afford to offend him. Zhu Bingtian panicked, his legs went weak and he collapsed powerlessly to the ground. He stammered, impossible, impossible. Seeing his panicked appearance, Lin Fan gently patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't be afraid, I won't do anything to you." Looking directly into his eyes, his voice grew a few shades colder. "It's just that, can you give me the essence condensation jade now?" Under the immense pressure, Zhu Bingtian had no choice but to obey. "Here, take it all, I'll give you everything." He turned and went inside to get the item. "I'll go get it now." Watching his disappearing figure, Lin Fan and Murong Wu could no longer hold back. They hugged each other and burst into loud laughter. A moment later, Zhu Bingtian returned holding a box in his hand. He said dejectedly, "The essence condensation jade is here." The box was opened and inside was a jade-green stone emitting a swirling spiritual energy. This was the legendary essence condensation jade. Lin Fan took the essence condensation jade and examined it. It's the real deal." Not only that, but he also held up his fingers and gestured, "And the 1 billion. I hope you can prepare it as soon as possible. I will send someone to pick it up." After speaking, Lin Fan and Murong Wu turned and walked out, not forgetting to wave goodbye before leaving. "Then we'll be taking our leave." Watching their receding figures, Zhu Bingtian gritted his teeth and roared in anger. "Damn it," he roared in pain. "Damn it, I can't ride the coattails of the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School anymore. But I, Zhu Bingtian, will absolutely not accept this loss. If I can't rely on the strength of China, I will pin my hopes on foreign countries." At the same time, in the Apocalypse organization, a person was sitting leisurely in a chair. Hearing the phone ring, he picked it up. "Hello." On the other end of the line came Zhu Bingtian's voice. "This is Zhu Bingtian. Is the matter you promised me before still valid?" The person from Apocalypse replied, "Of course it's still valid." A hint of malice flashed in Zhu Bingtian's eyes. "Good, I agree, but I have one condition. Help me kill 2 people." At the gate of the Zhu family residence, Lin Fan and Murong Wu walked out side by side. Murong Wu suggested, "By the way, brother Lin Fan, I'll take you to the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School." "All right, get in the car." Lin Fan readily took out his car keys. A supercar sped along the road heading towards the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School in the capital. At the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School, Lin Fan and Murong Wu looked up. Lin Fan sized it up, thinking that the exterior was quite impressive. Murong Wu took out a set of clothes from his ring and said, "Brother Lin, the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School has a rule that you must wear a martial arts uniform to enter." Taking the clothes, Lin Fan nodded. "All right." At the entrance of the martial arts school, there were always guards on both sides. The 2 guards looked ahead and saw 2 figures walking towards them. It was Lin Fan and Murong Wu. They both clasped their fists and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, senior." Murong Wu nodded in acknowledgement, and then the 2 respectfully opened the door and invited him in. Seeing the person following behind the senior, the 2 disciples discussed curiously, "Who is this person? I've never seen him before. He's so young, he's probably brought by the senior to broaden his horizons." The 2 walked into the first floor of the martial arts school. Many people were practicing inside, punching and kicking in a flurry of activity. Lin Fan glanced around and praised, It's quite impressive." Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly, "Second senior brother's fist technique is becoming more and more masterful." The second senior brother mentioned by the disciple threw a powerful punch like a roaring tiger. Lin Fan watched for a moment, shook his head and said, "Tisk, tisk." The cultivator turned to look at the source of the sound, his gaze landing on the person next to Lin Fan. "Senior Murong, you're here." Then he looked at Lin Fan and said, "And this is?" Lin Fan didn't answer, but commented, "There are several flaws in the fist technique you just used. If you continue practicing like this, I'm afraid you'll injure your muscles and bones." Hearing this, the cultivator narrowed his eyes, a look of displeasure on his face. "What did you say? This fist technique was taught to me personally by my master. I've already mastered 90% of it." Lin Fan held up 2 fingers. "You're still missing that last 10%. Unconvinced, the cultivator extended his hand. "In that case, please enlighten me, brother." Murong Wu stepped forward and introduced them. "Brother Lin Fan, this is Li Hu, the top disciple of the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School, and a standout among the outer disciples." Lin Fan let out an "oh" and extended his hand with interest. "Go ahead, I'll give you some pointers." Li Hu shouted, "Be careful," then leaped forward, throwing a punch at Lin Fan. But the punch hit nothing but air. Not only that, but Li Hu's leg was also tripped. Lin Fan's movements were as fast as lightning as he leisurely said, "Unsteady footwork is the first problem." Unwilling to accept this, Li Hu thought, "Damn it." He turned and swung a punch at Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan raised a hand and gently blocked Li Hu's hand. "Your stance is too open, easily exposing your heart to the enemy. This is the second problem." With a gentle push, Lin Fan sent Li Hu flying. Li Hu slid backward, sparks flying as his feet scraped against the ground. He panted, admitting his shortcomings. Li Hu clasped his fists and bowed to Lin Fan. "Thank you for going easy on me, brother. I've learned a lot." Just then the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. "I've long heard of Lin Fan's great name. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation, giving pointers to the disciples of my Sacred Heart Martial Arts School right away." The person who came was a very beautiful woman named Li Qingshui. Lin Fan had a matter-of-fact look on his face. "You're welcome." The smile on Li Qingshui's face froze. She cursed inwardly. "Who's being polite to you? Can't you tell I'm being sarcastic?" To cover up the awkwardness, Murong Wu stepped in to smooth things over. "This is Li Qingshui, Li Shengxin's biological granddaughter." Lin Fan's eyes widened as he looked at her, his words filled with surprise. This is Li Qingshui. In his previous life he had heard that Li Shangxin was a prodigy who had reached the peak of Foundation establishment but unfortunately died an accidental death later. Rumors were rampant in the outside world. Some said he was assassinated, while others claimed he was poisoned. Unfortunately, the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School was very tight-lipped and no one knew the truth. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. Could it be? Seeing Lin Fan staring at her, Li Qingshui took a step back uneasily. Why are you staring at me? In Lin Fan's eyes, Li Qingshui's entire body glowed with golden light, but a purple light shone from within. He finally understood. So that's what it is, it's cultivation deviation. This girl was too eager for success in her cultivation, and her foundation is unstable. There are already many hidden injuries in her body. I'm afraid they will all erupt within 3 years. Meanwhile, Murong Wu watched the two of them stare at each other, seemingly figuring something out. It looked like he had taken a liking to her. Li Qingshui couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily, "Have you looked enough?" Lin Fan then withdrew his gaze and answered naturally, "I've looked enough." Li Qingshui huffed. She turned and pulled Murong Wu away. "Senior, Grandpa has gone out on business. Please come with me to the 3rd floor to rest." Although Murong Wu was surprised, he also pulled Lin Fan along to the 3rd floor. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give Lin Fan a meaningful smile. It seemed there was going to be a big celebration at the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School. Murong Wu's smile made Lin Fan's face turn pale. He asked in confusion, "What on earth are you talking about?" Murong Wu thought he had guessed right, ignored him, and went straight upstairs. In the tea room on the 3rd floor, Li Qingshui gently poured tea for the two people in front of her. She gave Murong Wu a brilliant smile. "Please have some, Senior." Murong Wu then asked, "Qingshui, you're 25 this year, aren't you?" She didn't understand why Murong Wu was asking this and answered honestly, "Ah, yes." Murong Wu held his teacup and smiled. "You're a bit older, but as they say, a woman 3 years older brings a golden brick." At this moment, the two people present realized they were being set up. The woman blushed and the man was stunned. They both widened their eyes at Murong Wu and blurted out, "Ha?" Li Qingshui quickly raised her hand. "Wait, Senior." She composed herself and said seriously, "Qingshui is devoted to the martial path and has made a solemn vow not to consider other matters until she reaches the essence condensation realm." Lin Fan, who was sitting on the side, suddenly spoke, "You won't be able to reach the essence condensation realm." Li Qingshui shouted at Lin Fan, "What did you say?" Murong Wu, still unaware of the situation, thought Lin Fan was deliberately trying to get her attention and gave him a thumbs up saying, "Niece, a good move." Lin Fan became serious. "You rushed your cultivation and your body already has hidden injuries. In no more than 3 years you will definitely suffer from cultivation deviation and die. How can you reach the essence condensation realm?" Li Qingshui was unconvinced and said with displeasure, "Senior said you are a genius, but I hope you can understand that there are always people better than you. One should be humble, not act like they're giving orders to the world." Lin Fan ignored her words and leisurely drank his tea. "In the past few days have you felt a faint sense of sluggishness in your dantian when circulating the grand heavenly cycle?" Hearing this, Li Qingshui's eyes widened as if he had hit the nail on the head. Lin Fan continued to explain, "This situation has probably been happening for a long time. Every time it occurs, you forcibly circulate the dantian's qi with your internal energy. The sluggishness disappears temporarily, but it will reappear next time, and you still forcibly circulate it. Am I right?" If she continued like this, only death and the dissipation of her cultivation awaited her. Li Qingshui was finally convinced and looked at Lin Fan with anticipation. "Do you have a solution?" Lin Fan then spoke. "If it were anyone else there would be no solution, but if it's me, that's a different story." Li Qingshui asked eagerly, "How do I solve it?" Lin Fan then adopted a displeased attitude. "Your attitude doesn't seem like someone asking for a favor. You." Although Li Qingshui was also very angry, she was helpless at this moment. Suddenly someone burst through the door. "Qingshui, I've brought Divine Dr. Wang." The person who came was Zheng Huan. Seeing the two people in front of him, Zheng Huan exclaimed in surprise, "And who are these two?" Li Qingshui stepped forward to introduce them. "This is Senior Murong Wu, a friend invited by my grandfather." Lin Fan was ignored and he felt displeased. He only introduced the senior. "This girl is too arrogant." Zheng Huan clasped his fists and respectfully introduced himself. "Junior Zheng Huan pays his respects to Senior." Before anyone could react, Zheng Huan's eyes lit up and he said to Qingshui, "Junior sister, this is Divine Dr. Wang. I have already told him about your cultivation symptoms, and Divine Dr. Wang said there is a cure." Li Qingshui clasped her fist towards Divine Dr. Wang. Li Qingshui pays her respects to Divine Dr. Wang. Divine Dr. Wang stroked his beard and said, "This old man has been in seclusion for many years. If it weren't for this boy's sincerity, I would never have come down from the mountain." Li Qingshui sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Our Sacred Heart Martial Arts School will never forget your great kindness, Senior. Please wait here for a moment. I will inform you as soon as my grandfather returns." After speaking, she and Zheng Huan walked out together. Divine Dr. Wang nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Lin Fan's deep voice sounded behind him. "Hey, you've brought this upon yourself. You have no one to blame but yourself." Hearing this, everyone's eyes showed surprise. Divine Dr. Wang glanced at Lin Fan, gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you mean by that, brother?" Lin Fan smiled casually. "Nothing, you can go." Watching the group of people leave the room, Murong Wu came forward and asked in confusion, "Brother Lin Fan, what did you mean by that?" Lin Fan didn't hide it. That divine Dr. Wang is just a fraud, impressive on the outside but rotten on the inside. Murong Wu's face was full of worry. And that child, Qingshui, Lin Fan sighed. This girl is too arrogant. It's a good thing for her to suffer a little. A moment later in the room, divine Dr. Wang spoke. Miss Qingshui, please lie on the bed. Qingshui didn't have the slightest doubt and nodded. All right. He took out a long row of silver needles and walked over to Qingshui. Next, this old man will perform acupuncture for you. Qingshui was mentally prepared. I'll be troubling divine Dr. Wang. Divine Dr. Wang unrolled the needle pouch, inserted the needles one by one, then extended his hands and slammed them onto Qingshui's back. The heavy blow made her cry out in pain, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. Zheng Huan shouted in terror. Junior sister, divine Dr. Wang, what's going on? Divine Dr. Wang still had a calm look on his face. He packed his things and said, don't panic, it's a small problem. She'll get better soon. Half an incense stick later, Li Qingshui's entire body was enveloped in a green spiritual energy and she seemed to be getting better. But that was not the case. Her eyes flew open and she spat out another mouthful of black blood, her body growing even weaker. Divine Dr. Wang finally panicked and shouted, what's going on? Impossible. Zheng Huan angrily grabbed his collar and threatened, Divine Dr. Wang, if anything happens to my junior sister, I won't let you off. Divine Dr. Wang trembled with fear, stuttering incoherently. Just then, Lin Fan's voice rang out. Fool! Hearing this voice, everyone looked at him. Lin Fan continued, Zheng Huan, you really went to great lengths to kill Li Qingshui. A good move, borrowing a knife to kill someone. Zheng Huan pushed divine Dr. Wang away, his voice trembling slightly. What do you mean by that? Lin Fan still had a calm look. What do I mean? Do I need to spell it out for you? Zheng Huan tried to drive him away. Junior sister is still receiving treatment. Please leave this place. Lin Fan didn't even put him in his eyes. He walked into the room. I'm not leaving. What can you do about it? Zheng Huan's face darkened. He pointed at Lin Fan's face and threatened, if you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Qingshui trembled all over, panting and pleading. Lin Fan, Mr. Lin, please save me. Lin Fan replied, since you asked, I will spare your life. Zheng Huan had just drawn his sword and swung it at Lin Fan, saying, since you don't want to leave, then don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Fan glared at him, and Zheng Huan was so intimidated that he fell to the ground. Lin Fan shouted, get lost. Divine Dr. Wang's face turned pale and he said, yes, yes, yes. Divine Dr. Wang fled in panic, leaving Murong Wu behind. Murong Wu looked at Zheng Huan and said, this Zheng Huan is really not a good person. I didn't expect Li Shangxin to raise such a beast. Lin Fan turned his head and said, after all, you can know a person's face but not their heart. Lin Fan continued, but I always feel that there seems to be some conspiracy in this. I'll go save Li Qingshui first. We'll deal with this Zheng Huan after we're done. Lin Fan carried Li Qingshui to the bed and used a technique to press the acupoints on her arms and shoulders. Then Lin Fan chanted an incantation and pointed at Li Qingshui's chest. Li Qingshui immediately shot up, coughing up blood. Li Qingshui suddenly woke up and said in surprise, I feel like my Dantian has completely recovered. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, all right. I have completely repaired the meridians in your body, but I hope you will still build a good foundation when you cultivate in the future and don't be as eager for success as before. Li Qingshui bowed her head in thanks. Thank you, sir. Li Qingshui looked coldly at Zheng Huan on the ground and said, Senior brother, I never expected that I would treat you as family, yet you wanted to kill me. Lin Fan used his spiritual power to lift Zheng Huan and said, let him speak for himself. Zheng Huan woke up in midair and said in surprise, Li Qingshui, you're not dead? Zheng Huan gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, so close, so close. He shouted, heaven is not on my side. Lin Fan slapped Zheng Huan across the face, sending him spinning a few times, and said, be quiet. Zheng Huan clutched his face in pain. Li Qingshui walked over and said, I didn't expect our Sacred Heart Martial Arts School to produce a bastard like you. Zheng Huan retorted, bastard, I've been by Master's side since I was a child. In terms of talent and diligence, who is stronger than me? But what about you, Li Qingshui? Zheng Huan continued. Just because you are Li Shangxin's granddaughter, you will inherit the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School in the future. I am not convinced. I am clearly the most hardworking and most qualified person, Li Qingshui said. So it's just because of this small matter. Zheng Huan said angrily. Small matter, you say it so lightly. To me, the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School is everything. As he spoke, Zheng Huan gathered spiritual power in his hand, preparing to attack Li Qingshui. Before Zheng Huan could strike, he was punched in the head by Lin Fan and fainted on the spot. Lin Pan retracted his hand, put it behind his back, and complained, so talkative. Outside the door, two disciples of the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School called out to Qingshui, young miss, the master has returned. Qingshui's eyes lit up and she said, Grandpa is back? The two disciples of the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School said, young miss, the master is waiting for you in the main hall. The two walked in and seeing Zheng Huan lying on the ground, they were startled and shouted, eldest senior brother, Qingshui said to them, Zheng Huan is no longer a member of our Sacred Heart Martial Arts School. Lock him up for now and he will be dealt with later. The two disciples looked at each other and hesitated. But this matter, Qingshui shouted, are you not going to listen to me? The two were startled and obeyed. Yes, yes, yet. The two of them carried Zheng Huan away together. Qingshui said, then Mr. Lin, let's go. Lin Fan agreed. In the main hall of the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School, Li Shangxin was leisurely drinking tea. Li Qingshui ran over happily and said, Grandpa, I'm here. Li Shangxin dotingly stroked Qingshui's head and said, "You girl, you're so improper in front of guests." Wu said from the side, "What, are you only concerned with your granddaughter?" Li Shangxin and Wu put their arms around each other's shoulders and laughed together. "Long time no see." Li Qingshui whispered to Li Shangxin, "By the way, Grandpa, there's something I need to tell you." Qingshui whispered for a while, and Li Shangxin said in surprise, "Oh, there's such a thing." Li Shangxin bowed to Lin Fan and said, "I, Li Shangxin, will never forget your great kindness, little brother." Lin Fan replied, "Master Li, there's no need for that. It was just a small effort on my part." Li Shangxin praised, "Little brother has such skills at such a young age. It's truly a blessing for our Chinese martial artists." Suddenly, Li Shangxin said, "I wonder if little brother has a family yet?" Li Qingshui shyly and hastily said, "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" Lin Fan wiped his sweat and replied, "Not yet." Li Shangxin joked with a smile, "Why don't you spend more time with my granddaughter during this period, little brother? This girl is actually quite nice." Lin Fan changed the subject. "Master Li, let's talk about business first." Wu, who was next to him, chimed in. "What a perfect match." Li Shangxin said, "Right, let's talk about business first. Qingshui, you can go out first." After Qingshui left, Li Shangxin said, "This time I have gathered the forces of the hidden families because there is a major matter that requires everyone's cooperation, and that is..." Before Li Shangxin could finish, a disciple rushed in and said, Master, it's not good." Li Shangxin reprimanded, "Shouting and making a fuss, what kind of behavior is this?" The disciple knelt and reported, "But Master, a group of people have come from outside. It looks like they're here to cause trouble." Li Shangxin said, "My Sacred Heart Martial Arts School has been established for many years and countless people have come to cause trouble. What is there to fear?" The disciple said, "This time it's different. It's a group of foreigners, and they also said they want our Sacred Heart Martial Arts School to hand over a young man named Lin Fan." Lin Fan asked in surprise, "Looking for me?" Li Shangxin was so angry that his whole body turned blue with rage. He said, "Brother Lin has done a great favor for my Sacred Heart Martial Arts School. This group of people is eyeing us covetously. Do they really think we are easy to bully?" Li Shangxin's eyes turned red and his whole body erupted with momentum. He said, "I'll go and meet them." Lin Fan stopped him and said, "Wait, since they are coming for me, let me handle it." After speaking, Lin Fan disappeared. Wu patted Li Shangxin's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, leave it to him. Let's continue drinking tea." Li Shangxin agreed. Outside the martial arts school, Li Hu was knocked to the ground. The surrounding disciples helped Li Hu up and shouted worriedly, "Senior brother," a group of people from the Apocalypse organization said smugly, "What Sacred Heart Martial Arts School so vulnerable?" Li Hu trembled and asked, "Who are you?" The people from Apocalypse said, "You don't need to know." "Where is Lin Fan?" Lin Fan spoke, "I heard you were looking for me." Lin Fan, engulfed in fire, broke through the roof and descended. Lin Fan said, "I don't remember knowing you." The man from Apocalypse replied, "You don't need to know us. You just need to know that you have offended someone you shouldn't have." Lin Fan gave a sarcastic smile. Before the man from Apocalypse could react, Lin Fan had already appeared in front of him and said, "Is that so?" he said in surprise. "When?" The man from Apocalypse immediately jumped back. Lin Fan beckoned with his hand and said, "Make your move. Let's see what skills you have to take me away." The man from Apocalypse had rockets on his shoes and he shouted loudly. Then he charged directly at Lin Fan, attacking with his knee, and shouted, "Die!" Lin Fan thought fast. Lin Fan blocked the man from Apocalypse's kick with his hand. The man from Apocalypse threw a punch which Lin Fan easily dodged. Lin Fan thought, but without internal energy the strength and speed are not something an ordinary person can have. Lin Fan smiled and said, "So that's how it is. I know who you are." The man from Apocalypse snorted coldly and said, "So what if you know?" Lin Fan said, "It seems you still don't know who I am." Lin Fan moved to the man from Apocalypse's side with divine speed and said, "I've dealt with quite a few people from the Apocalypse organization." He looked back and saw that Lin Fan had neatly taken care of all his companions. The man from Apocalypse asked, "What did you do?" Lin Fan instantly grabbed his neck and said, "You are too weak. I will spare your life today. Go back and bring some experts." Lin Fan released him and then turned to leave. The man from Apocalypse reached into his clothes intending to take something out, but Lin Fan spoke, "That thing is useless against me." The masked purple-haired Apocalypse member was stunned, angry yet powerless. He looked back at his fallen comrades, then before Lin Fan could change his mind he grabbed their collars as fast as lightning and fled elsewhere. The purple-haired Apocalypse member channeled his energy and flew high into the sky, stopping in the city center amidst towering buildings. Then he threw his 4 companions into an alley at a street corner. A few of the guys moved their hands and feet, showing signs of waking up. The purple-haired man stood with his hands on his hips and cursed, "What a bunch of 4 useless pieces of trash." He took out his phone, dialed Zhu Bingtian's number and pressed the call button. As soon as Zhu Bingtian answered, the purple-haired man roared into the phone, "Zhu Bingtian, who the hell is this Lin Fan you've offended?" Zhu Bingtian's expression became tense and he stammered in reply, He's a cultivator." He paused here, his eyes turning cold as he reminded the Apocalypse member on the other end of the phone, "That guy is extremely difficult to deal with." Hearing this, the purple-haired man stated his condition. If they were to kill him, they would need an additional payment. Old Zhu Bingtian frowned but finally nodded in agreement. "All right, I agree." After settling the matter, both sides hung up. The purple-haired Apocalypse member thought to himself, "It seems I'll have to ask Gold and Silver to step in." As he walked, he stared at his phone screen and then said in annoyance, "Letting me down at a critical moment, this bunch of damned cadres." He was already holding a bottle of avocado green solution and walked towards his unconscious companions lying on the ground. The purple-haired man pulled the stopper from the glass tube and then poured the green solution over each of their heads. The green solution flowed on the ground, smoking as he walked away coldly without looking back. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, Li Shangxin and Murong Wu were sitting and chatting over tea. Lin Fan spoke with a smile on his face. "Those few are from Apocalypse." Li Shangxin's expression was serious as he said, "I haven't even gone looking for them and they've already come to me. Brother Lin Fan, you spared that person's life. Are you planning to cast a long line to catch a big fish?" Lin Fan picked up his teacup, blew on it and replied with a smile, "Exactly." Li Shangxin also chuckled lightly and continued, "We don't know much about Apocalypse. If we can really take this opportunity to study them in depth, it would be a good thing. By the way, Brother Lin Fan, why don't you stay at our Sacred Heart Martial Arts School for this period of time?" Lin Fan cleverly refused Li Shangxin's offer. "Thank you for your kindness, Master Li, but I have other matters to attend to, so it's not convenient." Li Shangxin replied, "Since that's the case, I won't insist. 3 days from now I will invite all the martial arts schools to come here. I hope Brother Lin can come to the Sacred Heart Martial Arts School again then." Lin Fan stood up, clasped his fist, bowed and took his leave, saying, "All right." After speaking, he turned and left, returning to his magnificent villa. Lin Fan took off his coat and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate his techniques. A golden aura emanated from his entire body. The 9 heavens divine stone appeared, absorbing spiritual energy into Lin Fan's body. It was hidden deep within Lin Fan's dantian. For some reason, Lin Fan's clothes magically disappeared, revealing a well-built body with 8-pack abs. Spiritual energy radiated from the 9 heavens divine stone throughout Lin Fan's body. The aura was drawn into his body, forming a vortex. The aura turned blue and revolved around the 9 heavens divine stone. However, the 9 heavens divine stone became redder and redder, like a burning piece of charcoal. Suddenly, Lin Fan opened his eyes, his face full of vitality and glowing with health, and said, "I've reached the essence condensation realm, and I didn't expect the 9 heavens divine stone to become the essence in my body as well." Lin Fan stood up, clenched his fist, and said with a confident face, "It has truly fused with me. The current me is more than 10 times stronger than I was at the same realm in my previous life." The corners of his mouth turned up as he thought to himself, "With the 9 heavens divine stone in this life, I am destined to surpass my previous life and achieve the creation realm." Lin Fan fell onto the bed with a thud, relaxing his body with his limbs spread out, an expression of immense joy on his face. A few minutes later, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Fan and Qin Jing went to the medical school together. As soon as he stepped inside, Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "As expected of a top medical school, it's really not bad." Qin Jing stood beside Lin Fan and said coldly, "Today the medical school is holding its first public lecture. Top students from various academies have come here to be assessed. Lin Fan, don't you dare embarrass me." As she spoke, she stared at Lin Fan with a hopeful expression. After hearing this, Lin Fan sighed, shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands in reply, "You can rest assured." Qin Jing's face still held a hint of worry. Then the two of them joined the crowd and walked into the teaching building where the event was being held. The appearance of Shu Yizhou caused a commotion and discussion among the crowd. Hey, isn't that Shu Yizhou? He's attending class too. Damn, Shu Yizhou is attending class. Am I dreaming? Shu Yizhou was wearing a trench coat and a pair of glasses, looking like a professor, and was walking towards Qin Jing and Lin Fan. He smiled and waved, greeting them. "Hello, Teacher Qin." Countless gazes were focused on him. Qin Jing also smiled and asked, "Are you Shu Yizhou, the once-in-a-century genius of the Imperial Capital First Medical School?" Hearing this, Shu Yizhou hurriedly waved his hands in denial. "That's just my classmates joking." At this moment, Lin Fan also spoke. "Hello, are you the exchange student from Yado College?" Just then, Shu Yizhou's image was projected onto the big screen, so he quickly took his leave. "If you have any questions in the future, you can come ask me. I'll be going now." After speaking, he walked up the stairs into the lecture hall, but still didn't forget to wave goodbye to Lin Fan and Qin Jing. Lin Fan could tell there was a hidden meaning in Shu Yizhou's words and smiled in agreement. He watched Shu Yizhou's receding figure and thought to himself, "Another one in the foundation establishment stage. The Imperial Capital truly lives up to its name." Lin Fan and Qin Jing now also arrived at the public lecture classroom, and they quickly sat down in their assigned seats. The lecture was opened by a professor with graying hair wearing a pair of round glasses and a kind face. He said, "Hello students, I am Professor Zhang Zedong." The scholars below looked at him with admiration. A young man in blue sitting in the front row said with his mouth agape, "That's Professor Zhang, the star of modern medicine. I heard there's no surgery he can't perform." The girl in yellow sitting next to him also agreed, her eyes shining as she said, "Yes, Professor Zhang has never made a single mistake in his 30 years of practice. He's truly a role model for me to study and emulate." Professor Zhang Zedong opened his arms and delivered his speech enthusiastically. "Dear students, today is our first class. I hope to have a good exchange with all of you." A boy in a blue and purple outfit hurriedly raised his hand to request to speak. "Professor Zhang, I have a question for you." Professor Zhang Zedong smiled and said, "What question? Go ahead." A worried look appeared on the blue and purple boy's face as he voiced his inner confusion and unease. Professor Zhang, I was born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. I've been learning about Chinese medicine from my grandfather since I was a child, but in recent years I've started to feel that more and more people don't believe in or recognize traditional Chinese medicine. I want to ask for your opinion, teacher. This question silenced the entire hall. Professor Zhang squinted his eyes in thought, then spoke, whether it's Western or traditional Chinese medicine, as long as it can cure the patient, it's good medicine. Hearing this, Xu Yizhou covered his mouth and laughed out loud, drawing everyone's attention to him. Xu Yizhou hurriedly explained, I'm sorry. I just found that student's question too ridiculous and couldn't help myself. I hope no one minds. Several students sitting next to him felt indignant on Professor Zhang's behalf. They thought to themselves, this Xu Yizhou, relying on his talent, is arrogant and conceited, especially when it comes to finding fault with traditional Chinese medicine. The student in blue and purple who had just asked Professor Zhang the question turned his head sharply, his face full of anger, pointing at Xu Yizhou's face and saying loudly, Classmate, I know you. I heard you're a rare genius at the Imperial Capital First Medical School. Xu Yizhou patted his clothes and replied smugly, You flatter me. The student in blue and purple continued to ask sharply, I ask you what's so funny about my question. Xu Yizhou pushed his glasses with his hand and calmly replied with a smile, Traditional Chinese medicine, the question itself is ridiculous. In my opinion, it's nothing more than a deceptive farce. Illnesses that can be cured by Chinese medicine would get better on their own even without treatment. Only modern medicine is real medicine. Xu Yizhou's explanation was not well received by anyone. Every face was filled with anger and annoyance, and a curse was heard from somewhere. This guy deserves to die. Professor Zhang Zedong spoke very calmly. Traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound. Before he could finish, Xu Yizhou interrupted him again. He stood up, walked towards the stage, pushed up his glasses, and retorted with a smile, Professor, I disagree with that statement. Things that have been eliminated by the times should disappear. Traditional Chinese medicine is a deceptive farce. Chinese herbs have some benefits, but they also need to be refined using modern medical methods. You are all the chosen ones of heaven. Perhaps you should focus on studying modern medicine instead of hoping for some fake traditional Chinese medicine. Everyone sitting in the classroom stood up together to oppose Xu Yizhou's view. Their brows were furrowed and they were furious. Lin Fan also felt it was unfair and stood up to issue a challenge. Since you think traditional Chinese medicine is no good, how about we have a competition? Lin Fan walked up to Xu Yizhou and confirmed again, I'm asking you, do you dare? Hearing this, Xu Yizhou still answered very confidently, All right, I'll also take this opportunity to prove to you all that traditional Chinese medicine is nothing but a scam. How do you want to compete? Lin Fan replied, Since you look down on traditional Chinese medicine so much you can decide. That way you can't say I'm bullying you. Xu Yizhou stood up, adjusted his coat, and then said pretentiously, In that case, let me decide. We will compete on the most basic techniques of traditional Chinese medicine. Observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking. What do you think? If I lose, I will apologize to everyone in the traditional Chinese medicine school. But if you lose, Lin Fan took over Xu Yizhou's words with a smile, I will say in front of the whole school that our traditional Chinese medicine is trash. How about it? Lin Fan's words made everyone panic. Everyone started discussing among themselves. Where did he get the courage to compete with Xu Yizhou? Damn, he's playing for high stakes. Wow, really high stakes. What right does he have to represent our traditional Chinese medicine? Professor Zhang Zedong could no longer remain calm. He slammed a stack of papers on the floor in anger and shouted, Do you still have any respect for me? This is a lecture hall. If you want to compete, go somewhere else. Hearing this, Xu Yizhou said to Lin Fan, All right, the conditions for a competition here are also a bit inconvenient. How about this? Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, we'll compete in the school's #1 laboratory. Lin Fan replied, Fine. Then the two walked out of the classroom and the students all raised their hands to cheer for Lin Fan. They shouted, Classmate, go for it. Our traditional Chinese medicine is not inferior to any school of medicine. The young man in blue looked very excited, stood up and laughed loudly. I have to go inform the whole school. We'll see how they lose face tomorrow. Professor Zhang Zedong shouted angrily, Today's class is over. Then he picked up the files in his hand and walked out of the room angrily. Qin Jing walked over to Lin Fan with a worried look and said, Lin Fan, you're causing trouble as soon as you arrive, honestly. Lin Fan replied with a smile, Just wait and see tomorrow. At this moment, it was still calm outside the medical school. The sky was blue with white clouds and the sun was gentle. Qin Jing and Lin Fan were walking, and everyone was pointing at him and gossiping. Lin Fan appeared very excited and interested while Qin Jing, on the contrary, sighed nonstop. A group of people gathered at the school gate. Zhao Zi, her face full of anger, led the group aggressively towards Lin Fan and Qin Jing. She said sharply, Are you the new exchange student? Lin Fan answered blankly, That's me. Zhao Zi pointed at Lin Fan's face and reprimanded him loudly. What right do you have to represent traditional Chinese medicine? If you lose, it's our traditional Chinese medicine that will be disgraced. The crowd standing behind Zhao Zi also chanted in unison, Exactly, this is too much. Lin Fan replied coldly. What's it to you? Zhao Zi was furious and shouted. An exchange student wants to represent our imperial capital First Medical School. Take a good look in the mirror and see if you're worthy. It's fine if you win, but if you lose, how can we hold our heads up in the future? Hearing this, Lin Fan made a suggestion. You're right, how about this, you go and compete with Xu Yizhou instead? Zhao Zi frowned and said through gritted teeth. We in the Western Medicine School are not of the same faction to begin with. There's no aspect that can be compared fairly. Lin Fan sighed and said, it seems even you don't believe in traditional Chinese medicine. Tomorrow I'll let you know what real traditional Chinese medicine is. After speaking, Lin Fan and Qin Jing walked on with their heads held high, leaving Zhao Zi's group behind, each of them gritting their teeth in anger. Zhao Zi stood with her arms crossed angrily, then ordered a young man in blue behind her, go and check this guy's identity for me. Lin Fan said to Qin Jing, Teacher Qin, do you want to come and watch the fun tomorrow? Qin Jing pretended to be indifferent and replied coldly, not interested. I already have plans with my sisters tomorrow. Hearing this, Lin Fan joked, Teacher Qin's friends are really all over the world. Qin Jing smiled and said, this friend is not ordinary. I'll introduce you when I have the chance. Lin Fan closed his eyes, a look of displeasure on his face. The next day at the Imperial Capital Medical School, as agreed, it was the day of the competition between Lin Fan and Xu Yizhou. The atmosphere in the first laboratory was unusually lively, packed with people. Lin Fan, wearing a long blue coat, walked in with his head held high, accompanied by the endless cheers of the students who shouted, Go, go! A young man with a yellow jacket and a mohawk looked very interested in the competition. The purple-clothed girl next to him was equally excited. Zhao Zi hurriedly walked forward to block his path, her face grim as she said, Lin Fan. Lin Fan ignored her and walked straight past, leaving Zhao Zi's face purple with anger. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it. Then she stomped her foot hard on the ground and snorted. Xu Yizhou arrogantly said, I thought you wouldn't dare to come. Lin Fan put his backpack on the table, a corner of his mouth lifting as he replied, You underestimate me too much. When do we start? Xu Yizhou pointed at the modulation equipment behind him and answered confidently, Anytime. The first round is observation. To be fair, you can pick anyone from the students and we can start. How about it? Lin Fan put on a white coat and pointed at Zhao Zi, saying, Let's choose her. Hearing this, Zhao Zi was stunned. She asked in surprise, Me? Lin Fan replied with a smile. Yes, you. Xu Yizhou laughed and asked, Zhao Zi, do you agree? Zhao Zi reluctantly replied, Fine, I also want to see what you're capable of. Lin Fan said to Xu Yizhou, You want to use the equipment, right? You go first then. Zhao Zi became Xu Yizhou's guinea pig, undergoing blood tests, CT scans, blood pressure measurements, and so on, while he stood beside her recording the results. After he was done, he closed his notebook and said confidently, It's your turn. Zhao Zi walked out with an unhappy expression, clutching her arm where blood had just been drawn. Lin Fan had been staring at her, and even when Zhao Zi was standing right in front of him, his gaze remained vacant. Zhao Zi said impatiently, Have you looked enough? Lin Fan sighed and replied, I've looked enough. After speaking, he turned and walked away. Zhao Zi's eyes now appeared dazed and flustered. Xu Yizhou handed Lin Fan a blank piece of paper and said, Let's each write down our diagnosis. Lin Fan took the paper and replied, All right. He sat down at the table and wrote continuously, filling the entire page. Meanwhile, the two factions, one cheering for Lin Fan and the other for Xu Yizhou, were arguing incessantly. A man in blue led the cheers for Xu Yizhou, saying sharply, Today we're going to slap your traditional Chinese medicine in the face. What can you tell just by looking? Can it be more accurate than a machine? The people on Lin Fan's side retorted. HMPH, just you wait. Xu Yizhou held up the diagnosis he had written, his face full of confidence as he asked Lin Fan, Are you done writing? Lin Fan replied, I'm done. At this moment, Xu Yizhou stood up and announced Zhao Zi's physical condition based on the tests he had conducted. Then I'll state my diagnosis first. Zhao Zi's health is quite good, with only some basic minor issues in her body. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a common cold. It's your turn. He looked at Lin Fan with arrogant eyes. Lin Fan also said loudly, My diagnosis is the same as what you wrote, a common cold. Then he looked at Zhao Zi's pale face and thought to himself, A trace of black qi occasionally flashes across Zhao Zi's body. I'm afraid she's been poisoned. Xu Yizhou frowned, a look of disbelief on his face, but he still said, Not bad. He applauded in praise, then continued, We're tied this time. Let's start the second round. Soon the two finished the second and third rounds. But the result was still a draw. Both sides were equally matched. The audience below was packed and they too held their breath, wanting to see who would win or lose. A young man in a black jacket with purple hair said with a serious expression, See, this is traditional Chinese medicine, all based on luck. The final round will expose your true colors. Xu Yizhou couldn't help but sigh and say with admiration, This student's skills are not small. This last round, suddenly, someone's knees gave way and they fell to the ground, crying out in pain. His face was contorted, his whole body trembled and sweat poured down as he groaned incessantly. Looking extremely pained, unable to bear it anymore, he collapsed to the ground, startling everyone. Xu Yizhou ran over in a panic and asked, What's wrong with you? The young man replied tremblingly, My stomach is cramping. Xu Yizhou looked at the equipment behind him and then said nervously, The machine's here, it's better to send him to the hospital. Lin Fan rushed to the patient's side like lightning. Then he lifted his wrist to take his pulse. The atmosphere in the room instantly quieted down. Everyone was very worried. 2 minutes later, Lin Fan spoke, It's just acute appendicitis. Everyone make way. Then he walked over and took out a set of acupuncture needles. While pulling out a needle, Lin Fan reassured everyone, he'll be fine after I perform acupuncture. Hearing this, the weak young man struggled to raise his hand and said tremblingly, "Don't hurry and send me to the hospital." His face was contorted, sweat pouring down as he desperately refused. "I don't believe in your traditional Chinese medicine, it hurts so much." Lin Fan ignored these words. He decisively lifted the young man's clothes and began the acupuncture treatment. He pulled out a needle ready to insert it into the young man's abdomen, but Xu Yizhou stopped him with a worried look. "Lin Fan, you'll kill him if you do this." Lin Fan's eyes turned cold and he shouted, "Shut up!" Then he stuck needles all over the man's abdomen. After a while, the man's face turned ruddy, he stopped trembling and sweating, and he could speak normally. He said something softly, then looked up at Lin Fan with a bright smile and continued, "It doesn't hurt as much anymore." Lin Fan replied, "I'll write you a prescription later, drink it for a few days and you'll be fine." Then he stood up, a confident and proud look on his face, and said, "You won't need to go to the hospital for surgery either." The group of people who had loudly refuted traditional Chinese medicine just now witnessed the entire process and were stunned for 5 seconds, speechless. Seeing this, Zhao Zi thought to herself, "Acupuncture can even treat appendicitis?" A young man from Xu Yizhou's side still didn't believe it. He suspected Lin Fan and rushed up aggressively, saying, "You cheated, didn't you? There's nothing wrong with him at all." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, not knowing who to believe. The young man who had just been treated by Lin Fan hurriedly retorted, "What are you talking about? Acupuncture really works." To not waste time, Lin Fan didn't argue with these stubborn people. He glanced at Xu Yizhou and then said loudly, "Come on, let's continue with the final round." He waved the needle roll in his hand, his face full of confidence. Xu Yizhou looked at Lin Fan with new eyes, sighing to himself, "This kid is quite capable." Just as the atmosphere was getting tense to the point of suffocation, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a familiar voice shouted, "What are you all doing, not studying all day? Disperse, disperse." Seeing this, Xu Yizhou sighed and looked at Lin Fan. "It seems our 4th round can go on." A corner of Lin Fan's mouth lifted as he asked, "It seems you're quite unwilling, aren't you?" Xu Yizhou walked up to Lin Fan, put a hand on his shoulder and confidently set a meeting place. "I know you're a cultivator too. In 3 days I know a place where we can have a real competition. I wonder if you have the guts," Lin Fan thought to himself. So this was his real purpose. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Of course." Xu Yizhou replied with a smile, "Very well, I'll contact you tomorrow." A teacher from the academy shouted, "Hurry up and disperse. What kind of behavior is this?" Everyone had to leave reluctantly. Everyone was disappointed, and a few sighs could be heard. What a buzzkill. Lin Fan was walking leisurely when suddenly Zhao Zi pulled on his clothes, her face full of anger, and touted, "You stop." Xu Yizhou turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" She said in a sharp tone, "You were lucky today. Otherwise you would have definitely lost the 4th round. Xu Yizhou said, "You are a student of traditional Chinese medicine, yet you have no confidence in your own Chinese medical skills. You are not worthy of studying traditional Chinese medicine. There's no need to say more to you." After speaking, he turned and left, leaving her there alone, cursing in anger, "I'm so mad." After leaving the competition venue, Lin Fan sighed. He hadn't walked far when Xu Feifei came running over in a hurry. Seeing Lin Fan, she said happily, "It's him." Xu Feifei stretched out her hand to block Lin Fan's path. "Wait." Lin Fan grabbed her hand, twisted it behind her back, and asked, "What do you want?" Xu Feifei said, "As expected, you're a cultivator too." Lin Fan released Xu Feifei's hand. She cried out in pain, then turned around and said to Lin Fan in a pleading tone, "I have something to ask for your help with. This isn't the place to talk. I sincerely want to ask for your help." Lin Fan looked at Xu Feifei and asked seriously, "What is your relationship with Xu Yizhou?" Because he sensed that the aura on this girl was exactly the same as Xu Yizhou's. Xu Feifei grabbed Lin Fan's hand tightly. "I knew I didn't find the wrong person. Come with me first. When we get there, I'll tell you the truth." Lin Fan replied, "Interesting. Let's go." Then the two of them walked away together. Seeing Lin Fan and Xu Feifei walking together, Zhao Zi flew into a rage in the middle of the road. "That guy is actually walking with Xu Feifei." The scene switched to a tea house in the imperial capital. Xu Feifei brought Lin Fan to a corner. Suddenly she knelt before Lin Fan, crying and saying, "Please save our divine doctor sect." In the immortal world, the scenery was peaceful and serene. Lin Fan suddenly recalled a past event. The divine doctor sect had enthusiastically said to him, "Divine monarch Daosai, if by fate you meet my descendants, I hope you will take good care of them." He then asked Xu Feifei, "You are a descendant of the divine doctor sect. I didn't expect to meet you here." Hearing this, Xu Feifei was very surprised. Xu Feifei said, "The current sect master of the divine doctor sect is my father." Lin Fan asked back, "You said you want me to save your divine doctor sect. Are you sure I have the ability?" Xu Feifei said affirmatively. "I already know about your competition with Xu Yizhou, so I believe you definitely have this ability. And you have a special temperament, one of confidence and pride," Lin Fan thought to himself. "This girl is a bit silly." Lin Fan asked about Xu Yizhou. Hearing this name, Xu Feifei became very angry. "Xu Yizhou is my father's adopted son, a traitor to the divine doctor sect." Lin Fan was puzzled. Interesting. Xu Yizhou came from the Divine Doctor sect, yet he insults and belittles Chinese medical skills. Why? Xu Feifei cursed. He's just a bad guy, trash. She began to recount the whole story. Xu Yizhou is my father's adopted son. Although he has extremely high cultivation talent, he did not inherit the medical skills, so he harbors resentment towards the Divine Doctor sect. But no one in the Divine Doctor sect ever looked down on him. Even my father secretly told me that in many years the Divine Doctor sect would be passed on to him. But unfortunately, Xu Yizhou's ambition was too great. For personal gain he betrayed my Divine Doctor sect and with the help of some mysterious forces began to constantly belittle and suppress our Chinese medical skills. Not only that, Xu Yizhou has already monopolized 1/3 of the entire imperial capital's pharmaceutical industry. With his superb methods he has created a large number of drugs that only treat the symptoms but not the root cause, making a huge profit. Because of this my father was angered into a coma, and this Xu Yizhou has even organized a medical exchange conference, with the main purpose of thoroughly humiliating Chinese medical skills and our Divine Doctor sect at this conference. After hearing the story, Lin Fan said thoughtfully, "That's not right. Even if Xu Yizhou betrayed the Divine Doctor sect, the sect should have many outstanding disciples, right? How could they be suppressed?" Xu Feifei said. "The Divine Doctor sect now only has a few disciples left. The others have been won over by Xu Yizhou. Besides me, the Divine Doctor sect now only has a few young disciples left." Lin Fan replied, "So that's how it is. However, for this Xu Yizhou to be able to sway the majority of the disciples of the Divine Doctor sect, it seems your Divine Doctor sect itself had some problems to begin with." Xu Feifei remained silent. Lin Fan continued to ask, "Is Xu Yizhou's medical skill stronger than yours?" Xu Feifei said worriedly. "Not entirely, it's just that this medical exchange conference has the same organization, and we must gather 3 people to participate." In the end, Lin Fan decided, "Since that's the case, I'll help you with this matter." Hearing this, Xu Feifei's eyes widened and her mood immediately became cheerful. Really? Thank you," Lin Fan said, "but I have one condition." Xu Feifei was puzzled. "Please go ahead and state it." Lin Fan made his request. "I suppose the Divine Doctor sect has many spiritual herbs rich in spiritual energy." Hearing this, Xu Feifei panicked. "Spiritual herbs are so precious." Lin Fan comforted Xu Feifei. "Don't be so quick to refuse. I can guarantee that you will win this competition. If you lose, I won't take a single penny." Xu Feifei fell into deep thought, hesitating. Lin Fan continued, "If you lose, there's 100 benefits and no harm. This deal is only good for you." In the end, Xu Feifei decided, "I agree." After the matter was settled, 10 spiritual herbs. Lin Fan demanded an increase to 30. Xu Feifei agreed. "All right." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Then here's to our happy cooperation." The two shook hands and cooperated. Lin Fan said, "Gentle and not strong, I really can't tell you study medicine. All right, that's all for today. To ensure victory, I need to make some preparations." After speaking, he waved goodbye. Xu Feifei was a little worried. "I hope you can really help me win." The scene switched to a street in the imperial capital. Lin Fan was walking and pondering. Since he was going to compete in medical skills, he needed some handy tools. Sinking silver-flowing medicine as he walked, Lin Fan bumped into a little boy. Ergo hurriedly bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry. Lin Fan didn't bother with him and waved his hand. "No need to apologize." But when the little boy turned around, he grabbed his collar again. "But stealing is not a good habit," Ergo retorted. "You're talking nonsense. What did I steal from you?" The little boy's heart was pounding. "Oh my God, I'm doomed. Luckily this guy is a pauper, not a single penny on him." Lin Fan gripped Ergo's wrist tightly. "Today I'll cripple this hand of yours," Ergo cried and begged for mercy. Don't, I beg you, I can't lose my hand." Lin Fan released his hand and asked, "So young with hands and feet you don't do proper work but insist on doing this?" Ergo lowered his head. I was forced to." Lin Fan continued to ask. "Tell me, how were you forced?" Lin Fan could see that this kid actually had a congenital body. Ergo's face was tear-streaked. Lin Fan asked, "Are you short on money? Are you familiar with this place?" Ergo's attitude suddenly changed completely. "I've lived here since I was a kid. From the nooks and crannies to the wide avenues, there's no place I don't know." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan said, "Very good, then let me ask you, do you know where the oldest antique market in the imperial capital is?" Ergo answered, "Of course I do. You've come to the right person for this. Outsiders who come here only think that the 4 major antique markets in the imperial capital are the oldest, but they're not. Only people like us who have been around for years know that those are just for show. The real treasures appear in the black market." Hearing this, Lin Fan said eagerly, "Take me there." But Ergo was not so easily swayed. "Well, it cost money to go there." Lin Fan replied, "Don't worry about money." He took out a card and said, "There's no password. Take what you need. I'll wait for you here." Ergo asked in surprise, "Aren't you afraid I'll run away?" Lin Fan gave a faint smile. "You wouldn't dare." Hearing this, Ergo ran off in a hurry. "All right." Ergo inserted the card into the ATM. He said happily, "I wouldn't dare. Let me see how much money is in your card, then I'll take the money and run." The amount displayed on the ATM was 120 million. Seeing this number, Ergo's eyes widened and he broke out in a cold sweat. Over 100 million, yet he only withdrew 20,000 yuan before running off. Ergo returned to Lin Fan with the card. "I'm back." Lin Fan said, "I told you you wouldn't dare to run." Ergo replied, "I'm not stupid either. The boss has over 100 million. Where could I possibly run? Lin Fan put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said with a smile, "Smart boy, let's go." So the two of them went to the antique market together. Lin Fan and Ergo walked quietly without talking. After a while they arrived at the black market. Two bald men were standing guard at the entrance. Ergo ran over and shouted, "Master Hu, Master Lei." Seeing Ergo, both guards smiled. Master Lei said, "Well, if it isn't Ergo." Master Hu next to him added, "What's up? Want to check out the black market?" Ergo said with a smile, "Please don't call me by my nickname. I'm here with a rich master this time." With that, Ergo handed them a wad of cash. After receiving the money, Master Hu instructed, "All right, you can go in. Remember the rules." Ergo waved goodbye to the two and then led Lin Fan inside. After walking for a while, Lin Fan said, "So your name is Ergo?" The boy's face fell. "I have a proper name. I'm Lin Shu." Lin Fan smiled to himself. Not a bad name. As soon as the two entered the black market, Lin Fan noticed that the person receiving them was actually a cultivator at the peak of the internal force stage. It seemed this black market was indeed something special. The receptionist bowed, "Welcome, honored guest. This way, please." Lin Fan and Ergo followed the man. Lin Fan looked around. This black market was not what he had imagined. The guide said again, "Please follow me." Lin Fan walked inside. There were many people coming and going. The guide asked, "I wonder if the gentleman would like to participate in the regular auction or the martial artist auction?" Lin Fan replied, "The martial artist auction, of course." Lin Fan thought to himself, "This kid seems very familiar with this place. It looks like he knows about martial artists too." The guide continued to lead Lin Fan and Ergo. "This way, please." The three of them walked to a door and stopped at the elevator on level B9. The elevator doors opened and the three of them had arrived at the underground reception hall. The guide said, "Please register with me first." A female receptionist said, "Sir, please leave your internal force aura here." Lin Fan did as he was told. When Lin Fan removed his hand, both staff members stared at him blankly, their faces filled with astonishment. The guide exclaimed, "I didn't expect a foundation establishment expert." Ergo also saw all this. Foundation establishment stage, no wonder he's so powerful. Lin Fan didn't answer, he was just thinking, "I never heard of a place like this in my past life. It seems the person behind this place now has quite a background." The sound of several people talking nearby could be heard. "When does today's auction start?" Lin Fan walked inside and unintentionally bumped into Zhu Bingtian. He was stunned when he saw Lin Fan. "You?" The guide saw this and asked curiously, "Mr. Zhu, do you know each other?" Zhu Bingtian turned his head and denied, "No, I don't." He walked to a corner to make a call. "That kid Lin Fan is at the black market now." The person on the other end of the line answered, "I know." After hanging up, Zhu Bingtian smiled sinisterly. The guide led Lin Fan and Ergo into the venue. "Please have a seat." Lin Fan turned to Ergo and said, "You sit too." Ergo smiled and said, "All right." The guide suddenly closed his eyes, then he left. "The auction is about to begin. I'll be taking my leave now," the guide guessed. Where did the young master of the Lin family meet a foundation establishment expert? Could it be that he wants to come back and fight for it? He then left the auction hall. Cultivation came out to host today's auction, he began. "Everyone, thank you for waiting." Lin Fan observed Cultivation. This old fellow is actually at the core condensation stage. He watched him carefully. Cultivation also looked at Lin Fan, a core condensation expert. Then he looked at Ergo. Wait, next to him is young Master Shu. Cultivation was silent for a few minutes. It seems this kid is not simple. Then he refocused on the auction. "Welcome everyone. Today's auction officially begins." Cultivation clapped his hands and a person wearing a mask pushed out the auction item. Cultivation introduced it. This item is a set of golden needles used by the god of medicine in his youth over 100 years ago. Hearing this, Lin Fan was secretly delighted. "The first item has arrived," Cultivation continued. "This set of golden needles has been with the god of medicine for 100 years, nourished day and night by countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It is already a top-grade item. The starting price is 70 million, please begin." Many higher prices were called out. 75 million, 80 million, then to 85 million. Shu Yizhou spoke up. A price of 100 million stunned everyone. Lin Fan glanced at Cultivation and recognized him. "So it's Shu's pharmaceutical, right? This set of golden needles is indeed of extraordinary significance to you." Hearing this, Lin Fan immediately knew, "Isn't Shu's pharmaceutical Shu Yizhou?" He immediately called out a price of 200 million. The people in the hall were all amazed. "What 200 million? Ergo's eyes widened and he asked him, "Big brother, you don't seem to have that much money." Lin Fan smiled. "I never said I only have one card." Hearing this, Ergo fell silent. Shu Yizhou's people beside him suppressed their anger. "The important item today is the final Medicine King's Cauldron. It's better to conserve our strength." Cultivation announced, "Then the first item goes to that gentleman." Soon the auction continued. The item pushed out this time looked very large. Lin Fan felt a powerful spiritual energy. "It's a medicine cauldron." Cultivation lifted the covering cloth and said, "Everyone, this is the last auction item for today. The Medicine King's Cauldron. The origin of this Medicine King's Cauldron is unknown, but the spiritual energy it contains can nourish the meridians and consolidate one's cultivation. At the same time, any medicine in the cauldron can have its efficacy increased by more than 20%. Everyone was very interested, and Shu Yizhou's people were no exception. It's here. Lin Fan was also very interested in this item. The Medicine King's Cauldron. It's actually the Medicine King's Cauldron. This is a huge gain. In my previous life after I ascended, I occasionally heard others talk about the Medicine King's Cauldron. 100 years after my ascension, one day the heavens and earth were turned upside down and a medicine cauldron appeared. Before I ascended, this cauldron was the Medicine King's Cauldron. I must get this item. Tycoon said, this medicine cauldron is very precious and cannot be measured by cash alone, so the auction rules for this last item will be changed. Those who are interested, please make your own bids. The minimum is 3 billion. In addition, you need to offer an item of equivalent value for exchange. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. The first bidder, I'll offer 10% of Dragon Sword Group's shares. I wonder if that's enough. Tycoon shook his head. That person had no choice but to give up. Then a blonde girl spoke up. I have a jade pendant used by an ancient Taoist master. I wonder if that's acceptable. Tycoon also rejected this exchange item. Shu Yizhou's people bid 10% of Shu's Pharmaceuticals shares. Is that enough? Tycoon said happily. Shu's Pharmaceutical is of course enough, he said smugly. The others who didn't have anything worth bidding on all looked glum. Tycoon asked, is there anyone else bidding? Lin Fan spoke up. I have a cultivation technique suitable for core condensation experts. As long as one's talent is not poor, one can smoothly cultivate to the nirvana stage. Hearing this, the hall fell silent. Tycoon was stunned. Really? Lin Fan replied, you'll know if you try. Tycoon observed Lin Fan and thought, this person's cultivation is already at the core condensation stage. If he really has a technique that can break through to nirvana, then I can break free from the shackles of core condensation and step into the nirvana stage. Shu Yizhou's people didn't want to lose the treasure and hurriedly raised the price. I'll offer 20% of Shu's pharmaceutical shares. Tycoon gestured to refuse, still a bit short. At this moment, Lin Fan was smug, while Shu Yizhou's people were furious. He continued to raise the price, plus 100 Foundation Establishment pills. A few people next to him exclaimed, 100 Foundation Establishment pills. But Tycoon's face showed no interest. It still can't compare to a technique that can break through to nirvana. No one else in the entire hall made a sound. Tycoon happily announced, in that case, this Medicine King's Cauldron belongs to this gentleman. This auction is now officially over. Thank you everyone, we have prepared some refreshments, please enjoy. Shu Yizhou's people glared fiercely at Lin Fan. Tycoon said enthusiastically to Lin Fan, sir, please follow me. Tycoon led Lin Fan and Ergo into a secret room. In a simple-looking room, Tycoon poured tea and invited Lin Fan to drink. Only then did he introduce himself. This old man is the storyteller of the black market. Tycoon. Lin Fan politely introduced himself. Lin Fan. Hearing this, Tycoon was a little surprised. He's also surnamed Lin, but he showed no unusual expression on his face. Tycoon got straight to the point. The technique you mentioned, Lin Fan said, bring me paper and a pen. He then gestured for his subordinate, and immediately paper, brush and ink were all prepared. Mr. Lin, please. Lin Fan picked up the brush. Every character he wrote emitted a dazzling light. After a while, Lin Fan finished. All right, please take a look. Tycoon tremblingly picked up the paper. My, how is this technique only able to cultivate to the nirvana stage? Lin Fan said. If one has exceptional talent, one can even cultivate to a higher realm, but your foundation is already set, and there are too many hidden injuries in your body. The nirvana stage is the peak you can reach. Tycoon sighed with a sad face. You're right, Lin Fan continued. But I can cure your illness. Although you still can't break through to a higher level, I can help you extend your life by 30 years. If you're lucky, you can also reach the peak of nirvana. Hearing this, Tycoon couldn't help but be surprised. Is what you said true? Lin Fan took back the paper from just now. He wrote a few more strokes with the brush, then handed it to Tycoon. Prepare the materials listed on this. I'll come to treat you in 10 days. Tycoon hurriedly bowed his head. If sir can really cure my internal injuries from now on, I, Tycoon, am willing to be your servant, he asked doubtfully. I wonder how sir knows Lin Shu, Lin Fan replied. We met by chance. Tycoon thought, it seems sir doesn't want to say. Young Master Shu, you've met a great power this time. The scene switched to outside the venue. The bidder for Shu Yizhou was on the phone reporting, Young Master, today's auction was snatched by a kid named Lin Fan. Shu Yizhou gripped the book on the table tightly. I know, Lin Fan, never mind. So what if he took it? Traditional Chinese medicine will eventually fall behind. Tycoon left. Ergo propped his hands up and asked Lin Fan, go ahead. What do you want to ask? Lin Fan said. Kid, what's your identity? Ergo glanced away. Compared to me, I'm more curious about who you are. Lin Fan poked the boy's head. Answer my question. Ergo held his face and cried out. This was originally my family's business. Lin Fan replied. I see, tell me about it. I'm very curious. Ergo put his hand on his forehead looking helpless. No, I have secrets too. Hearing this, Lin Fan showed an angry attitude. Ergo was a little scared. I'm doing this for your own good. You've already gotten into big trouble, Lin Fan smiled. You can cause me trouble, it doesn't exist. Ergo looked at him disdainfully. You've got quite a big mouth. Never mind, I thought you were just a rich man. I didn't expect you to be from the cultivation world too. Since I'm already involved, I'm not afraid to tell you. My grandfather is Lin Tifei, the head of the Lin family. Seeing that Lin Fan had no reaction, Ergo repeated himself. My grandfather is Lin Tifei, the head of the Lin family. Lin Fan remained calm. Oh, and then, Ergo recounted his family tree. It seems you still don't know. The Lin family is divided into the main family and the branch family. Usually the branch family handles affairs outside while the main family has always been in seclusion. Lin Fan thought, it seems Lin Yuanshan and the others are from the branch family. In that case, the Lin main family does have some power, Ergo continued. My grandfather has 2 sons, my uncle and my father. It's just that my father has a rebellious personality and said long ago that he wanted to leave the Lin family. He left home with my mother and later they had me. So you could say I'm the direct grandson of the Lin main family. Lin Fan asked, instead of being a proper direct grandson, why did you become a thief? Ergo smiled. My father said when he was alive that the Lin family is unfathomably deep and told me not to have any ideas that being a free-spirited wanderer is also good. But I didn't expect you to be so powerful. But if my uncle's sons find out about this, they'll think I've come back to compete with them for the position of heir. My brothers are already at the peak of foundation establishment. I even judge that my eldest brother has already stepped into the early nirvana stage. Lin Fan sighed. Impressive. Early nirvana is nothing special. You're in big trouble, you know that, kid. Ergo got angry. Who are you calling kid? Not only that, Lin Fan flicked his forehead. The little boy held his forehead and rolled on the ground crying, can't you hit somewhere else? Lin Fan said. Kid, I'll give you 2 choices now. First, cultivate with me, and I'll take you on a path you've never been on before. Second, go back to being a free person and continue your thieving career. Ergo made his decision without hesitation. I choose the second one, Lin Fan said again. Very good, since you chose the first one. Follow me from now on. Ergo was stunned. How I chose the second one? Lin Fan smiled. I say you chose the first one, so it's the first one. Ergo was stunned. This guy is so sinister, so cunning. Lin Fan extended his hand. Ergo thought he had some nefarious intentions and dodged. What are you trying to do now? Lin Fan replied. To cleanse your meridians and marrow. He placed his hand on Ergo's head and infused him with a stream of energy. Endure it. Suddenly, Ergo floated in the air. A light emanated from around him. Lin Shu's entire body floated up. A spiritual energy of the 9 heavens divine stone spiraled into his body. Lin Fan said, a congenital body is born from the heart. As long as one steps into cultivation, one can directly reach the congenital stage. In a short while, Lin Shu's skin, starting from his face and then to his hands and feet, seemed to shed. Lin Shu knelt on the ground, the pain of marrow cleansing not yet subsided. Lin Fan continued. With the help of the 9 heavens divine stone, you are only 1 step away from foundation establishment. After a while, Lin Fan waved his hand and healed all the pain on Lin Shu's body. The boy now looked at his hand happily. Oh, Lin Fan smiled and instructed. From now on you have stepped onto the path of cultivation. You should already be at the great perfection of qi refining. Lin Shu excitedly channeled the energy from his palm. He asked curiously, is this qi? Lin Fan formed a seal with his hand in front of Lin Shu's forehead and explained, this is the heaven's will creation art which can help you cultivate to the celestial platform realm. Now follow the technique to consolidate the qi in your body. Hearing this, Lin Shu immediately sat cross-legged to cultivate. Strands of spiritual qi wrapped around his body. Lin Fan sat and watched, unable to help but sigh to himself. A heavenly body is truly good. There are no restrictions in cultivation and no need to worry about an unstable foundation. After cultivating for a while, Lin Shu let out a breath at this time. The little fellow felt the energy in his body and couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Lin Fan stood up and instructed, all right, you can cultivate peacefully at home for the next few days. I have important things to do. I'll come find you when I'm done. After speaking, he turned and left. Lin Fan didn't forget to wave goodbye. Only Lin Shu was left in the room. The little guy sighed and muttered to himself, did I end up on this path after all? A while later, in a hotel, Lin Fan took out the Medicine King's cauldron and placed it on the floor. He revealed a smile and began to act. Then Lin Fan reached out and touched the cauldron's body. He injected a stream of spiritual energy into it. The spiritual energy quickly spiraled inside the cauldron. Lin Fan sighed as expected. This Medicine King's cauldron now has a faint bit of spiritual intelligence. With that, he took out the 9 heavens divine stone. Lin Fan used its power to continue refining the Medicine King's cauldron. He said, I'll add a cluster of flames for you. Immediately the Medicine King's cauldron seemed to awaken its spiritual intelligence, constantly calling out to Lin Fan, Daddy, Daddy. Lin Fan said with a satisfied face, success. He caressed the Medicine King's cauldron and said, this Medicine King's cauldron with the help of the 9 heavens divine stone has gained the ability to communicate with people. But don't call me Daddy, call me Divine Monarch. The Medicine King's cauldron understood Lin Fan's words and changed its address. Divine Monarch. Lin Fan gave an appreciative smile. Very good, being praised. The Medicine King's cauldron jumped up happily. Lin Fan crossed his arms and looked at it, muttering to himself, can it only barely say a few words? Never mind, I can cultivate it slowly in the future. The next day at a certain villa, Lin Fan pushed open the door and announced loudly, I'm here. Shu Feifei saw him, stood up and waved happily. Lin Fan, you're here. The boy sitting next to her looked at Lin Fan, secretly sizing him up. Is this the helper Feifei found? He looks pretty ordinary too. Lin Fan asked, hey, the competition is tomorrow, right? Shu Feifei hummed twice, then extended her hand towards Lin Fan, introducing the boy sitting next to her. Mo Ran, this is Lin Fan. Mo Ran then walked over and shook hands with Lin Fan. Both of them said in unison that they were pleased to meet each other. Mo Ran spoke first. I heard from Feifei, we'll have to rely on Brother Lin Fan's help tomorrow. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and sized up this Mo Ran. He had an aura similar to Shu Yizhou's. In Lin Fan's eyes, Mo Ran was currently emitting a blue aura, which also seemed unusual. Then he turned and asked Shu Feifei, Feifei, do you know the events for tomorrow's competition? Shu Feifei nodded, her face grim as she replied, I know. The 3 competitions tomorrow are divided into acupuncture techniques, pill refining, and dialectical diagnosis. Mo Ran rubbed his chin and said, Dialectical diagnosis is my specialty. If it's formations, I'll leave it to Feifei. Hearing this, Shu Feifei clenched her fists, determined. All right, after speaking, he turned and asked Lin Fan, Brother Lin Fan, I wonder how your pill refining skills are? Lin Fan answered confidently, very effective. Hearing this, Mo Ran reminded him, Brother Lin Fan, Shu Yizhou has many experts on his side, we can't be careless, this competition is very important to Feifei. I hope Brother Lin Fan will do his best. Lin Fan gave a reassuring smile, you don't need to worry about this, come pick me up tomorrow. With that he turned and left. Mo Ran's expression was unreadable, he just stared at him silently with a dark look. The next day at the Imperial Capital Medical Exchange Center, many people had already entered. Lin Fan's group of 3 also arrived. He looked around and exclaimed, so many people. Lin Fan got out of the car. She reminded him seriously, almost everyone related to medicine in the Imperial Capital is here for this exchange conference. So we absolutely cannot lose. Just then, Shu Yizhou walked out from inside. He said in a sarcastic tone, Shu Feifei, you're here. Seeing him, Shu Feifei frowned, her eyes filled with disgust. Shu Yizhou confidently declared, Shu Feifei, today I will let you know that the times have changed. Shu Feifei ignored him, walked past him and retorted, I'm afraid not. As Lin Fan walked past him, Shu Yizhou continued to provoke. Lin Fan, I heard you got the Medicine King's Cauldron, but do you really think having the Medicine King's Cauldron can change the tide of defeat on your side? Lin Fan smiled faintly and said, we'll know when we try. As the 3 of them walked in, Shu Yizhou still said confidently, you will definitely lose today. Entering the small conference hall, Li Qingxin was standing next to his niece. Seeing Lin Fan, he called out, Brother Lin Fan. He burst out laughing and exclaimed, I didn't expect little brother Lin Fan to come and watch the fun too. Li Qingshui was also very surprised to see him and asked, Lin Fan, you're here too? Shu Feifei thought in surprise. I didn't expect Lin Fan to know Li Shangxin. Seeing the 2, Lin Fan walked over to chat. Yes, I'm representing the Divine Doctor sect. Li Shangxin was a little puzzled after hearing this. Lin Fan, you're here today, not Li Qingshui nodded after hearing his answer. I see. In the distance, Zhu Bingtian was startled when he saw Lin Fan. What's going on? He's still alive? Lin Fan then glanced at him. Zhu Bingtian was discovered and couldn't help but lower his head guiltily. Hai Kuoshan also came over to greet him. Mr. Lin, you're here too. He walked over and shook hands with Li Shangxin. Old Li, long time no see. Li Shangxin also returned the courtesy politely. Long time no see. I didn't expect Mr. Hai to know Lin Fan too. What a coincidence. Shu Yizhou observed from a distance. He frowned and thought, this guy named Lin Fan seems to have a good relationship with Li Shangxin. Not only that, Hai Kuoshan also calls him Mr. But in the end, Shu Yizhou was only a little surprised. He still said confidently, but the victory is still mine. Just then, Qin Jing walked over with Selena on her arm and called out to Lin Fan. Hearing the call, Lin Fan turned around in surprise. Qin Jing introduced, Selena, one of my best sisters. Selena, this is the Lin Fan I told you about. Selena happily extended her hand in front of Lin Fan. He also looked surprised and asked back, is this the sister teacher Qin mentioned? He then also took Selena's hand to examine it. Not a trace of internal force. It seems she's an ordinary person, but something feels off. After the introductions, Qin Jing pulled Lin Fan aside, leaving Selena standing there alone looking puzzled. She asked, Lin Fan, are you confident about today? Lin Fan answered confidently, I will definitely win. Qin Jing stood next to Lin Fan and said again, Selena is a senior medical researcher from M country. At the same time, her father is the founder of the largest tech company in America. Hearing this, Lin Fan asked in surprise, a tech company? Qin Jing explained, yes, her father's company mainly researches medical exoskeletons, which can help many patients regain their mobility. It's a very great invention. Hearing this, Lin Fan became a little interested. Exoskeletons, huh? Interesting. Selena walked forward and said, Jing often mentions you, saying you were the most outstanding student she ever taught. Today let me see if that's true. Just then an announcement sounded in the venue. Will all guests please take your seats as soon as possible? This conference is about to begin. Qin Jing then took Selena's hand. Before leaving, she gave him a thumbs up and encouraged, Lin Fan, you can do it. On the other side, the famous medical experts of the time had also taken their seats. The host continued to announce, welcome everyone to this medical exchange conference. Forgive me for being blunt, but this conference is different from previous ones. It is not just an exchange, but also a competition of medical skills between Western and Chinese medicine. You are all judges of this conference, as well as renowned seniors in the imperial capital and even in all of China. The host introduced both sides. This is the successor of the Divine Doctor sect, Miss Shu Feifei, and this gentleman, everyone is very familiar with him. the head of Shu's Pharmaceutical, our imperial capital's most outstanding young man in recent years, Mr. Shu Yizhou. This competition is divided into 3 events: acupuncture, dialectical diagnosis, and diagnosis of difficult and complicated diseases. Hearing the rules, someone immediately stood up to question, acupuncture, isn't that something only Chinese medicine has? Another person also felt it was unfair. Yes, how can we compete like this? Shu Yizhou stood up and explained, acupuncture is not exclusive to Chinese medicine. Our Shu's Pharmaceutical has also developed a new type of handheld injection needle, which can be used for various acute diseases and has a certain therapeutic effect. At the same time, it can prevent most chronic diseases. This research achievement is definitely a top product of today's technological integration. At this point he raised the corner of his mouth smugly. Of course it's different from traditional Chinese medicine. Lin Fan sneered inwardly. So this guy wants to promote his new product. Li Shengxin looked at him, gritting his teeth and cursing, this ungrateful beast. Amidst the crowd's discussion a person announced, then now let's invite the Divine Doctor sect and Shu's Pharmaceutical to begin the first round of the competition. After speaking he tapped the ground heavily with his cane and then continued to announce the rules. These 2 individuals have been carefully selected. Their medical conditions and health statuses are almost identical. Their ailment is congenital type 1 diabetes. Hearing this, a man with glasses exclaimed, type 1 diabetes? It seems traditional Chinese medicine is bound to lose. I've never heard of acupuncture curing diabetes. Shu Feifei took a deep breath. She stood up and said, I'll go first. A blond man behind Shu Yizhou proposed, let me handle this round. He then stood up and said, for the first round I will demonstrate our new metal needle. An old man with only a tuft of hair left, sitting next to Li Shengxin, leaned over and asked, Old Li, who do you think will win or lose this round? Li Shengxin replied noncommittally. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and extensive, but Shu's Pharmaceutical clearly came prepared. It's hard to say, really hard to say. The person from Shu's took the device with the needles and said, may I go first? After speaking he began to apply the needles to various acupuncture points. When he was done he said, we can schedule a blood sugar test in half an hour. Shu Feifei, it's your turn. Shu Feifei took out her acupuncture kit, opened it and began to select the appropriate needles. Seeing so many needles the patient couldn't help but ask with some fear, I say young lady, is this going to work? Shu Feifei smiled reassuringly and said, trust me. After speaking she began to apply the needles to various acupuncture points. Time passed minute by minute in the tense atmosphere. The patient receiving her acupuncture had his facial muscles relaxed, and his whole body trembled as he said, hey, you know what, this is actually quite comfortable. After a while Shu Feifei also finished the acupuncture. She wiped her sweat and said, alright, we can start the test now. Hearing this, the others were somewhat surprised. So fast, it seems the Divine Doctor sect has some skills. That's not necessarily true. What if it's just a bluff? The patient was handed a glass of sugar water to drink. Then the medical staff began to measure his blood sugar with a glucose meter. Once the results were in, the staff showed the value to the patient. Seeing the result, the man exclaimed in surprise, my blood sugar is within the normal range. Is traditional Chinese medicine this magical? Hearing this, Shu Feifei smiled and nodded. Lin Fan looked at her and also sighed in admiration. This girl's acupuncture skills are quite good. The staff member brought the document to the man with glasses to report, these are the blood sugar results. The man took the document and looked at it. Then he announced that the test results of both individuals were exactly the same. At this moment, Shu Yizhou pushed up his glasses, stood up and boasted confidently, as long as you use our acupuncture, your blood sugar level can be maintained at a completely normal level for the next 6 months. Hearing this, the renowned doctors began to discuss. A moment later, the renowned doctor with the cane tapped the ground and announced, the first round is a draw. Next is the second round. The competition is dialectical diagnosis. At this moment Mo Ran stood up. It's my turn. Shu Feifei encouraged him. Good luck, we're counting on you. Mo Ran replied, don't worry, leave it to me. He walked forward and began to take the pulse. Mo Ran concentrated on pulse diagnosis. On the other side, Shu's people were also using their instruments to check the condition on a screen. Clear ultrasound images showed every blood vessel, every corner's problem. Shu Yizhou began to introduce, everyone, this is the latest micro-instrument developed by Shu's Pharmaceutical, which can completely replace the detection equipment on the market. The people present were chattering among themselves. Lin Fan's face darkened. He had already discovered the problem. So this is this guy's real intention. Shu Feifei has been completely used as a stepping stone. Victory is only his secondary objective. The main purpose is to let Shu's Pharmaceutical completely occupy the entire Chinese market through this competition. Shu Feifei also seemed to have realized this. She gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. This shameless scoundrel. On the side, Selena watched with her arms crossed, just a faint smile playing on her lips. Lin Fan glanced at her, thinking, it seems she has long developed more advanced equipment. After the diagnosis, Mo Ran began to write on a piece of paper, while the Shu side also began to print the results. The men in sunglasses handed the 2 results to the judges' table. These are the diagnostic results from both sides. Seeing Mo Ran return, Shu Feifei asked with concern, Mo Ran, how did it go? He smiled and replied, don't worry, there were no mistakes. After reading the results, a judge spoke up, now to announce the results of the competition. Second round, Shu's pharmaceutical wins. Hearing this result, Mo Ran shot up from his seat, exclaiming in disbelief as if he couldn't believe it. What? How is that possible? But in an instant a faint, imperceptible smile appeared on his face. This did not escape Lin Fan's eyes. He sneered. Just as I thought, this guy lost on purpose. The judge tapped the floor with his cane and continued to announce. Next match, the final round, medicine refining. Will both sides please show their skills? At this moment, two people dressed in winter clothes, shivering incessantly, walked in. The judge said, these two individuals both suffer from a cold constitution, having endured cold hands and feet for years. They are afraid of wind and water. A white-haired renowned doctor requested, what the two contestants need to do is to concoct a medicine that can change their constitution. Both sides please prepare. Lin Fan finally stood up at this moment. Shu Feifei entrusted him with a look of trust. Lin Fan, it's all up to you, you must win. Lin Fan heard this, turned his head, gave a thumbs up and replied, As he walked past Mo Ran, he feigned an embarrassed smile and said, I'm so sorry, it's really my lack of skill that dragged you down. Hearing this, Lin Fan sneered. As he walked past Mo Ran, he exposed him, you can't fool me with such tricks. After speaking, he walked straight away, leaving Mo Ran stunned in his place. When Shu Yizhou saw Lin Fan, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. He said, finally I get to compete with you in the final round. Lin Fan retorted, however, you don't seem too heavy to be competing with me in this round, do you? Hearing this, Shu Yizhou said, oh, Lin Fan questioned with a cold smile. If that girl Shu Feifei hadn't mastered the technique, the score would have been 2-0 long ago, and the competition would have been over, right? Shu Yizhou replied sarcastically, in that case I should thank her. But even if it's 2-0, I don't mind giving you a chance to be thoroughly defeated by me. Lin Fan sighed and said with a faint smile, you businessmen are truly calculating. At this moment, a judge raised his hand and signaled, then the final round begins. Lin Fan first diagnosed the patient's condition by taking their pulse. He asked the patient, is your mother's complexion sallow? The person replied, yes. Hearing the answer, Lin Fan began to close his eyes in deep thought. This constitution might be because the mother didn't regulate her body well before pregnancy, rushing about for a living, which led to this hereditary constitution. On the other side, Shu Yizhou was examining the patient with a stethoscope. He mused, heart rate is normal, blood pressure is slightly low due to sluggish nerve receptor response. On Lin Fan's side, he took out the Medicine King's cauldron. Lin Fan shouted, ignite. As soon as his voice fell, flames rose up, engulfing the Medicine King's cauldron. Opposite him, Shu Yizhou was also preparing a medicine. He carefully poured the liquid from a test tube into a conical flask and shook it. The onlookers began to discuss. What era is this who still refines pills? It's just for show. What can he refine at his age? Shu Yizhou is much more reliable. Lin Fan paid no attention to their words and continued to refine the pill. A moment later, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes. The Medicine King's cauldron opened, and he reached in to take out a pill. Holding the pill that emitted a rich spiritual energy, he said with satisfaction, success. Opposite him, Shu Yizhou's medicine was also ready. He happily held the potion in his hand and shouted, it's done. Then he held up the potion to the judge's table and said, please take a look. This is a nerve fiber supplement, independently developed by our group, which can promote the chemical activity of nerve receptors. Shu Yizhou handed the potion to the staff and instructed, go give it to the patient to drink. The staff member complied and handed the potion to the patient, who then took it and drank it all in one go. As soon as he drank it, his eyes widened, his coat was thrown into the air, and he was full of energy, laughing excitedly. I'm not cold anymore. I'm not cold anymore. Shu Yizhou explained, this is a physical nerve potion researched by our group. It takes effect very quickly, not only for cold intolerance, but also for headaches, heart disease, and vascular diseases. It can take effect immediately. Everyone started cheering upon hearing this. Shu's group is amazing. Yes, when my grandmother had a sudden heart attack, she was also carrying Shu's group's heart-saving pills, which saved her life. Shu's pharmaceutical is truly the light of our China. Shu Yizhou clapped his hands twice, and his bodyguards brought up several boxes of potions. He pushed up his glasses and introduced, this is the latest biological liquid product from our Shu's group. Whether it's a scrape or a fracture, it can achieve the best effect. Although it can't heal instantly, it's definitely 10 times faster than going to the hospital. The audience was incredibly excited upon hearing this. The renowned doctors also whispered amongst themselves. Lin Fan then spoke up and exposed him, at the cost of one's lifespan. You dare to sell this kind of medicine that overdraws the body's potential? Shu Yizhou was shocked to hear this. His face turned grim. He turned around and questioned, if you don't have evidence, I hope brother Lin Fan won't speak nonsense. The others who saw this also angrily defended him. The medicine from Shu's group has saved the lives of many of our family members, and the price is cheap. How could there be a problem? Yes, even common people like us can afford it. Lin Fan frowned and said, ignorant. Then he held up the pill and introduced it. This is the heart-nourishing pill I refined. It can repair the root causes of illness left in the body, and its effects are excellent. After speaking, he handed the pill to the patient and said, here, take it. The patient held the pill, a little hesitant in his heart. The old man quickly put the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. After swallowing, his expression suddenly became astonished. His eyes widened, and suddenly the old man burst into loud laughter. At this moment, his whole body began to heat up and sweat flowed down his cheeks. Then the old man took off his coat and said with a smile, "After so many years I finally feel warm." The old man threw his coat aside and said happily, "This is great, this is great." Seeing this, Lin Fan, who was observing from the side, was also secretly happy for him. Shu Yizhou observed the situation and said to himself, "You do have some skills, but today's winner will still be me. From today onwards, Shu's pharmaceutical will sweep away everything." Seeing no reaction from Shu Yizhou, Lin Fan looked at him and said with a smile, "Shu Yizhou, do you think you are the biggest winner today? Have you achieved your goal?" Hearing this, Shu Yizhou could only laugh dryly. Then Lin Fan glanced at the old man next to him and said, "I have something to say." Hearing this, the old man hurriedly replied, "What is it?" As soon as his voice fell, Lin Fan pointed at Shu Yizhou's face and continued, "I said it just now. Shu Yizhou's medicine is achieved by stimulating the body's potential and sacrificing lifespan. Long-term use will have unimaginable consequences." Hearing this, Shu Yizhou replied, "Lin Fan, you need to have evidence when you speak." At this moment, he thought to himself, "So what if you've seen through it? The current testing methods can't detect the side effects of the medicine at all." Seeing Shu Yizhou still being stubborn, Lin Fan provoked with a smile, "Is it true or not? We'll know once we test it." As soon as his voice fell, Shu Yizhou put his hands in his pockets and continued, "If brother Lin Fan doesn't believe it, then feel free to test it." Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled and said, "Shu Yizhou, do you think that with the current technology the side effects of your medicine on its users cannot be detected at all? Is that why you're so fearless? But you have to think, even if the current instruments can't detect the side effects of the medicine, they can detect the effects of the medicine on other living creatures." Hearing this, Shu Yizhou's face instantly became tense. Lin Fan continued, "Your medicine stimulates the body's potential. Since that's the case, there must be many excessive ingredients in the medicine. As long as we conduct a certain test on the medicine, we'll know immediately." Hearing this, everyone present was surprised by Lin Fan's judgment. Lin Fan continued, "The test is very simple. Just find a white mouse. Continuously use Shu's medicine. If I'm not mistaken, the mouse will die of exhaustion in less than 3 hours." As soon as his voice fell, the old man next to him hurriedly asked loudly, "Is this true?" Hearing this, Shu Yizhou suddenly became nervous and uneasy. Suddenly, Mo Ran quietly approached Lin Fan from behind. Mo Ran took out a sharp object intending to attack Lin Fan. "It's not that easy." Lin Fan instantly sensed his malicious intent. Over here, Mo Ran quickly rushed forward to attack Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan glanced at him, his expression calm and fearless. Lin Fan used his internal force to counterattack the guy named Mo Ran, causing his arm to be injured. Mo Ran howled in pain. Seeing this, the people next to him asked curiously, "What's wrong with this guy?" And Shu Yizhou, seeing the plan fail, frowned angrily and cursed inwardly, "Useless thing." Lin Fan said with a contemptuous sneer, "He must have done something to feel guilty about." Then Lin Fan glanced at Shu Yizhou and continued, "Do you think you can stop the test with such despicable means? It's useless." Hearing this, Shu Yizhou roared angrily, You're making baseless accusations, spouting nonsense. Why would I stop the test?" Seeing this, the old man leaning on a cane sat down on a chair and said calmly, "Since that's not the case, then let's begin." At this moment, Shu Yizhou looked worried. He said to himself, "It's over." 3 hours passed in a flash. Someone walked up to the old man and said, "The test results are out." Then he leaned in and reported in a low voice to the old man's ear. Seeing this, Shu Yizhou remained silent, his expression tense, while Lin Fan had a look of intrigued satisfaction. Then the old man said in a loud voice, "After testing, the white mouse did indeed die from exhaustion of its life force." Hearing this, the people present were all stunned and exclaimed, "What? I don't want to die so soon." Over here, Shu Yizhou looked terrified, trembling all over. Lin Fan calmly continued, "Now do you have anything else to say?" Shu Yizhou pondered for a moment, then he argued loudly, "My medicine is absolutely fine. That tester must have been bribed by him." Hearing this, Lin Fan looked at Shu Yizhou sideways and replied, "Shu Yizhou, you're really good at turning the tables." The old man then spoke up, "We have always been fair and just. You say our people were bribed. What evidence do you have? If you don't have evidence, the consequences are not something you can bear." At this moment, the old man's eyes became sharp and fierce. The crowd behind also said in unison, "That's right, what evidence do you have?" Hearing this, Shu Yizhou asked back, "Then do you have evidence?" As soon as his voice fell, a person in a protective suit walked over holding the dead white mouse and said, "Everyone, this is the experimental white mouse." At this point, the white mouse was already foaming at the mouth, dead and stiff. A man saw this and hurried over to check. He said in surprise, "The color of this medicine and this smell, it's indeed Shu's medicine." Hearing this, the old man hurriedly raised his arm and said, "Everyone has seen it. Next, I will announce the results. In this competition, the Divine Doctor sect wins." As soon as his voice fell, all the patients present immediately threw things at Shu Yizhou. They said angrily, "Shu Yizhou, you bastard, you sold it to us even with such huge side effects. You treat human life as if it's worthless." At this moment, Shu Yizhou was powerless. He endured the humiliation from all the patients. Suddenly, a mother in the crowd cried out, "Shu Yizhou, give me back my son's life." At this moment, Shu Yizhou thought to himself, "It's over. Shu's group is completely finished this time." Shu Yizhou's murderous gaze was fixed on Lin Fan, cursing inwardly, "Lin Fan, it's all because of you, damn it, damn it." Then Shu Yizhou immediately rushed forward to attack Lin Fan. Seeing Shu Yizhou's despicable act, Lin Fan looked at him with a calm, disdainful expression and said, "Ignorant." As soon as his voice fell, Lin Fan channeled his internal energy, and in an instant Xu Yizhou was sent flying by Lin Fan. Xu Yizhou coughed painfully a few times. He fell to the ground in a sorry state, dust flying. Xu Yizhou was lying painfully on the ground. He glanced at Lin Fan. He said resentfully, "Lin Fan, I won't let you go." Hearing this, Lin Fan replied with a cold face, "Just an ant." As soon as his voice fell, Lin Fan immediately reached out his hand. He forcefully pinched Xu Yizhou's neck, then lifted him up gently. At this moment, Xu Yizhou looked distressed and struggled. "Let go, let me go." Seeing this, Lin Fan replied sarcastically, timid as a mouse. After speaking, Lin Fan casually threw Xu Yizhou to the ground. Seeing this scene, Mo Ran immediately ran towards Xu Yizhou. Mo Ran hurriedly helped Xu Yizhou up and asked, "CEO Xu, are you alright?" The response to Mo Ran's concern was a loud slap. Xu Yizhou roared angrily, "Useless." Hearing this, Mo Ran hurriedly explained, "CEO Xu, I told you long ago that this medicine has huge side effects, but you insisted on using it." As soon as his voice fell, Xu Yizhou became angry out of embarrassment. He roared angrily, "Your wings have grown, you dare to talk back now, don't you, you useless piece of trash." Over here, after Lin Fan had settled the matter, he was about to leave. Suddenly, Xu Feifei popped out from nowhere and blocked Lin Fan's way. She jumped up happily and hugged him, shouting, "Big brother Lin, you're amazing." Hearing this, Lin Fan replied with a happy smile, "Stop messing around, get down quickly." Xu Feifei obediently pouted and replied, "Oh." At this moment, Qin Jing walked over with Selena. Qin Jing said happily to Lin Fan, "Congratulations on winning the competition." Hearing this, Lin Fan replied, "What kind of competition was that? It was just child's play. It was over before I even got serious." Hearing this, Qin Jing continued, "I'm praising you and you're not even grateful." To break the awkward atmosphere, Xu Feifei said, "Teacher Qin, big brother Lin, let's all go eat together, my treat." Lin Fan thought it made sense and replied, "Alright, I'm hungry too. I'll go say hi to Pavilion Master Li first." Over here, Li Shangxin was sitting leisurely on a chair. Seeing Lin Fan approach, he hurriedly said, "Oh brother Lin, congratulations." Then Lin Fan said solemnly, "Then I'll take my leave first." Hearing this, Li Shangxin bowed and replied, "All right, we'll meet again." The next day, at the Shu Group office, on the computer screen, a program host was reporting on the incident. Yesterday, Shu Group's drugs were found to have huge side effects. We hope everyone will use them with caution. At the same time, Shu Group is requested to immediately accept investigation. Affected by this, Shu Group's stock price has plummeted severely. Hearing this, Xu Yizhou angrily swept everything off his desk. Xu Yizhou resentfully slammed his hand on the table and said, Lin Fan, I want you dead." Suddenly, outside the door, Xu Yizhou's assistant knocked and said, "CEO Xu, Mo Ran has brought an old gentleman who wants to see you." Hearing this, Xu Yizhou roared angrily, "Tell him to get lost, I don't want to see him." Seeing this, the assistant walked in and said, "Mo Ran said this old gentleman can help you." Hearing this, Xu Yizhou calmed down. He frowned and thought. After thinking it through, Xu Yizhou ordered, "Quickly invite them in." As soon as his voice fell, the assistant hurriedly replied, "Yes." In a flash, Mo Ran walked in with an old man named the Snake Demon Elder. Seeing this, Xu Yizhou muttered to himself, "Can someone like this really kill Lin Fan?" Before he could think further, Mo Ran pointed at the old man and said, "CEO Xu, this is the Snake Demon Elder, a cultivator at the core condensation realm." Hearing this, Xu Yizhou exclaimed in astonishment, "What, core condensation realm?" Then Xu Yizhou walked to Mo Ran's side and asked in a low voice, "How do you know such a master?" Hearing this, Mo Ran recounted, "I happened to save his life once, so he owes me a favor." After that, Xu Yizhou immediately gently helped the Snake Demon Elder to a chair. He said respectfully, Come, please sit." The Snake Demon Elder said calmly, "Since I promised to help Mo Ran, I definitely will." Afterwards, Xu Yizhou served tea to the Snake Demon Elder. Xu Yizhou continued solemnly, "Thank you, Snake Demon Elder. We need you to help us kill someone." Hearing this, the Snake Demon Elder asked, "Is he an ordinary person or a cultivator?" Mo Ran hurriedly interjected, "He's a cultivator at the Foundation Establishment realm, nothing in your presence." Hearing this, the Snake Demon Elder calmly took a sip of tea, then said, Is he really only in his 20s? After he finished speaking, Mo Ran laughed heartily and replied, "Yes." After getting an affirmative answer, the Snake Demon Elder replied with a contemptuous smile, "All right, I'll help you solve this trouble today." Hearing this, Xu Yizhou immediately replied happily, "Thank you, senior. I will pay you 5 million as a fee for your trouble." After speaking, Xu Yizhou took out Lin Fan's photo and placed it on the table, saying, "This is his photo." The Snake Demon Elder immediately picked up the photo, and with a confident face he replied, "It's just a simple act of assistance." After speaking, the Snake Demon Elder hurriedly turned and left. At this moment, Xu Yizhou burst out laughing. He shouted loudly, "Lin Fan, today is your death day." At this time, on a bustling street in a luxurious restaurant, Xu Feifei happily raised her wine glass and said with a smile, "Big brother Lin, I'll toast to you." Before long, Xu Feifei was completely drunk and fell asleep on the table. Seeing this, Qin Jing walked over, gently placed her hand on Xu Feifei's shoulder and said, "It seems she's drunk, I'll take her home." Seeing this, Lin Fan hurriedly replied, "All right." Then, seeing that it was getting late, Lin Fan said, "I should be heading back too." After speaking, Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets and leisurely left the restaurant. Suddenly he felt that something was not right. Lin Fan calmly looked around. He thought to himself, "Someone is probing me with their divine sense." Lin Fan turned to look behind him, where a burst of energy was emanating. Then, Lin Fan walked straight towards it. Lin Fan was standing in front of a nearby trash can when suddenly a powerful force rushed towards him from the front. Seeing this, Lin Fan easily dodged the attack. Then Lin Fan used his cultivation abilities to perceive everything around him. Lin Fan said, "You're the one who has been following me with your divine sense since I left the restaurant, aren't you?" In a flash, the snake demon elder appeared in front of Lin Fan. He replied, "To be able to discover this old man's divine sense, you have some skill." Hearing this, Lin Fan asked, "Why are you following me?" The snake demon elder, without another word, struck the ground heavily with his cane. At this moment, a surge of energy swirled around the snake demon elder. He shouted loudly, "You don't need to know when you're about to die." As soon as his voice fell, dozens of snakes appeared at Lin Fan's feet, surrounding him completely. Seeing this, Lin Fan glanced in surprise, then he emitted a mysterious power. After he was done, Lin Fan said smugly, "In this world with such thin spiritual energy, it's quite impressive to be able to cultivate to the core condensation realm." Hearing this, the snake demon elder roared angrily, "Arrogant!" As soon as his voice fell, he immediately rushed towards Lin Fan to attack. At this moment, the snakes around Lin Fan began to go crazy. They opened their mouths wide and pounced on Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan was not afraid at all. Lin Fan smiled slightly, and in a flash the snakes turned into nothingness. Lin Fan strode forward and said, "Just a petty trick." Seeing Lin Fan's extraordinary power, the snake demon elder was so shocked that his mouth hung open, unable to speak. The snake demon elder became furious with shame. He glared at Lin Fan and said angrily, "Damn it, go to hell." As soon as his voice fell, the snake demon elder immediately rushed straight at Lin Fan for a frontal attack. Seeing this, Lin Fan grabbed the snake demon elder's cane with one hand, and then Lin Fan directly broke his cane in half. Seeing this, the snake demon elder's mouth gaped in surprise and he exclaimed, "What?" Lin Fan looked at the snake demon elder with sharp eyes and replied, "It's my turn." As soon as his voice fell, Lin Fan struck the snake demon elder with his palm, sending him flying for several miles. The snake demon couldn't believe his eyes in pain. He said, "How is this possible?" The snake demon elder stared wide-eyed at Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't stop and continued to strike the snake demon elder with another palm. The snake demon elder had no time to react and was severely injured. Under Lin Fan's power, the snake demon elder howled in pain, crying out helplessly. The snake demon elder hurriedly fell to the ground, kneeling in pain, clutching his wound tightly with his hand. Lin Fan walked up to the snake demon elder with a cold expression and said, "Is this all you've got?" Seeing Lin Fan's imposing manner, the snake demon elder said in a panic, "Impossible, how can you have the strength of the Nirvana realm?" Lin Fan stood tall and proud in front of the snake demon elder. Seeing this, the snake demon elder was frightened and hurriedly kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Please spare me, I was just doing someone else's bidding." Hearing this, Lin Fan continued, "Tell me who sent you." As soon as his voice fell, the snake demon elder trembled in fear. The answer was Mo Ran. Hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes turned fierce and he gritted his teeth and said, "Mo Ran, very good. Remember to keep your eyes open in your next life. Not everyone can be provoked." As soon as his voice fell, Lin Fan flicked his finger and the snake demon elder was immediately burned to ashes. After dealing with the matter, Lin Fan leisurely turned and left. The next day, in the chairman's office of Shu's group, Shu Yizhou was waiting for good news from the snake demon elder when suddenly Mo Ran knocked on the door and entered with a dazed expression. Seeing this, Shu Yizhou was overjoyed and hurriedly stood up to ask, "Is Lin Fan dead?" Hearing this, Mo Ran closed his eyes sadly and said nothing. Seeing this, Shu Yizhou seemed to understand something and asked, "The assassination failed?" Mo Ran then recounted the whole story, saying the snake demon elder didn't come back all night. Hearing this, Shu Yizhou continued nervously, "Could he have been killed instead?" As soon as his voice fell, Mo Ran hurriedly replied, "It's possible." As soon as his voice fell, the door was suddenly kicked open. Seeing this, Shu Yizhou's mouth fell open and he exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" Mo Ran was also surprised by the rude act. He saw Shu Yizhou's assistant knocked out, lying motionless on the ground. Lin Fan strode in, his eyes full of murderous intent, and said, "Shu Yizhou, you're courting death." Seeing Lin Fan's imposing manner, Shu Yizhou retreated in fear. He trembled and collapsed on the ground, screaming helplessly. Shu Yizhou stammered, Lin Fan, spare me. I'll give you Shu's group." Lin Fan replied with a disdainful look, "Shu's group I couldn't care less." Shu Yizhou knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowing and begging Lin Fan for forgiveness. "Please spare me, I can give you whatever you want." Lin Fan sneered upon hearing this. His eyes lit up and he said, "Oh, is that so?" Then he grabbed Shu Yizhou's neck, lifted him up, causing him to scream and struggle. Lin Fan replied with cold eyes, "I want your life, will you give it to me?" Lin Fan squeezed Shu Yizhou's neck tighter and tighter. Shu Yizhou's face turned pale, his blood circulation was cut off, his eyes rolled back and he groaned with his mouth open. Seeing this, Mo Ran was scared out of his wits. He dragged his feet, preparing to escape the room. Mo Ran's face was filled with panic and he thought to himself, "Help me, I'm not involved in their affairs." Seeing this, Lin Fan walked up to Mo Ran, scaring him so much that his heart pounded, his eyes were fixed, his teeth were clenched and he was sweating profusely. Lin Fan showed a dangerous smile and then asked, "Trying to leave? Did I give you permission?" The guy named Mo Ran wet his pants in fear, hugged Lin Fan's leg and said tremblingly, "It was all Shu Yizhou's doing, it has nothing to do with me. I'm willing to trade my life for an ancient alchemy recipe, just spare me this once." As he spoke, he fumbled for the recipe hidden in his sleeve. Mo Ran offered the recipe with both hands and said with a smile, "This is it." Lin Fan quickly took the paper with the recipe and thought to himself, "Is this the refining method for the Tao comprehension pill?" He opened the paper and read the words inside one by one. After reading, Lin Fan rolled the paper back up, a meaningful smile on his face, and then thought to himself, The Tao comprehension pill can allow a cultivator to comprehend the Tao rhythm, Mo Ran said with a smile. Master Lin, as long as you spare my life I will give it to you. Lin Fan said it is indeed a good thing, but when he said this he paused, making Mo Ran break out in a cold sweat all over. He asked, trembling all over, but what? Lin Fan channeled his internal energy. A fireball appeared in his hand, his eyes became determined and he replied loudly, you still have to die. Lin Fan threw the fireball directly at Mo Ran. The flames burned fiercely, accompanied by a loud bang. Mo Ran's whole body was burned to a crisp. Before he died he was still cursing Lin Fan in terror, may you die a horrible death. Lin Fan turned and left, saying as he walked, betraying the divine doctor sect and still hoping to live, too naive. Lin Fan pinched his two fingers together, muttering some incantation. A few seconds later Mo Ran's body disappeared, leaving only Shu Yizhou lying motionless on the floor. A few days later at the Shu family manor, thunder rumbled. The rain poured down incessantly, and Shu Yizhou's funeral was held as scheduled. Shu Yizhou lay motionless in his coffin. His family stood by, crying their hearts out, wailing, Zhao Zhao, your death was so tragic. Shu Yizhou's mother leaned against her husband, sobbing uncontrollably, muttering, Master Zhao. He, Mr. Shu patted his wife's shoulder, holding her, his face resolute, his tone firm as he said, I will definitely avenge Zhao. Judging from the state of Mo Ran and Zhao's deaths, it seems they were killed by a core condensation realm cultivator. After hearing this, Mrs. Shu's face showed terror and she asked back in a panic, what core condensation realm? Mr. Shu said with sharp eyes, there's no mistake, don't worry, I'll handle this matter. He clenched his fist tightly and walked forward with a look of anger. As he walked he thought, I can only ask the old master for help. The next morning outside the school gate Lin Fan was walking leisurely on the sidewalk. Then he stopped and stared at the building in front of him for a long time. Shu Feifei came running in a hurry from somewhere with a bright smile on her face, shouting loudly, Brother Xiaofan, which startled Lin Fan. He turned his head sharply to look at Shu Feifei, his face becoming blank, thinking this form of address is not quite right. Shu Feifei smiled, her eyes squinted into a line, and then she greeted him, Brother Xiaofan, good morning. Lin Fan pressed his index finger against Shu Feifei's forehead and said with a serious face, it's not early, it's almost time for class. This is not like you, Shu Feifei. The poke made her feel a little pain. She frowned, rubbed her forehead with her hand, and then said, The students looked at them with eyes full of envy. They sighed. Wow, the atmosphere around them is pretty good too. Shu Feifei took Lin Fan's arm and strode into the classroom. She said happily, let's go, class is about to start. The two walked into the classroom and chose a desk in the last row to sit down. At this time there were not many students in the class. Shu Feifei looked at Lin Fan with hope and said, Brother Xiaofan, can you teach me the art of refining medicine? Lin Fan replied with a smile, wait until you've mastered the skills of the divine doctor sect. Hearing this, Shu Feifei put on a wronged and angry look. Suddenly, a young man holding a bouquet of flowers walked in from the door and came to the desk where Lin Fan and Shu Fei were sitting. The young man smiled brightly and said, Feifei, look what I brought you. He was surprised to see a boy who was Lin Fan sitting next to Shu Feifei, talking and laughing. He became furious, threw the flowers on the ground and then roared, damn it, Feifei, who is this guy? He pointed at Lin Fan as he spoke. Shu Feifei took Lin Fan's arm and said with a cold expression, so it's Bai Xiaoji. The person you're talking about is of course my boyfriend. Bai Xiaoji slammed his hand on the table fiercely. He questioned Shu Feifei with a murderous look. Feifei, how could you fall for this guy? He can't give you anything while I'm the son of the Bai family in Shangjing. How am I inferior to him? Shu Feifei immediately stood up and retorted fiercely, so what if you're from the Bai family in Shangjing? You're just a useless dandy. Bai Xiaoji frowned and asked back, a dandy? I'll show you what a dandy is today. As he spoke, he rushed towards Shu Feifei with flailing arms. Shu Feifei's face turned pale with fright. At this moment Lin Fan rushed towards Lin Fan like a hero, grabbed his wrist and then twisted it hard, causing Bai Xiaoji great pain. His palm turned pale due to the lack of blood circulation. Lin Fan said with cold eyes, get lost. Bai Xiaoji was sweating profusely, his whole body trembling, and he groaned in pain. Suddenly a voice sounded, let go of me. Lin Fan hurriedly kicked Bai Xiaoji in the chest, sending him flying several zhong away. Bai Xiaoji propped himself up with one hand, clutched his chest with the other, his face ashen, gasping for breath. Several of his brothers surrounded him and asked, Boss, are you all right? He raised his head and roared, what are you still standing there for? Get him for me. His brothers turned pale with fright and stammered in reply, yes. Immediately two of Bai Xiaoji's brothers charged forward simultaneously, looking fierce. But after only 5 seconds, those two guys were sent flying for several kilometers, landing face down on the ground. Bai Xiaoji was now kneeling on the ground, his jaw dropped in astonishment, unable to believe this fact. With just one basic move they couldn't hold on. Lin Fan gently put down his foot and he nonchalantly patted the dust off his clothes. Lin Fan approached Bai Xiaoji, his hands in his pockets, his face indifferent. Bai Xiaoji trembled in fear and said, don't come over, I'm the son of the Bai family. Lin Fan grabbed his collar, looked at Bai Xiaoji with sharp eyes and said, the son of the Bai family means shit. Bai Xiaoji was so scared that he drooled, his eyes filled with resentment, and he cursed inwardly, to humiliate me like this, you just wait, I want you dead. Lin Fan gently warned him, stay away from Shu Feifei in the future. Then Lin Fan threw Bai Xiaoji to the ground and he fell. A loud thud, it sounded painful. Lin Fan roared loudly, get lost. Bai Xiaoji got up, his eyes full of hatred. He said stubbornly, you just wait, you will pay for your arrogance today. Then his brothers helped him up and Bai Xiaoji ordered them, let's go. Shu Feifei walked up to Lin Fan and said with a smile, Thank you, Xiaofan. Lin Fan replied politely. It's nothing. Xu Feifei's expression turned serious. She patted her chest and warned, but brother Xiaofan, this Bai Xiaoji will definitely retaliate. You must be careful during this time. Lin Fan smiled. With a fearless look on his face he replied, no fear, he can come whenever he wants. Xu Feifei continued, Bai Xiaoji is the eldest son of the Bai family, and the Bai family are all immortal cultivation families. You brother Xiaofan can't take it lightly. Lin Fan sneered and asked back, Immortal cultivation family? The scene shifts to the school playground. Bai Xiaoji was furious after being soundly defeated by Lin Fan. He kicked a tree trunk hard, leaving a deep dent in the tree. He frowned and said loudly in anger, damn it, a strange voice sounded. Why did you call me here? Just to watch you beat up grass and trees? A young man in a blue vest with striking gray hair. Bai Xiaoji turned to look. His face was covered in bruises and he opened his mouth to speak. Someone humiliated our Bai family, cousin. What do you think we should do? Hearing this, Bai Xiaowu's face immediately darkened. He asked sternly, who was it? Bai Xiaoji replied with cold eyes, it's Lin Fan. And he is also a cultivator. I am no match for him. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoji's cousin immediately turned and left, saying loudly, take me to him. Bai Xiaoji replied with a cold smile, all right. At this time, Lin Fan and Xu Feifei were walking home leisurely after school when he suddenly stopped. He exclaimed in surprise, huh? Bai Xiaoji and his cousin stood in front of them with fierce expressions. Bai Xiaowu opened his mouth to ask, are you Lin Fan? Lin Fan replied very calmly, I am. Bai Xiaowu's face changed. He stretched his arms and legs. He questioned sternly, I heard you insulted my Bai family. It seems you are quite arrogant now. Lin Fan twisted his neck, moved his wrists and ankles as if preparing for a fight. He replied with his head held high, it's just my attitude towards ants. It can't be called arrogant. Bai Xiaowu's eyes became sharp. He sneered and said, good, very good, since you are also a cultivator. Let's go, we'll change places. Lin Fan replied happily, all right. So Bai Xiaowu used his lightness skill and disappeared in a flash. Only 2 golden lights could be seen emitting in the sky. They met in an empty space behind the school. Bai Xiaowu began to circulate his cultivation. His whole body emitted golden vapor. He said loudly, kid, I will make you pay the price. He struck Lin Fan with his palm, but Lin Fan's figure flashed and he had already dodged in time. Bai Xiaowu became furious with shame and decided to rush towards Lin Fan. He said loudly, don't think that just because you've mastered some cultivation techniques you can do whatever you want. Hearing this, Lin Fan revealed an arrogant smile and replied, oh, is that so? His expression became serious and cold, his hands in his pockets. Without any extra movements he could still block the guy's moves. Bai Xiaowu frowned and said in admiration, what, you can block it? Then Lin Fan gave him a palm strike directly. Golden light flashed and he flew several kilometers away. Then he wiped his cheek with his hand, sneered and revealed a dangerous expression saying, interesting. Bai Xiaowu took out a talisman from his bosom which was covered with Chinese characters. A space that looked like a disco appeared surrounded by chains and talismans. Bai Xiaowu pointed 2 fingers at Lin Fan and then ordered those huge chains to bind him. Immediately, thousands of chains wrapped around Lin Fan, making Lin Fan look on in surprise as the Bai family member laughed smugly. He said arrogantly, even a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage cannot escape my grasp. Lin Fan's expression was very calm, as if these were not difficult matters for him. He sneered and stomped his foot hard and the surrounding earth and stones flew up. Along with the tightly bound chains he also broke into hundreds of pieces. The gray-haired man from the Bai family saw this and was very surprised and flustered. He opened his mouth wide and stammered, how is this possible? Lin Fan closed his eyes and rotated his fingers, producing a red light. This light began to fly into the air, splitting into 2 streams and then enveloped the area where the 2 were fighting. The light emitted was extremely dazzling. Lin Fan waved his hand forcefully, pointing at Bai Xiaoji's cousin, and commanded loudly, go. A red silk ribbon tightly wrapped around the body of the gray-haired man from the Bai family. He kept struggling and howling, but the more he did, the tighter the ribbon wrapped around him. He trembled all over, sweating profusely, gritting his teeth, thinking, what is this? Then he collapsed on the ground, kneeling at Lin Fan's feet. Lin Fan said with a look of contempt, you really disappoint me. A mere foundation establishment stage cultivation dares to provoke me, truly overestimating your own abilities. The red silk ribbon tightened around his body, making him scream in pain, blood splattering from his mouth, and then he fell to the ground. He looked truly miserable with no signs of life. Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets, held his head high, and continued, this time is just a lesson for you. If there is a next time I will kill you without mercy. As he spoke he turned around and strode away, at the same time retracting the red silk ribbon wrapped around Bai Xiaoji's cousin. He lay motionless on the ground, his body black and blue, unable to move. After a crushing defeat he was extremely angry. The hatred in his heart grew deeper and deeper. And he muttered 2 words, Lin Fan. The next morning at the Bai family manor, which was tall and majestic, in the living room, Xu Yizhou's father was kneeling before Bai Qianwei, kowtowing incessantly. Bai Xiaoji's father, he cried and begged, master, I only have 1 son. He raised his head and continued, 2 lines of tears dripping onto the floor, you must seek justice for me. Bai Qianwei sat steadily in his chair, arms crossed, and shouted impatiently, shut up, you're so old and still crying, what a disgrace. Xu Yizhou's father sobbed, holding a piece of paper in his hand, and said with a choke, Master, this is the information I have investigated. Bai Qianwei took the paper and read it. After a while he seemed to understand something. He placed the information sheet on the table and waved his hand to signal Xu Yizhou's father, saying, you can go back now. Xu Yizhou's father stood up, cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Then I'll take my leave first." After speaking, he turned and left. At the same time, Bai Xiaoji walked in pushing a wheelchair, and the person sitting in the wheelchair was none other than Bai Xiaowu, who had been beaten half to death by Lin Fan, his whole body wrapped in bandages. However, Xu Yizhou's father seemed to recognize him. He looked back with a curious expression and thought to himself, "Isn't that Bai Xiaowu? How did he get so seriously injured? Never mind, my son's revenge hasn't been taken yet. What mood do I have to care about others?" So he silently continued to walk forward. Bai Qianwei closed his eyes, propped his chin with his hand and asked his son tiredly, "What is it now?" Then Bai Qianwei opened his eyes. He was stunned and said loudly in surprise, "Xiaowu?" He stood up, furious, slammed the table hard and said loudly, "Xiaoji, how did Xiaowu get beaten up like this?" Bai Xiaoji's face was pale, his expression terrified. He answered tremblingly, Yesterday I was beaten up and I asked my cousin for help." Then he stuttered and couldn't continue. His father immediately walked up and kicked him in the stomach. Bai Xiaoji flew to the corner, spitting out saliva, his face pale, and he didn't dare to speak anymore. He lowered his head, not daring to look at his father. Bai Qianwei roared at him angrily, "Useless thing, all you do is cause trouble all day long." Suddenly, from a distance, Bai Xiaoji's grandfather walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" This surprised Bai Qianwei and he didn't say a word. He sternly rebuked Bai Qianwei, "As soon as I came out of seclusion I saw you hitting my grandson." Bai Qianwei lowered his voice and hurriedly defended himself. "Dad, this kid caused trouble outside and got Xiaowu injured like this." Bai Xiaoji's grandfather waved his hand and said, all right. He walked over to his grandson and asked softly, "Xiaoji, what's wrong?" Bai Xiaoji stammered and replied, "Grandpa, I was bullied badly by someone named Lin Fan." The two words Lin Fan sounded, and Bai Qianwei thought to himself, "Lin Fan, it seems to be in the information just now." He glanced at the information given to him by Xu Yizhou's father, then walked to the table, picked up the information with the photo attached, held it up for Bai Xiaoji to see and asked, "Is this the person?" Bai Xiaoji immediately recognized him. Bai Xiaoji pointed at the file and shouted excitedly, "That's him, he's the one who beat us up and insulted the Bai family." The Bai family patriarch's eyes shone as brightly as car headlights. He asked Bai Xiaoji in a deep voice, "He's a master at such a young age. Is that kid's cultivation level higher than Xiaowu's?" Bai Xiaoji frowned, gritted his teeth and replied, "Lin Fan, he's at the core condensation realm." The Bai family patriarch showed a surprised expression and asked, "A core condensation realm cultivator at such a young age?" Then a strange smile appeared on his face. A purple aura radiated from his entire body, and his face was full of excitement. He thought to himself, "Heaven is truly on my side. My lifespan is about to end, and just in time a fine young genius has been delivered to me." He immediately ordered Bai Qianwei, "Tianwei, send a few people to capture Lin Fan." Bai Qianwei accepted the order. "Yes, father." The scene changes to the hotel room Lin Fan is renting. He is sitting cross-legged on the bed cultivating. Lin Fan retracted his cultivation and let out a long sigh. His expression was solemn as he thought, "The spiritual energy is too thin. It will be difficult to advance further on my own. I have to find another way." He seemed to sense something was amiss and glanced out the window. Suddenly, 4 unknown individuals burst into his room like the wind. They landed lightly on the floor. A leader with a fierce face and crimson pupils stood with his hands behind his back and asked Lin Fan, "Are you Lin Fan?" Lin Fan looked back at him coldly and retorted, "So what if I am?" The red-haired elder continued politely, "I am from the Bai family. My family head has requested your presence." Lin Fan sneered mockingly, The Bai family of that kid I beat up." Hearing this, the red-haired elder's tone was no longer polite. He immediately made a move and rushed towards Lin Fan. He shouted, "You scoundrel, since you won't come with us willingly, we'll cripple you first." Lin Fan's figure flashed as he jumped off the bed and flew out through the glass window, landing on the ground. The 4 or 5 people immediately chased after him, with the red-haired man shouting, "After him!" After a burst of speed, the 4 caught up to Lin Fan. The red-haired man running alongside Lin Fan laughed arrogantly. "Keep running." Lin Fan laughed loudly and said decisively, "This will be your burial ground." The red-haired elder was so angry he nearly coughed up blood, cursing, "Ignorant child." At this moment the 4 had surrounded Lin Fan. The red-haired man loudly ordered his companions to form a formation. Viewed from above, their formation took the shape of a mysterious, hazy pentagram. Lin Fan stood in the center of the formation. He quickly leapt up to observe the situation. Lin Fan looked at the red-haired man with cold eyes and asked, "Dragon binding formation?" The red-haired man smiled confidently and replied, "That's right, surrender quietly." Lin Fan sneered, "How laughable." He also began to circulate his cultivation to counter the formation of the 4. A black dragon appeared, its eyes filled with killing intent, baring its teeth, ready to fight the formation of the 5 men sent by the Bai family. Seeing this, they were stunned and shouted in panic, "What?" Lin Fan waved his hand and loudly commanded the black dragon to attack. The red-haired man, who had been arrogant moments before, was now pale. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Not good, scatter!" The blue light emitted by the black dragon shot directly at the ground where the 5 stood, knocking them down, unable to resist. Their clothes were tattered, their bodies covered in wounds, and they coughed incessantly. Only the red-haired man was still barely resisting. He flew into the air, a token clutched in his hand, facing the black dragon, but he himself was also seriously injured. He clutched his chest and coughed, saying angrily, "If it weren't for this magic weapon, I'm afraid." He looked at Lin Fan, who was unscathed and standing proudly in the sky, and said loudly, How could a core condensation realm cultivator cast such a powerful spell? Impossible, Lin Fan sneered. Old man, if you have any other tricks, use them. A cold glint flashed in the red-haired elder's eyes, and he said coldly, Kid, you asked for this. He channeled his cultivation with both hands, and a blue light flickered. He drew a powerful-looking white longsword and said arrogantly, Go to hell. With a swing of his sword, a phantom eagle flew towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan was very calm. He put his hands in his pockets and said, A petty trick. Lin Fan flicked his finger, and a fire phoenix appeared, charging straight at the red-haired elder's eagle. A series of loud bangs erupted, accompanied by a blinding light. The red-haired elder stared wide-eyed. A look of surprise crossed his face, and he blurted out, What? In just a few seconds, Lin Fan's fire phoenix tore the red-haired elder's eagle to shreds and charged towards him. The red-haired elder raised his head, holding his sword in front of him, and gritted his teeth, saying, How is this possible? But the explosions were endless, the scene like a volcanic eruption. The red-haired elder was utterly defeated. He collapsed on the ground, struggling to lift his head, coughing incessantly, his face purple, his body covered in wounds, and trembling uncontrollably. Lin Fan smiled proudly and said smugly, It's time to end this. He moved his finger, preparing to deliver the final blow to end the red-haired elder's life. A giant flaming palm appeared and flew towards the red-haired elder. His eyes widened, his face full of helplessness, and he hurriedly channeled his cultivation to resist the flaming palm. His face was contorted, and he looked like he was about to collapse. The elder's knees gave way, and he knelt on the ground. The ground beneath his knees also sank and cracked under the immense pressure of the flaming palm. The red-haired elder's 3 companions woke up just in time. They struggled to their feet and walked towards the elder. The red-haired elder shouted in panic, Hurry, help me. They replied yes. They quickly transferred their cultivation into the red-haired elder's back, increasing his power slightly. But the situation did not improve much. The red-haired elder used all his strength and shouted, Damn it, but it was all in vain. The flaming palm crushed the 4 of them, and another earth-shattering explosion occurred. Lin Fan stood proudly in the sky observing, then he landed to inspect the aftermath of the fight. Dust filled the air, and a strong wind howled. The red-haired man lay face down on the ground, pinned under rubble, with only his last breath remaining. Hearing him groan a few times, Lin Fan walked over to the red-haired elder. The elder struggled to lift his head and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan spoke, Just the 4 of you at the core condensation realm dared to come and capture me? How ridiculous. The red-haired elder said with a resentful look, You're not in the core condensation realm, Lin Fan asked coldly. So what if I'm not? The red-haired elder hurriedly pushed himself up with his hands, struggling to crawl out of the rubble. Then he knelt on the ground kowtowing and said in a pleading tone, Senior, I was wrong. I'll give you all the spiritual medicines and magic tools I have. Please spare my life. Lin Fan waved his hand, his entire body emitting a fiery aura. He said, HMPH, if I kill you, I can get all these things just the same. As he spoke, he waved his hand towards the 3 people behind the red-haired elder. Their bodies were engulfed in raging flames. They struggled desperately to extinguish the fire, but it was useless. They could only kneel on the ground helpless, their eyes wide open, staring at the sky, their mouths agape, dying a miserable death. Witnessing this, the red-haired elder was scared out of his wits. He trembled all over and begged Lin Fan, Please spare my life. I can tell you a secret. Lin Fan showed a look of interest and said, Oh, then tell me. The red-haired elder recounted, The Bai family patriarch's lifespan is about to end. He sent me to capture you for the purpose of possession, to take over your body. Lin Fan frowned and said, Is he worthy? The red-haired elder continued, The Bai family patriarch has a magic weapon that can destroy another person's soul. Lin Fan fell into thought. Such a magic weapon was rare even in his past life. This Bai family was quite interesting. Then he asked the red-haired elder, Do you know the Bai family patriarch's cultivation realm? The red-haired elder honestly confessed, Mid-stage void glimpse realm. Lin Fan stroked his chin, his eyes cold as he pondered. The mid-stage void glimpse realm was indeed tricky. It seemed he would have to use some tricks, otherwise he might not be able to deal with him. Lin Fan continued to ask, Do you know where Bai Xiaowu is currently recuperating? The red-haired elder felt he might live and hurriedly answered, I know, he's at the People's Hospital. I've told you everything I know. Please give me a chance to live. Lin Fan gave a meaningful cold smile. All right. With that, he struck the other's abdomen with a fatal palm strike. The man's eyes filled with blood and he coughed up black blood incessantly. Lin Fan smiled proudly and said, From the moment you came looking for me, your fate was sealed. There is only death. Lin Fan turned back and said with interest, Next, People's Hospital, right? The scene switches to the People's Hospital. Bai Xiaowu, his body wrapped in bandages, was lying on a hospital bed. Bai Xiaoji sat in a chair saying apologetically, Cousin, I'm sorry. He sighed and continued, It's all my fault that you ended up like this. Bai Xiaowu opened his mouth to comfort him. It's fine, I was too arrogant myself. A crisp round of applause sounded, causing both Bai Xiaoji and Bai Xiaowu to turn their heads. Lin Fan stood at the door and spoke. How touching, Bai Xiaoji shouted loudly. Which bastard is it? Lin Fan walked in and asked with a smile, Are you talking about me? Lin Fan's appearance made Bai Xiaoji's face turn pale and a cold sweat broke out. He pointed at Lin Fan, his face full of astonishment, and stammered, How is it you? Didn't the old man send people? He abruptly stopped speaking. Lin Fan walked closer with his arms crossed and asked, Why did you stop? Bai Xiaowu, whose eyes were also bandaged, also asked, Is that you? Lin Fan slowly walked into the ward step by step. Bai Xiaowu and Bai Xiaoji trembled all over. Bai Xiaoji suddenly stood up, threw off the blanket and tried to run. Lin Fan used only one finger and a raging fire ignited behind him. a red ribbon wrapped around Bai Xiaowu, immobilizing him. Bai Xiaoji roared angrily, "Let go of my cousin!" Lin Fan glanced at Bai Xiaoji. Suddenly he was pinned tightly against the wall. Lin Fan flew over, grabbed Bai Xiaowu by the collar, lifted him from the bed and then dragged him across the floor. As he walked, he said to Bai Xiaoji, "Go and inform the patriarch of your Bai family to come to the forest on the outskirts to rescue him." He glanced back and threatened, "Otherwise you'll face the consequences." The next morning at the Bai family home, Bai Xiaoji ran home in a panic to report, "Grandpa, please save my cousin." The Bai family patriarch suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "Quiet!" He softened his tone and said, "What's wrong? Speak slowly," Bai Xiaoji said with a panicked expression. "Grandpa, Lin Fan went to the hospital and took my cousin away." The Bai family patriarch's eyes grew strange and he asked in a deep voice, "Lin Fan?" Then he suddenly burst out laughing, praising him. "Not bad, not bad. 4-core condensation realm cultivators couldn't even catch him." Bai Xiaoji collapsed into a chair. His face was still pale with fear as he relayed Lin Fan's words. He said, "If you want to save my cousin, you should go to the forest on the outskirts." The Bai family patriarch was furious and he gritted his teeth, saying, "This kid really doesn't know his place." He ordered his subordinate, "Go and summon the remaining guest elders." The subordinate acknowledged, "Yes, old master." A moment later, a group of guest elders walked into the conference room. A guest elder with his hair in a bun spoke with a serious expression. "Old master, what is the matter that you have summoned us for?" The Bai family patriarch began. "A young man named Lin Fan killed 4 of our guest elders," a red-haired woman said impassively. "Oh, quite bold. It's been many years since I've seen someone like that." A guest elder in a green robe got straight to the point, asking, "Old master, what do you wish for us to do?" The Bai family patriarch sat in the main seat, his face full of anger, and said, "He has captured a member of our Bai family," before he could finish. With a thud, a bald guest elder with a ferocious expression stepped forward and said loudly, "I will not shirk my duty. I will get rid of him for you this time." Hearing this, the Bai family patriarch flew into a rage and rebuked him. "Fool, don't kill him, bring him here." The bald guest elder reluctantly agreed. "All right." With that, the 3 guest elders flew away. The Bai family patriarch stood up and instructed, "Just in case, I will follow behind." The scene switches to a forest. The sky is clear with fluffy white clouds and a gentle breeze. Bai Xiaowu, tied up tightly, is sitting against a tree trunk. Lin Fan is also leaning against a tree trunk taking a nap. Suddenly he opens his eyes and thinks, "They're here." The group of guest elders sent by the Bai family patriarch has appeared, their faces ferocious, filled with killing intent, and an aura of fire permeates the air. The bald guest elder orders the other 2, "Stand back." He brandishes his staff and charges forward. A yellow protective shield enveloped the 3 guest elders. The treasure aura emitted by Lin Fan was gradually surrounding their protective shield, but for the time being they were safe and unharmed. The ball of light was gradually moving deeper into the forest. As one of the 3 dispatched guest elders, the red-haired woman spoke, "Let's go." After a while they walked back and forth but couldn't find a way out, looking around in confusion. The red-haired woman said with a worried expression, "What's wrong? Can't we get out?" The bald guest elder replied with a tense expression, "I'm afraid we've fallen into an abstruse formation." Hearing this, the red-haired woman looked a little disheartened. She asked, "Is there a way?" The bald guest elder put his palms together and continuously chanted a mantra, "Mani, Mani Hum." The Dharma image of the Tathagata Buddha appeared, radiating a brilliant light that made it hard to open one's eyes. The hand of the Tathagata Buddha's Dharma image pushed forward with a palm, and the palm print flew for thousands of miles. The initial fire in the forest, instead of being extinguished, burned even more fiercely. The red-haired female guest elder covered her mouth and chuckled, "Monk, you're so useless." Suddenly, the palm print became clearer and clearer before the eyes of the 3 of them. The green-robed guest elder watched in astonishment. In just a few seconds, the palm print returned to its original position, precisely from where the Tathagata Buddha's Dharma image had emitted it. The bald guest elder's face darkened and he cried out in terror. "What?" The Tathagata Buddha's Dharma image was pushing the palm print away with all its might, but the palm print was only an inch away from the Dharma image. Seeing this, the bald guest elder also pushed with all his might. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "Damn it," he hurriedly ordered the other 2 guest elders. "Quick, come and help me. I can't hold on much longer." The red-haired woman and the green-robed elder hurriedly flew to reinforce him, but it seemed that even their combined strength could not withstand Lin Fan's power. A loud bang was heard and everything exploded beyond its limits, sending dust flying. A blinding light burst forth and the entire space was shrouded in a white mist with rubble falling from the sky. The red-haired woman was covered in wounds, coughing incessantly, and said wearily, "Monk, why did your Buddha seal attack us?" The monk frowned and replied, "I don't know either." A familiar voice sounded, "Not bad." Accompanied by a crisp round of applause, the 3 of them looked up at the person in front of them. It was none other than our protagonist, Lin Fan. He walked over with his hands in his pockets, saying, "You're actually not dead." The red-haired woman quickly drew her whip, her face belligerent, and said, "So you're Lin Fan?" Lin Fan smiled and asked, "Why did the Bai family send you lot? Isn't that looking down on me a bit too much?" She cracked her whip, which extended for miles, and shouted, "Are you looking for death?" A giant python appeared in front of Lin Fan, bearing its fangs, its eyes as bright as car lights. Lin Fan sneered. He said calmly, "Naive?" Then he released a spherical protective shield. Lin Fan smiled contemptuously and said, "Is that all you've got? Now it's my turn." His eyes turned cold and fierce. The sky darkened at this moment with lightning and thunder, and a strong wind blew. The group of guest elders looked up at the sky, blankly watching the dragon magic flying in the sky rushing towards the three of them. At this point they still hadn't figured out what was happening and looked at each other. The green-robed guest elder asked loudly, What is this?" Lin Fan pointed and ordered the dragon magic. "Go!" The group of guest elders hurriedly raised all their weapons and assumed a battle stance. The bald monk shouted, "Quick, block it." All that was left in the space was the dazzling blue light and the clanging of weapons colliding. The weapons of the three guest elders were all stuck in the ground, but the people were nowhere to be seen. They must have been miserably defeated. As expected, they knelt on the ground, their faces haggard, their bodies trembling and groaning incessantly. Seeing this, Lin Fan sneered mockingly. "Is that all you've got?" Suddenly, as if sensing danger, he glanced behind him. A giant tiger was baring its teeth and pouncing towards Lin Fan. He hurriedly leapt into the air. Lin Fan asked coldly, "Who is it?" A red aura floated in the air and a foot stepped out from behind a tree, accompanied by a triumphant wild laugh. It turned out to be the Bai family patriarch. He looked very dangerous and said, "Not bad. A young expert like you is truly rare." The appearance of the Bai family patriarch made Lin Fan very interested. The game was just beginning, he sneered. "Bai family patriarch, you've finally shown yourself," the Bai family patriarch said arrogantly. "Just you do I need to hide from you? You're about to die, and still. The wet behind the ears kid who doesn't know his place." Lin Fan looked at the Bai family patriarch with cold eyes. He glanced at the blood aura still floating in the air at the old man's feet. Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets and asked arrogantly, "A coffin on its last legs wants to kill me just because you're old?" He showed a mocking smile. Hearing this, the Bai family patriarch was so angry he nearly coughed up blood. His eyes blazed with fire and he shouted, "HMPH, you're courting death." He opened his hand and a strange skull appeared along with a human skeleton hanging on a T-shaped wooden frame which looked like the mark of some cult. A black aura emanated from its entire body, and a strong wind blew. Lin Fan asked, "The white bone banner, a magic weapon refined in such a way that angers both heaven and man. It seems you really deserve to die," the Bai family patriarch said in a deep voice. "Sacrificing a few ordinary people is nothing." Then he released the tattered banner which fluttered in the wind. The group of white bone banners rushed towards Lin Fan. The Bai family patriarch laughed smugly. "With this white bone banner, even if you are at the peak of the core condensation realm, you won't be able to block it." Lin Fan's eyes sharpened and he replied, "Is that so?" A fiery aura emanated from his entire body. The fire phoenix had now appeared ready to fight the Bai family patriarch. The fire phoenix flapped its wings, showed its sharp claws and shattered the group of white bone banners, scattering their bones, separating their limbs and causing their heads to fall to the ground. Lin Fan laughed smugly. "Is that all you've got?" Lin Fan hurriedly put his hands together and chanted. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird and black tortoise, the four divine beasts, all appeared and surrounded the Bai family patriarch. He smiled arrogantly and said very calmly, "The four symbols formation, a piece of cake. Don't think that just because you blocked it once you can rest easy." His eyes, as red as fire, looked at the four divine beasts. The Bai family patriarch continued to send the white bone banners into battle. He waved the banner and shouted. Go! A loud bang was heard, accompanied by a dazzling light shaking the entire space. He showed a smug smile, but suddenly his face showed astonishment and he shouted in panic, "What?" Lin Fan's four divine beasts were unharmed and were rushing towards the Bai family patriarch. Lin Fan sneered, "Look carefully. Those are not the four divine beasts." The Bai family patriarch broke out in a cold sweat, his face filled with fear, and he stammered, Could this be the four divine beasts?" Lin Fan smiled and answered loudly, "That's right, you do have some knowledge." As he spoke, he opened his hand and a yellow stream of water appeared. Lin Fan shot it directly at the Bai family patriarch, sending him flying into the air with blood gushing from his mouth and nose. At this moment he looked very pathetic, coughing up blood incessantly. His body dragged along the ground for several kilometers. The Bai family patriarch struggled to get up, leaning against a tree. He was covered in wounds. At this point he still hadn't recovered from his astonishment and said, How is this possible?" Lin Fan flew to him, stood proudly in front of him and smiled. "It's time to end this, right?" The Bai family patriarch's face was contorted in pain as he asked Lin Fan, "Who are you?" Lin Fan replied coldly, "I am someone you can't afford to offend." A raging fire ignited in his palm. Suddenly he showed a meaningful smile and said, "You've been tricked." The Bai family patriarch's soul separated from his body and his primordial spirit was attacking Lin Fan. This unexpected turn of events greatly surprised Lin Fan. He widened his eyes and said loudly, "Primordial spirit leaving the body?" The Bai family patriarch's primordial spirit surrounded Lin Fan, immobilizing him. At this moment the Bai family patriarch had already invaded Lin Fan's sea of consciousness, his face full of joy. He laughed triumphantly and said, "As long as I devour your primordial spirit, this body will be mine," Lin Fan said. Foolish, he appeared with another appearance, his eyes as black as ink with long black hair and a tall and massive figure. The Bai family patriarch's mouth dropped open in shock. He said in panic, "How is this possible? Are you a reincarnated great power?" Lin Fan reached out and squeezed the Bai family patriarch tightly, making it impossible for him to move. Lin Fan warned, "In your next life, don't just casually enter someone else's sea of consciousness." Lin Fan squeezed hard, causing him to scream in pain. His whole body felt like it was about to be crushed into pulp. He gritted his teeth and thought, I can only use that move. His left hand now began to channel his power. A black chi was emitted, and suddenly he miraculously drilled into a small golden bell suspended in the air. Lin Fan smiled and said, it's useless. Lin Fan used the power in his hand to destroy the bell. In just 5 seconds, cracks appeared on the surface of the bell, and it exploded. The Bai family patriarch screamed with a contorted face, and his body was destroyed along with the bell. He still said stubbornly, How is this possible? Lin Fan watched as his soul shattered into thousands of pieces. At this time in the outside world, his physical body had withered, leaving only bones, his blood completely drained. He died an unsightly death, with his eyes rolled back and his mouth wide open. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief, then suddenly said, Huh? With a surprised look on his face. Lin Fan continued with a puzzled look, This is a flame, and it's still burning on one of his fingers. It turns out to be a ring. He hurriedly took it off and put it on his hand. Lin Fan examined it for a moment and thought, this ring is not bad. As he looked at the ring, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Lin Fan waved his hand lightly, and geometric figures in a 3-dimensional space appeared. He smiled with satisfaction and thought, with these resources it's enough for me to break through the core condensation realm and advance to the void glimpse realm. The Bai family no longer needs to exist. With that, he ignited a flame in his hand and threw it directly at the Bai family patriarch's withered corpse. The fire burned fiercely. Lin Fan turned and walked away indifferently. At the Bai family residence, Bai Shaoji was pacing anxiously. It's been so long, why is there still no news? Could something have gone wrong? His father sat powerlessly in a chair, arms crossed, and roared in frustration. Stop walking back and forth in front of me, can't you sit down quietly? Bai Shaoji replied. I'm just worried about my cousin and grandfather, his father said confidently. Your grandfather's cultivation is peerless. He'll be fine. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Fan appeared. Oh, is that so? Hearing this voice, the Bai father and son trembled with fear. Bai Shaoji looked behind him. The voice came from Lin Fan, who stood before them, shimmering with a radiant dust. Bai Tianwei asked, trembling. Are you Lin Fan? He smirked. That's right. Bai Tianwei's face turned purple. Could it be that my father? Lin Fan replied. You guessed right, he's already dead. Hearing this, Bai Tianwei clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. He pointed at Lin Fan. You, Lin Fan scolded. The Bai family is a nest of vipers refining a white bone banner with human lives. His eyes turned icy. Today is the end of your Bai family. At Lin Fan's command, he controlled the flames. Countless fireballs immediately rushed towards the Bai family members. Everyone was burned to ashes by the flames, screaming in agony. Seeing this, the Bai father and son screamed to run, trying to escape. But Lin Fan had already blocked the doorway with flames. The father and son were sent flying by Lin Fan's power, falling to the ground in pain. Lin Fan turned and said disdainfully, You can't escape. The fire has already engulfed the entire mansion. The Bai father and son stood there dumbfounded, watching the flames close in, awaiting their death. When it was over, Lin Fan turned and left. He stood on a distant cliff, observing the Bai family mansion engulfed in a sea of fire. He smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, a strange look appeared in Lin Fan's eyes, as if he had discovered something. He carefully observed the exterior of the Bai family mansion. A loud bang was heard and flames erupted. A rockery. Lin Fan extended his hand, and after a moment, the dust swirled around him. A cellar appeared before his eyes, and Lin Fan exclaimed, So that's how it is. He walked into the cellar. Lin Fan raised a finger, and 2 rows of flames appeared, illuminating the cellar. Lin Fan walked in calmly, stopping in front of a door. Oh, then he used his power to open the door. As the door opened, what caught Lin Fan's eye were several wooden boxes not far away. A strange light emanated from the outside of these boxes. Lin Fan wondered curiously, what is this? He didn't wait long. Stepping forward to open a box, inside was a precious sword. Lin Fan picked up the sword to test it. The blade was sharp and glinted coldly. Looking at the sword, Lin Fan realized, this isn't a magic weapon. Why would it be placed here? Lin Fan looked closer and was surprised to find characters carved on the sword's body. He asked in confusion, Lulu, this is Qin Shi Huang's sword. How did it end up with the Bai family? Lin Fan took out a ring and sucked the entire sword into it. I'm afraid there's more to this sword than meets the eye. Lin Fan looked at the remaining 2 boxes, then opened the second one, and another treasure appeared. Lin Fan said with interest, Spirit stones, not bad. Finally, there was one left. Lin Fan thought excitedly, I wonder what's in this 3rd box. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. The 3rd box opened, and inside was a 1,000-year-old red sun fruit. Seeing this loot, not bad. Lin Fan was very happy. It's actually a 1,000-year-old red sun fruit. This is the main ingredient for refining the origin guiding pill. I've really struck it rich this time. Lin Fan sighed, tisk tisk, Bai family really had it coming. Then he turned and left. The next day in a classroom at school, Xu Feifei called out to Lin Fan cheerfully. Brother Lin Fan asked, Oh, why are you so happy today? Xu Feifei said, according to the news, the Bai family was wiped out by a mysterious expert last night. That family was utterly wicked. They finally got what they deserved. Lin Fan didn't say anything, just smiled faintly, thinking, if you knew that person was me, I wonder what your expression would be. As he was chatting with Xu Feifei, Qin Jing called him from a distance. Lin Fan, come here for a moment. Seeing Qin Jing's worried expression, Lin Fan asked with concern, Teacher Qin, you seem to have something on your mind. The scene switches to a forest where Qin Jing and Lin Fan are walking together. Can you do me a favor? Lin Fan looked at her. Teacher Chin, your business is my business. What's wrong? Chin Jing replied. I have to be away for a few days. Could I trouble you to take care of my friend Selina? Hearing this, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. If it's just that, then no problem. The teacher and student were talking when suddenly Qin Yuan flew over with a dagger and held it to Qin Jing's neck. Qin Yuan got straight to the point. Miss Qin, hand over the jade pendant. Qin Jing couldn't see her face clearly and asked, Who are you? Qin Yuan didn't answer Qin Jing's question, only saying, I'll say it one last time, hand over the jade pendant. Lin Fan, standing to the side, spoke up, Hey, am I just thin air to you? Then he grabbed Qin Yuan's hand tightly, making her cry out in pain. Qin Yuan said angrily, Let go of me, this is between her and me, it has nothing to do with you. Then she quickly drew her dagger, intending to attack Lin Fan. Let go. With a light flick from Lin Fan, her dagger shattered. He asked who sent you. At first, Qin Yuan stubbornly refused to speak. Seeing this, Lin Fan had no choice but to act. Since you don't want to talk, I'll have to get a little rough. As soon as he said it, he squeezed her hand harder. Qin Yuan cried out in pain and finally confessed, I'm from the Xiling Qin family. If you dare to touch me, you'll face dire consequences. Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled faintly. The Xiling Qin family, never heard of them. Behind him, Qin Jing thought worriedly. The Xiling Qin family really has come. Qin Jing spoke up. That's enough, Lin Fan, let her go. Lin Fan looked back at Qin Jing. Teacher Qin. Qin Jing explained that the Xiling Qin family was from the same lineage as them, making Qin Yuan a blood relative. This was their family matter and she would resolve it herself. Lin Fan sighed and followed Qin Jing's words, releasing his grip. Qin Yuan said angrily, You just wait, this isn't over. With that, she flew away. Qin Jing tightly gripped the jade pendant in her hand. The Xiling Qin family, is this jade pendant really that important? Lin Fan asked curiously, Is this the jade pendant that person wanted? Qin Jing replied yes. Lin Fan said, Let me see. Qin Jing handed it to Lin Fan. The jade pendant was shaped like a dragon coiled around a beautiful pearl. Lin Fan looked at the jade pendant and exclaimed, This pattern is so familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Lin Fan asked again, Why did they come to snatch it? Qin Jing said with a sad expression, It's a long story. Lin Fan smiled, Then tell me some other time when you have a chance. Qin Jing replied, Thank you, Lin Fan. Lin Fan said, It's a small matter, contact me if you need anything. The scene switches to a hotel room where the failed Qin Yuan is smashing things to vent her anger. Damn it, no one has ever dared to hit me in my entire life. What right does he have? Lin Fan, this is about the family's jade pendant. I will not give up. Suddenly, Uncle Qin walked in and asked, Miss you. Uncle Qin looked at the mess around him. It seems the young miss suffered a setback with Qin Jing. At this moment, Qin Yuan also saw him. Uncle Qin, why are you here? Uncle Qin said, Miss, the master knows you went to find Qin Jing on your own. Qin Yuan said impatiently. So what if he knows? Uncle Qin continued. Miss, the master told you to stop messing around and come home. Hearing this, Qin Yuan flew into a rage and shouted, What, I'm messing around? Wasn't I trying to get it for him? Uncle Qin relayed, Miss, the master said the ancestors had their reasons for arranging things this way. Qin Yuan ordered, Go back and tell that old man to find someone to teach that kid by Qin Jing's side a lesson, otherwise I will not go back. Uncle Qin sighed helplessly and turned to leave, saying, I understand. Qin Yuan sat in a chair with a displeased expression, her anger still simmering. Lin Fan, I'll make you regret this. No one can hit me, Qin Yuan, not even someone on Qin Jing's side. The scene switches to a room in the Apocalypse group where Sabi is standing happily looking at something. Thank God, these Chinese people are truly amazing. Selena walked out and asked, Still haven't figured out the secret of the Chinese experts. Sabi was focused on something else and didn't notice what Selena had just said. Selena frowned and called out again, Sabi. Only then did Sabi turn his head to speak to her. You're here, she said with disgust. Stay away from me. Sabi waved his hand. Oh, you're so heartless, Selena asked seriously. Any breakthroughs in studying the Chinese martial artists? The Empire's plan is already very urgent. Sabi scratched his head and made an excuse. You know, research takes time. She said sharply, Useless. You've been given so much funding and time, yet you've made no progress at all. Sabi took a booklet from his pocket. Take a look at this, Selena asked. What's the use of this? Sabi replied. This is an ancient Chinese cultivation manual, but our warriors can't cultivate their true qi. Selena interrupted. I know, I'll figure something out. You continue your research. The scene switches to late at night in Lin Fan's room. He is sitting quietly on the bed cultivating. Suddenly he opens his eyes and a brilliant fiery light emanates from his body. Lin Fan seems to be absorbing essence into his body. A moment later he stops. Just one more step to another breakthrough. Suddenly there's a knock on the door. Lin Fan gets up to open it. Selena walks in with a radiant smile. Good evening, Lin Fan. Lin Fan greeted her. Selena, long time no see, Selena said coquettishly. Is this how you treat a beautiful lady? Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Lin Fan smiled and said, Please come in. The two sat down in chairs and talked. Lin Fan asked, Coming to find me so late, is something the matter? Selena replied, There's something I'd like to ask for your help with. Lin Fan said without hesitation, Go ahead. Selena took out a book. This, Lin Fan took the book. Since when did you become interested in our Chinese martial arts? Selena chuckled dryly. I've always been interested in Chinese kung fu, Lin Fan bluntly refuted. No, you're not suited for Chinese martial arts, Selena asked in surprise. Why? Lin Fan replied. You can't even read Chinese characters, how can you practice? Hearing this, Selena said with a troubled expression. Is there no other way for me to learn? Lin Fan replied. This kind of thing relies on personal enlightenment. Others can't help. Then he handed the book back to her. Selina took the book. All right then. I'll be heading back first. As she left, she shot Lin Fan a cold glance. This damn kid. After walking out the door, Selina slammed it shut with force. This action made Lin Fan realize it seems Selina's purpose in coming to China is not simple. A moment later, Selina walked out into the lobby and took out her phone. A call came in, and Selina answered. Send over the latest Gene Warriors. Selina had a triumphant look on her face. Lin Fan, if the soft approach doesn't work, I'll show you the hard way. At night, Lin Fan stood at his door looking out. He gazed at the magnificent night view of the city. Suddenly, numerous sharp blades flew from an unknown source, whistling towards him. Fortunately, Lin Fan nimbly dodged the hidden weapons. Lin Fan squinted and saw the 5 latest Gene Warriors sent by Selina appear. They looked like monsters. Lin Fan knew with just one glance. Selina, come out. Selina walked out, a smirk on her lips. Looks like you figured me out long ago. Lin Fan said contemptuously. What? The soft approach didn't work, so you're resorting to force? Selina shouted. You asked for this, get him. At her command, the group charged forward. But Lin Fan just waved his hand lightly, and a strong light burst forth, instantly sending Selina's men flying, their souls scattered. Selina was dumbfounded. How is this possible? This isn't a martial artist technique. Lin Fan stepped forward, cornering Selina against the wall. Tell me your purpose for coming to China, Selina stubbornly said. I won't tell you. Lin Fan smiled sinisterly. Oh, he stretched out his hand, controlling a ball of fire. Well then, would you like a taste of this? Selina raised her hands and shouted. No, no, Lin Fan said seriously. If you don't want to die, then talk. Selina trembled and confessed. I want to combine Chinese kung fu with Gene Warriors. Lin Fan said angrily. A mere barbarian nation dares to covet the treasures of China. You're courting death. Selina hurriedly lowered her stance. Please spare my life. I'm willing to be your servant at your beck and call. Hearing this, Lin Fan finally stopped his attack. You said it yourself. Immediately, Lin Fan tapped her forehead. Flames emanated from Selina's entire body. Lin Fan reminded her, I've planted a soul imprint on you. If you dare to betray me, the imprint will burn and you will die. Fiery light swirled around Selina's body. After it was done, Lin Fan said coldly, you can scram now. Hearing this, Selina immediately flew away. After she was far away, a sinister smile still lingered on her lips. The next day, Lin Fan walked out of the lobby, and a luxurious car pulled up in front of him. Lin Fan was stunned. Li Shangxin had just gotten out of the car and said with a smile, little friend, you look to be in good spirits. Lin Fan walked to the door and asked upon seeing Li Shangxin. Oh Li, what brings you here? Li Shangxin explained. Little friend Lin, a granddaughter of an old friend of mine, has contracted a strange illness, one that has never been seen before, so I've come specially to ask for your help this time. Lin Fan readily agreed after hearing this. No problem. A moment later, the car carrying the two stopped in front of a villa. They got out and walked in together. An old man walked out of the villa, and 2 guards immediately bowed in greeting. Butler Kong. The old man walked out happily to greet them. Old Li, you've come. Li Shangxin respectfully cupped his hands in greeting to Butler Kong. Butler Kong looked at Lin Fan and asked, and this is? Li Shangxin immediately introduced him. This is the expert I've invited. He can cure the young lady of the mansion's strange illness. Then he introduced to Lin Fan, this is the butler of the Kong residence. Lin Fan smiled politely. Hello. Hearing this, Butler Kong said enthusiastically, please come in, come in. Then he led old Li and Lin Fan inside. A melodious zither sound reached them, catching Lin Fan's attention. He asked in confusion, is that a zither? After closing his eyes to listen and feel it, Lin Fan commented, the zither is played well, but it's too sorrowful. Butler Kong sighed and said sadly, it's the young lady playing. She's had this strange illness since she was a child. We've seen countless doctors, but none have been effective. Arriving at a small pavilion, a girl was sitting there playing the zither. Butler Kong said, we're here. The girl continued to play, her long hair flowing in the wind, the pleasant sound of the zither wafting out the person and scenery, creating a beautiful picture. Butler Kong called out, young lady. He pointed at Lin Fan and said, old Li has brought a divine doctor. Only then did the girl stop playing. Miss Kong. Kong Zan walked out of the pavilion. She looked at him and asked in confusion, is it him? Li Shangxin nodded in reply, yes. Don't be deceived by brother Lin Fan's young age. His medical skills are superb, the likes of which I have never seen in my life. Hearing this, Kong Zan stepped forward and bowed slightly. I shall trouble the divine Dr. Lin. Lin Fan smiled confidently and said with certainty, rest assured I will cure you. Kong Zan sat down on a stone bench and extended her wrist for Lin Fan to take her pulse. Lin Fan placed his hand on her pulse, then closed his eyes to feel it. There's actually a cold chi that instantly assimilated my magic power. After taking her pulse, he asked, Miss Kong, have you been experiencing a full-body chill every midnight since you were 14? Hearing this, Kong Zan admitted in surprise, yes, that's right. Divine Dr. Lin, is there a cure? Lin Fan replied, there is, but it's a bit troublesome. It requires, before he could finish, her grandfather walked over. He cleared his throat and interrupted. Diagnosing and treating illnesses can't be done with just words. Lin Fan looked back at him. He fell silent at once. Kong Zan saw him, ran over and called out, Grandpa. Old Kong smiled dotingly and looked at his granddaughter. Schwenner, Grandpa has specially found a divine doctor for you. Then he gestured to introduce the 2 people behind him. Little Zan, let me introduce you. This is divine Dr. Mo Yi, and next to him is his disciple Wang Yu. Kong Zan politely curtsied. A pleasure to meet you both. The one named Wang Yu also smiled in return. "A pleasure, Miss Kong," but a sly smile flashed in his mind. "This girl is so beautiful. If only I could have her." Old Kong asked Old Li, "And this is?" Li Shangxin immediately introduced. "Old Kong, this is the divine doctor I invited to treat your granddaughter." That Wang Yu heard this and loudly retorted, "Divine doctor him? I don't think he's even old enough to have all his hair grown in yet." Lin Fan smiled faintly, looked at him and asked without anger, "What, did your master only teach you how to spout nonsense?" Wang Yu, seeing him mock him, angrily questioned, "What did you say?" With that he waved his hand and rushed forward, preparing to fight Lin Fan. He roared, "Are you looking for death?" Just then Divine Dr. Mo Yi shouted, "Stop!" Wang Yu immediately stopped and looked back in confusion, asking, "Master?" Divine Dr. Mo Yi, however, cautiously probed, "So little friend's strength is also extraordinary?" Lin Fan waved his finger and replied modestly, "Just average, only 1,000,000,000 times stronger than you." Hearing this, Divine Dr. Mo Yi's face darkened and he was about to get angry. But he calmed himself down again, turned sharply and said pretentiously, "Since Old Kong has already invited a divine doctor, then this old man will not intrude." Old Kong was startled and tried to smooth things over with a dry laugh. "Divine Dr. Mo, don't lower yourself to a young man's level." At this moment Kong Zan also suggested, "Everyone listen to me. Divine Dr. Lin has already diagnosed my condition. Now let Divine Dr. Mo also take my pulse. Let's see who is more accurate." "Wouldn't we know then?" Upon hearing this, Divine Dr. Mo Yi immediately agreed. Kong Zan once again extended her hand for him to take her pulse. After examining it for a while, he determined, Miss Kong is merely suffering from an invasion of yin coldness. However, because it has gone untreated for a long time, it has become deeply rooted, making it difficult for others to expel. Kong Zan remained silent after he finished describing her condition. Divine Dr. Mo Yi, thinking he was correct, smiled confidently. "However, I happen to have a secret formula that can expel the cold chi from Miss Kong's body." Old Kong, upon hearing this, couldn't help but ask happily, "Oh, what medicinal herbs does Divine Dr. Mo need? I will have someone prepare them immediately." Divine Dr. Mo Yi then listed the required items: 1,000-year vermilion fruit, flower spirit grass, red sun grass, dragon's blood, ginseng. With these few herbs, combined with my acupuncture techniques, Miss Kong's illness can be resolved. Old Kong happily agreed at once. "Good, I will have someone prepare them right away." But just as he was about to leave, a hand reached out and stopped him. The person who stopped him was Lin Fan, who proposed wait. That Wang Yu, seeing this, shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Lin Fan said coldly, "Old Kong, if you want the young lady to die, then do as he says." Old Kong was a little scared and asked, "Lin Fan, what's going on?" Divine Dr. Mo Yi's face was ashen, and he gritted his teeth. "Kid, I'd like to see what you can come up with." Lin Fan smiled and replied, "Seeing as you are all ignorant, I can explain it to you. Miss Kong is not suffering from an invasion of yin coldness at all. She has a supreme yin body." Hearing this, the others were greatly astonished. "Supreme yin body?" Wang Yu looked disbelieving, contemptuously holding up his middle finger. "You say it's a supreme yin body just because you say so? I've never even heard of it. You have to have some basis for making things up." Old Kong ignored him and turned to ask Lin Fan, "Is there a cure?" Lin Fan shrugged and said confidently, "Of course. We just need to guide Miss Kong onto the path of cultivation and have her become a cultivator." That Wang Yu, upon hearing this, laughed so hard tears came out, mocking, "A cultivator? Have you been reading too many novels?" The moment he finished speaking, a burst of spiritual energy shot out and sent him flying. It was Divine Dr. Mo Yi. He shouted, "Shut up!" He looked at Lin Fan, from whom a powerful spiritual energy was emanating. This made him think, could he be one of the legendary cultivators? Thinking of this, he stood up, cupped his hands and asked, "So you are a cultivator?" Spiritual energy emanated from Lin Fan's entire body as he admitted, "That's right. Not only that, but after the spiritual energy was released, it condensed into the form of a phoenix, which flew up and enveloped him." Divine Dr. Mo Yi, Kong Zan, and Old Kong were all dumbfounded by this scene, and that Wang Yu now had his mouth wide open, staring with wide eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. A brilliant smile appeared on Divine Dr. Mo Yi's face. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed, apologizing. "This old man was blind and failed to recognize a master. I have offended you. Please forgive me." Lin Fan flicked his finger, retracting the spiritual energy, and snorted. Old Kong also respectfully said at this time, "Lord Lin's powers are vast. Please, you must save my granddaughter." Lin Fan shrugged and said, "A trivial matter." Kong Zan at this moment spoke up a bit shyly. "So you mean as long as I cultivate with you, the supreme yin body can be cured, is that right?" Lin Fan smiled and replied, "Of course." After getting his answer, Kong Zan immediately knelt down. She knelt before Lin Fan and kowtowed. Disciple pays respects to master. As soon as she spoke, a stream of spiritual energy entered her body. Lin Fan told her to stand up. "There's no need for this," Old Kong stated. "A teacher for a day is a father for life. The proper etiquette cannot be neglected." Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that." He stroked his chin and requested, "Prepare 1,000-year snow ginseng, dragon spirit grass, and 1,000-year vermilion fruit." Hearing this, Old Kong immediately confirmed, "We have them, we have them." He turned back to Butler Kong and ordered, "Butler, go quickly and bring the medicinal herbs for Lord Lin." Butler Kong immediately complied. A moment later, the items Lin Fan needed were brought over. Butler Kong placed them on the table and reported, "Lord Lin, the medicinal herbs have arrived." Lin Fan took out his spatial ring and replied, "Very good." He took out the Medicine King cauldron from his ring and then placed the various herbs from before into the cauldron for refining. Lin Fan channeled spiritual energy from his hand into the cauldron, and then a great fire blazed up. Old Kong watched his operation and couldn't help but exclaim, "I've only ever seen this technique in ancient books." After refining the pill for a while, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "It's done!" Then he began to collect the pill. A top-grade pill was successfully refined. Lin Fan handed the pill to Kong Zan, saying, "Drink it." Seeing his hand about to touch her face, Kong Zan couldn't help but blush and hesitate. Lin Fan simply placed the pill in her hand and urged, "Hurry and drink it. Then I'll teach you a set of techniques and the yin coldness of the supreme yin body will no longer be your suffering." Kong Zan immediately took the pill, put it in her mouth, swallowed it, and then sat down cross-legged. Lin Fan also knelt on one knee beside her, gathering his energy and concentrating it on 2 fingers. Lin Fan brought those 2 fingers close to Kong Zan's forehead. He transmitted a set of techniques to her, their powers intertwining, and a burst of energy erupted in an instant. It was as if Kong Zan's dantian had been opened. He closed his eyes and instructed, "Remember this energy circulation route. Now do it yourself." Kong Zan immediately responded and continued to concentrate on circulating her energy. Immediately, a blue spiritual energy surged from her body. Kong Zan suddenly felt a sharp pain, her face turned pale, and she began to moan, trembling all over. Seeing this, old Kong couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Lord Lin, my granddaughter." Lin Fan smiled faintly and reassured him, "With my methods there's no need to worry." Waves of cold energy continuously emanated from Kong Zan's body, spreading in all directions. The airflow even affected Old Li and Old Kong, suddenly enveloping them in the cold energy. Lin Fan immediately released his own spiritual energy and commanded, "Step back." A barrier appeared around him, blocking the cold energy. Li Shangxin reached out to touch the cold energy and was terrified. The cold energy accumulated for 20 years was so dreadful. Lin Fan then appeared behind Kong Zan. He struck with his palm, channeling his spiritual energy into her body. While transferring the energy, he reminded Kong Zan to circulate and refine it. Kong Zan followed his words, and although she was drenched in sweat, she persisted. Immediately, 2 bursts of energy erupted with a dazzling light, forcing the 2 old men to shield their eyes with their hands. Old Kong even closed his eyes in discomfort and cried out. A vortex of spiritual power swirled deeply, enveloping both Lin Fan and Kong Zan. Finally, after a while, the spiritual energy retracted. In the hazy mist, Kong Zan happily ran towards Old Kong. "Grandpa." Old Kong looked at her in surprise. "Schwen, are you?" He grabbed his granddaughter's shoulders and asked again, "Schwen, are you really all right?" Kong Zan replied happily, "I'm all right," she explained with a radiant smile. "I can feel that the cold energy in my body is no longer eroding me. Instead, it's starting to nourish my physique." Hearing this, Old Kong's eyes filled with tears of joy. "Good, good. After so many years, you're finally cured." Wang Yu's gaze turned heart-shaped as he looked at her with desire, remarking, "Miss Kong is even more like a fairy now." Divine Dr. Mo Yi immediately punched him hard in the face. He scolded, "Keep your thoughts to yourself. Miss Kong is out of our league and we can't afford to offend her." At this moment, Kong Zan cupped her hands again and bowed to Lin Fan. "Schwenner, thanks, master." Lin Fan nodded and said, "I'll come by often to guide you these next few days." Hearing this, Kong Zan couldn't help but feel happy, and she replied, "Thank you, master." Old Kong stroked his beard in satisfaction, saying, "Good, that's for the best." A few days later, Kong Zan was still diligently cultivating under Lin Fan's guidance. Just then, a person walked over and called out, "Lord Lin." Butler Kong pointed to a young man standing nearby and said, "A young man from the Qin family is here, saying he's looking for you." Hearing this, Lin Fan asked with some surprise, "The Qin family?" The young man stepped forward, his face full of worry. "I'm Qin Feng. My sister Qin Jing left a letter before she disappeared, saying that if she couldn't be contacted, I should come find you." With that, the young man handed the letter to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the letter and opened it. It read, "Lin Fan, thank you for helping me so much. I will repay you later." After reading this line, Lin Fan's expression darkened. He burned the letter and asked Qin Feng in a cold voice, "Where did your sister go before she disappeared?" Qin Feng answered honestly, "To the ancestral tomb." Hearing this, Lin Fan's anger flared and he demanded, "Take me there." Then he grabbed Qin Feng and flew off using his spiritual energy. Before long, the two landed in a mountain range. Qin Feng pointed in a direction and said, "The Qin family's ancestral tomb is over there." Hearing this, Lin Fan immediately stepped forward and said, "And let's not waste time. Lead the way." The two quickly accelerated and ran forward. At the foot of the ancestral tomb, 2 guards were standing. They noticed the two approaching. One guard raised a hand to stop them, shouting, "Halt, no entry beyond this point." Then he looked closely at Qin Feng, who was beside Lin Fan. The bald guard couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Aren't you Qin Feng?" The men with the slick back hair next to him immediately shouted, "How dare you? As a descendant of the Qin family, you dare bring an outsider into the Qin family's forbidden grounds." Lin Fan's face darkened as he thought, "Good, I didn't know Teacher Qin's whereabouts. I'll ask them." With that thought, in the blink of an eye, Lin Fan's figure disappeared. He swept past the 2 guards, and before they could react, he had already knocked them down. They fell heavily to the ground while Lin Fan stood majestically behind them. Lin Fan stepped heavily on one man's chest and asked, "Speak, where is Qin Jing?" The guard's body twitched in pain and he quickly stammered his confession. She's already inside the tomb." After getting the information, Lin Fan turned and called to Qin Feng, Let's go. The young man immediately nodded. In front of the ancient tomb's entrance, the stone gate was tightly shut and unresponsive. Qin Feng couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Why is the gate closed? Lin Fan extended his hand, condensed a burst of energy and said, stand back. As soon as he spoke, he unleashed his dragon spiritual energy and struck the stone gate. But the stone gate seemed to be protected by a barrier, which immediately reacted and blocked Lin Fan's attack. He couldn't help but frown. To refine the entire mountain into a formation, the methods were truly evil. Brute force wouldn't break it. Lin Fan had no choice but to turn to Qin Feng and ask, is there a way in? Qin Feng replied, you can open it with the Qin family's jade pendant, or the Bai family's Lulu sword. Hearing this, Lin Fan asked with confusion, how does the Bai family have the key to your family's tomb? Qin Feng lowered his head slightly and explained, the Bai family are the tomb guardians left by our ancestors. Lin Fan's brow furrowed even deeper as he asked doubtfully, ancestors, aren't you afraid the Bai family tomb guardians would use the sword to rob your family's tomb? Qin Feng replied, they can't get in because the doors inside can only be opened by someone with Qin family blood. At this point, Qin Feng sighed again and said dejectedly, unfortunately, the Bai family was wiped out not long ago and the Lulu sword was lost. I don't have the Qin family's jade pendant either. Lin Fan reached out and summoned a sword, saying, are you talking about this sword? Qin Feng was startled, his eyes wide with astonishment as he looked at the sword, stammering, th. Lin Fan smiled and said, that's right, it's Lulu. With that, he inserted the sword into a special groove and began to unlock it. Qin Feng watched Lin Fan breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking, so Lin Fan is the mysterious person who wiped out the Bai family. After turning the sword, the stone gate opened. Lin Fan entered first, then called to Qin Feng, let's go. The young man hurriedly followed behind, running, wait for me. Inside the tomb's cavern, Qin Jing clutched her injured left shoulder, enduring the pain as she moved forward. Perhaps she was already tired, as her breathing was a bit labored, and she sat down on the ground with a plop. At this moment a sound approached her. Qin Jing was startled, but her leg was injured, making it difficult to walk any further. Qin Jing trembled in pain. Just then, two people walked over and said, so you were hiding here. The two were none other than Qin Yuan and her uncle Qin. Qin Yuan smiled sinisterly and taunted, run, why don't you run anymore? Qin Jing frowned and questioned, why are you so obsessed with this jade pendant? Do you want to kill everyone who comes in? What secret is the family hiding? Qin Yuan slowly approached, sneering, what a clueless young lady. You're dead today. I might as well tell you. Then she squatted down, grabbed Qin Jing's hair and exuded a cold, dark energy, saying, as long as I bring that jade pendant to the ancestor's stone statue, I can receive the ancestor's inheritance. There's a chance to become an immortal. Hearing this, Qin Jing was stunned. You want to become an immortal? Then I'll destroy the jade pendant, even if I die. Qin Yuan snatched the jade pendant from Qin Jing's hand, while her other hand choked Qin Jing's neck, smiling as she said, if you die, won't the jade pendant still be mine? After saying that, she threw Qin Jing aside and looked at the jade pendant in her hand. Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. The ancestor's inheritance is mine. Today I'll send you to reunite with our ancestor. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her sword. A cold glint flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes, and she thrust the sword down sharply, saying, goodbye, my dear cousin. Qin Jing was cornered against the wall, her trembling hands raised, closing her eyes and resigning herself to her fate. But just as Qin Yuan's dagger was about to strike, a shield enveloped Qin Jing's body, blocking Qin Yuan's attack. Her face turned pale and she blurted out, what? Who is it? Seemingly sensing a familiar aura, her eyes widened in surprise. At this moment, Lin Fan had already appeared behind her, answering, it's your father. Seeing him, Qin Jing couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Lin Fan, Qin Yuan's uncle, was also surprised. How is this possible? I didn't even sense this person. Qin Yuan turned around, gritting her teeth. It's you again. Lin Fan enveloped Qin Jing's body with spiritual energy and brought her to his side. Then he took out a pill and brought it to her lips, saying, take this pill first. Qin Jing opened her mouth and swallowed the pill, and her wounds immediately healed. Qin Yuan couldn't help but shout angrily, it's you again, ruining my plans again. Hearing this, Lin Fan exuded a low pressure. He said coldly, I already let you go once, yet you keep coming to bother me time and again. You're truly incorrigible. I can't spare you today. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yuan's uncle Qin jumped in front, grabbing her to flee. He advised, miss, this guy is not to be trifled with. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Qin Yuan placed the Qin family's jade pendant on the door, and it immediately opened. She and her uncle Qin hurriedly ran inside. The door closed again. Lin Fan just watched their actions quietly, letting out a cold sneer. Foolish. Then he gestured to Qin Jing. Teacher Qin, you rest here. I'll go in and take a look. Qin Jing nodded in agreement. Lin Fan walked to the door, snorted contemptuously and said, a bluff. He stretched out his hand, gathered his spiritual energy and touched the stone door, followed by a loud bang. The stone door shattered and the surrounding earth and rock fell. Meanwhile inside, Qin Yuan and her uncle Qin were still running in one direction. After a while the two stopped. Her uncle Qin smiled and said, miss, we've arrived. In front of them was a stone statue with a formation on the ground. He said, this is the ancestor's stone statue. Miss, place the jade pendant in the center of the formation and use your blood to receive the inheritance. Qin Yuan did as he said. After placing the jade pendant in the center of the formation, a purple light emerged from it. A commotion also occurred outside the tomb chamber. The ground shook and earth and rocks crumbled. Lin Fan was a little surprised. This power fluctuation at this moment. Qin Yuan continued to cut her palm, letting the blood flow onto the jade pendant. Immediately, from the formation, a spirit entity shaped like a demon flew out. Her Uncle Chin shouted happily, "It's here, it's here." Lin Fan rushed over at high speed. In a short while he was already near the light. Lin Fan squinted his eyes, thinking this ominous aura. When Lin Fan walked into that place, what appeared before him was a giant beast exuding a dark aura. Lin Fan was startled. This beast had long fangs, sharp canines, and blood-red eyes, constantly roaring. Lin Fan looked at it and concluded, "It's actually a fiendish beast." Chen Yuan stood before the fiendish beast, laughing arrogantly. "So this is the inheritance left by our ancestor." At this moment, she suddenly glanced back. When she saw Lin Fan, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel surprised. He actually got in. Then she sneered, just in time. Chen Yuan pointed at Lin Fan and ordered, "Fiendish beast, go, kill him for me." Hearing this, the fiendish beast roared and swung its arm and slammed it into Chen Yuan, sending her flying. Caught by the sudden attack, Chen Yuan couldn't resist and lost consciousness. Her Uncle Chen, seeing this, shouted in surprise, "What?" She flew a great distance, landed heavily on the ground, and her body showed no reaction. Lin Fan immediately waved his hand, sending out a slash of spiritual power towards the fiendish beast, thinking, "This beast's ferocity is too strong. I must eliminate it quickly." Lin Fan's attack struck the fiendish beast, exploding on impact. The fiendish beast was injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. The fiendish beast roared madly, stomped the ground in a rage, then charged at Lin Fan, leaping violently to where he stood. When it landed, the surrounding ground sank and earth and rock scattered. Dust flew everywhere. Lin Fan jumped up from somewhere and waved his hand, making a move. "Spirit seal, go." A four-pointed star-shaped seal shot towards the fiendish beast. By the time it looked up and saw the seal, it was only a few centimeters away. The fiendish beast opened its mouth wide and directly sucked the power of the spirit seal into its body. After absorbing it, it roared, staring deadly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan frowned. It was actually absorbed. Interesting. The fiendish beast opened its mouth wide and roared out a beam of spiritual energy. The force tore through space and shot towards Lin Fan. He quickly dodged to the side, then Lin Fan continued to attack. His spiritual energy transformed into several giant dragons that flew towards the fiendish beast. It paused unconsciously upon seeing them, and the giant dragons tightly coiled around the fiendish beast, squeezing it until it screamed in pain. Lin Fan leapt up, channeled his power, and formed a sword. He grasped the sword and slashed at the fiendish beast. The fiendish beast couldn't break free and took Lin Fan's slash head-on. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it spat a mouthful of blood. The fiendish beast was beaten until it was covered in wounds and fell to the ground. Lin Fan was also slightly injured at this time, supporting himself with his spiritual sword. Lin Fan gasped for breath, thinking, "This is probably the toughest battle I've had since my rebirth." Suddenly, that Uncle Chin laughed loudly. He had unknowingly appeared in front of the fiendish beast. He revealed a dangerous smile, turned back to Lin Fan and said, "Lin Fan, thank you for defeating this fiendish beast." Lin Fan looked at him with a dark expression, exposing him. "As expected, your goal wasn't just to break the seal," the man admitted frankly. "That's right." Lin Fan frowned and asked, "How could you be sure I would come to save Qin Zhang?" He replied, "Of course I investigated you. I know you value relationships and righteousness. When you found out Qin Zhang was in danger, you would definitely come to save her." Hearing this, Lin Fan continued to ask, "Then how could you be sure I could kill it?" Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, and he said coldly, "If I couldn't kill it, wouldn't your plan have been in vain?" Hearing this, Qin Yuan's uncle laughed contemptuously and replied, "That wouldn't matter either. At worst, we would just wait a few more years." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan continued, "Why go to such great lengths to obtain the corpse of the fiendish beast?" At this, Qin Yuan's uncle frowned angrily and replied, "For revenge, of course. Those traitors of the Qin family." Hearing this, Lin Fan was surprised and pressed on, "Traitors?" At this moment, Qin Yuan's uncle recalled the past, slowly saying, "In that era of war, our ancestor wanted to revive the glory of the Qin emperor. Our ancestor learned from the family records that in the Qin emperor's mausoleum, there was a fiendish beast sealed by the Qin emperor. Our ancestor united with the current imperial capital Qin family and the Xiling Qin family to enter the ancestral tomb and break the seal together. But unexpectedly, after succeeding, those two families feared our ancestor would become too powerful, so they conspired to kill my ancestor and wipe out our bloodline. But they never expected that someone from our lineage survived, enduring humiliation to serve as their steward. After so many conspiracies and sacrifices, we finally succeeded." At this point, Uncle Qin's expression suddenly became tense. After a long moment, Uncle Qin smiled and continued, "All right, the story is over." As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Qin reached out and touched the beast's head. Then, Uncle Qin's eyes turned fierce as he looked at Lin Fan and said, "You can be on your way now." As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Qin immediately rushed forward to attack Lin Fan. Uncle Qin's power was not to be underestimated. He emitted an extremely powerful energy, and in an instant the form of a monster appeared. Seeing this, Lin Fan stared in astonishment. He thought, "This is." At this moment, Qin Yuan's uncle had already transformed into a fiendish beast. He laughed triumphantly. Uncle Qin smiled and continued, "This is the power of my revenge." At this moment, Uncle Qin's eyes suddenly became sharp and filled with killing intent. Then, Uncle Qin raised his sharp claws and pointed them at Lin Fan. He roared, "Die!" Uncle Qin slammed one hand heavily on the ground, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. A triumphant expression appeared on Uncle Qin's face. At this moment, Lin Fan was trying his best to block Uncle Qin's attack. Uncle Qin's power was too strong, causing Lin Fan's legs to give way. Seeing the situation was not good, Lin Fan immediately jumped back, then Lin Fan quickly gripped his sword and charged straight at Uncle Chin, but his spiritual sword was caught tightly by one of Uncle Chin's hands. Uncle Chin laughed contemptuously. Too weak, you're too weak. Without another word, Lin Fan immediately circulated his internal energy and replied with a determined expression, "Try this move." In a flash, Lin Fan had created a barrier surrounding Uncle Chin, which greatly startled the old fellow. Uncle Chin bared his teeth in anger, let out a low roar, then he leaped high and shattered Lin Fan's barrier with both hands. Suddenly, Uncle Chin's face contorted in pain and he let out a long tragic scream. Then Lin Fan's barrier was broken by Uncle Chin after dealing with it. Uncle Chin mockingly continued, "Too weak. If you have any stronger moves, use them all." Hearing this, Lin Fan frowned angrily, staring deadly at Uncle Chin. Lin Fan pondered all the problems that had just occurred. Lin Fan looked at the formation in front of him, speculating to himself, "This is the formation in front of the stone statue." Then Lin Fan said with a tense expression, "It seems whoever started this trouble will have to end it themselves." Without another word, Lin Fan immediately jumped into the formation. Seeing this, Uncle Chin was so surprised his mouth fell open and he blurted out, "That's over here." Lin Fan stood in the center of the formation, thinking to himself, "It seems this is the eye of the formation." Seeing this, Uncle Chin was panic-stricken and shouted loudly, "Stop!" Without another word, Uncle Chin immediately rushed towards the formation. Seeing this, Lin Fan immediately counterattacked, calmly saying, "Walking right into a trap." At this moment, Uncle Chin cried out in pain. "What?" The formation began to activate and Uncle Chin was tightly bound by it, unable to move. It happened too suddenly for Uncle Chin to react. He stared helplessly and deadly at Lin Fan. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Lin Fan walked confidently up to Uncle Chin and said, "Foolish." Realizing he had been tricked, Uncle Chin angrily cursed, "Despicable villain." Hearing this, Lin Fan glanced at him sideways and replied, "Despicable, you're just stupid." As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Chin angrily continued, "I will definitely kill you." Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled and replied, "Unfortunately, you don't have the ability." At this moment, the chains of the formation had already tightly bound Uncle Chin, causing him to roar in pain. "Even if I self-destruct, I'll drag you down with me." Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at Uncle Chin, startling him. Uncle Chin's mouth fell open as he shouted, "How is this possible? Over here." Lin Fan took out a talisman. He smiled and said, "Want to self-destruct in front of me? You're far from it." Then Lin Fan immediately used the talisman to wrap up Uncle Chin. At this moment, the talismans began to take effect. Lin Fan raised his hand high in front of him, smiling as he said, "I'll give you a new palm." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan struck Uncle Chin heavily with his palm, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Uncle Chin screamed in pain, his body began to bleed, but in the blink of an eye, Uncle Chin's wounds actually healed. Uncle Chin landed gently on the ground, panting as he looked at Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan smiled contemptuously, "Such strong recovery ability. Interesting. How about you try this?" After speaking, Lin Fan immediately used a second move against Uncle Chin. Lin Fan summoned thousands of sharp swords. At this moment, behind Lin Fan, the swords were ready to attack Uncle Chin. Lin Fan waved his hand forward and the swords immediately flew towards Uncle Chin. Lin Fan shouted, "Go!" Seeing this, Uncle Chin was panic-stricken, his mouth wide open, his eyes staring deadly. In an instant, Uncle Chin was pierced by thousands of swords. Over here, Lin Fan watched calmly and said, "This is the Avicii sword formation. It can corrode the flesh and melt the primordial spirit. Just enjoy it slowly." Lin Fan's expression was icy as he continued in a deep voice, "Enjoy it." Over here, Uncle Chin shouted in pain, "If you have the guts, just kill me directly." Hearing this, Lin Fan immediately replied, "Kill you, of course I'll kill you, but not now." Then Lin Fan waved his hand and the chains on Uncle Chin's body immediately disappeared. He collapsed painfully on the ground and Lin Fan approached. Lin Fan stepped heavily on his chest with one foot. Seeing this, Uncle Chin said unhappily, "I beg you, give me a quick death, and I'll tell you the secret method of fusing with a fiendish beast." Hearing this, Lin Fan replied, "I don't need that kind of garbage." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan immediately circulated his internal energy and attacked, striking Uncle Chin head-on, frightening him into shouting, "And no!" In an instant, Uncle Chin's entire body was engulfed in flames. Uncle Chin clutched his head with both hands in pain, struggling in the sea of fire. At this moment, Qin Jing hurriedly ran over. Qin Jing panted as she looked at Lin Fan, then she gently approached and asked, "Lin Fan, are you okay?" Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled and replied, "I'm fine." At this moment, Qin Yuan had woken up and sat up. Qin Yuan asked with a pale face, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" Seeing this, Qin Jing pointed at Qin Yuan in surprise and asked, "What's wrong with her?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Fan glanced sideways at Qin Yuan and replied, "I almost forgot about her." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan walked behind Qin Yuan and chopped the back of her neck heavily. Lin Fan said coldly, "Have a nice nap." Meanwhile, Qin Yuan's uncle was struggling painfully in the sea of fire. Qin Jing looked over curiously and asked with confusion, "What is that?" Hearing this, Lin Fan replied, "Qin Yuan's butler." Qin Jing was surprised by his appearance and quickly asked, "Why did he become like this?" Hearing this, Lin Fan answered wearily, "It's a long story." After a while, Lin Fan told Qin Jing everything. After learning it all, Qin Jing said sadly, So we were all deceived by him. Lin Fan replied, that's right, there was no inheritance here at all. At this moment Qin Jing walked over to Qin Yuan's uncle and she said in a deep voice, give him a quick end. Hearing Qin Jing's words, Lin Fan replied, all right. Suddenly, Qin Yuan's uncle shouted, wait, there actually is an inheritance here. Hearing this, Lin Fan let out a surprised oh, and temporarily spared his life. Lin Fan stood fiercely in front of Qin Yuan's uncle and shouted, speak. Qin Yuan's uncle quickly replied, place the Lulu sword and the jade pendant between the scabbard and the back of the Qin Emperor's stone statue to open the inheritance. I'm telling you this and I only ask you to spare my life. Lin Fan glanced back and said, sure enough, there's a place to put them. Lin Fan looked at Qin Yuan's uncle with a fierce gaze and warned, if you dare to lie to me, I'll make you wish you were dead. At this moment the Lulu sword and the jade pendant activated. They emitted a burst of energy, causing the stone statue of the Qin Emperor's ancestor in front of Lin Fan to show signs of awakening. The Qin Emperor's ancestor stared deadly at Qin Jing and Lin Fan. The Qin Emperor's ancestor asked angrily, who are you? Why have you awakened me? Hearing this, Qin Jing hurriedly knelt down. She bowed solemnly and said, Qin Jing, the 78th generation descendant of the Qin family, pays respect to the Qin Emperor's ancestor. As soon as she finished speaking, the Qin Emperor's ancestor replied, has it been so long already? Rise. The Qin Emperor's ancestor waved his hand gently, signaling Qin Jing to stand up. Seeing this, Qin Jing quickly responded, yes. Then the Qin Emperor's ancestor turned his gaze to Lin Fan and asked, and who are you? Lin Fan hurriedly bowed and said, Junior Lin Fan pays respect to the Qin Emperor. Hearing this, the Qin Emperor's ancestor's expression began to change. He sized up Lin Fan carefully, thinking, this kid actually has such a cultivation level? The Qin Emperor's ancestor continued, not bad. In this era of sparse spiritual energy to have such a cultivation level, you can be considered a prodigy. Hearing this, Lin Fan happily shook his head and replied, you flatter me, Qin Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, the Qin Emperor's ancestor continued, by the way, where is the fiendish beast that sealed me? Lin Fan quickly interjected. Qin Emperor, he has already released the fiendish beast and then merged with it. At this moment, Qin Yuan's uncle, who had transformed into a fiendish beast, hurriedly ran to the Qin Emperor and knelt down, crying, ancestor. Seeing this, the Qin Emperor gritted his teeth in anger. Staring deadly at Qin Yuan's uncle with sharp eyes, he said angrily, how could there be such a traitor among my descendants? He must be killed. As soon as he finished speaking, the Qin Emperor's ancestor's dragon avatar immediately appeared. The azure dragon avatar stared fiercely at Qin Yuan's uncle without another word. The Qin Emperor's ancestor waved his hand forward, signaling the azure dragon to attack Qin Yuan's uncle immediately. Seeing this, Qin Yuan's uncle shouted in terror, no! In the blink of an eye, Qin Yuan's uncle was disciplined by the Qin Emperor's ancestor with one move. The Qin Emperor's ancestor made the traitor howl in pain. Seeing this, Qin Jing said, Qin Emperor ancestor, why don't you just kill this fiendish beast directly? Hearing this, the Qin Emperor's ancestor sighed deeply. He recalled the past and answered, back then, after I unified the world, I wanted to rest and recuperate, but the ancient fiendish beast sealed by the ancient sages broke free. We joined forces to kill it, but we could only barely seal it again in that space. I was also severely injured and no longer had the strength to slay this fiendish beast, so I could only seal it and rely on time to wear it down. Hearing this, Lin Fan asked curiously, Qin Emperor, what is the space you just mentioned? As soon as he finished speaking, the Qin Emperor's ancestor replied, that was originally part of the 9 provinces continent. Who knew that a beast emperor among the fiendish beasts inside would escape? The various sages fought a great battle with the beast emperor but couldn't kill it, so they could only seal it and be done with it. Hearing this, Lin Fan reached out and touched his chin, answering thoughtfully, so that's how it is. The Qin Emperor's ancestor continued, I can feel that my seal is about to disappear. The task of slaying the beast emperor is now entrusted to you. Hearing this, Lin Fan hurriedly bowed and answered solemnly, Qin Emperor, this boy's cultivation is low. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to bear this heavy responsibility. The Qin Emperor's ancestor, seeing this, fell silent for a moment, then said, come forward and receive my inheritance. Hearing this, Qin Jing stepped forward and answered, all right. Then the Qin Emperor's ancestor stretched out a finger and pointed at Qin Jing's forehead. Qin Jing's eyes widened, staring straight ahead. Then she clutched her head and screamed in pain. Seeing this, Lin Fan showed a panicked expression, thinking could it be possession. He hurriedly stepped forward to help Qin Jing but was stopped by the Qin Emperor's ancestor. The Qin Emperor's ancestor said, boy, don't be anxious. This emperor disdains to use such methods. At this moment, Qin Jing had already fainted and collapsed to the ground. The Qin Emperor's ancestor continued, rather than dissipating between heaven and earth, it is better for me to save the world this way. Then the Qin Emperor's ancestor gently placed a hand on Lin Fan's shoulder and he carefully instructed, I'm counting on you, boy. I'll give you something by the way. Suddenly, Lin Fan's body underwent a change, causing his eyes to widen. An extremely special power enveloped Lin Fan's body. This power was a gift from the Qin Emperor's ancestor. Lin Fan closed his eyes and slowly absorbed the new energy. Then he slowly sat down cross-legged, quietly feeling the changes in his body and merging with the power bestowed by the Qin Emperor's ancestor. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan successfully absorbed that power. Then he gently let out a breath of relief, raised his hand to feel it, and said, "Peak of the void insight realm, the Qin Emperor has given me too much." At this moment Qin Jing's body also underwent some changes. Seeing this, Lin Fan turned his eyes to look. The Qin Emperor's ancestor's protective Dharma form appeared, enveloping Qin Jing's body. Faced with this scene, Lin Fan watched in surprise, observing the situation. He thought, I wonder if Qin Jing's character will change. At this moment a mark appeared on Qin Jing's forehead, and her clothes also began to change, replaced by a set of majestic and solemn ancient attire. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but gape in surprise. Suddenly, Qin Jing said with a majestic expression, "Kneel, how dare a commoner look directly at me?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Fan drew his blade and held it to Qin Jing's neck, scaring her into not daring to move. Then Qin Jing hurriedly reached out, scratched her head, and said with a smile, "Honestly, you can't even take a joke." Hearing this, Lin Fan said coldly, "I'll give you one chance to rephrase that." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Jing replied with a smile, "I was just trying to tease you. Who knew you'd be so serious?" Hearing this, Lin Fan replied in annoyance, "I thought you were possessed by the Qin Emperor." Qin Jing quickly added, "With our ancestor's temperament he wouldn't do such a thing." Then Qin Jing opened her arms, spun around, and asked, "Don't you think I look magnificent in this ink dragon robe?" Lin Fan heard this, reached out to touch his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, "It's all right. You look like an empress." Hearing this, Qin Jing reached out and gently patted Lin Fan's shoulder, then said, "Not bad, very discerning. I'll appoint you as my great general of the state." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Fan replied, "Your Majesty, the great Qin has long since fallen." Hearing this, Qin Jing frowned and said, "Nonsense, as long as I am here, the great Qin is here." Qin Jing's eyes suddenly became tense. Seeing her unusual attitude, Lin Fan said, "It seems the Qin Emperor still has an influence on you." Qin Jing continued calmly, "When I received the inheritance I saw my ancestor's life and learned many things." Hearing this, Lin Fan quickly asked, "Then do you know the location where the Qin Emperor sealed the fiendish beast?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Jing replied with a smile, "Of course I know. It's in the land of Shu." Hearing this, Lin Fan turned around and said, "All right, then we should get going." Suddenly, Qin Jing grabbed Lin Fan's hand and said loudly, "Wait, aren't you going to see the ancestor's treasury?" Hearing Qin Jing say this, Lin Fan cried out in surprise, "Treasury?" Qin Jing smiled and said, "Of course." She held up one finger, winked, and said, "Did you think a powerful empire wouldn't have some inventory?" Hearing this, Lin Fan replied with a smile, "Since you've said so, it seems there are quite a few treasures. Let's go take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Jing happily interjected, "I'll lead the way." After speaking, Qin Jing led the way. Lin Fan followed behind. Arriving at the door of a mysterious room, Qin Jing raised her hand high, then concentrated and chanted a spell. In an instant the door opened. Seeing this, Qin Jing glanced back at Lin Fan and said, "Let's go." Lin Fan heard her and replied with a smile, Walking into the room. It was filled with gold, silver, and jewels, with many powerful weapons beside them. Qin Jing walked in, stood in the middle, and looked around. She exclaimed happily, "There's so much, it's all yours as long as you can carry it." After speaking, Qin Jing placed her hands on her hips and said loudly, "These treasures are my reward for conquering the world." Hearing this, Lin Fan gently tapped Qin Jing on the head with his hand and said, "Don't be silly." This tap hurt Qin Jing quite a bit. She quickly reached up to rub her head and said coquettishly, "But I want to be an empress too." After speaking, Lin Fan pointed to the side and said, "Is this the treasury you were talking about?" Hearing this, Qin Jing glanced over and replied in surprise, "Aren't these treasures enough?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Fan turned and left angrily. He said impatiently, "What a waste of time, I'm leaving." Seeing this, Qin Jing hurriedly grabbed Lin Fan. She frowned and continued, "Wait a minute, can't you take a joke? Of course there are better things." Hearing this, Lin Fan stopped and let out a surprised "Oh." After speaking, Qin Jing immediately took Lin Fan to another place. She stood in front of a wall and said, "This is it." Qin Jing pointed forward and continued, "Most precious things are behind this. Just break this wall." Hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes sharpened. He smiled and said, "Your ancestor is quite interesting. If you really break this wall, it will trigger a mechanism, and you'll suffer quite a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan struck the wall heavily with his palm. In the blink of an eye, the wall in front of them was moved away. Seeing this, Qin Jing pouted and said, "Tch, so boring." Feeling that Qin Jing was a bit different from usual, Lin Fan asked, "Teacher Qin, I've noticed that your personality has changed so much since you received the inheritance. What's going on?" Hearing this, Qin Jing replied with a proud face, "Really, I don't feel it." After speaking, Lin Fan quickly said, "Let's go." The two passed through the passage Lin Fan had just opened. Deep inside, what came into Lin Fan's sight were all kinds of powerful magical treasures. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. On the other side, Qin Jing was looking around, amazed by everything here. Lin Fan was attracted by an object emitting energy not far away. He approached to observe, and it turned out to be a cauldron. Seeing this, Lin Fan was surprised and thought to himself, "This alchemy furnace is not simple." Then he reached out his hand to feel the power of the furnace. Lin Fan quickly raised his hand high and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious blue pill appeared in the furnace. Lin Fan held the pill in his hand. Seeing this, Qin Jing quickly ran over to check. She gently fanned with her hand and exclaimed, "It smells so good." Lin Fan replied, "This is a heaven-mending pill." Hearing this, Qin Jing asked with a bewildered look, "What's a heaven-mending pill?" Lin Fan explained, "The heaven-mending pill is suitable for martial artists like you who have just received an initiation, as it can both enhance cultivation and stabilize the foundation." After speaking, Lin Fan tossed the pill to Qin Jing and said, "For you." Seeing this, Qin Jing quickly caught it and replied with a smile, "Then I'll take it," Lin Fan said calmly. "It's nothing, this was originally yours anyway." Then Lin Fan pointed forward and continued, "There's a deeper passage here. Let's go in and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan and Qin Jing walked in. In front of them was a sword. Qin Jing pointed to a strange-looking sword and said, "Look, why is there such a strange sword there?" Lin Fan glanced at it and found it interesting. "Let me see what's so special about this sword." With that, he stepped forward and firmly grasped the hilt. Instantly, his whole body was engulfed in raging flames. Lin Fan lamented, "This sword won't budge at all and my magical power is slowly being absorbed by it." The corner of Lin Fan's mouth lifted into a smile. "Since you like my magical power, I'll let you have your fill." After some maneuvering, the sword finally moved. Lin Fan actually managed to pull the sword out. He tried to activate the sword, and after a moment, Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised to find that it was a spiritual treasure. Hearing this, Qin Jing's eyes lit up. "A spiritual treasure? We've struck gold." Lin Fan stretched out his hand and put the sword away with a bit of magical power. I'll take this sword. I have a use for it." Qin Jing agreed without hesitation, "No problem." Then she pointed in another direction. "There seem to be spiritual herbs and spiritual liquid over there. Let's go take a look." The two walked over together where countless treasures were displayed. Qin Jing winked at Lin Fan and said, "These are all yours too." Lin Fan asked, "Don't you need them?" Qin Jing replied, "They're useless to me." So Lin Fan didn't stand on ceremony anymore. "All right, then I won't be polite." A moment later the two left and came out. Qin Yuing lay miserably on the ground. When Qin Jing saw her, she sighed and lifted her up with a spell. Lin Fan asked with confusion, "Where are you planning to take her?" Qin Jing replied, "No matter what, she's still a member of the Qin family." The scene switched to outside the stone gate where Qin Feng was standing alone. He was very worried in his heart. "I wonder how my sister is doing." Just then a mysterious door appeared and the injured Qin Yuing was thrown out. Then Qin Jing and Lin Fan also came out. Seeing them, Qin Feng shouted, "Sis?" His face turned pale and he stammered, unable to speak clearly. "Sis, Miss Qin, sis, you said you." Qin Feng tremblingly grabbed Lin Fan's hand. "Brother-in-law, are you not going to care about my sister anymore? You're just going to throw her to me like this?" Lin Fan smiled. "It's a long story." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Jing's face turned red. "Brother-in-law?" she scolded loudly. Who's your brother-in-law? Don't talk nonsense." Lin Fan sighed softly. "It's not me anyway," Qin Feng said happily. "Brother-in-law, don't deny it. As soon as my sister got into trouble, you immediately came to help." Hearing this, Qin Jing's mood suddenly brightened. "Really?" Lin Fan explained. "No, she's my teacher. Of course I have to come and help when she's in trouble." Hearing Lin Fan's words, Qin Jing fell silent in disappointment. Was that so? But the dark side of her heart was egging her on. "You are a descendant of the Qin Emperor and now you have received the Qin Emperor's inheritance. Do you still need someone else's approval for what you want?" Qin Jing clutched her head in pain. Her reason told her, "No, relationships are a matter of mutual consent, you can't force it." But the dark side tempted her again. No, if he's unwilling to stay by your side, then tie him to your side. You are the empress of the great Qin." Thus the dark side completely occupied Qin Jing's mind, making her have wicked thoughts. "That's right, I am the empress of the great Qin. Do I still need someone else's approval for what I want?" Seeing her strange expression, Lin Fan asked, "Teacher Qin, what's wrong?" Qin Jing reached out her hand, approaching Lin Fan. She looked at him with a captivating gaze. "Lin Fan, from now on you can only be mine." Lin Fan immediately shook off Qin Jing's hand. "Don't joke around." Qin Jing was angered by his attitude. "I'm not joking. If I say you're mine, you're mine." Lin Fan immediately realized, "Teacher Qin, you've gone mad," but Qin Jing flatly denied it. "No, I'm fine." Lin Fan immediately used a spell to freeze Qin Jing's feet. "My apologies, Teacher Qin." Qin Jing was enraged, her eyes turning red. She channeled her magical power, wanting to attack Lin Fan. Qin Jing's dragon form avatar charged straight at Lin Fan. Seeing this, Qin Feng shouted in terror, "Sis, don't!" Qin Jing controlled the dragon form avatar to tightly coil around Lin Fan. A moment later, Qin Jing broke free from Lin Fan's ice seal. "You are mine." Qin Jing approached, holding Lin Fan's face. "You can't escape my grasp." As Qin Jing was about to reach out her hands, Lin Fan had already dodged away. He kicked the back of her neck, and Qin Jing immediately fainted. As Qin Jing fell, Lin Fan quickly caught her and held her in his arms. He sighed. Her cultivation suddenly rose by a realm, but her state of mind couldn't keep up as expected. Her spirit is unstable. Seeing Qin Jing like this, Qin Feng panicked. "Brother Lin, what happened to my sister all of a sudden?" Lin Fan replied, "She was invaded by a heart demon which led to this situation." Qin Feng asked worriedly, "Will my sister be like this in the future?" Lin Fan comforted him, "It's nothing serious. She'll be fine after a few days of rest." Hearing this, Qin Feng's face immediately brightened. "That's good." The scene shifted to the Kong residence. Kong Zan was meditating and cultivating when she suddenly heard a strange noise. Kong Zan shouted, "Who's there?" Lin Fan slowly appeared. "It's me." Seeing it was Lin Fan, Kong Zan was very happy. "Master, you're back." Lin Fan praised her. "Not bad, you've been practicing hard these days while I was away." Being praised by Lin Fan, she was very happy. Lin Fan instructed Kong Zan, "I need to refine some pills. Tell your servants that no one is to disturb me, understand?" Kong Zan obediently did as she was told. "All right, I will inform them." Kong Zan asked curiously, "Master, what kind of pill are you trying to refine?" Lin Fan replied, "A tribulation evasion pill." Kong Zan said, "Master once said that the tribulation evasion pill is a pill that weakens the lightning tribulation and helps cultivators ascend to the mid-immortal platform realm. As expected of Master, you even know about this kind of pill." "Then I won't disturb you, Master." Lin Fan replied, all right. Lin Fan went inside, took out the necessary items and began to refine the pill. The scene shifted to Qin Jing's room. She was still lying quietly with Qin Feng taking care of her by her side. After a while, Qin Jing gradually woke up. She moaned softly and slowly opened her eyes. Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised to see this. Sis, you're awake. Qin Jing propped herself up with her hands and sat up, holding her head and asking, where am I? Qin Feng said, sis, this is your room. Did you forget about attacking brother Lin Fan? Qin Jing looked bewildered. What? I only remember being rejected by Lin Fan. I'm not clear about what happened after that. Then she threatened Qin Feng with her eyes. Little brother, if you dare to spread this matter, you're dead. Qin Feng said loudly. Don't worry, sis. I promise no fourth person will know about this. Hearing this, Qin Jing was finally relieved. You'd better remember that. Qin Feng suddenly remembered and told Qin Jing. Sis, brother Lin Fan said he's going to give you a pill he brought from the ancient tomb. Just then, Qin Jing's father walked in. Jinger, you're awake? Qin Jing replied, Dad, I'm fine. There was a worried look on her father's face. It's good that you're fine. But seeing her father's strange expression, Qin Jing asked, what happened? He sighed. The family elders learned from Qin Yuing that you received the inheritance and they want us to hand it over. Hearing this, Qin Jing was furious. What, they think they're worthy? Qin Jing's anger made even her father frown. He shouted loudly and reached out to stop her. Jinger, only then did she come to her senses, but her heart was still burning with anger. She ran over to apologize to her father. I'm sorry, Dad, I lost control. Her father said, it's all right. He gently stroked her head. My daughter has really grown up and matured. The scene shifted to the Kong family residence where Lin Fan was cultivating inside. After a while, he successfully refined several spirit pills. Kong Zan, sitting in the distance, also smelled the fragrance from inside. It smells so good. She was very happy. Master is out of seclusion. Kong Zan was about to run in when she saw Old Kong and Butler Kong walking ahead. She was startled. Ah, Kong Zan waved and called out to her grandfather. Old Kong turned around to look at his granddaughter. Kong Zan asked them why they were here. Old Kong smiled and replied, we were drawn by the fragrance. They walked to the outside of friend Lin's room. Just then, Lin Fan finished his cultivation and walked out holding several spirit pills. Seeing him, Kong Zan shouted loudly, Master. Seeing Lin Fan, Old Kong also showed more respect. Little friend Lin is out of seclusion. Lin Fan replied, yes. Old Kong looked inside and asked curiously, little friend Lin, what's inside? Lin Fan took out a few pills and said, I refined a few pills for Schwenner to use. Hearing this, Old Kong said happily, thank you for your trouble. Lin Fan said, no matter what, I am Schwenner's master. It's only right that I help her. Kong Zan reached out and took them, saying, thank you, master. Lin Fan turned to Old Kong and asked, is there anything else? Old Kong smiled and said, nothing else. We'll be leaving now. Then Old Kong and Butler Kong left. Kong Zan and Lin Fan stood there watching them go. Lin Fan handed her a bottle. Cultivating with the Clear Heart pill can enhance the practice of the Clear Heart Divine Control art. Kong Zan happily thanked her master. The scene shifted to the top of a nameless mountain at night where Lin Fan was sitting and cultivating. He was completely focused and thunder and lightning roared around him, converging on the place where he was cultivating. The Lulu sword he had obtained earlier was also taken out to cultivate with him. The essence of heaven and earth seemed to gather and the Lulu sword glowed, emitting a powerful energy. Lin Fan continued to cultivate with all his might. The sky was dark and gloomy with roaring thunder and lightning and a dazzling light. A golden eagle appeared. Lin Fan threw the 9 cauldrons into the air and surging flames erupted from them. Lin Fan was completely focused on his cultivation. After a while, Lin Fan picked up the Lulu sword and swung it a few times. The dark clouds gradually dispersed. The night sky filled with stars and a bright moon slowly appeared. Lin Fan's cultivation also gradually came to an end. He let out a sigh of relief, stood up and looked into the distance. Just as he was deep in thought, a figure appeared. Not bad, reaching the mid-immortal platform realm at such a young age. Lin Fan glanced over and saw a little boy with 2 horns on his head leisurely staying inside a cauldron. Lin Fan asked, who are you? How did you come out of the cauldron? Zan Mo introduced himself. I am the spirit of this cauldron. My name is Zan Mo. It flew a circle around Lin Fan's face, then said, I am very pleased with you. You shall be my new master. Lin Fan replied, this cauldron was already mine. Do I need your permission? Besides, I inspected it long ago and there was no spirit here at all. Zan Mo explained, that's because this great one was injured and was sleeping in here. Lin Fan pressed, then why are you awake now? Zan Mo put his hand on his shoulder. It's all thanks to you passing your tribulation, kid. The reward bestowed by the heavenly Tao allowed me to recover and also gave your sword its spirituality. But it was still in its nascent stage. Lin Fan asked, really? Zan Mo said smugly, trust in me, Lord Ding, and you'll have everything. Lin Fan flicked his finger lightly and dodged. Zan Mo was sent flying, a bump forming on his forehead. Ouch. Lin Fan had a serious expression. He picked up his sword and thought, it really has gained spirituality. Lin Fan held out his hand. I'll put this away too. Zan Mo panicked. Wait. Lin Fan asked, what do you want now? Zan Mo said in a small voice, I want to go with you and see the outside world. I don't want to go inside. Lin Fan directly rejected Zan Mo's proposal. No, Zan Mo was terrified. He immediately ran over to hug Lin Fan's leg, crying and swearing, don't worry, I absolutely won't cause you any trouble. Lin Fan grabbed him by the collar. You really won't cause me any trouble? Hearing this, Zan Mo nodded repeatedly. The scene shifted to the Qin family's meeting room where a group of men in black were sitting around having a meeting. The Qin family's great elder spoke up. We must force Qin Jing to hand over the ancestors' inheritance. The people below chimed in. The great elder is right, that's right, this is the only way our family has a chance to grow stronger. Just then Qin Jing and her father walked in together. The great elders group glanced at Qin Jing. Hand over the inheritance you received from the ancestor. It will be used to strengthen the family, Qin Jing said angrily. You, her father reached out to stop her and said, Jinger has received the ancestor's inheritance and she will certainly pass it on to the family. But the group of people roared impatiently. Cut the crap, hurry up and hand it over, Qin Jing's father continued. What's the rush? We never said we wouldn't give it. Once Jinger has finished absorbing the ancestor's inheritance, she will naturally give it to everyone. The great elder pointed at Qin Jing's father's face. Cut the nonsense. Hand it over now or we'll strip you of your position as family head. At this point, Qin Jing could no longer bear it. Her eyes blazed with fury and her presence was menacing. Qin Jing walked forward step by step. You people are truly delusional. This was passed down to me by the ancestor. What right do you have? After speaking, she used her magical power to shatter the surrounding tables and chairs. Everyone present was startled. What? Qin Jing threatened them. This is a warning. If there's a next time, I'll send you to a retirement home early. Then she turned to leave. Dad, let's go. The scene switched to the edge of a cliff. Lin Fan was sitting there gazing at the star-filled sky. He let out a sigh. Zan Mo next to him asked, Something on your mind? Lin Fan said with emotion. Time flies so fast. Zan Mo mocked. You say that as if you've lived for hundreds of years. Lin Fan asked, Lord Ding, how did you get injured? Zan Mo sat on Lin Fan's shoulder also looking at the sky. It's a long story. Lin Fan teased him again. Then make it short. Zan Mo began his tale. I used to be Lu Yun, the head of the Tashi Academy. Lin Fan was surprised. Tashi Academy, how come I've never heard of it? Zan Mo also looked bewildered. Could it be that the Tashi Academy is gone? Lin Fan said, perhaps it has disappeared in the river of history. Zan Mo continued, back then human survival was very difficult. We were coveted by the Bai clan and fiendish beasts. Lin Fan asked, and then, Zan Mo continued his story, a great war broke out between humans, the Bai clan and the fiendish beasts. The very earth was shattered. In the end, humanity sealed the fiendish beasts and repelled the Bai clan. After hearing the story, Lin Fan remarked, so that's how it was. Zan Mo placed a hand on Lin Fan's shoulder, patted it gently, and then said with a serious expression, I have a premonition that they will make a comeback. Train hard, kid. Lin Fan heard this and replied, Don't worry, I will definitely protect this place. Zan Mo continued, Kid, quick, tell me, are there still brothels? As soon as he finished speaking, Zan Mo was slapped across the face by Lin Fan, feeling insulted. Zan Mo shouted angrily, You rotten kid, over here. Lin Fan turned and walked away. He said, I'm leaving. Seeing this, Zan Mo hurriedly chased after him, shouting in frustration, Stop right there. At this moment, in a certain place, a demonic beast suddenly rushed in from outside, hastily knelt and shouted, Great King. The demonic beast paid its respects and reported, The seal has begun to loosen. Hearing this, the fiendish beast's expression changed slightly. He sat nonchalantly on his throne and replied, Really? As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic beast hurriedly replied, Yes, great king. The fiendish beast suddenly stood up and laughed heartily. After being sealed for so many years, I can finally taste the delicious flavor of humans again. The fiendish beast's enormous figure startled the demonic beast. The demonic beast trembled and replied hastily, Congratulations, great king, without another word. The fiendish beast tightly gripped the hammer in his hand. The fiendish beast commanded with a ferocious expression, Go and gather our forces. Hearing this, the demonic beast immediately replied, Yes. The next morning, birds were chirping on the branches. At this moment, Kong Zan had just woken up. She stretched, greeting the morning sun. Suddenly, a luxury car stopped at Kong Zan's gate. A tall, handsome man with an extraordinary air got out of the car holding a bouquet of bright flowers. He called out softly, Schwenner. Seeing him, Kong Zan frowned and asked angrily, What are you doing here? Without another word, Kong Zan's suitor knelt on the ground. He held out the bouquet and said with an affectionate smile, Schwenner, be my girlfriend. Hearing this, Kong Zan immediately shouted, Get lost. Then she angrily turned and went inside. She slammed the door shut with a loud bang to show her anger. Seeing this, Kong Zan's suitor pounded on the door with his hands. He shouted loudly, Schwenner, open the door. I really like you, Schwenner. At this moment, Zan Mo and Lin Fan had walked up from behind. The two watched the situation with bewildered expressions. Zan Mo crossed his arms over his chest and said with a smile, Kid, that girl is your disciple. Hearing this, Lin Fan replied with a smile, Of course, what do you think, not bad, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Zan Mo added, More than not bad. The Supreme Yin sacred body is a rare prodigy. Hearing this, Lin Fan smugly chimed in, Of course, could anyone I choose be subpar? Seeing Lin Fan's proud attitude, Zan Mo was rendered speechless with exasperation. Meanwhile, Kong Zan's suitor kept knocking forcefully on the door, but there was no response. He sighed helplessly, his face filled with sorrow. Suddenly he heard laughter behind him. Kong Zan's suitor glanced over. He roared angrily, What are you laughing at? Seeing his angry look, Lin Fan replied with a smile, I just saw something funny, that's all. Realizing he was being made fun of, he became furious with embarrassment. He grabbed Lin Fan's collar tightly and said, I think you're laughing at me. Hearing this, Lin Fan replied mockingly, So what if I'm laughing at you? As soon as he finished speaking, the man raised his hand in a rage, ready to attack Lin Fan. He scowled and yelled, Looks like you're asking for a beating. Seeing this, Lin Fan calmly sidestepped, dodging his attack. Then Lin Fan grabbed his hand with one hand and twisted it behind his back. Not only that, Lin Fan also kicked him hard on the butt, making him fall forward. Kong Zan's suitor knelt on the ground in pain, coughed a few times, and then warned furiously, "If you've got guts, you wait right here. This young master is going to get people." After saying that, he ran off in a hurry. Meanwhile, Lin Fan calmly watched his childish behavior without saying a word. After dealing with him, Lin Fan walked to Kong Zan's door and knocked a few times. Hearing the knock, Kong Zan was very angry. She opened the door and yelled, "What's with all the knocking? Stop pestering me. I'm not going to agree." Seeing this, Lin Fan and Zan Mo looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Just then, Kong Zan realized she had misspoken. Her mind went blank as she thought, oh no, how could it be master?" Then Kong Zan said apologetically, Master, I wasn't talking about you." Hearing this, Lin Fan replied, "I know." Kong Zan asked in surprise, How did you know?" As soon as she finished, Lin Fan reassured her, "Don't worry, with Master here I'll help you fend off anyone you don't like." Hearing this, Kong Zan said happily, "Master is the best." A while later, by a bamboo grove, Kong Zan was cultivating with Lin Fan. After finishing her cultivation, Kong Zan went to her grandfather's house. Kong Zan shouted loudly, "Grandpa!" Hearing her voice, old Kong quickly turned around and replied with a smile, "Schwenner, you're here." Meanwhile, Pan Qingwu saw Kong Zan. He stroked his beard and mused, "My judgment is truly excellent. I found such a good wife for my grandson." Then Pan Qingwu pushed old Kong's head aside with his hand and said with a smile, "This must be Kong Zan, right? So beautiful, I like her a lot." Hearing this, old Kong said with a displeased look, "This is Pan Qingwu, an old geezer." Before he could finish, Pan Qingwu quickly interrupted, "How can you introduce me to your granddaughter-in-law like that?" At this moment, Kong Zan said politely and shyly, "Hello, Grandpa Pan." Lin Fan approached and called out loudly, "Old Kong." Hearing the voice, old Kong looked over and replied, "Oh, little brother Lin." Then old Kong stood next to Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Let me introduce you. This is—" Before he could finish, Pan Qingwu roared angrily, "I was wondering why you refused the marriage proposal. It turns out Schwenner already has a boyfriend." Old Kong, that was a really dirty move. Then Pan Qingwu angrily pointed at Lin Fan's face and continued, "So it was you brat, who stole my granddaughter-in-law and beat up my grandson. I'm going to settle this score with you." Hearing this, old Kong hurried to Pan Qingwu's side and gently tried to calm him down. "Old geezer, what do you think you're doing? Lin Fan is my guest." Pan Qingwu wouldn't listen. He forcefully pushed old Kong away and roared, "Get out of the way, I'm going to teach him a lesson today." Seeing this, Lin Fan dusted off his hands, then gestured for Pan Qingwu to make a move. He said calmly, "Come on." Seeing this, Pan Qingwu shouted angrily, "Arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed at Lin Fan to attack. Pan Qingwu kicked forward fiercely. Lin Fan turned lightly to dodge the attack and said smugly, "Is that all you've got? You're too old for this. You shouldn't be fighting. What if something happens and you try to scam me for compensation?" At this moment, Pan Qingwu was attacking Lin Fan continuously, but Lin Fan easily dodged every blow. Hearing this, Pan Qingwu replied angrily, "Cut the crap." Then Lin Fan snapped his fingers. Instantly, Pan Qingwu was frozen in place, unable to move. Seeing this, Pan Qingwu asked in surprise, "What kind of sorcery did you use?" Then Lin Fan raised a hand in a placating gesture. "Calm down, old sir." After saying that, Lin Fan turned to leave. Seeing this, Pan Qingwu glared at him and said, "Untie me at once." At this moment, old Kong approached and said, "Old geezer, this is my granddaughter's master." Hearing this, Pan Qingwu replied angrily, "Master, I don't believe it. Don't lie to me. Besides, didn't you say your granddaughter was in poor health? How can she learn martial arts?" As soon as he finished, old Kong replied, "Her illness was cured because she took little friend Lin as her master." Hearing this, Pan Qingwu said with a look of doubt, "Him? Could he be an immortal?" Old Kong then turned to Kong Zan and said, "That's right, Xiaoxuan, show this old geezer what you can do." As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Zan used her spiritual energy to conjure a lotus flower in her hand. Seeing this, Pan Qingwu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Is this real?" At this point, old Kong crossed his arms over his chest and asked seriously, "Do you believe it now?" As soon as he finished, Pan Qingwu replied, "I believe you. Now untie me." Lin Fan immediately made a move and released Pan Qingwu from his restraints. After being released, Pan Qingwu said with a worried expression, "I didn't expect Schwenner to already be a cultivator. We are not worthy of her." After saying his farewells, Pan Qingwu immediately turned and left. Seeing this, old Kong reached out and said, "Don't go, old geezer." Meanwhile, Pan Qingwu stormed off without looking back. Night fell, blanketing Kong Zan's home. Inside, Lin Fan, Kong Zan, and old Kong were having dinner together. Lin Fan slowly picked up his chopsticks. He glanced at Kong Zan and old Kong and said, "After this meal, it's time for me to leave." Hearing this, Kong Zan quickly stood up and faced Lin Fan. She cried out twice, "Master!" Seeing this, Lin Fan reached out and patted Kong Zan's head dotingly, saying, "I've already taught you everything I can. From now on, you have to walk your own path." Hearing this, Kong Zan replied emotionally, crying, "Can you not go?" Hearing this, Lin Fan shook his head. After dinner, Lin Fan turned and left. Kong Zan watched him go. Kong Zan said with a sad expression, "I must train hard. I must be able to stand by Master's side." Lin Fan calmly walked out of Kong Zan's villa. Seeing this, Zan Mo hurried over and asked, "Are you really leaving just like that?" Lin Fan looked up at the stars and replied, "Of course. I have a feeling something big is about to happen." Meanwhile, the fiendish beasts had already begun to move. On a star-filled night in a small village, a fiendish beast had arrived. It hid behind a wall, observing the situation, and said, "I didn't expect to be able to taste human flesh right after getting out." The fiendish beast had just killed a young man and was savoring the taste of a human. At this moment, a young man holding a hoe bravely charged at the fiendish beast, shouting, "Monster, die!" Seeing this, the fiendish beast calmly ate the human flesh, then stood up, viciously took out its hammer and laughed. The fiendish beast forcefully smashed the young man's head with its hammer, knocking him unconscious on the spot. The next day in his room, Lin Fan was reading a book in deep thought when a series of urgent knocks came from the door. Lin Fan heard it, glanced over and thought to himself, so early in the morning. "Who's looking for me?" Lin Fan went to open the door and in front of him was Qin Jing. She raised a hand in greeting and said, "Hi." Seeing her, Lin Fan asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Seeing Lin Fan's cold attitude, Qin Jing said petulantly, "Not welcome." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Fan replied with a smile, "Of course you're welcome, please, come in." Then Lin Fan and Qin Jing went inside and sat down together on the sofa. Qin Jing said with a worried expression, "Thank you for what happened last time." Hearing this, Lin Fan quickly replied, "It was nothing." Suddenly, Lin Fan remembered something and quickly asked, "By the way, was there something you needed me for?" Hearing this, Qin Jing shyly tucked her hair behind her ear and replied, "Oh, I forgot to mention the real reason I came. Did you see the news this morning?" As soon as she finished, Lin Fan said with a serious expression, "No, what's wrong?" Hearing this, Qin Jing took out her phone, opened the news, and showed it to Lin Fan. She said, "A small village in the suburbs was attacked by a wild beast and the bodies were also eaten by it." Hearing this, Lin Fan quickly added, "Not interested. What's so strange about that?" As soon as he finished, Qin Jing looked thoughtful, then continued, "At first I didn't think much of it either, but when I saw such large footprints I realized something was off." Hearing this, Lin Fan quickly pressed, "What's off?" Qin Jing continued, "I discovered that it looks like a fiendish beast attacked the village." Hearing this, Lin Fan said with a puzzled look, "A fiendish beast, the spiritual energy is so thin now, how could a fiendish beast be born?" As soon as he finished, Qin Jing continued, "What if it's from the past?" Lin Fan recalled the scene he had witnessed before and thought to himself, "It's that bloody scene from a few days ago." Then Lin Fan turned to Qin Jing and continued, "You mean there's a problem with your ancestor's seal and a fiendish beast escaped?" Hearing this, Qin Jing quickly replied, "Exactly. That's what I suspect." Lin Fan added, "Whether that's true or not we'll know once we go take a look." After speaking, Lin Fan and Qin Jing went to the village in the suburbs. At this point the village was in ruins. Lin Fan and Qin Jing stood outside observing in shock. Zan Mo said from the side, "Kid, the demonic aura here is so thick." At this moment Lin Fan's gaze sharpened and he said, "The demonic aura is indeed heavy." Suddenly Zan Mo detected a demonic aura ahead. Zan Mo pointed forward in a panic and said loudly, "Kid, look over there." Hearing this, Lin Fan looked in that direction and then shouted urgently, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan walked ahead. Qin Jing watched his retreating back from behind. Seeing this, Qin Jing asked, "Where are you going?" Hearing this, Lin Fan turned back and replied, "I'm going to look around." Hearing this, Qin Jing, she advised, "Be careful." As soon as she finished, Lin Fan quickly replied, "Okay." Lin Fan walked further in and stood in front of a shop from which a demonic aura was emanating. Zan Mo pointed forward and said urgently, "Kid, it looks like the fiendish beast is in there." Lin Fan observed the situation carefully with a sharp gaze. He replied, The fiendish beast inside is resting." Suddenly it smelled a familiar scent. The fiendish beast thought happily, "It seems a human with spiritual energy has delivered themselves to my doorstep." After thinking that, the fiendish beast walked out spiritedly carrying its hammer. Outside, Lin Fan was still waiting by the door. Seeing the fiendish beast appear, Zan Mo said fearfully, "Kid, that thing is out." Seeing this, Lin Fan was not afraid at all. Instead, he replied with interest, "It's good that it came out. Saves me the trouble of going in." Amidst the ruins, a strange figure gradually appeared. The fiendish beast leaned menacingly against a wall and said with a laugh, "To think a little cultivator would deliver himself to my door." Zan Mo stood aside observing and said, "Kid, this fiendish beast is a real prize." Hearing this, Lin Fan replied, "I don't see it." Zan Mo continued, "This fiendish beast has a tempting flavor and it can also boost the cultivation of low-level cultivators." Hearing this, Lin Fan replied with a look of disdain, "Tch, it's useless to me." As soon as he finished, Zan Mo added, "But it's useful for your disciple and that girl." Hearing this, Lin Fan seemed to understand something. He replied with a smile, "That's true." Meanwhile, the fiendish beast roared smugly, "Come obediently into my mouth." Hearing this, Lin Fan laughed mockingly. "A mere beast dares to speak so arrogantly." Feeling insulted, the fiendish beast angrily charged at Lin Fan to attack. The fiendish beast raised its hammer high and said, "Go to hell and repent." As the hammer was about to fall on Lin Fan's head, he still had a nonchalant expression. At this moment, the fiendish beast chuckled to itself, "That's what you get for underestimating this great one." Suddenly, the fiendish beast couldn't move. Just then, Lin Fan revealed a sinister smile. Then he placed a hand lightly on the hammer and said angrily, "Is that all the strength you have?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan squeezed hard and the hammer instantly shattered. Seeing this, the fiendish beast cried out in shock, "That was my treasure for hundreds of years. I want you dead." Hearing this, Lin Fan replied provocatively, "Come and get me if you've got the guts." Seeing this, the fiendish beast roared angrily, "You forced my hand." As soon as it finished speaking, the fiendish beast immediately transformed into a pig-like beast with long, sharp claws on its feet, and then charged at Lin Fan. Suddenly, the fiendish beast broke out in a cold sweat, its expression tense and fearful. Lin Fan easily blocked the fiendish beast's attack with one hand. Lin Fan said calmly, "Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Zan Mo, watching from the side, said, "Kid, stop playing around." Hearing this, Lin Fan replied with a smile, "All right then." Lin Fan leapt high. He kicked the fiendish beast's head fiercely, sending it crashing painfully to the ground. The fiendish beast's enormous body caused the ground to sink slightly, and cracks appeared on the surface. Seeing this, Lin Fan strode confidently towards the fiendish beast. Suddenly, the fiendish beast opened its eyes and said fiercely, "What era are you from, old monster?" Hearing this, Lin Fan replied, No, I'm only 20, not an old monster." The fiendish beast cried out in surprise. "To think that after being sealed for hundreds of years, humanity could produce a prodigy like you." Hearing this, Lin Fan asked in surprise, "Sealed? Did you escape from the seal of the 10 great mountains?" As soon as he finished, the fiendish beast continued, "That's right, I'm just a scout sent by the great king to check things out." Lin Fan crossed his arms over his chest and pressed, "How many more of you are there?" As soon as he finished, the fiendish beast quickly replied, "You want me to betray my people? Impossible." Seeing the fiendish beast's resolute attitude, Zan Mo said with resignation, "I didn't expect the seal to break so quickly." Without another word, Lin Fan immediately used his spiritual energy to eliminate the fiendish beast. He replied coldly, "That's right." Just then, Qin Jing walked over, calling Lin Fan's name softly. Hearing her voice, Lin Fan turned to look and said, "Why are you here?" As soon as he finished, Qin Jing replied with a worried look, "I was afraid something might happen to you, so I came to check." Then Qin Jing approached the fiendish beast and continued, "Have you already eliminated the beast?" Hearing this, Lin Fan replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, in a certain cave, a group of monsters were waiting in their lair. Commander Snake was thinking with a headache. After receiving the message that was sent back, Commander Snake had a look of surprise. The Fox Maiden saw this and asked, "Commander Snake, what's wrong?" As soon as she finished, Commander Snake replied, "I can't feel that stupid pig's aura anymore." Hearing this, the Fox Maiden quickly replied, "Didn't that stupid pig go out to scout? How could its aura suddenly disappear?" Suddenly the cave shook violently. Even the Fox Maiden couldn't stand steadily and stumbled to the ground. The Fox Maiden felt something was wrong and said, "What an overbearing aura." Meanwhile, Commander Snake used his own demonic energy to create a barrier to resist the tremor. Seeing this, all the fiendish beasts immediately crawled into the barrier. After the barrier stabilized, the Fox Maiden said, still shaken, "That was terrifying." At this moment, Commander Snake cursed angrily. "That damned wild boar," the Fox Maiden volunteered. "Commander Snake, how about I go to the human city to scout out the situation?" Thinking it was a good idea, Commander Snake smiled and replied, "All right, be careful." As soon as he finished, the Fox Maiden replied, "No problem." Back at the ruins of the village, Lin Fan was observing the situation. After a moment of investigation, Qin Jing asked with a nervous expression, "Didn't you find anything?" Lin Fan quickly nodded. "No." Hearing this, Qin Jing smiled and said, "That's good." Lin Fan looked at the fiendish beast and said with a smile, "We'll have a whole roast pig tonight to help you improve your cultivation." Hearing this, Qin Jing asked, "Can I bring someone else?" Lin Fan replied happily, "Of course." After getting an affirmative answer, Qin Jing smiled cheerfully and said, "Okay." That evening at Lin Fan's house, a table full of food was already prepared. Kong Zan walked over gently and said, "Master, what did you call me for?" Lin Fan replied, "To improve your cultivation." Hearing this, Kong Zan asked happily, "Can you improve my cultivation, master?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "Yes." "This is good stuff." Kong Zan's eyes crinkled in a happy smile as she chirped, "Thank you, master." At this moment, Qin Jing walked over with her father. She happily introduced him to Lin Fan. "This is my dad." Lin Fan heard her and said politely, "Hello, uncle." Then Lin Fan stood up and said solemnly, "Please have a seat." By now, the Fox Maiden had arrived in the city. She looked around, constantly marveling, "It's only been 100 years. How have humans changed so much?" Suddenly, a luxury sports car sped past the Fox Maiden. Young Fan got out of the car and walked up to her. Seeing him, the Fox Maiden said fearfully, "Big brother, how do I know if you're a good person?" Seeing this, Young Fan thought to himself, "Another ignorant girl." Then Young Fan leaned in close to the Fox Maiden's face and said, "Miss, you can ask around. Who here doesn't know the name of this young Master Yang? I've always been a good person." By now, Young Fan's hand was already on the Fox Maiden's waist. The Fox Maiden hastily pushed Young Fan away with her hands. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on Young Fan's shoulder. He turned to look. Kong Zan slapped him across the face, giving Young Fan no time to react. As he fell to the ground, Young Fan said angrily, "Which bastard dares to hit me?" Kong Zan replied angrily, "Young Fan, you've got some nerve, really got some guts, daring to force yourself on a woman in the middle of the street. Do you want me to tell your grandpa?" Hearing this, Young Fan smiled awkwardly and begged for mercy. Don't, Sister Kong, I know I was wrong, I won't do it again." Hearing this, Kong Zan frowned and threatened, "You dare to have a next time?" Seeing Kong Zan's terrifying expression, Young Fan broke out in a cold sweat and stammered in reply, I won't." After speaking, Kong Zan shouted angrily, "Get lost now." With that, Young Fan immediately got in his car and left. At this moment, the Fox Maiden watched angrily, cursing inwardly, "You ruined my plans." Kong Zan walked up to the Fox Maiden and asked, "How are you? Are you okay?" The Fox Maiden replied gently, "I'm fine." Hearing this, Kong Zan then asked, "Did you just arrive here?" As soon as she finished speaking, the Fox Maiden started to cry. "I just got to the city and lost all my luggage." Seeing this, Kong Zan quickly comforted her. "Don't cry. I'll take you to stay at my place for a while, okay?" Hearing this, the Fox Maiden asked in surprise, "Really?" At this moment, the Fox Maiden was secretly delighted. She said, "Humans are so kind. I can follow her and find out more things." Then Kong Zan took the Fox Maiden's hand and they left. Kong Zan said, "You can stay with me until you find a job." Kong Zan walked up to Lin Fan and said, "I'll take her back first." Hearing this, Lin Fan replied, "You two go ahead then." With that, Kong Zan and the Fox Maiden left first. Lin Fan watched from behind. Zan Mo saw this and said, "Kid, that girl has a demonic aura." Hearing this, Lin Fan replied with a smile, I noticed. A rather seductive vixen at that, Zan Mo asked in surprise. Then why haven't you made a move? Hearing this, Lin Fan replied, I didn't find their lair last time. They must have some treasure that can conceal their presence. This time I'll set a bait. Hearing this, Zan Mo replied with a look of ignorance, I'd like to see how you do it. Suddenly, two young men, Wei Chongqing and Ni Huo, walked up to Lin Fan. They said, We're very sorry, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan calmly observed the situation. Wei Chongqing continued, To bother you for a moment. Hearing this, Lin Fan raised his hand and stroked his chin for a moment, then said, I don't think I know you. Wei Chongqing replied with a smile, I am Wei Chongqing. I am a consultant for the Washaw Security Bureau. Hearing this, Lin Fan then asked, I don't think I have anything to do with you. Seeing Lin Fan's suspicion, Wei Chongqing quickly explained, Mr. Lin, please don't be so quick to refuse. It's not too late to decide after I finish speaking. Hearing this, Lin Fan replied coldly, I only have 1 minute. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Chongqing said hastily, I would like to invite you to work for our department. Hearing this, Lin Fan skillfully refused, Sorry, not interested. Wei Chongqing didn't give up. He took out his business card and handed it to Lin Fan, saying, We're not in a hurry. Please consider it carefully. After the discussion, Lin Fan immediately turned and left. At this point, Ni Huo saw Lin Fan's proud attitude and said angrily, Boss, why is he so arrogant? Wei Chongqing heard him and replied calmly, He has the strength to be arrogant. Ni Huo became furious. He pointed at Lin Fan and shouted, No matter what, we're from the National Security Bureau. Does he not fear us taking action against him for treating us like this? Seeing that Ni Huo was being too loud, Wei Chongqing glanced at him and shouted, Shut up, over here. Lin Fan picked up the business card and looked at it, thinking, Security Bureau. At this moment, Kong Zan and the Fox Maiden were walking on a dark road. The Fox Maiden said happily, Miss Kong Zan, is that big brother your boyfriend? Hearing this, Kong Zan blushed shyly and quickly replied, No, that's my master. As soon as she finished speaking, the Fox Maiden continued to ask, To be your master at such a young age, he must be very powerful, right? Hearing this, Kong Zan replied proudly, Of course. Suddenly a pair of eyes was following the two of them from behind in the dark. That mysterious person's power was terrifying, startling both the Fox Maiden and Kong Zan. The mysterious person quickly bushed over and attacked Kong Zan and the Fox Maiden. Seeing this, Kong Zan quickly shouted, Be careful. Then Kong Zan immediately stepped forward, using her cultivated spiritual energy to create a barrier to block the attack. Appearing before Kong Zan and the Fox Maiden was a female ghost in blood-red clothes. The female ghost's face was pale, and she said in a hoarse voice, Your reaction is quite fast. Seeing this, Kong Zan asked in terror, What kind of monster are you? Why are you attacking us? The female ghost heard her and replied with a ferocious expression, Monster, I am a ghost, a man-eating female ghost. Then the female ghost opened her arms and shouted loudly, Little girl, be a good girl and let me suck you dry. Seeing the female ghost's hideous appearance, Kong Zan replied angrily, In your dreams. At this moment, the female ghost immediately rushed at Kong Zan to attack. The female ghost continued smugly, Then don't blame me for being impolite here. Kong Zan calmly used several spells taught by Lin Fan to deal with the female ghost. Flowers surrounding Kong Zan immediately flew towards the female ghost to attack. Seeing that the situation was not good, the female ghost immediately turned and fled. The female ghost had a terrified expression, glanced back, and cried out in alarm, What? As soon as she finished speaking, the female ghost was severely injured by Kong Zan. Kong Zan sent the female ghost flying with a single palm strike. The female ghost painfully struggled to sit up, cursing with hatred, Damn it, without another word. The female ghost used her long sharp nails and then immediately rushed at Kong Zan. The female ghost shouted angrily, Go to hell. Seeing this, Kong Zan calmly sneered, and Kong Zan struck the female ghost with her palm, giving her no time to react. The female ghost was beaten black and blue, her face contorted, and then immediately sent flying dozens of meters away. At this moment, a group of ghost beasts were rampaging and bullying humans. They kept grabbing passers-by for food. At this time, after dealing with that female ghost, Kong Zan said happily, Now you know how strong I am, right? Then Kong Zan and the Fox Maiden looked around. Seeing a group of ghost beasts surrounding them, Kong Zan thought in surprise, How can there be so many ghosts? At this moment, the female ghost struggled to her feet, a sinister look on her face. She pointed at Kong Zan and said with a smile, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Suddenly from a distance, Lin Fan walked over. Hearing the female ghost's threat, he replied with a smile, Oh, is that so? At this moment, Lin Fan created a barrier surrounding Kong Zan and the Fox Maiden to protect them. At the same time, Lin Fan's golden dragon guardian appeared, startling the group of ghost beasts into looking over. Seeing this, the female ghost cried out in surprise, Who are you? Lin Fan strode proudly towards the female ghost. Lin Fan frowned and said coldly, The one who will kill you. Hearing this, the female ghost's eyes widened in fear, staring intently at Lin Fan. Then the female ghost scrambled to flee, but Lin Fan had already swiftly blocked her path. He used one hand to control an iron chain, binding the female ghost tightly. Seeing that the situation was not good, the female ghost quickly begged for mercy, Please spare me, I won't dare to do it again. Lin Fan condensed his spiritual energy into a ball. He raised it coldly and said, Impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, the ball in Lin Fan's hand unfurled and the spiritual energy swirled into a tornado, sweeping through the entire block. The female ghost was burned to a crisp but still managed to say her last words, "My master will not let you go." At the same time, in a hotel, an old man in purple clothes suddenly suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Fool, my precious is dead." After Lin Fan finished, the street returned to its usual peace. He said, "All right. The ghosts have been eliminated." Kong Zan stood up and excitedly rushed to Lin Fan's side, exclaiming, "Master, you're so cool." Lin Fan froze as he saw her approaching and gave a dry laugh. He quickly reacted and dodged to the side. Kong Zan, having missed her hug, lost her balance and fell to the ground. Lin Fan turned and walked away, saying, "Follow me on your own." Kong Zan happily agreed. The fox maiden watched him, thinking, "That guy is so scary, I'd better slip away." Kong Zan extended a hand to her, indicating, "Let's go." Lin Fan seemed to know her intentions and threatened aloud, "If you don't want your soul and spirit annihilated, come with me." Hearing this, the fox maiden's eyes widened as if struck by lightning. She was terrified, but in the end she could only follow the two of them. Back at their residence, Lin Fan sat on a small sofa and said to Schwenner, "Just make do here for tonight." Schwenner's eyes curved into a smile as she replied, "Yes." Then she quickly prepared to leave as well. Before going, she waved to the fox maiden and said, "You chat with master. I'll go tidy up our room first." The fox maiden resisted inwardly. "I don't want to talk," but on the surface she still forced a smile and replied, "Okay." Schwenner then left without worry, leaving the fox maiden and Lin Fan sitting opposite each other. Lin Fan immediately activated a barrier enclosing the living room area. He stared at the fox and commanded, "Speak." The fox maiden broke out in a cold sweat, trying to avoid his gaze as she replied, "Speak about what?" Seeing her stubborn refusal, Lin Fan's face darkened and the pressure in the room dropped. He gently tightened his grip on the back of the chair. The fox maiden seemed to sense something and cried out inwardly, "The pressure." Immediately after, her eyes pinned with blood vessels and tears streamed down her face. She collapsed to the floor in fear. She quickly stammered in reply, "It's the place you scouted with your divine sense last time." Lin Fan gritted his teeth and questioned, "You dare to lie?" As he was about to place his hand on the fox maiden's head, she fearfully and hastily defended herself. "No, it's because our commander snake has a treasure that can detect from a distance, so you didn't find us." Hearing this, Lin Fan stopped his hand and said in a low voice, "Put them away." The fox maiden immediately retracted her hands. Just then, Kong Zan came out. Seeing Lin Fan reaching out as if to touch the fox maiden's head, she misunderstood and scolded, "Master, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I was only gone for a moment." Lin Fan explained, "I saw something on her head and was taking it off." Then he turned to leave. Lin Fan glanced sideways at the fox maiden. She jumped in fright as he said via voice transmission, "If I ask you something and you say even one word, I'll make you wish you were dead." Hearing this, Lin Fan continued with a straight face, "You two get some rest, you must be tired today." The next day on a commercial street, Kong Zan and the fox maiden were happily picking out clothes. Lin Fan was in charge of carrying things, and he couldn't help but think tiredly, "Girls are truly terrifying when they shop." At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly looked at someone and couldn't help but become vigilant. The man in purple clothes exuded a cold aura. Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "The yin and cold energy is too strong." Kong Zan was picking things out. Seeing him standing still, she asked, "Master, what are you looking at?" Lin Fan turned and replied, "Nothing." Hearing this, Kong Zan and the fox maiden came over and said, "Then master, let's go back." Lin Fan was already very tired at this point, covered in sweat. Hearing that they could go back, he agreed without hesitation. "Okay," he breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. But when he looked for the old man in purple clothes, he was gone. On the bustling sidewalk, the three of them blended into the crowd. When they reached a deserted road, Lin Fan suggested, "Wait a minute." Kong Zan asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Lin Fan frowned and asked, "Don't you feel something is off?" Kong Zan looked at the street that was bustling just a moment ago, but now there was no one. She couldn't help but feel curious. "Yes, it's terrifyingly quiet." At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. This person was none other than the old man Lin Fan had seen in the commercial district. He asked, "Is there something I can help you with?" He shouted angrily, "You killed my lovely little things." Hearing this, Lin Fan's face darkened as he questioned, "You raised those ghosts?" The old man didn't answer his question. He snapped his fingers, summoning another group of ghosts, officially declaring war. "You killed the ghosts I raised, so pay for it with your souls." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of ghosts behind him flew towards Lin Fan. He immediately took action, firing several balls of spiritual energy, directly annihilating the group of ghosts. The old man was even more furious upon seeing this, cursing, "Damn it." Lin Fan raised his hand and channeled his power to push out a wave of spiritual energy, asking with a smile, "Is this all you've got?" As he spoke, he sent the spiritual energy towards the old man. He also immediately summoned his ghost staff and rushed over to block Lin Fan's move. The two streams of energy converged, and the collision produced a huge explosion. The old man seemed to be struggling to resist. He gritted his teeth and said, "This guy is too strong. With my current strength, I can't kill him. It seems I can only use my last trump card." After speaking, he stretched out his hand, channeling yin energy into himself. Summoning a formation, he shouted, "With my life as a sacrifice, I beseech the supreme fiendish beast, please appear and kill this guy." Immediately after, from the formation, a mouthful of sharp teeth appeared, followed by sharp claws. Finally, the figure of a seven-headed monster appeared, its terrifying maw wide open, facing Lin Fan and the other two. It let out a loud cry, forcing the three of them back. The fox maiden collapsed on the ground, so scared that her 2 ears popped out. She cried out, "The monster is too scary. It's over, we're going to be eaten." The multi-headed python monster drew closer and closer to Lin Fan. He just sneered and said, "I was wondering who it was. So it's you, you snake." Hearing this, one of the snake's heads approached Lin Fan and said, "I am the demon king who overthrew Takamagahara." Lin Fan mocked, "Takamagahara, you could only run wild there." The python heard this, its eyes turning red with anger as it roared, "Insulting the great god, this demon king will kill you." After speaking, it swung its tail towards the three of them. Lin Fan used only one finger to shoot out a stream of spiritual energy, saying, "Not much skill, but a big mouth." He controlled the spiritual energy, making it as sharp as a knife, and with a single chop of his hand he cut the monster in half. Lin Fan said sarcastically, "Overestimating your own strength." But then the tail of the demon king that had just been cut off grew back. Its head swayed as it laughed. "Despicable human, this demon king will make you die in extreme agony." As soon as it finished speaking, the demon king's head spat out several hazy bones. The bones flew over, enveloping Lin Fan and the other two. Before long, the white bone mist grew thicker and thicker until nothing could be seen. At this moment, the cauldron Lin Fan had taken from the 7 tombs of the Qin Emperor flew out. It turned upside down, sucking in all the white bone mist. At the same time, the cauldron's spirit, Zan Mo, also appeared. It smiled, revealing its fangs. Zan Mo rubbed its full stomach and sneered, "Shangliu, you're still as unpalatable as ever." Hearing this, Lin Fan asked in surprise, "Shangliu, isn't he the legendary 8-headed, 8-tailed snake of the Hua country?" Hearing this, Zan Mo paused for a moment and explained, "Kid, there's something you don't know. This fellow caused trouble during Yu the Great's flood control, and later Yu the Great chopped off one of its heads with an axe, so it fled to the desolate lands." The Shangliu demon king heard this and flew into a rage, shouting, "Shut up." Zan Mo then taunted, "You're unhappy after just hearing a few words from me." The demon king then swept its huge tail towards Lin Fan. He immediately took action, releasing a stream of spiritual energy. The demon king was startled, its eyes wide, but it had no time to react and took a hit from Lin Fan. Then he snapped his fingers, summoning the yin-yang 8 trigrams formation, and threw it at the demon king. The formation unfurled, emitting a strong light that shone on the demon king, causing it to struggle and scream in pain. The ground beneath its feet slowly sank. Lin Fan advised, "Stop struggling, you can't escape." The demon king roared unwillingly, "You dare to destroy my clone, I'll kill you when my true body arrives." Lin Fan channeled spiritual energy in his hand and replied with a smile, "If you dare to set foot on the 9 provinces, I'll kill you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned 7 sword intents and controlled them to fly above the demon king's head. Then Lin Fan raised his hand and ordered, "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 swords flew down, accurately piercing the demon king's 7 heads. It still stubbornly threatened in its pain. "Damn human, just wait until I recover." After speaking, this clone of the demon king immediately fell and disappeared into the void. Having witnessed the entire battle, the fox maiden couldn't help but tremble in fear, thinking, "This human is too strong." At this moment, Kong Zan turned to look at her. When she saw the 2 ears on her head, Kong Zan couldn't help but step back in terror, covering her mouth and stammering. Lin Fan walked over and said, "You're not mistaken, she's a demon." Hearing this, Kong Zan's face darkened, her eyes looking at the fox maiden filled with coldness. The fox maiden knelt on the ground, curled up in a ball, trembling. Kong Zan questioned, "Why did you lie to me?" The fox maiden explained with a pale face, "I didn't want to lie to you, you were just too proactive." Hearing this, Kong Zan couldn't help but get angry. She clenched her fist, ready to strike, and cursed, "Damn it." At this moment, Lin Fan walked over and grabbed her hand to stop her. "Don't kill her, she's still useful. I'll teach you a restriction, and from now on, her life and death will be under your control." After speaking, Lin Fan pointed at Kong Zan's forehead, transmitting the method of the restriction into her mind. Immediately after, the method for casting the restriction formation appeared in Kong Zan's mind. She smiled at Lin Fan and said, "Thank you, master." Then Kong Zan walked up to the fox maiden. Then she pointed at the fox maiden's forehead and chanted the incantation to activate the restriction. The fox maiden's eyes then suddenly widened. She clutched her chest in pain, rolling and trembling on the ground. Kong Zan withdrew her hand and threatened, "From now on, you are my handmaiden. If you have a single evil thought, I will kill you immediately." The fox maiden replied with tears of fear, "I understand." Lin Fan looked at her with a cold face and ordered, "Put your ears away, someone is coming." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people walked over. Lin Fan asked, "How can I help you two?" Wei Changqing replied, "We detected strange spiritual energy fluctuations here, so we came to check." Lin Fan shrugged and said, "Your machine is probably broken. There are no strange spiritual energy fluctuations here." Ni Huo, the assistant with Wei Changqing, didn't believe him. He pointed and questioned, "Who are you kidding? Tell the truth." Seeing this, Lin Fan's face darkened. He frowned slightly and released his pressure. Wei Changqing and Ni Huo's faces turned pale under the pressure, and they trembled as they knelt. Lin Fan stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the assistant and sneered, "Who do you think you are to be worthy of questioning me?" Affected by the pressure, his whole body felt drained of strength, but Ni Huo still stubbornly ordered, "Retract your aura now or you'll regret it." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan released an even stronger pressure. This time both of them were forced to their knees, unable to stand up at all. Wei Changqing was sweating profusely, cursing angrily in his mind, "Why did I bring this fool Ni Huo? He's going to get me killed." He immediately shouted, "Shut up." This made Ni Huo even more frightened. Lin Fan hadn't retracted his pressure yet. Wei Changqing quickly begged for mercy. We were wrong, please give us another chance. Only then did Lin Fan stop. He turned and said, there will be no next time, Wei Changqing replied, sweating coldly. There won't be a next time. After Lin Fan and the others left, he slowly stood up. At this moment, Wei Changqing couldn't contain his anger. He immediately acted, slapping Ni Huo hard across the face. He clutched his face and asked with a wronged expression, why did you hit me? Wei Changqing cursed, you almost got me killed. Without strength, what right do you have to be so arrogant? Ni Huo lowered his head and replied, I know I was wrong, but before he could finish, Wei Changqing interrupted directly, no buts. We can't handle this matter, but that doesn't mean no one can. It seems we'll have to find that person. Hearing this, Ni Huo asked happily, are you talking about the senior who is in seclusion? Wei Changqing stroked his chin and said, with the senior's strength and special skills he might be able to see some of his flaws. Hearing this, Ni Huo also smiled and agreed. Yes, the senior was about to break through before he went into seclusion. He's been in seclusion for so long, he should be coming out soon, Wei Changqing then urged. Let's go find that senior. Ni Huo immediately agreed. Okay, the two of them then went to a villa together. One of them reached out and knocked on the door. Soon, a purple-haired man opened the door halfway and asked, who are you? What are you doing here? Wei Changqing replied, we are from the National Security Bureau, here to see Immortal Li. The purple-haired man glanced at them coldly, full of suspicion, and said, our master has ordered that no guests are to be received. With that, he slammed the door shut with a bang. Seeing himself so slighted, Ni Huo couldn't help but express his dissatisfaction angrily. Captain, look at them. I should really suggest to the higher-ups that we kill off this bunch of old geezers. Hearing this, Wei Changqing cursed, shut up. Just then, a cloud of black energy suddenly appeared in the sky, coalescing into a huge face, and a voice shrieked, how bold of you! As if a pressure was being emitted, the two were immediately forced to their knees by the pressure. Once again, they were pressed down by a strong power and couldn't stand up. The cloud of black energy said loudly, even that brandy-nosed old Taoist wouldn't dare to be so insolent in my presence. Juniors, are you looking to die? At this moment, both Wei Changqing and Ni Huo spat out a mouthful of blood. At the critical moment, an old Taoist priest appeared. He waved his horsetail whisk, creating a protective barrier to shield the two who were about to collapse. Then he lowered his head and said respectfully with cupped hands, please calm your anger, fellow Taoist. It is my poor discipline. I hope you will give me some face. Only then did the cloud of black energy disperse. Before leaving, the voice didn't forget to emphasize, there won't be a next time. Only after the cloud of black energy left did the old Taoist priest breathe a sigh of relief. Then he turned to check on the condition of the two. He then reached into his pocket, took out 2 pills, and with a flick of his finger sent the 2 pills flying into their mouths. After the treatment, the two cupped their hands at the same time and said, thank you, ancestor. Back at Lin Fan's place, after experiencing a series of events, the 3 of them returned home. Lin Fan took out a bottle of potion and said, drink it. Kong Zhan took the bottle and replied, thank you, master. Then he took out a sword and a new set of clothes and said, I'll give you 2 more treasures, one for attack and one for defense, which can greatly improve your strength. Kong Zhan took the items and didn't forget to thank him. Lin Fan smiled and instructed, you go back and practice well. I have a premonition that a chaotic era is coming. In a chaotic era, strength is everything. Hearing the instructions, Kong Zhan obediently replied, I know, Schwenner will definitely work hard on her cultivation and not disappoint master. After everyone returned to their rooms, a purple-skinned snake suddenly appeared in the house. It walked to a closed door and sniffed with its nose. Smelling the familiar scent, the snake was startled and thought, the smell of that fox is truly unforgettable. Then the snake transformed into a human form. He reached out, turned the doorknob and walked in. The fox maiden on the bed saw someone come in, sat up immediately and asked loudly, who is it? The snake commander immediately raised a finger to signal for silence. Keep it down, it's me. The fox maiden breathed a sigh of relief. It was Commander Snake, but she suddenly remembered her current situation and couldn't help but panic. Why is he here at this time? Could it be that he knows I've betrayed them? Is he here to kill me, to silence me? The snake commander crossed his arms over his chest and asked, have you gathered any useful information? The fox maiden pretended to be calm and reported, of course, reporting to commander. This subordinate has discovered that humans no longer have so many high-level cultivators. The secular world is now a world ruled by a group of people without cultivation. Hearing this, the snake commander couldn't help but show a satisfied smile and said, well done. Our fiendish beast chance has come. Then he turned and urged, let's go, come back with me, and I will reward you. The fox maiden quietly refused. Commander, please forgive me for not being able to go back with you. I can be of more use staying in the human world and can gather more information. Seeing her say this, the snake commander also stroked his chin and thought, that makes sense. What if there are still old monsters hidden among the humans? Let the fox stay and continue to investigate. After thinking, the snake commander turned and said, all right, I'll go first. After speaking, he disappeared in the middle of the room. Only then did the fox maiden breathe a sigh of relief, holding her head in exhaustion. Just then, Kong Zhan walked in and asked aloud, startling the fox maiden, who came to see you? The fox maiden turned around and asked in a low voice, why are you here? Kong Zhan didn't answer her, but pointed the sword directly at her neck. She frowned and ordered. The fox maiden fearfully moved the sword away from her neck with her fingers and said, put the sword down and I'll tell you. It was my commander who came just now. He came to gather intelligence. "Don't worry, I will never betray you." A cold smile appeared at the corner of Kong Zan's mouth as she said, "I don't think you'd dare." The next day at the entrance of the medical university, Lin Fan walked over and saw a group of people gathered together. He couldn't help but wonder to himself what happened, why is everyone so happy? Thinking, he stopped a fat student with glasses and asked, "Classmate, has something happy happened at school recently?" The student with glasses replied, "I heard that the Security Bureau is coming to the school to select good seedlings for cultivation." "Lin, aren't you happy to hear this news? That's cultivation. You can become a god who can move mountains and fill seas." At this moment someone interjected, "He has self-awareness. No matter how good his medical skills are, he's just a mortal. How can he compare to cultivators?" Hearing that person's contemptuous taunt, the student with glasses asked with some dissatisfaction, "Who are you? Why are you talking so exaggeratedly?" The person who had just interjected frowned disdainfully and said, "Useless thing, you are not worthy of knowing my name, young master." The student with glasses was very angry and swung his fist to question, "Who are you calling a useless thing?" But before his fist could touch the young man, he was caught. "You dare to touch me?" He retaliated, punching the student with glasses hard, knocking his glasses off. He taunted, "How about that?" Not finished, he continued to kick the fat student fiercely, making him fall backward. Lin Fan then spoke, "Where you can forgive, you should forgive." The guy with the earring sneered, "Forgive? Are you worthy?" With that, he lifted his foot, preparing to kick Lin Fan. "Useless things don't deserve to stand, they only deserve to kneel." Lin Fan leisurely dodged and appeared behind the man with the earring, asking, "Arrogant are you?" He turned around and looked at Lin Fan in surprise. "What? How is that possible?" Lin Fan then released pressure from his fingertips. He ordered the guy, "Kneel." Immediately after, the guy was pressed to the ground by an invisible force, kneeling in front of Lin Fan. This young master with the earring was pressed down by Lin Fan and couldn't stand up. He couldn't help but curse angrily, "Damn it, you dare to touch this young master. Do you know who this young master is? My grandpa is not someone you can afford to mess with." Lin Fan ignored his words and said coldly, "Your life is in my hands, and you still dare to be arrogant." With that, Lin Fan hit him hard on the back of the neck with his elbow, making him scream in pain. Lin Fan then put his hands in his pockets, turned and walked away, letting the arrogant guy fall to the ground. He walked over to the fat student, helped him up and said, "Let's go." The student said gratefully, "Yes, thank you." The arrogant young master was still suppressed by Lin Fan's pressure at this time. He struggled to sit up and shouted, "Wait!" But Lin Fan continued to ignore him and left. On the playground, the young master was still kneeling there, unable to stand up. Many people were watching him, making him shout in shame, "Quick, quick, let me go." Someone in the crowd recognized him. "Isn't this the young master of the Ren family? How did this happen?" Hearing this, the young master Ren roared angrily, "What are you looking at? When I get out, I'll let you know what's good for you." The crowd then dispersed in fear, leaving young master Ren full of anger, his face full of hatred as he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it!" In the conference room, the old Taoist priest was looking at a tortoise shell. Suddenly, the tortoise shell cracked. The old Taoist priest frowned and said, "A great calamity." Just then, Wei Chongqing walked in. Seeing him motionless, he asked, "Master, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that he didn't say a word, he continued to call, "Master." When he approached the table and saw the cracked tortoise shell, Wei Chongqing shouted, "The family heirloom, how did you break it?" Wei Chongqing's master immediately hit his head with his horsetail whisk and cursed. "You brat, isn't this all for you?" Wei Chongqing asked seriously. "Master, what did you divine? How is the backlash so strong that it can even destroy a pseudo-immortal weapon?" His master replied, "A world-ending calamity?" Wei Chongqing didn't understand what this was and scratched his head, asking, "A world-ending calamity, what is that?" His master said, "You don't need to worry about these things. What you need to do is go to the bases all over the country. Select some students with aptitude and I will go to negotiate in person." Wei Chongqing heard this and nodded in reply, "Yes, your disciple will go now." In a cave, the snake commander walked in holding a glowing stone. The stone suddenly became brighter and the figure of the great king fiendish beast appeared. The snake commander reported, "Great king, according to my understanding, the 9 provinces no longer have any powerful masters." Hearing this, the great king couldn't help but be happy. "Good, good. The 9 provinces are ours." The snake commander placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head respectfully, saying, "Congratulations, great king, for eternal generations, for becoming the lord of the 9 provinces." The great king revealed his sharp teeth and smiled, instructing, "The seal is about to break. Be ready to welcome this king at any time." The snake commander heard this and immediately obeyed. On the playground of the medical university, Lin Fan walked over and saw everyone lining up on a viewing stand. He couldn't help but be curious. An aptitude test was being conducted on it. After the old man finished checking one person, he shook his head and said, "No good, next." After Lin Fan knew what was going on, he said with no interest at all, "Boring." With that, he was about to turn and leave. Just then, the student with glasses from before saw him again. He walked up to Lin Fan and said happily, "Brother Lin, what a coincidence." Lin Fan also recognized him immediately and replied, "So it's you." The student smiled and asked, "Brother Lin, are you here for the test too?" Lin Fan's face darkened as he said coldly, "Just passing by, not interested." And at this moment young Master Ren walked over again as if enemies were destined to meet. Looking at the two, he snorted and couldn't help but show off arrogantly, "Hey you two, see that? In the future I'll be a cultivator. Kneel down and apologize to me obediently, and I might consider sparing you." Hearing this, the student with glasses gritted his teeth and wanted to retort, but then he could only swallow his anger, thinking, damn it, but I can't beat him either. Whether it was out of anger or fear, the student's legs kept trembling. Lin Fan then walked over and placed his hand on the student's shoulder to comfort him. Maybe you have talent too. Hearing this, the student sighed and said with a forced smile, in everyone's eyes I'm just a waste. Just then, a person on the stand shouted loudly, next is Quan. The fat student heard this and raised his hand to report, coming right away. Lin Fan watched the student's back as he ran forward and said in a low voice, go on, you'll surprise everyone. Hearing this, the young Master Ren sneered contemptuously, that waste, it's impossible. Luo Quan slowly walked onto the stage. After sitting at the testing table, the instructor opposite reminded him, close your eyes and concentrate on touching this stone. Luo Quan did as he was told and slowly reached his hand towards the stone. When he touched the stone, it immediately lit up and then a figure like a phoenix flew out. The instructor saw this and his mouth fell open in surprise. Golden Crow Saintly Bati. At this moment, Luo Quan was also so happy that tears streamed down his face and he laughed out loud. After he got off the stage, the first thing he did was run to Lin Fan to share the good news. Brother Lin, I have cultivation talent too. Lin Fan smiled and said, you are a cultivation prodigy, you must cultivate diligently. Luo Quan then turned to the young Master Ren to show off. How about that? Now I am a genius cultivator too. Hearing this, he couldn't help but turn dark with jealousy and mocked. Genius cultivator, don't be so proud. To my master you are still nothing. With that he turned and left. But at this time jealous thoughts in his mind gradually took over. Damn it, how is that possible? Just that guy, how could he have a saintly body? The other students were now surrounding Luo Quan, their faces full of envy. You're so amazing, Lin Fan in the crowd just smiled faintly. In the Ren family home, young Master Ren was angrily picking up a porcelain vase and smashing it on the ground, cursing. Damn it, just then Nihuo walked in. Seeing him angry, he asked, what's wrong? The young Master Ren turned around and replied angrily, it's just a guy who just awakened, yet he dares to offend me in public. Hearing this, Nihuo's face also darkened, and he said, just a little thing that hasn't even cultivated yet. I'll teach him a lesson for you tomorrow. The next day at school, young Master Ren brought Nihuo to a teaching building. He pointed up and said, it's this classroom. Nihuo ordered in a cold voice, call them down. Young Master Ren immediately agreed and he shouted loudly, Luo Quan, bring your brother Lin down to me. The people in the classroom looked down. Luo Quan saw the two of them swallowed and then he also slowly walked down and said, what do you want? Young Master Ren asked arrogantly. Why are you alone? Never mind, I'll deal with you first, then others. Master, help me kill him. With that, Nihuo immediately took action, channeling his spiritual energy and striking at Luo Quan. Luo Quan didn't have time to react and was bound by the spiritual energy. Seeing that Luo Quan was under control, young Master Ren smiled smugly and cracked his knuckles. Then he suddenly punched Luo Quan in the stomach, challenging, this is the price for messing with me. Just then, Lin Fan walked out of the building and witnessed everything. Young Master Ren waved his hand, wanting to strike again. Go to hell. But when he threw his punch, Luo Quan in front of him suddenly disappeared. It was Lin Fan who appeared in time and pulled him aside in an instant. Lin Fan luckily supported Luo Quan, allowing him to dodge the fatal blow. He asked, how are you? Luo Quan was very angry at the two who had ambushed him. Fortunately, I'm not dead. The disciple at this time pointed at Lin Fan in exasperation. Master, it's him. Only then did Nihuo realize that it was the person he had been looking for a long time. Enemies, it's truly a narrow road for enemies. No one can stop me today, he shouted at Lin Fan. New and old grudges will be settled today. Lin Fan wasn't very surprised and replied to him, so you're a waste. Nihuo didn't say much and immediately took action, releasing a fierce fire at Lin Fan. Luo Quan jumped in front to block. If you want to touch Brother Lin, you'll have to step over my dead body first. But Lin Fan knew that Luo Quan's ability was not enough to block this move. He grabbed Luo Quan by the collar and pulled him behind him while his other hand blocked the previous move. Luo Quan was so scared he was covered in sweat. Brother Lin, how is Brother Lin so powerful? He had never seen Lin Fan with such skills. Lin Fan waved his hand and dispersed Nihuo's formation. HMPH, it's really a cat playing with a mouse. Nihuo was furious. He chanted burning clouds and then said, damn it, I can only use the forbidden technique. He made a few hand gestures, then pointed straight at the sky and an 8 trigrams formation appeared. He shouted loudly, Immortal, help me. The 8 trigrams formation was covered with formations from head to toe, and it looked quite impressive. The crazy woman Immortal he summoned was ugly, but fortunately she was diligent in her training and had some 6-pack abs. Lin Fan found it quite interesting and laughed a couple of times. This looks much better. Nihuo was proud of the technique he had succeeded in after much hard cultivation. He shouted loudly, what a powerful force. Today I will completely destroy you. He leapt up and rushed towards Nihuo with a fierce impact like kicking a ball while on stimulants. He punched the air and Lin Fan took a step back, seemingly disdaining to fight. Nihuo asked angrily, why are you hiding? If you have the guts, fight me head on. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. As you wish. He stood there waiting to receive his move. Nihuo rushed over again, swinging his fist fiercely. The sound of the impact shook the heavens and the earth, but Lin Fan's 2 fingers blocked Nihuo's clumsy move. Lin Fan provoked, haven't you eaten? Is that all the strength you have to tickle me? Nihuo's face was so angry that the veins on his face popped out like tree roots. Go to hell. He threw a series of punches but none of them hit. Lin Fan circled behind him like a hawk, grabbing his neck like a frog and smashing him to the ground. Ni Huo was thrown so hard his face swelled up. He screamed, "Let me go, kill me, you will regret it." Lin Fan sneered. "Make you regret it? I never regret what I do." This kid Ni Huo was fainting. One hand reached into his clothes and without anyone knowing he took out a talisman. He tore the talisman, seeming to activate it. "It's over," he said smugly. "Wait for death. I have already called for people." "Ha." Lin Fan felt a little excited. "Is that so? Then I'd like to see who's coming to kill me." During the day, a red light flashed across the sky. Lin Fan knew his guest had arrived. This person landed on the ground with a thud. People who like red are usually considered to like eating pork knuckles. A calm-looking old man appeared. Seeing his savior, Ni Huo happily shouted, "Master, save me," he screamed. Lin Fan reminded, "The person I want to kill, no one can save." Seeing that the situation seemed very bad, the old man immediately lost his composure. "Little friend, please wait." Lin Fan completely ignored the old man's words. He struck down with one move, smashing the foolish waste to pieces. That fierce blow made the young man Ni Huo die without a complete corpse. His master was so scared he was covered in sweat and stood there stunned. You, Lin Fan calmly asked the old man. "What?" Maybe he didn't want to explain much to these ignorant people. The old master still seemed to not believe his eyes and asked, "Why did you kill him?" Lin Fan glared at him coldly and retorted, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" The old man roared angrily. "He had no grudge against you. Why did you strike so ruthlessly?" Lin Fan said, "He provoked me time and time again. He even helped the wicked and framed me. Shouldn't he be killed?" He got so angry he gathered his chi. "You killed my beloved disciple, then pay with your life." But before he could make a move, Lin Fan was already floating in the air, pointing at his face, surrounded by his famous sword formation. Lin Fan said coldly, "I'll finish you in one move." Only then did the old man realize he was wrong. He had provoked a monster. The old man feared for his old life and stretched out his hand to signal, "Little friend, please wait." This old Taoist admits defeat. Lin Fan seemed to want to teach him a lesson. "You say fight, you fight. You say don't fight, you don't fight. Do you not take me seriously?" The old man was so scared he trembled all over. "Little friend is so young yet has such cultivation. This old Taoist is ashamed of my inferiority." Lin Fan got angry. He hated those who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He roared loudly, "Cut the crap, take my move first." The old man felt he was no match for Lin Fan. Running away was the best policy. He jumped away as fast as a fox. Lin Fan looked at the mouse and couldn't help but laugh. He jumped to Luo Quan's side to check on his brother's condition. Everything seemed stable. Luo Quan admired this brother to the core. "Brother Lin, you are too powerful." Lin Fan nodded. To Luo Quan, helping him was just a small matter. Only then did Luo Quan have time to notice that young Master Ren was staggering to his feet behind him. "What about him, Brother Lin?" Lin Fan replied, "As you wish. Remember to take revenge, otherwise it's easy to develop inner demons during cultivation." Luo Quan remembered being bullied by young Master Ren, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. "Can I kill him?" Lin Fan asked back. "Do you really want to kill him?" A murderous intent immediately flashed in Luo Quan's eyes. "Yes, I do." Lin Fan didn't hesitate to condense a sword with his chi and handed it to Luo Quan, saying, "Do it." Luo Quan took the sword and walked coldly towards the Ren family's brother. He trembled with fear. He stuttered, Please don't kill me." Luo Quan asked him, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Young Master Ren replied, "I can give you money. I have a lot of money." Luo Quan replied, "I'm going to be a cultivator. What's the use of money?" In a panic, the Ren family brother came up with another idea. "I can give you my sister." Luo Quan found this sentence very jarring. To save his own life, he could even sell out his own sister. "That damn young Master Ren replied, "Women are not important. They are just tools for marriage alliances anyway." Luo Quan didn't expect this guy to have such a twisted idea. "You are such a piece of trash." Young Master Ren thought Luo Quan would nod and asked, "Can you let me go now?" Luo Quan raised his sword angrily, pointed it at his face and roared loudly, "A piece of trash like you who even sells his own sister, what right do you have to live? Go to hell." With that, Luo Quan chopped down like he was chopping a piece of meat, using the sword condensed from chi to chop the Ren family guy, also smashing him to pieces. In this way, new and old grudges are all settled today. Luo Quan turned back to look at Lin Fan and said, "Thank you, Brother Lin." Lin Fan nodded and just said, "This sword is a gift for you." With that, he turned around, meaning to go back just like that. Luo Quan will see each other again, but Luo Quan seemed to have something else to say. "Brother Lin, wait." Lin Fan turned back and asked, "You did me such a big favor, let me treat you to a meal." Lin Fan waved his hand and reminded, "You should cultivate well so you can survive this calamity." Luo Quan heard this, looking bewildered, not understanding Lin Fan's meaning. "Calamity? What calamity?" At this time in the conference room, the old master returned in a panic, his clothes disheveled, his face wrinkled as if he had been chased by a ghost. Wei Chongqing saw this and asked with a smile, "Oh, your clothes are all messy. Did you get caught on a date with some girl, master, and you got beaten up?" The old master could only sigh. Wei Chongqing didn't wait for his master to explain and got excited. "Don't tell me I guessed right. Master was really caught cheating?" the old master asked in disappointment. "Am I that kind of person?" But Wei Chongqing said firmly, "Yes." The old master was so angry he couldn't speak. Wei Chongqing finally walked over to ask clearly, "Master, what happened?" The old master sorrowfully reported a shocking piece of news. "Ni Huo is dead." Wei Chongqing was surprised. "What? How did he die?" The old master shook his head and replied, "I don't know what kind of monster he provoked. So young, but his cultivation is very high. He was killed by that guy. As soon as Wei Changqing heard the word monster, he immediately thought of it. A young monster, Lin Fan? The old master was surprised. Changqing, do you know this person? Only then did Wei Changqing tell the truth. Originally, Ni Huo and I wanted to win this person over, but Ni Huo was too arrogant and provoked Lin Fan time and time again. He deserved to die. The old master stroked his beard and retorted, Nonsense, Ni Huo's crime did not deserve death, Wei Changqing said in a low voice. Not deserving of death, Lin Fan had already spared him several times, the old master said sadly. This time it was indeed Ni Huo who lost his temper. Relying on his own cultivation, he bullied others. In the end, he was still my disciple. Sigh. Wei Changqing showed a sly smile. Ni Huo's death is not worth regretting, but the forces behind him will probably not let it go, especially his grandfather, he then reported to the old master. Master, tell them the news of Ni Huo's death. I also want to see how capable that Lin Fan is, whether he can escape the Ni family's revenge. The old master's eyes widened when he heard Wei Changqing's meaning. How can you say that? Wei Changqing only said a philosophical sentence, muddy the waters to catch fish, the fisherman benefits, at this time back at the Ni family. Ni Huo's grandfather was furious. Huo or grandpa will definitely avenge you. With that he glared and shouted, Men! A man ran in hastily. Something big was definitely about to happen. It was the director's son. With veins popping on his face he asked, Father, what's wrong? The director ordered. Investigate for me. Find out who killed my grandson. I want him torn to pieces. The man with the glasses replied, I've already sent people to investigate. We'll have news soon. As Lin Fan was strolling down the street, he passed by an alley and saw two people arguing loudly. Believe it or not, I'll hit you, you bald head. A Taoist priest and a monk were glaring at each other. Suddenly they felt a powerful spiritual energy approaching. This person's spiritual energy is so strong. When Lin Fan walked over, the two pretended to be silent. Lin Fan was a little concerned and asked, Is there anything wrong, you two? The Taoist priest spoke up. Little brother, do you have a master teaching you? Lin Fan shook his head in reply. The Taoist said in a foolish tone, Little brother, how about this? You become my disciple and I'll pass down everything my ancestors have taught me. Lin Fan replied coldly, Not interested. Lin Fan was really tired of these guys' little tricks. The bald man slapped the Taoist a few times and said, This Taoist is truly despicable, Amitabha. He bowed to Lin Fan and then said, Little brother, one look and I can tell you're a fated person destined for Buddhism. Lin Fan shouted, Get lost. The two immediately started fighting, wanting to snatch this talented individual. Lin Fan just walked away. After a while, when they looked out, Lin Fan was long gone. Hey, where did that little brother go? The two guys' faces were frozen in place. The Taoist couldn't take it anymore and punched the monk in the face. He clutched his face in pain as the Taoist cursed, It's all your fault, always trying to snatch from me, which made the kid run away. While complaining, the old monk suddenly rushed up and kicked him hard in the nether region, stunning the Taoist. Afterward, the two continued to engage in a fruitless battle. Back at the Ni residence, a subordinate ran over in a hurry, calling for the head of the family. The family head turned back coldly, seemingly having caught the scent of intelligence. The subordinate held a piece of paper and said, Master, we've found out. The father of the young man named Ni Huo finally knew. He said hatefully, Nobody dares to kill my son. After a while he had his subordinate invite the director to discuss the matter. The man with the glasses reported painfully, Father, the cause of Huo's death has been found. The old man roared in anger. Then what are you waiting for? Send people to kill them, the man with the glasses replied. I've already arranged everything. In the dormitory at night, this was where Luo Quan had been staying. The young man was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the impending disaster. An assassin from the Ni family peeked in through the window, a knife already in his mouth, looking blankly at Luo Quan in the room. He floated gently to Luo Quan's bedside like a ghost and raised his knife. As the knife plunged down, Luo Quan suddenly woke up. He hastily jumped out of bed. Never having been assassinated like this before, Luo Quan put on his glasses in surprise to get a clear look at the person. Luo Quan shouted loudly, Who are you? The assassin couldn't say anything. He brandished his knife and stabbed straight ahead. Luo Quan realized something was wrong. He leaped out of the balcony window, did a few somersaults and landed. It seemed that although he had a big butt, his skills were pretty good. The assassin looked in the direction Luo Quan had fled. He cleverly turned into a corner. The assassin also gave chase at this time. He walked while carefully observing his surroundings, finding no one. After searching for a while and finding nothing, the assassin cursed in anger. He runs fast. After a while of no movement, Luo Quan opened the lid of the trash can and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, he's finally gone. He jumped out gently and walked looking for a place to hide. The next morning at school, Lin Fan came to school as usual, completely unaffected by yesterday's events. Luo Quan suddenly ran up from behind, shouting loudly, Brother Lin. Like a conditioned reflex, Lin Fan dodged before knowing who was calling him. As a result, Luo Quan fell to the ground with a thud, face down. Lin Fan asked, Who are you? Luo Quan looked up wretchedly and replied, Brother Lin, it's me. Seeing his appearance, Luo Quan surprised Lin Fan. Fatty, how did you become like this? Luo Quan excitedly rushed up to hug Lin Fan. Woo-woo. Lin Fan stopped him. Stay away from me, the young man cried as if his parents had died. Brother Lin, I almost didn't get to see you again. Someone came to kill me last night. To stay alive, I had to hide in a trash can. Lin Fan took out his phone and requested of Luo Quan, I'm going to make a call, you stand far away. With that, Lin Fan picked up the phone and made a strange call. Just 5 minutes later, a black car sped over and stopped in front of the two of them. A long-legged beauty got out. Qin Jing, Lin Fan's eternal beauty, stood gracefully before them. She called out to Lin Fan with a radiant smile, Lin Fan, long time no see. After speaking, Qin Jing pointed at Luo Quan and asked, is this the fatty who survived the assassination attempt? Lin Fan nodded and replied, yes, please protect him for a while. I'm going to handle this. Qin Jing asked curiously, do you know who's behind this? Lin Fan smiled and replied, it's not hard to guess. Since Ni Huo was killed by me and only I and this fatty were at the scene, the assassination must have been carried out by the Ni family. Hearing this, Qin Jing looked very worried. The Ni family, you have to be careful then. Lin Fan was surprised. Qin Jing, you know the Ni family? This question made Qin Jing very excited. She boasted confidently. Of course, Lin Fan, I'm the head of the Qin family now. Lin Fan asked hurriedly. Then tell me what kind of power the Ni family is. After thinking for a moment, Qin Jing began to answer. The Ni family, they are a reclusive family with a long history. Lin Fan smiled and said, what's there to worry about with just that? Many reclusive families have died at my hands. Isn't the Bai family one such family? Qin Jing shook her head and retorted, it's different. The Ni family's ancestor and elders have extremely high cultivation, Lin Fan said calmly as usual. Profound in my eyes, they're nothing but chickens and dogs. With that, Lin Fan pointed at Luo Quan and said, Fatty, you go with her. She will protect you from now on. Luo Quan smiled happily. Thank you, brother Lin. Qin Jing complained helplessly to Lin Fan, Sai, I'm really impressed by you, always causing me trouble. Lin Fan grinned, who said we're friends? Qin Jing sighed, forget it, it's more like you're treating me as a nanny. Lin Fan gestured to Luo Quan, Fatty, get in the car, you two need to leave here quickly. Luo Quan ran over excitedly. Coming. Lin Fan said goodbye to the two and the car drove away. At this moment, a subordinate from the Ni family ran over. He greeted proactively, Mr. Lin, excuse me. Lin Fan found it strange and asked cautiously, what is it? The subordinate took out a letter and replied, my master invites you to a luncheon. Lin Fan immediately guessed his intentions. Oh, the Ni family. All right, I'll be there. After the subordinate quietly left, Lin Fan looked at him, finding it very interesting. A hangmen banquet, looks like there's a good show to watch. Lin Fan followed the subordinate to the entrance of a large restaurant in the city. The subordinate said with feigned respect, Mr. Lin, please. Several long-legged beauties, tall and slender, stood there with sweet smiles to welcome Lin Fan. Welcome, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan walked in, his heart filled with excitement. A luxurious high society setting with beautiful receptionists. He opened his mouth to praise the subordinate. Oh, your arrangements are not bad, the subordinate replied enthusiastically. You are a distinguished guest invited by our master, of course there must be etiquette. He walked to the door and said respectfully, Sir, please, our master has been waiting for a long time. Lin Fan walked in. There were not many people in the room. 4 of them were from the Ni family, but something seemed off. It was clearly the Ni family who invited Lin Fan to the banquet, but everyone's face was fierce and hostile towards Lin Fan as if they wanted to eat him alive. From Director Ni to Ni Huo's biological parents, to his siblings, Wei Chongqing stepped forward and said, Master, the person has arrived. The old man nodded and replied, all right, you may leave. Lin Fan swaggered to the table, then opened his mouth and said, I'm here, don't tell me you really invited me to eat, I don't believe any of the nonsense you're about to say. The family head was an impatient man and immediately stood up to fight. Don't be so arrogant, believe it or not, I won't let you leave this door, Director Ni shouted. Sit down. It seemed he still had something to say, so he didn't make a move immediately. The family head had to swallow his anger. Director Ni asked, You are Lin Fan, did you kill Huor? Lin Fan replied expressionlessly, Yes. Director Ni's face turned red and he asked again, Why did you kill my grandson? Lin Fan explained in a nonchalant tone. He wanted to die, so of course I granted his wish, Director Ni replied. Very good, it's good that you admit it. Today I'll give you 2 choices. One is to die here. The other is to become a guest elder of my Ni family. He slammed the teacup on the table. You choose. The family head didn't want to leave Lin Fan a way out. He did not accept Director Ni's method. Director Ni angrily told him to shut up. Walking up to the director, he pointed at Lin Fan and said he killed Huor. Director Ni glared at him and asked, Do you dare to doubt my decision? The family head finally shut his mouth. No, I don't dare. I will listen to father. Director Ni let Lin Fan think for a moment, then asked, Have you made your choice? But Lin Fan had always hated being led by the nose. He smiled and replied, I choose the third option, to kill you all. Director Ni couldn't hold back any longer after hearing this and said, You're really courting death. I'll grant your wish. His face was like that of a mad bull. Sitting across from Lin Fan, a powerful spiritual energy rose from the old man. Lin Fan sat there blankly as a barrier flew over and tightly wrapped around him. A dragon was summoned, circling above his head. It circled once and then spewed a mouthful of fire at Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hand lightly, and the restraining barrier broke. Then he sat there and gently blew out a flame, neutralizing the move. Lin Fan said, The reclusive Ni family. Is this all you've got? The old master of the Ni family stood up and replied, You underestimate my Ni family too much. I'll make sure you can't leave safely another day. Let's go, he said, and the Ni family members stood up together and left without another word. Lin Fan sat there feeling bored, turned back and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave, it's only fair to reciprocate. Take a move from me too." Lin Fan took the little bit of water left in his cup, flicked his finger and injected an astonishing amount of qi, immediately creating a fierce dragon that pounced on them. The man from the Ni family roared angrily. "Are you looking to die?" He punched back, confronting Lin Fan's dragon, but his palm technique was too weak, the dragon's power devoured him. He was so surprised that before he could react the dragon had already spewed out a palm force, hitting his dantian and making him scream in pain. His wife ran over worriedly to support him. "Brother, are you okay?" The man couldn't speak because of the pain. A second later he naturally spat out a mouthful of blood. His face wrinkled like a date. The old master was only now surprised. "This kid is so young, yet his cultivation is so high. What should I do?" He gathered his courage and asked Lin Fan, "What do you want?" Lin Fan replied with a playful smile, "I don't want anything, I'm just curious how much your lives are worth." The old master of the Ni family threatened, "Aren't you afraid of mutual destruction?" Lin Fan replied, "That depends on how capable those fish are." Lin Fan was filled with killing intent. He probably didn't want to joke with this group of people anymore. He crushed the cup with one hand. The old man seemed to understand Lin Fan's meaning and pretended to laugh loudly. Good, truly a hero from a young age." With that he took off the ring on his finger and quietly handed it to Lin Fan. It was one of his most precious treasures. With a straight face the old man said, "Let's go." Lin Fan looked at the dejected group and thought, as expected of a large family, they have so many good things. Back at the Ni family manor, the family head was extremely frustrated. Not only did they fail to kill Lin Fan, but he was also extorted by him in broad daylight. "Father, why did you give him the item?" The old master was also full of hatred. Seeing his son just nagging all day, his ears were getting tired of it. He slapped him and cursed, "Bastard, I did this to save your lives. Do you want white-haired people to send off black-haired people?" The family head asked foolishly. "Father, how can you say that the four of us combined can't kill him?" Director Ni sighed and sat down, saying, "We can't kill him. You probably can't even take one move from him." The family head's head ached, unable to understand. "Father, I can't swallow this anger," the old master thought. "How could I be willing? Unless someone is willing to join forces with us against him," the family head asked happily. "Father, do you already have someone in mind?" The old master looked very tired and waved his hand. "Everyone leave, I will arrange this matter." Back to Lin Fan on his way home, he suddenly saw the fox maiden standing blankly by the street. Lin Fan curiously walked over and called out, "What are you doing here?" The fox maiden turned around and was surprised to see Lin Fan. "Oh, you, what are you doing here?" Lin Fan replied, "Why can't I be here?" The fox maiden then came to her senses. "Nothing. Hee, as long as you're happy." Lin Fan asked her, "You're not at home, what are you doing out?" The fox maiden shyly explained, "Miss Kong asked me to go out and buy something and I got lost." Lin Fan really didn't expect that a demon like you could get lost. "You're one of a kind." The fox maiden argued, "Why can't demons get lost? Some demons have a terrible sense of direction." Lin Fan didn't press further after hearing this. He sighed, said no more and gestured to the fox maiden. "Let's go, I'll take you." The fox maiden was extremely surprised. It was the first time she had been treated so well by Lin Fan and she was very touched. Seeing the fox maiden's shyness, Lin Fan turned back and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to eat." The fox maiden's eyes widened, thinking she was dreaming. "Really?" Lin Fan nodded. Then the two of them walked forward one after the other. Lin Fan treated the fox maiden to a big meal on the street. While nibbling on a candied hawthorn, the fox maiden smiled brightly. It's so delicious." The two of them walked into an alley and encountered another ghost. It grinned, "Fox maiden, you're such a good demon. You've raised such a plump prey for us, hee." The fox maiden telepathically communicated with it worriedly. "Which eye of yours sees him as food?" Lin Fan read the ghost's thoughts but pretended to be scared. "You actually eat human flesh?" The ghost licked its lips and replied, "I'm a demon. Humans are of course our favorite food." Lin Fan turned to tease the fox maiden. "Is that a demon too?" The fox maiden thought in frustration, "This Master Lin, you're overacting a bit." The ghost, not knowing its place, immediately rushed over. "Let me taste what your flesh is like." The fox maiden was so scared she didn't dare to look at the horrifying scene, but things took a turn. Lin Fan instantly grabbed the ghost's neck. The ghost struggled but to no avail. Lin Fan said, "Demons, do you all have no brains?" It widened its eyes, its mouth askew as it looked at Lin Fan. "Idiot, who the hell are you?" Lin Fan smiled and retorted, "Take a guess." After a while, the ghost's eyes widened in surprise. "You're the man from the mountain." Lin Fan praised the ghost for having some brains. The fox maiden stood by, still worried. The ghost's face darkened as it looked at her and said, "Fox maiden, how dare you betray us and collude with a human cultivator?" The fox maiden didn't know how to explain. No, I didn't." The ghost tried to break free from Lin Fan's hand, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't shake the arm that was as hard as a rock. Lin Fan spoke up, "Don't waste your energy. Our strengths are too far apart, you can't escape." The ghost groaned in pain. "Big shot, please spare me. I can also be your spy like the fox." Lin Fan looked at its ugly face and replied, "No, you're too ugly." With that he clenched his fist and flames blazed. The ghost was burned to death by the fire within Lin Fan's body. It screamed as it was burned along with its remnant soul. The ghost's remnant soul was burned clean, finally condensing into a purple pill. Lin Fan didn't touch it but took it and handed it to the Fox Maiden. "For you." The Fox Maiden was overjoyed, her heart blooming with joy, thanking the big shot. At this time, on a high mountain in front of a secret passage for closed-door cultivation, the old master of the Ni family, Ni Yuan, had been kneeling for a long time. He took a deep breath and shouted, "I beg the ancestor to come out and see me." A moment later, the door opened. The ancestor walked out and asked, "Who are you?" The old man kowtowed and requested, "Unfilial descendant Ni Yuan pays respects to the ancestor." The ancestor finally remembered and helped him up. "So it's little Yanzi, get up quickly." Ni Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Thank you, ancestor." The ancestor asked curiously, "You're not holding the fort in the family, what are you doing here, disturbing our cultivation?" Ni Yuan then cried out in grievance, "Ancestor, a young man relying on his high cultivation killed my grandson and wants to take our whole family's lives." Hearing this, the ancestor immediately became furious, and a terrifying power erupted from him. He roared loudly, "Damn it, how could this happen? Is our family's reputation useless?" Ni Yuan added an explanation. "Ancestor, since you went into seclusion, 200 years have passed. The outside world has changed a lot." The ancestor finally calmed down and replied, "All right, I'll go back with you. Let the eldest and third continue their seclusion." Back in the city, Lin Fan's Maibach stopped in front of a group of guards. A subordinate came over to open the door and welcome them. "Welcome, distinguished guests." The long-legged beauty walked out. Jingjing and Lin Fan were walking arm in arm intimately, with radiant smiles. Luo Jianwen hurriedly came out to greet the beauty. "Jingjing, you're back." Seeing the sight of them arm in arm, this guy's face darkened. "Where did this country bumpkin come from, ruining my good fortune?" Jingjing pointed at Luo Jianwen and said, "Luo Jianwen, we're not that close. Please call me by my full name, otherwise my boyfriend will misunderstand." Veins popped on his face. Luo Jianwen had no choice but to change his tune. "Mr. Lin, welcome to our Paradise Club." He was already planning some tricks in his mind. "This guy, I'll make you die." Lin Fan still maintained a playful smile. Jingjing angrily shouted at Luo Jianwen, "Are you stalking me? Why do you appear wherever I go?" Luo Jianwen raised his voice and replied, "Jingjing is here, of course I have to personally receive you." He added, "You're early, the auction will start in a while. Why don't we go to the first floor to play for a bit and we'll go over when the auction is ready?" Jingjing tilted her head and asked for Lin Fan's opinion. "Xiao Fan, how about we go play a few rounds?" Lin Fan had no opinion as long as she liked it. Luo Jianwen led them in. Various entertainment items were already laid out in a dazzling array. The early arriving distinguished guests were all here amusing themselves while waiting. Luo Jianwen spoke up, "It's too noisy here. Let's go to the VIP room on the second floor." Jingjing asked for Lin Fan's opinion again. "What do you think?" The young man just smiled and nodded. "Anything is fine." Jingjing gestured to go. Lin Fan still had a silent look. Up on the second floor hall, looking around, there were also many players gambling. Luo Jianwen walked over and asked, "What does Jingjing want to play?" Xiao Jing replied enthusiastically, "Oh, I'll listen to whatever brother Xiao Fan says." Young Fan was now sitting in a corner taking out a red pill. He injected spiritual energy into the pill, seeming to want to extract something from it. Lin Fan thought excitedly, "This game is going to be a bit interesting." A red soul rushed out of the pill, looking like the genie from Aladdin's lamp. It spun around the room once. Returning to its master, it pleaded, "1,000 years, human, thank you for releasing me. Become my food." Lin Fan cursed at the foolish ghost. "Has 1,000 years made your brain go bad?" The guy was infuriated by the curse and cursed back, "Are you looking to die?" With that, it angrily shot a stream of purple chi downwards. Lin Fan broke its formation with just one finger. The guy was furious. "Damn it," it took a deep breath, puffed out its cheeks. What was it preparing to do? It turned out to be blowing a stream of purple chi powerful enough to form a dragon which flew over to devour Lin Fan. But Lin Fan's protective barrier prevented the dragon from even touching a single hair. He pointed his finger straight at the ghost. The one young finger struck the guy's chest, causing him excruciating pain. It clutched the large hole in its chest and groaned. "Damn it, how can this human have such strong cultivation? I'll retreat for now. It's not too late to seek revenge after my cultivation recovers." With that, it quickly retreated, preparing to escape. A huge wall of talismans erected, startling it. "What the hell is this?" Lin Fan smiled. "HMPH trying to run?" Lin Fan knew every move this ghost made. The ghost then said enthusiastically, "Powerful cultivator, let's make a deal. How about it?" This excited Lin Fan. He asked, "Oh, what deal? Let's hear it." The ghost replied, "You spare my life and I'll tell you where my previously hidden treasure is." Lin Fan nodded in agreement. "All right, but you tell me where it's hidden first." The ghost replied, "In a cave in 8 Caves Mountain. There's also a formation I set up inside. You can't get it without me." Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and replied, "I believe you, but if you dare to lie to me, I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth and scatter your soul." The ghost replied, "I'm telling the truth, let me go quickly." Lin Fan retracted the talisman wall. The ghost walked towards the door in high spirits. It seemed Lin Fan really wanted to let it go. It took a deep breath, preparing to fly away, but as soon as it started, it was sucked back by Lin Fan's gourd. It was shocked. The ghost screamed, "You're not keeping your word. Without me you can't open the formation either." Lin Fan smiled and replied, "There is no formation in the world that I can't break. Be a good boy and come in." Lin Fan was excited. After subduing the ghost, he said to himself, "Not bad, a great harvest." Lin Fan returned home. He called for Kong Zan and the Fox Maiden. Kong Zan asked curiously, "Master, did you call us for something important?" Lin Fan took out the gourd and said, "Of course there's something important." He poured the spiritual energy into 2 cups. Kong Zan picked up the cup and examined it for a moment, asking doubtfully, "Master, what is this?" Lin Fan nodded and replied, "This is a spiritual liquid that can improve your cultivation." The fox maiden found it strange. "Such a good thing. Why don't you keep it for yourself? Are you trying to use us as guinea pigs?" Lin Fan immediately gave her a sharp rap on the head for speaking out of turn. The fox maiden cried out in pain, but no one dared to speak up for her. Kong Zan quietly waited for Lin Fan's explanation. He said, "I could just kill you directly. Why go to all this trouble?" Lin Fan urged the two. "Hurry up and drink it. If you leave it for too long, the spiritual energy will dissipate. A waste." Kong Zan was surprised. How can it disappear so quickly? The fox maiden had already listened to Lin Fan and drank it all in one go. The powerful spiritual energy filled her body. Kong Zan also drank it. She immediately sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. It looked like she was about to break through, but Kong Zan seemed to have run into difficulty. Her brows furrowed in discomfort, sweat pouring down like rain. Lin Fan hurriedly went over. The situation wasn't good. The spiritual energy of this spirit liquid was too difficult for the current Kong Zan to absorb. He walked up, used a small spell, and gently tapped her forehead, helping her through the most difficult stage. At this moment, outside, the old master of the Ni family had arrived with his ancestor. He pointed and said, "It's this house." The ancestor, without hesitation, took out a replica of Li Jing's pagoda and threw it into the air. The pagoda grew enormous in the sky, which suddenly darkened because of this strange object. Lin Fan felt sorry for them. He had let them go last time, and now they had come to die. In the blink of an eye, less than half a second, Lin Fan teleported in front of the master and disciple, saving them the trouble of looking for him. Ni Yuan was very bold this time, shouting loudly, "Kid, today is your death day." Lin Fan sneered, "Just the two of you aren't worthy." The old fellow cleared his throat like a madman. "With me, the ancestor, here, you'd better surrender obediently." The ancestor gestured solemnly. "All right, enough nonsense. This kid is all talk." Ni Yuan eagerly attacked first, spitting out a stream of fire reminiscent of Red Boy's style. Lin Fan summoned the water element and created a huge water dragon which rushed forward and devoured his flames. Boom, the two palm techniques collided, shaking the heavens and the earth. A huge explosion like a nuclear bomb occurred right at Lin Fan's doorstep. A moment later, Kong Zan in the house woke up unexpectedly. The fierce battle was still going on outside. Ni Yuan continued to spew fire at Lin Fan. Lin Fan reached out and caught it. This palm technique only consumed 1,000th of Lin Fan's power. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to talk anymore. "Now it's my turn." He took out 2 strange elements which turned into 2 sharp swords and flew forward. This move came too fast and was too dangerous. The master and disciple stood frozen. Ni Yuan shouted, "Crap, I can't block it." Fortunately, his grandmaster was agile enough to pull him out of the formation's range. Rumble, it was as if the entire sky had collapsed there. Old Ni Yuan's eyes widened in terror. A huge pit was left after the impact. The two of them stood there, still shaken, looking on. The ancestor turned and reminded him, "You are no match for him, don't force it." Although old Ni Yuan was unwilling to lose to a young man, facts were facts. The ancestor advised him, "All right, you should regulate your breath first." Listening to the ancestor, Ni Yuan sat down and began to regulate his skills. The ancestor walked up to Lin Fan, who asked, "What? Do you want to taste my skills too?" The ancestor tried to dissuade him. "Little friend, I see you are also a void spirit realm expert. Why not join my Ni family as a guest elder?" Lin Fan smiled and lectured, "Old fellow, it's true that birds of a feather flock together." "I'm tired of saying the word no." The old fellow flew into a rage upon hearing this. He said, "Stubborn and unyielding, don't think you're the only one with such strength." The power in the old fellow's body surged, and a huge palm came slapping over. Lin Fan took out the 8 trigrams chart and used a domineering move to counter him. With a loud bang, the old fellow might have thought he had injured the young man, but something shocked him. "Impossible, he's only 20. How could his magic power be so strong?" He couldn't believe his eyes and said loudly, "Good, very good, truly a hero from a young age. I'll give you one more chance." But Lin Fan didn't want to play anymore. He had already wasted too much time, he replied. "So much nonsense, old fellow." The Ni family ancestor rushed up angrily, his magic power causing flames to shoot out from his sleeves. Seeing this, Lin Fan showed a look of interest. "Some skill? Try this." With that, he raised his hand high, and a ray of light was emitted along with a fireball. The Ni family ancestor was a little flustered when he saw it. Lin Fan's fingers fell, and those huge fireballs immediately rained down, filling the surroundings with smoke and dust. The Ni family ancestor gritted his teeth in anger. "Kid, you've really angered me. Since you won't submit to me, you're dead." Then he roared. Zerong's Dharma Bati, a giant fireman, appeared. Lin Fan pursed his lips and smiled. "Not bad. Much stronger than that Ni Yuan." The Ni family ancestor said, "This is a spell I've carefully improved, not something a person like you can compare to." The giant fireman, transformed from the Ni family ancestor, charged at Lin Fan. He threw a huge punch. Lin Fan was fearless. He just stomped his foot, and towering mountains immediately appeared, blocking the Ni family ancestor's fist. He was exasperated that even this couldn't do anything to the kid. Hearing the noise, Kong Zan hurriedly ran out of the house. "Master, what's wrong?" Lin Fan turned back and said, "It's nothing, it'll be resolved soon." Then he said to the Ni family ancestor, "All right, I'm done playing with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he used a spell to conjure a huge flaming palm that tightly gripped the Ni family ancestor's entire body. Thus he reverted to his original form, lying on the ground on the verge of death. The old fellow was still unwilling. Impossible, my Dharma body is so strong, how could it be destroyed in an instant? Lin Fan said in a victor's tone. This is the difference in strength between you and me. With that he grabbed the old fellow by the collar and flew away. Ni Yuan stood outside helpless. Damn it, what should I do? Suddenly he looked at Kong Zan and had an idea. I can use this girl to threaten Lin Fan. Ni Yuan immediately ran towards Kong Zan, who screamed in fear, but before he could touch Kong Zan he was bound by Lin Fan's golden chains. You still want to touch my disciple? Are you looking to die? Ni Yuan was restrained, his face full of sorrow. At this point he cried and begged Lin Fan for mercy again. Spare me. I'll never do it again. Lin Fan smiled contemptuously. You might as well just die obediently. With that he turned Ni Yuan's physical body to ashes. Then he looked down at the Ni family ancestor. You should die too. The old fellow trembled and negotiated. I can give you all of the Ni family's assets. Lin Fan was disdainful. What use is worldly money to me? The old fellow was out of options and pleaded again. Let me go, I'll be your servant. Lin Fan didn't change his mind in the slightest. I don't need such a weak servant. When soft tactics failed, the old fellow resorted to threats. If you dare to kill me, my eldest and second brothers will not let you go. Lin Fan still wouldn't listen and turned him to dust like Ni Yuan. I'll be waiting. After dealing with the matter, Lin Fan flew down. Kong Zan hurriedly ran over and asked, Master, are you okay? Lin Fan replied, just a bunch of jumping clowns. The scene shifts to a certain cave. The Ni family ancestors' eldest and second brothers were sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Sensing an ominous premonition, the eldest brother's eyes shot open. The old fellow stood up and said to the second, Something has happened to our third brother. Let's go. The two flew to the city where Lin Fan lived. The second brother was so angry he wanted to attack. This is where our third brother died. The eldest brother stopped him in time. Are you crazy? How dare you attack in a residential area of ordinary people? We can't afford to provoke the National Security Bureau. The second brother suppressed his anger. Is our third brother just going to die in vain? Are we just going to let him go? The eldest brother took out a piece of paper, his face full of calculation. Killing him just like that is too easy. I want him to die in humiliation in front of everyone. With that, the eldest brother used a spell to send the note to Lin Fan. The content was, Lin Fan, a battle at Yan Mountain tomorrow. Do you dare to come? A few minutes later, Lin Fan, sitting at home, also received the note. He replied, all right. Kong Zan beside him said worriedly, Master, the battle is tomorrow. Why are you so calm? Lin Fan answered confidently. Your master is invincible. I can swat that group of flies with one hand. What's there to be afraid of? Hearing this, Kong Zan was a little contemptuous, bragging, when you go to Yan Mountain, be careful not to get beaten to death by the two Ni family ancestors. Lin Fan replied, many people have wanted to kill me, but no one has ever succeeded. Kong Zan was puzzled. Master, aren't you afraid they've set up a formation there beforehand? Lin Fan smiled faintly. A formation, I can break it with one finger. While talking to Kong Zan, Lin Fan also noticed the movement outside the door. Miss Qin Jing, since you're here, come on in. Qin Jing walked in wearing a charming gray casual outfit. It's too dangerous for you to fight the two Ni family ancestors. Lin Fan replied, aren't you very clear about my strength? They're just two pieces of trash. What are you worried about? Qin Jing admitted. That's true. After all, you have received the inheritance of my family's ancestor. Lin Fan looked outside the door. Tomorrow I will destroy the Ni family. Suddenly Qin Jing started acting coquettishly towards him. You annoying man, you made me so worried. Lin Fan quickly stopped her actions. Miss Qin, stop fooling around, my disciple is still watching. Kong Zan was intently eating watermelon on the side. Qin Jing's face turned red with embarrassment. Lin Fan walked over to Kong Zan and reminded her, still watching? Hurry up and go cultivate. Kong Zan obediently ran off, holding a chair in one hand and a watermelon in the other. Oh, the next day at Yan Mountain it was peaceful and serene. The two Ni family ancestors were already there waiting for Lin Fan. The second turned and asked, Big brother, do you think that Lin Fan will come? The eldest said seriously, he will definitely come. In another place not far away, Wei Chongqing and his master were standing on a high cliff. Wei Chongqing asked, Master, can't we just wait for news? Do we have to make this trip? Wei Chongqing's master didn't answer. He stood there contemplating. An outstanding junior and the Ni family's ace expert who would win at the foot of the mountain. Kong Zan and Qin Jing got out of the car. Kong Zan had been worried sick, not knowing if her master could win. Qin Jing held her hand and comforted her. Don't worry, the man I have my eye on will not lose. On the second mountain peak many people were present. Lin Fan also arrived at the appointed place as promised. He walked over calmly. As soon as the eldest saw Lin Fan, the flames of hatred burned fiercely. He's here. Lin Fan walked forward menacingly. The two sides began to fight fiercely. The surrounding trees were broken and the two sides formally faced each other. The second brother impatiently wanted to attack Lin Fan. You're dead. But the eldest stopped him in time. You are not his match. He is already at the Sendai realm. The second brother was surprised. How is that possible? He's so young. The eldest said nothing is impossible. Then the eldest said to Lin Fan, you are the only peerless prodigy I have ever seen. Lin Fan smiled faintly. You're not bad either to have cultivated to the Sendai realm in this world with such scarce spiritual energy. The old fellow laughed loudly. Let's fight. The eldest immediately attacked. He used his magic power to create a huge tornado. Seeing this, Lin Fan said disdainfully, Ni Wuji, you don't need to test me with such tricks. Lin Fan didn't hesitate either and immediately counterattacked. The two sides began to fight fiercely, still without a clear winner. The nearby soil, rocks and river water splashed everywhere, shaking the entire sky. The people on the second mountain peak were all stunned. Wei Chongqing was dumbfounded. Is this still human? Wei Chongqing's master sighed. As expected of the Sendai realm, this is already beyond the human category. Kong Zan was extremely excited. Master is so amazing. And Qin Jing stood there contemplating. When will I ever be able to catch up to him? The eldest said proudly. Lin Fan, take this move from me. He gathered his strength for a strike and a burst of power erupted. A huge fire dragon appeared. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, flicked his finger and shouted, behead in an instant. The eldest fire dragon was decapitated. The eldest stared blankly as everything turned to ashes. The fire dragon dissipated, and the eldest also spat out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and said, good, taste my final move. Lin Fan remained calm. Bring it on. The eldest extended 2 fingers and shouted, divine fire seal. A huge red formation appeared, with countless characters floating on it. Lin Fan held a long sword ready to receive the blow. He swung his sword and slashed. The eldest's technique was shattered into 1,000 pieces, exploding across the sky, and the surrounding rubble exploded with it. The eldest was stunned by the sight before him. He lowered his head. It's over, it's over. In the end I still can't beat you. The second brother, standing behind, clenched his fists, filled with resentment. Big brother. Suddenly, Wei Chongqing's master ran out and protected the Ni family ancestor. Lin Fan asked, puzzled, what do you mean by this? Wei Chongqing's master said softly, this humble Taoist pleads with you fellow Taoist to spare his life. Lin Fan said, give me a reason. Wei Chongqing's master asked Lin Fan in return, fellow Taoist, do you know that humanity is about to face a great catastrophe? Lin Fan replied, of course I know. What does that have to do with me killing him? Wei Chongqing's master explained, no matter what, he is also a Sendai expert and a powerful fighting force. I hope you fellow Taoist can spare his life for the sake of humanity's survival. The second brother next to him couldn't help but shout, if you want to kill, then kill, don't beg him. Seeing the second brother's impulsive personality, Wei Chongqing's master frowned, turned around and shouted, shut up. Lin Fan proposed an idea. How about this, let me plant a soul seal, and I'll let them go. The eldest agreed, all right, but the second brother was unwilling. Big brother, the eldest said, accept it. Then Lin Fan began to plant the soul seal. He touched his finger to the foreheads of the 2 Ni family ancestors. After it was done, Wei Chongqing's master said politely, thank you fellow Taoist. Lin Fan turned to leave and said, no need to thank me, I'm also doing it for our human race. After Lin Fan left, Wei Chongqing's master closed his eyes, his heart full of worry. What a prodigy. Kong Zan and Qin Jing hurriedly ran towards Lin Fan. Kong Zan shouted happily, master. Qin Jing was both happy and shy. Congratulations. Lin Fan smiled and then said, let's go. Suddenly someone called out to Lin Fan, senior, please wait. Lin Fan turned around in surprise to find that the person calling him was Wei Chongqing's master. He asked, what is it now? Wei Chongqing's master replied, there's something I'd like to ask you about. Fellow Taoist, look, Lin Fan asked eagerly. Speak, what is it? Wei Chongqing's master got to the point. Senior, have you ever heard of Kunlun's Burial of Immortals Valley? Lin Fan was very surprised. Burial of Immortals Valley? I've never heard of it. Tell me about it. Wei Chongqing's master said, Kunlun's Burial of Immortals Valley, on the surface looks like an ordinary valley of bones, but it's actually a huge formation. After hearing this, Lin Fan stroked his chin. So that's how it is. Wei Chongqing's master continued, I learned from my sect's ancient texts that there is also an immortal gate in the depths of the Burial of Immortals Valley. Lin Fan was surprised. An immortal gate? Wei Chongqing's master continued. Yes, it was established by previous cultivation sects to escape the world. Lin Fan thought for a moment. Wei Chongqing's master said, according to my information, the immortal gate seems to be about to open. Hearing this, Lin Fan became interested. There were really a lot of things to worry about. The scene shifts to Kunlun's Burial of Immortals Valley, where Lei Beishan and his group are investigating. Lei Beishan coughed a few times and complained, as expected of the mortal world, the air here is so bad, far worse than our immortal realm. If I stay any longer I'll feel sick all over. How can there be any good prospects in such a polluted environment? The young man beside him spoke up, you have to give others a chance at some immortal fate. Lei Beishan was very helpless. Forget it, I'll just live a leisurely life in the mortal world for a while. The young man asked again, what about Fairy Shui? She walked silently ahead, not answering anyone. The scene changes. Lin Fan, Kong Zan and Qin Jing walk into a forest. Lin Fan was thinking, could he ask the immortal gate to help us deal with the beasts? Seeing Lin Fan thinking, Kong Zan asked, what is master thinking about? Lin Fan replied, nothing, but Kong Zan didn't think so. She exposed him. Master, from the look in your eyes it seems you have something on your mind. Lin Fan patted her head. What could I have on my mind? Is your little head thinking something has happened to me again? Qin Jing didn't understand and hurried over to scold Lin Fan. Bullying Schwenner again, aren't you? Kong Zan whispered behind Qin Jing. Yes, Lin Fan explained. I am Schwenner's master. My status is different, Qin Jing commanded. Hey, you're still my student. Lin Fan denied. Haven't you already resigned? You went to be the head of your family. What student-teacher relationship is there? Qin Jing then reasoned. Isn't there an ancient saying, a teacher for a day is a father for life? Come on, call me mom and let me hear it. Hearing this, Lin Fan was also helpless. She really could say anything. After speaking, Lin Fan got into the car. He closed his eyes and entered another world. A few minutes later he opened his eyes. As soon as Mo Zan saw him he said, How come you have time to come in, kid? Are you here to visit me? Lin Fan's expression was serious. Be serious, I'm asking you. Do you know about the Immortal Gate? Mo Zan asked in return. Where did you hear that from? Lin Fan replied. I heard it from an old Taoist. I don't know about the Immortal Gate, so I came to ask you. Mo Zan seemed very angry. That group of cowards, they actually hid in Kunlun when the beasts invaded back then. Lin Fan said, you mean the people from the Immortal Gate won't help us? Mo Zan said in a contemptuous tone, they can't wait to run away, how would they help you? Hearing this, Lin Fan replied, I see, thank you, I'll be going first. The scene switches to the martial arts training ground. Lei Beishan pointed lightly, and the pillar on the ground broke. Everyone stared at Lei Beishan in stunned silence. He said proudly, you are too weak, you can't even block one of my fingers. The people below were amazed by Lei Beishan's power. Where on earth did this warrior come from? Even Teacher Wei can't beat him, Wei Chongqing said with blood at the corner of his mouth. Your Excellency's cultivation is profound. This junior is not your match. May I ask if senior is from the Immortal Gate? Lei Beishan proudly showed off. That's right, I didn't expect you mortals to have some knowledge. Wei Chongqing tried his best to answer. It was my master who told this junior. Lei Beishan got carried away and became even more arrogant. You are all too weak, not a single one can fight. What a disappointment. Hearing this, Wei Chongqing immediately came up with an idea. Senior, would you like to find someone to practice with? Lei Beishan was actually interested. Is there anyone in the mortal world who can match me? Wei Chongqing replied, oh, how about this junior take you there? Lei Beishan laughed loudly. Good. So the two of them went together to see the person Wei Chongqing was talking about. The scene switches to Lin Fan's room where he is concentrating on meditating. Mo Zan was also by Lin Fan's side. Mo Zan thought to himself, Lin Kid's refining skills are getting better and better. He can even refine immortal artifacts. After a while, a fan containing immortal energy was refined by Lin Fan. Lin Fan happily picked up his creation. Mo Zan suddenly shouted, not good. This fan is about to undergo an artifact tribulation. Mo Zan's words abruptly woke Lin Fan up. Crap, I forgot that immortal artifacts need to undergo tribulation. So Lin Fan and Mo Zan came to a cliff to help the fan containing immortal energy undergo its tribulation. Lin Fan and Mo Zan stood by and observed. Mo Zan asked, kid, aren't you worried this fan won't survive the immortal tribulation? Lin Fan replied, all of this immortal venerables immortal artifacts are of the highest quality. A mere thunder tribulation is not worth mentioning. Suddenly, a huge green dragon appeared and the dragon and the fan became harmonious. Lei Beishan was overjoyed at this moment. I didn't expect to have such a fortunate encounter. He grabbed Wei Chongqing by the neck and flew to where the fan was. Mo Zan reminded, kid, someone's coming. Lin Fan saw the stranger grabbing Wei Chongqing's neck and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Who is that person? Why is he grabbing Wei Chongqing? As soon as Lei Beishan arrived, he threatened, kid, this immortal artifact is mine. Scram now or don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Fan frowned. Who are you? In all worldly matters there must be a first-come, first-served basis. Lei Beishan, knowing nothing, still put on an air. I am from the Immortal Gate's Tyrant Blade sect. If you give up competing with me for this immortal artifact now, I can consider granting you an immortal fate. Lin Fan said contemptuously. Are all people from the Tyrant Blade sect as shameless as you? Lei Beishan started to get angry. You mortal, how dare you insult the Tyrant Blade sect? Are you looking to die? Lin Fan smiled faintly. We'll have to see about that. Lin Fan retrieved the fan, just in time for me to test the power of this immortal artifact. Seeing the fan, Lei Beishan raised his blade to threaten. Brat, hand over that fan now. A mere mortal, are you even worthy of possessing an immortal artifact? Lin Fan replied. Whether I'm worthy or not isn't for you to decide. If you have the ability, come and get it. Lei Beishan angrily clenched the hilt of his blade. Good, after I kill you, this immortal artifact will be mine. Then he roared. Tyrannical domination of the world. Purple light was emitted. Lin Fan watched calmly. He just gently extended a finger and said break, and crushed Lei Beishan's technique. Lin Fan mocked. The blade's intent is impure. The tyrant's blade is not tyrannical. Truly trash. Lei Beishan gritted his teeth in anger. What do you know? It was Lin Fan's turn to make a move. It's better to test the power of this fan. Lin Fan picked up the fan and waved it a few times, and immediately many rings like tornadoes appeared. Lei Beishan blocked with his blade, desperately hacking away. Lei Beishan was still being stubborn. Is that all you've got? You might as well obediently hand over the immortal artifact, and I can still spare you for your disrespect, Lin Fan replied. I'm afraid I'll crush you with one foot and make you doubt your life. Lei Beishan flew into a rage. A mere mortal, how dare you look down on me like this? Lin Fan said frankly. I'm just telling the truth. What, are you getting angry from embarrassment? Lei Beishan couldn't contain his anger and charged forward with his blade. Kid, die for me, Lin Fan smirked. He extended his hand and punched Lei Beishan directly in the stomach. He was stunned and let out a miserable cry. This kid is not human. With my current skills I can't beat him at all. I should retreat first. After some calculation, Lei Beishan made an excuse to retreat. Kid, don't be too arrogant. I'm just not in good shape today. I'll definitely settle the score with you later. But Lin Fan had no intention of letting him go. Want to leave? It's not that easy. He immediately rushed in front of Lei Beishan and kicked him hard in the face. Lei Beishan fell to the ground in pain. Damn brat, my life is more important. So Lei Beishan lowered his stance and negotiated. Friend, what happened today was my fault. I apologize to you. I hope this matter can end here. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. What do you think? Lin Fan caught his words. Oh, all talk and no action. It's hard to guarantee you won't regret it later. Why don't you make a great oath of the inner demon, and I'll leave immediately? Lei Beishan got angry again. I've already apologized, don't push your luck, Lin Fan laughed. That's just because your skills are inferior. Lin Fan used a spell to conjure countless swords. Seeing this, Lei Beishan was panicked. If you dare to kill me, the Immortal Gate will definitely not let you go. Lin Fan pointed at Lei Beishan. I'd really like to see this Immortal Gate you speak of. Hey, countless swords flew straight at Lei Beishan. He trembled all over. My life is over. Suddenly, Zan Luo blocked in front of Lei Beishan, protecting him. Amitabha. Seeing his savior, Lei Beishan was overjoyed. Baldi? Seeing this, Lin Fan asked seriously, Who are you? Zan Luo introduced himself. This humble monk is Zan Luo. Lin Fan reminded, Are you, a little monk, also going to interfere in the grudge between the two of us? Zan Luo smiled and said, This is my closest friend. I hope the benefactor can spare his life. Lin Fan sized up Zan Luo and found that this monk's cultivation was on par with his own at the moment. There would be no benefit in fighting, so Lin Fan said, For your sake I can let him go. Hearing this, Zan Luo was very happy. Thank you, benefactor. But Lin Fan wasn't finished. I haven't finished speaking. He needs to make a great oath of the inner demon. You are not to come looking for trouble with me ever again. How about it? Zan Luo readily accepted. The benefactor's request is reasonable. This humble monk agrees on his behalf. Lei Beishan behind him seemed reluctant. Zan Luo reminded him, Benefactor Lei, this humble monk cannot defeat this person. It is better to sue for peace. Hearing this, Lei Beishan clenched his teeth and endured it. Fine, I will make the great oath of the inner demon now, with the heavenly Tao as my witness. I, Lei Beishan, hereby make a great oath of the inner demon. This time, as long as halfway through, Lei Beishan suddenly remembered something and asked, Fellow Taoist, may I have your esteemed name? Lin Fan replied coldly. Lin Fan. After learning the name, Lei Beishan continued, This time, as long as Lin Fan lets me go, I, Lei Beishan, will absolutely not seek revenge against Lin Fan, otherwise may I perish in body and soul under the tribulation of heavenly lightning. After Lei Beishan finished, Zan Luo asked Lin Fan, Fellow Taoist, are you satisfied? Lin Fan said nothing. He silently turned and left. Lei Beishan still held a breath of anger in his heart. This was truly going too far, Zan Luo reminded him. Beishan, watch your words. We have both underestimated the people of this mortal world. After walking some distance, Lin Fan saw an unexpected sight. Such a massive phenomenon is moving towards the sea. Could it be that the mythical 3 immortal islands have appeared in the world? I'll go take a look. Lin Fan flew in the air to observe, but to his surprise, how come I can't see anything? There were spatial fluctuations there. Lin Fan directed his magic power toward that direction. Everything was as he expected. A formation was indeed hiding the whereabouts of the 3 immortal islands. Lin Fan used his power to break the formation, and it was quickly dealt with. Lin Fan ventured deep into the 3 immortal islands, sensing everything around him. He exclaimed with delight, This is truly a blessed land of immortals. The spiritual energy here is rich. I'll find the center of the formation and take a look. If this immortal island is still ownerless, it can be my place of cultivation. With that, Lin Fan landed on the ground where he saw a giant eagle battling a giant snake. The giant eagle showed no weakness, pinning down the snake's head and attacking fiercely. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, This giant eagle has real spirit. But immediately after, the giant eagle let out a loud cry and charged straight at Lin Fan. The surrounding trees were shattered by the shriek. Lin Fan pursed his lips. A mere little spell from the Void Grotto realm is useless against me. The giant eagle continued to rush towards him at high speed. Lin Fan just waved his hand lightly. To me, you are too weak. Instantly, the giant eagle's wing was injured. Unable to fly, it lost control and plummeted to the ground. The giant eagle let out a piercing cry. Lin Fan used a giant hand to grab the eagle. Seeing his giant hand, the eagle actually shed tears. Seeing this, Lin Fan said, So you know how to surrender. It seems your intelligence isn't low. Fine, I'll spare your life. The giant eagle seemed to understand Lin Fan's words, lowering its head to show its gratitude.